Reborn into this world, he punished Liu Ruyan for an entire night at the outset, not driven by carnal impulse, but as a necessary step to seize the space origin fruit. While other strongmen fought zombies and grabbed territory in the apocalypse, Changge leisurely collected goddess cards. The goddesses and strong women whom others revered from afar were nothing more than SSR cards in Changge's eyes, tickets to the pinnacle of the apocalypse. He knew all their secrets, weaknesses, and the trajectory of their future fates. What greeted his eyes was not a tide of zombies nor Liu Ruyan's stunning but twisted face, but a ceiling. A white, slightly yellowed ceiling. A rental room. His rental room. Changge turned his head stiffly. The digital clock on the bedside table glowed blue. May 1st, 2028, 2147. 2028. May 16th. 15 days until the meteorite named Death Star crashed into Blue Star. 15 days until he would die horribly by Liu Ruyan's hand. Changge closed his eyes. Memories of his past life surged into his mind like boiling magma. Changge, don't you love me? Give the origin fruit to Liu Chang. You're already in a rank ability user. Liu Chang needs this origin fruit more than you do. Liu Ruyan snuggled in his arms, her voice as gentle as the spring breeze. It was the third year of the apocalypse. He had risked life and limb to obtain that S-rank potential purple fire origin fruit. S-rank potential. It could elevate his ability to unprecedented heights. But he gave it to Liu Ruyan's younger brother Liu Chang. Because he loved Liu Ruyan. And then he became the blood bag for the Liu family. Crystal cores to her, supplies to her, his life to her. Liu Ruyan coaxed him into going to the most dangerous places to hunt zombies again and again. The crystal cores he earned with his life were all fed to her brother Liu Chang. His talent was drained dry, his ability stagnating at level 7, unable to advance another step. While Liu Chang, thanks to the origin fruit, he gave him awakened and shrank potential purple fire and became one of the 3 supreme kings of the Hangzhou survivor base. On the final day, Liu Ruyan asked him to meet outside the base, saying she had something important to discuss. He went. What awaited him were Liu Chang and over a dozen ability users. You simp, you're too naive. Liu Chang laughed as he pushed him into a tide of zombies. My sister said your last bit of value is to lead these zombies away. Struggling amidst the zombie horde, he turned back to see Liu Ruyan standing not far away, nestled in another man's arms. That stunningly beautiful face wore the same familiar, gentle smile. The past surfaced. Changge opened his eyes, a cool liquid rolling down his temple. Not sorrow. Hatred. He sat up slowly, looking at his young, tender hands. Not yet corroded by zombie poison, not yet calloused by time. Then he froze, because he sensed a faint flame flickering in his dantian. Fire ability. In his past life, he had awakened a rank fire, but was drained dry by Liu Ruyan and died tragically. But now, my ability didn't disappear. Changge concentrated. A tiny flame burst from his palm with a puff. Weak, small, it could be extinguished by a single breath. Level 1. Only the strength of a level 1 ability user. But how could this be? He was reborn, yet his past life's ability remained. He had no time to ponder because another vital piece of information surfaced in his mind. The first origin fruit descent. Before the meteorite strike, Blue Star launched a self-defense mechanism, releasing origin fruits globally. The release of origin fruits had no discernible pattern. It could be an ordinary apple or an inconspicuous walnut. Origin fruits would be released in 3 waves, each lasting 7 hours, after which the fruits vanish. This was the only chance for ordinary people without awakened abilities to change their fate. It was also the first fork in the road between him and Liu Ruyan. In his past life, Liu Ruyan got extremely lucky today and ate an SS-rank spatial type apple. Later, relying on her spatial ability, she thrived in the apocalypse. Changge stared hard at the digital clock, 2147. The first origin fruit descent began on May 1st at 6 p.m., lasting 7 hours until 2 a.m. on May 2nd. Now until the origin fruits disappear, 2 hours and 13 minutes. Changge's pupils constricted sharply. He remembered every detail from his past life, including tonight Liu Ruyan would ask him out for drinks, ostensibly to strengthen their bond. In reality, she and her 2 best friends planned to get him drunk. Then they would fabricate evidence of attempted rape and use that to blackmail him into giving all his savings to Liu Chang for a car. If he refused, they would report him to the police. This was Liu Ruyan's first strike against him. And in his past life, like a fool, he got completely wasted. He nearly ended up being sent to the police station as a rapist. He ended up kneeling and begging, emptying all his savings to make it go away. At the time, he thought he was the one at fault, that he had disgraced himself and let down Liu Ruyan. Thinking about it now, how utterly absurd. Changge stood up and walked to the window. Outside was the city night, neon lights, flickering, traffic flowing endlessly. No one knew that in 15 days all of this would become ruins. His phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up. A WeChat message. Liu Ruyan. Changge, are you asleep? My roommate and I are drinking at a bar. Some guy keeps harassing us. Can you come? Crying emoji. Changge stared at the message, a slow smile curling his lips. In his past life, when he received this message, he rushed over in a cab, played the bodyguard at the bar all night, and ended up blackout drunk. This time, he quickly typed Li Changge on my way. Which bar are you at? The reply came instantly with a location pin. Li Changge put down his phone, opened his contacts, and found a number. It was a loan shark. In his past life, to please Liu Ruyan, he borrowed 200 in high-interest loans from this guy. The loan ended up buying a car for Liu Changge because Liu Changge was dating an architect girlfriend. For Liu Changge's face, he shouldered a mountain of debt, which remained unpaid even when the apocalypse came. This time, he would still borrow. Only the use would be different. Half an hour later, Li Changge stood at the entrance of Night Bar. He wore a plain white t-shirt, jeans, and carried an unremarkable black plastic bag. The online loan of 200 had been credited. He had withdrawn 500 and cashed the rest on his phone. The bar door swung open, washing him in ambiguous lighting and loud music. He spotted Liu Ruyan in the booth at once. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. 7 meters tall, a pair of long, straight legs wrapped in a black bodycon dress. Her waist was so slender it seemed a single pinch would break it. Above her delicate collarbone was a face that made countless boys swoon. Liu Ruyan, his ex-girlfriend, his executioner. Li Changge took a deep breath, burying all his hatred deep inside. He put on the familiar, gentle, slightly naive smile he had practiced countless times in his past life. Ruyan. Liu Ruyan looked up and saw him, her eyes lighting up. Not because of him, because of the plastic bag in his hand. The shape of that bag clearly indicated money. Changge, you're here. Sit down, sit down. Let me introduce you. My roommates Lin Shui and Zhou Ting. Liu Ruyan stood up, warmly hooked his arm, and tugged him into the booth. 2 other girls were already seated. The one on the left, Lin Shui, had a pointed chin and almond-shaped eyes, clearly a shrewd character. In his past life, she was Liu Ruyan's foul schemer, full of wicked ideas. On the right sat Zhou Ting, round-faced, slightly plump, looking honest, but loose-lipped, spreading everything. It was this trio that got him blackout drunk in his past life. Scenes of Zhou Ting and Lin Shui flashed through Li Changge's mind. Hello there. First time meeting, I didn't know what to bring, just grabbed a few things. Li Changge gave a simple, honest smile and placed the plastic bag on the table. Lin Shui's eyes lit up as she reached over and pulled open the bag. 50,000 yuan in cash neatly stacked. Oh, my brother, you're too kind. Sit down, Ruyan, your boyfriend is so generous. Lin Shui's address instantly changed from Li Changge to Gij. Zhou Ting joined in with praise. Exactly, Sister Ruyan, you're so lucky. Liu Ruyan's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled, her gaze at Li Changge soft enough to melt. But Li Changge saw clearly. Beneath that tenderness lay triumph. Contempt. The satisfaction of another fish takes the bait. Li Changge's fists clenched under the table, but his face only smiled more innocently. It's only right, Ruyan always takes such good care of me. Before he could finish, he suddenly stopped. Because his ability, that faint flame, suddenly flickered. At the same time, he sensed an extremely weak energy fluctuation emanating from Liu Ruyan. That was the aura of the origin fruit. Li Changge's pupils contracted. In his past life, he had only heard that Liu Ruyan obtained the space fruit, but he never knew exactly when. But now, less than 3 hours remained before the origin fruit vanished. Liu Ruyan already carried its aura. That meant she had stumbled upon the space fruit by chance. It just hadn't been fully absorbed yet. Li Changge's mind raced. Knowledge from his past life told him the absorption of an origin fruit took time. The higher the grade, the longer the absorption. And for an SS-level space fruit, complete absorption took at least 24 hours. Before full absorption, the bond between fruit and host was fragile. Theoretically, there existed an extreme method to forcibly sever that bond and seize the origin fruit. For example, forcing possession of the host's body. Li Changge's heart pounded violently. He stared at Liu Ruyan's flawless face, her gentle smile, and recalled that same flawless face when she watched him die by the corpse tied in his past life. Hatred grew like wild grass. But on the surface, he still smiled innocently. Come, let me toast everyone. Ruyan always talks about you, says you're her best sisters. Seeing you today, you're indeed all beauties. Li Changge raised his glass and drained it. Lin Shui and Zhou Ting, flattered and delighted, raised their glasses in return. After one cup, Li Changge refilled. Another toast, thanking you for taking care of Ruyan. Another cup down. Li Changge drank freely, but no one noticed that with every swallow of wine, the faint flame in his dantian quietly pulsed. The liquid evaporated into vapor by his fire ability before it ever reached his stomach. Incapable of getting drunk. No, it was ability cheating. After several rounds, the atmosphere grew lively. Lin Shui and Zhou Ting became noticeably more talkative, their cheeks flushed. Li Changge seized the moment, pulling out his phone. How about we add each other on WeChat? He smiled. If Ruyan ever needs something, and I don't reply in time, you can help nudge me. Lin Shui's eyes lit up and immediately scanned the QR code. Zhou Ting followed suit and added him. After adding them, Li Changge lowered his head and tapped a few times on his phone. Lin Shui's phone chimed. She looked down and her eyes widened instantly. WeChat transfer, 100 yuan. Li Changge, a little token for our first meeting. Don't let Ruyan know she's shy. Lin Shui looked up at Li Changge, who was chatting casually with Liu Ruyan as if nothing had happened. She quickly put her phone away, her smile becoming much more genuine. Gij, let me toast you again. Lin Shui's voice had turned syrupy. At the same time, Zhou Ting's phone also chimed. Another transfer of 10,000. Same message. Zhou Ting froze for a second, then her blush deepened, and the way she looked at Li Changge shifted entirely. Gidge. You're too kind. Li Changge waved with a smile. It's nothing, I'll rely on you two to look after Ruyan from now on. Liu Ruyan watched from the side, feeling something was off, but unable to pinpoint it. She raised her glass. Changge, remember I mentioned a few days ago that Xiaoqiang recently went on a blind date with a girl. She's quite nice, an architect working in Guomao. The elders are satisfied they'll be engaged after the new year. I was thinking of buying Xiaoqiang a car worth over 200,000. That way they'll find it easier to get along. As his elder sister, I naturally have to show my support. Li Changge clinked glasses with her estranged grin, fixed on Liu Ruyan. In his past life it was because he didn't agree immediately that Liu Ruyan schemed against him. The wine entered his throat. Ability activated, liquid evaporated clean. Sure, I'll help Liu Chang as much as I can then. Li Changge said with a faint smile. They drank another half glass. Liu Ruyan's face reddened, her gaze turning hazy. Changge, I'm a bit dizzy. Then drink less. Li Changge said gently, then turned to Lin Shui and Zhou Ting. Come on, let's keep going. No going home until we're drunk tonight. 1:30 in the morning. A dozen empty bottles littered the table. Lin Shui and Zhou Ting were sprawled about, slurring their words. Liu Ruyan was not much better, slumped in the booth, eyelids heavy. But she was still holding on. Because she remembered tonight's mission. Get Li Changge drunk, make him lose control. And then, what was it again? Liu Ruyan's mind was foggy. But why wasn't Li Changge getting drunk? He must have had over a dozen bottles by now. How were his eyes still so clear? Liu Ruyan thought dizzily, but alcohol dulled her mind. Changge, how are you not drunk yet? Li Changge smiled. I have a high tolerance. He stood up, supporting her. You've had too much, let me take you home. Liu Ruyan wanted to refuse, but her head was too heavy, words wouldn't come. Lin Shui and Zhou Ting were completely passed out, unable to look after her. Li Changge supported Liu Ruyan as they headed out. As he passed Lin Shui, Liu Ruyan's head drooped, her eyes barely opening a slit. She saw Lin Shui's phone screen glowing. On the screen, a WeChat transfer. 10,000 yuan. From Li Changge. Liu Ruyan's mind buzzed. 10,000 yuan. Li Changge transferred 10,000 to Lin Shui. Why? She struggled to open her eyes wider, but the alcohol weighed too heavily, eyelids glued shut. The next second, she was helped out of the bar. The night breeze hit her face, bringing a sliver of clarity. Just a sliver. She leaned on Li Changge's shoulder, still mulling over what she had seen. 10,000. Why give Lin Shui 10,000? They had just met. Changge, she slurred, did you transfer money to Lin Shui? Hearing her question, Li Changge paused mid-step. Then he said, yeah, a little. Why? So she'd look after you in the future. Liu Ruyan was stunned. The reasoning seemed plausible, but something still felt off. 10,000 to look after her. Lin Shui was her best friend. Wasn't that already expected? Why pay? And so much 10,000. No, something was definitely wrong. But alcohol dulled her thoughts, preventing clarity. She could only lean on Li Changge's shoulder as he guided her forward. Li Changge's lips curled into a faint arc. That 10,000 was originally meant for Liu Ruyan. In his past life, these two close friends plotted against him on Liu Ruyan's behalf. In this life, he intends to make them a thorn in Liu Ruyan's heart. Liu Ruyan's rental place isn't far from the bar. Her family background is average, but with her beauty, there are always admirers paying her rent. Li Changge knew this place. In his past life, he had been drunkenly taken advantage of here and almost labeled a rapist. In this life, he helped Liu Ruyan upstairs, opened the door, and entered the room. As soon as Liu Ruyan entered, she slumped onto the sofa, her skirt rolled up to her thighs, revealing her snowy white skin. Water, she murmured drowsily. Li Changge poured a cup of water and placed it on the coffee table. Then he sat down, watching Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan reluctantly opened her eyes, met his gaze, and suddenly smiled. Changge, you seem strange tonight. Li Changge did not respond. He reached out and grasped Liu Ruyan's wrist. His extraordinary ability probed. Indeed, at the location of Liu Ruyan's dantian, a silvery light was slowly rotating. That was a spatial origin fruit with SS-level potential, not yet fully integrated into her body. Surrounding the light were faint golden patterns. Those were the contract lines between the origin fruit and its host. As long as this line was severed, the origin fruit would become an unclaimed object, open to being taken by others. And the way to sever it? Li Changge's gaze fell on Liu Ruyan's face. Liu Ruyan felt uneasy under his stare, sobering slightly. Changge. What are you going to do? Li Changge leaned closer to her. Liu Ruyan instinctively shrank back, but the sofa was only so big, she had nowhere to retreat. Changge. Her voice rose, filled with clear resistance. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Liu Ruyan was very resistant, her tone sharp. Li Changge's movements paused. He looked into Liu Ruyan's eyes. There was disgust within them, a deep-seated aversion. Even when she was drunk, the way she looked at Li Changge still held disdain. Li Changge suddenly smiled. Ruyan, is it that you despise me so much? Liu Ruyan was taken aback. She opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to deny it, but the words got stuck in her throat. Because Liu Ruyan truly detested him. She loathed his naivety, hated his honesty, despised the infatuated look in his eyes whenever he gazed at her. How could he be worthy? A poor boy who couldn't even afford a car, what right did he have to pursue her? If it weren't for the fact that he still had some utility, she would have kicked him to the curb long ago. In Liu Ruyan's eyes, it was already a great favor for Li Changge to pursue her. But she had never spoken these words out loud, because Li Changge still had savings. But at this moment, facing Li Changge's eyes that seemed to see through everything, she suddenly felt a bit guilty. Changge, what are you saying? Liu Ruyan forced a smile. How could I hate you? You've been so good to me. Li Changge looked at her. He gazed at her exquisite face graced with a familiar, gentle smile. In his past life, he too had been deceived by that smile. Deceived to the point of losing everything. Deceived to the point where he lost his life. Then that's good, Li Changge said. Then he leaned down and kissed her. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened, and she shoved him away violently. Let go. She was genuinely resisting. Struggling with all her might, it was out of disgust. Extreme aversion. This poor loser actually dared to kiss her. Li Changge felt her resistance, felt her nails scratching his skin. Strangely, he wasn't angry. Instead, he felt like laughing. In his past life, he treated her like a goddess, like a treasure, holding her in his palms for fear of dropping her, cherishing her in his mouth, for fear of melting her. Even before his death, he wondered why Ruyan treated him this way. What had he done wrong? Now he understood. It wasn't that he had done poorly. It was that she had regarded him as trash from the very beginning. Since it was like this, Li Changge punished Liu Ruyan madly. Since you hate me so much, let me make you experience what it feels like to be punished by the one you detest the most. I'm not bad, and there's redness. This time he would return 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 100-billion-fold of the hatred from his past life. At 3 in the morning, 1 minute remained until the origin fruit would disappear. Liu Ruyan's consciousness was gradually fading. It wasn't submission. It was the alcohol, the exhaustion, the weakness before the origin fruit left her body. Her gaze was unfocused, and she muttered, "Don't. Please. Don't. Put it inside." Li Changge's extraordinary ability penetrated her body. The contract lines surrounding the silvery light had become as fragile as spider silk. The last thread in that moment completely snapped. The silvery light lost its restraints and instinctively sought a new host. And the closest one was Li Changge. The light surged into his dantian along with his extraordinary ability. In that instant, Li Changge's mind exploded with a loud bang. Li Changge closed his eyes, feeling the additional silvery light in his dantian. In his past life, Liu Ruyan had relied on this to thrive in the apocalypse. Now, everything was his. 100 billion times of punishment descended upon Liu Ruyan's unparalleled beauty. 3 continuous hours of punishment left Li Changge feeling somewhat fatigued. He looked down at Liu Ruyan beneath him. Tears stained the corners of her eyes, her brows tightly furrowed. Li Changge reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eye. "Ruyan." His voice was soft and gentle. "Thank you. This lifetime I will accept your fate." He stood up and pulled out a crumpled box of Tashan from his pocket. His fingers moved slightly, igniting a cigarette with a flicker of flame. A legendary inhale. Refreshing. The rich smoke was exhaled onto Liu Ruyan's beautiful face. Cough, cough, cough. Liu Ruyan began to cough violently. The strong smell of smoke and stench caused her to bend over the edge of the bed, gagging violently, as if trying to expel the hundreds of billions of punishments from her stomach. "Li Changge, you bastard. You are not human. You are just a donkey. Ugh. I will sue you until you go bankrupt. You will never get out of prison in this lifetime." Liu Ruyan picked up the pillow from the bedside and threw it at Li Changge. Li Changge swatted the pillow away. A playful smile danced in his eyes. He slowly began buttoning his shirt. Then he picked up his phone nearby and shook it. The screen displayed scenes of battle. "You've been flirting with that second-generation Liu Fei lately, haven't you? If you want him to see you on some video site, go ahead and try." After saying that, Li Changge pushed the door and left. The first arrival of the origin fruit had come to an end. In the corridor, Li Changge's footsteps grew fainter. His voice drifted away, carried by the night wind. "Liu Ruyan, in this life, it's your turn to be the blood pack." SS level spatial origin fruit absorption successful. Spatial ability awakened in an instant. Li Changge's mind filled with several pieces of information. Ability acquired 1, spatial storage ability acquired 2, teleportation ability acquired 3, spatial marking half-activated note can be combined with other supernatural skill specifics need to be explored. Emerging from Liu Ruyan's residence at 130 m, he had secured the spatial ability. How exactly it functioned remained to be tested. He turned into a narrow alley, deserted, silent, and shrouded in night. He drew a deep breath and sank his consciousness into the dantian, where a silvery white luminescence hovered serenely, far more stable than when first absorbed. Spatial storage. Li Changge glanced at the half-brick beside his feet. Crouching, he picked it up, and with a mere thought it vanished. In the next instant, within his mind's eye, he beheld a vast mist-shrouded void, exactly 1,000 meters in length, width, and height. A staggering 1 billion cubic meters. Li Changge stood frozen. Activating the ability required only physical contact with an object, a simple condition. Perhaps as his ability evolved, telekinesis would follow. Next, the second ability, instantaneous teleportation. Li Changge fixed his gaze on the alley's far end, some 20 meters away, and willed himself forward. The world blurred. When his senses reoriented, he stood at the alley's entrance. Glancing back, he saw his original position precisely 20 meters behind him. Success. He repeated the feat several times. He quickly grasped the rule teleportation was limited to objects within his line of sight, up to 20 meters. That range would expand alongside his ability's growth. Consecutive teleportations induced fatigue, and after 3 or 4 jumps, he needed brief respite. Leaning against the alley wall, he caught his breath. 20 meters, for now, was sufficient. The third ability, spatial marking. Li Changge tapped the alley wall once, imprinting his intent upon it. Then he walked 2 streets away and closed his eyes to sense. The mark resonated with crystalline clarity, 300 meters southeast. He attempted teleportation back, and in a flash of disorientation stood once more before that very wall. An intuition stirred within Li Changge. Spatial marking held untapped potential, perhaps even synergy with temporal abilities. Could he one day return to a marked location in the past? At the thought, his breath quickened. To return to the past. The notion was utterly audacious. Yet, if the apocalypse arrived and he could leap back to this very moment, he would possess limitless resources. But where would he find a temporal ability? That remained the question. By the time he finished testing all 3 powers, midnight had long passed. Leaning against the riverside railing, he let the cool pre-dawn breeze wash over him. His mood light, his mind alight. 1 billion cubic meters of space. Enough to empty half a city. Next came stockpiling rice flour, canned goods, bottled water, medicine, gasoline, weapons. Money, however, posed a formidable obstacle. With his abilities, robbing several banks would be effortless, yet unnecessary. The apocalypse loomed in just over 10 days, every hour counted for acquisition. He had no time to play cat and mouse with the police. He needed more capital. As he pondered, his phone rang. He pulled it out. Liu Changge, Liu Ruyan's younger brother. In his previous life, he had surrendered the precious origin fruit, gained through immense hardship, only to be callously discarded after its essence was drained. Li Changge's brow furrowed slightly. A call at 200. Nothing good could come of it. He answered. From the other end erupted deafening metallic music punctuated by shrieks and raucous laughter. Where are you, Li Changge? Liu Changge's voice boomed, slurred and impatient, clearly intoxicated. Li Changge held the phone farther from his ear. What is it? Come hang out. Liu Changge bellowed. I'm at the Changge nightclub, the biggest venue in Hangqing. Hurry up, I'll show you how the real world works. Changge nightclub. A sudden image flashed in Li Changge's mind, towering stacks of cash and gleaming gold bars. In his past life, he'd wandered that district. By then, the Changge nightclub lay in ruins, collapsed by earthquake. Beneath the rubble, a massive vault had been exposed. When he pried it open, it overflowed with gold and banknotes, 100 yuan bills bound in thick bundles. Yet no one claimed them. In the apocalypse, gold was worth less than a single steamed bond. Li Changge gripped the phone, his pulse skipped. A perfect opportunity had fallen into his lap, hundreds of millions in gold and cash. To leave it untouched would be folly. Liu Changge's voice crackled again. Li Changge, can you hear me? Get here now. Tonight's on me. You bring money. No, wait, just bring yourself. I swear tonight's on me. A faint knowing curve lifted Li Changge's lips. He knew Liu Changge's motives all too well, showing him the world. Merely a ploy to turn him into a willing fool. In his past life, he'd been lured to countless nightclubs, always footing the bill. But this time, everything had changed. Changge nightclub, the rooftop vault, gold, cash. All right, Li Changge said calmly. I'll be there shortly. Hurry up. 15 minutes, room 888. The line went dead. Li Changge slipped the phone away and gazed across the city's glittering skyline. He'd originally planned to go home and sleep. Now first he'd collect some funds. At 220. Outside room 888 at the Changge nightclub, Li Changge paused and peered through the glass panel in the door. The suite was cavernous, bathed in sultry light. A dozen figures slumped haphazardly across plush sofas. Several provocatively dressed women, their skirts barely grazing the tops of their thighs, long legs gleaming under the dim glow. At the center, Liu Changge cradled a girl in a white dress. His hands wandered shamelessly, sliding up her thigh, kneading her waist, then drifting to her chest. Spotting Li Changge at the door, Liu Changge's eyes lit up. He shoved the girl aside and lunged forward. You're finally here. Quick, come and sit down. Li Changge was pulled inside and seated on the sofa. The low table overflowed with Black Label and Louis XIII. Men and women sprawled in various states of intoxication. Liu Changge thumped his chest, leaning close and lowering his voice. Don't worry, I'm covering everything tonight. Just front the bill for me. I forgot my card. I'll pay you back, promise. Li Changge looked at him, his gaze cold, disdainful. The same old excuse, unchanged, unimproved. He'd seen that face so many times before. Before pushing him into the horde of corpses. Li Changge smiled faintly. Liu Changge, aren't you afraid your family will find out? Didn't you just go on a date with Lin Wei, the architect, at Guamao? Coming to a bar so late. Won't that, Lu Chang's brow knotted instantly. Ugh, don't mention her. That Lin Wei. Ice cold boring as hell. Last time I took her to Zuixianglu, she wouldn't even let me hold her hand after dinner. Who needs a woman like that, even if she's stunning? My little darling here is infinitely more adorable. With that, his hands slid brazenly over the young woman beside him. Impatiently, he waved Li Changge off. Hurry up, forgot my card, remember. Pay the bill first. I'll reimburse you later. Li Changge smiled coolly. Fine, I'll step out to the restroom first. He rose and pushed the door open. The moment the door clicked shut, he heard Lu Chang's arrogant laughter ring out. See, that sycophant. Tell him to pay, and he comes running like a dog. Li Changge paused mid-step. A subtle chilling smile curved his lips. Laugh, while you still can. Soon you'll find nothing left to laugh about. He strode toward the elevator, a flicker of flame struck the surveillance camera, and he pressed the button for the top floor. As the elevator doors slid shut, they sealed off the muffled music and laughter from the lounge. The digital display climbed 1, 2, 3, 18. A chime rang out. The top floor had arrived. The doors opened onto a corridor carpeted in deep crimson. Abstract paintings, unintelligible, enigmatic, hung on the walls. Overhead, a crystal chandelier blazed with blinding brilliance. Li Changge turned into the emergency stairwell and ascended one more flight. He pushed open the fire door, and midnight wind rushed against his face. The rooftop stretched vast and empty, broken only by the low hum of air conditioning units and the faint rhythmic hiss of heat venting from exhaust ducts. The night wind whipped his coat sleeves into restless flutters. Below him, the city's lights spilled across the darkness like a luminous sea. Streams of vehicles crawled like glowing ants along elevated highways. But Li Changge had no time for scenery. His gaze swept the expanse. The Jinding Tower's summit comprised 2 freestanding U-shaped high-rises. The nightclub occupied the left arm of the U. The vault lay to the right. The right side would be heavily fortified, perhaps even guarded by armed sentinels. The left, however, was precisely the opposite, which wealthy scion would casually ascend to the roof for a breath of night air. The 2 towers stood approximately 15 meters apart, well within the range of his instantaneous teleportation. Across the void atop the opposite building stood a solitary structure. It resembled a large storage shed, windowless, its exterior clad in unadorned concrete save for a single massive metal door. That was it. Li Changge quickened his pace to the rooftop's edge and focused his will. In the next instant, he materialized on the far side of the U-shaped tower. Before the vault entrance, 2 security cameras blinked red dots. Li Changge dispatched them both with 2 precise silent flames. Before him loomed the vault door. Its surrounding wall was reinforced concrete at least half a meter thick. The door itself was forged from alloy, cold gray matte finished metal seamlessly fused to the frame. A dual lock system, numeric keypad, and fingerprint scanner. A red indicator light pulsed rhythmically. An ordinary person could never enter. But was he ordinary? Li Changge extended his index finger. A slender, vivid yellow flame burst forth with a soft puff, delicate, almost fragile, as if a gust might snuff it instantly. Yet his gaze was unervingly intense, unwavering. His spiritual energy surged, and the dancing flame began to contract inward, its hue shifting from bright yellow to searing white. Temperature soared. The air around him shimmered and warped, mirroring the heat haze rising from sun-baked asphalt. Fine beads of sweat glistened on Li Changge's brow. Still, his ability remained too rudimentary. Spiritual energy drained alarmingly fast. Gritting his teeth, he thrust his finger forward. The flame coalesced into a resorthin, incandescent cone, piercing the alloy lock. HSSSS. A pungent, acrid odor filled the air. Metal liquefied with a grating Nelson chalkboard shriek. Through the impenetrable alloy, a fingertip-sized aperture now gaped. Li Changge peered through the tiny hole. Ghostly blue emergency lights flickered with eerie luminescence. Then, with a silent command of will, he vanished. In the next breath, he stood inside the vault. He snapped his fingers. A tiny flame bloomed at his fingertip, casting a frail but steady glow, and froze. Even braced for the unimaginable, he recoiled in stunned disbelief. Gold. Everywhere, gold. What felt beneath his feet was not concrete, but solid gold bricks. Neatly stacked row upon gleaming row, they covered the floor before the vault door. Firelight danced across their surfaces, reflecting back a blinding molten radiance that stung the eyes. And all around, walls. Not ordinary walls. Walls built from currency. Bundle upon bundle of 100 yuan notes meticulously aligned, rising from floor to ceiling. A sea of crimson. Like blood. Like fire. Like the final feverish revelry before the world's end. Li Changge drew a slow, deep breath. Then he smiled. In his past life, he'd passed this ruin with a search team, only catching a fleeting glimpse of the vault already pried open. Back then, gold and cash still lay heaped here, abandoned, worthless. For in the apocalypse, gold bought less than a steamed bun. Paper money was less useful than a roll of toilet paper. At the time, he'd thought wistfully, if only I could return to the pre-apocalyptic world, to strip this vault bare. Now, he had returned. Li Changge hesitated no longer. He reached out and placed his palm flat against the nearest wall of banknotes. With a quiet pulse of intent, Spatial storage. An entire wall of currency dissolved into nothingness. Simultaneously within his mind's boundless 10 billion cubic meter expanse, a crimson mountain rose into being. He stepped forward, knelt, and pressed both hands onto the golden bricks beneath him. Another batch vanished, revealing bare concrete where gold had lain. He advanced again, gathering more. Wall after wall of banknotes disappeared. Layer upon layer of gold bricks dwindled. Jewelry. Several glass cabinets lined the walls displaying jade, diamonds, pearls, and gemstones. Li Changge opened each cabinet and swept his hand across the contents. All vanished. Watches. An entire display rack, Patek Philippe, Vacheron, Constantine, Rolex, Omega. All vanished. Antiques. Cabinets held Qinghua porcelain, ancient bronze vessels, classical ink paintings. He couldn't decipher them, but he knew their worth. All vanished. A wine cellar. One entire wall, lined with bottles of rare vintages unavailable on any market. Romanicani, Lafite, Rothschild, Chateau Margaux, Chateau Mouton, Rothschild. Each bottle could buy an apartment in Hangqing. All vanished. Li Changge moved like a sentient reaper, leaving behind utter sterile emptiness. 10 minutes later, the vault stood hollow. Nothing remained but barren concrete walls and floor. Yet he did not leave, his eyes fixed upon the innermost wall. There, a nearly imperceptible seam. A hidden compartment. In his past life, when he'd visited these ruins, the compartment had already been breached. What lay inside, he'd never known. But now, it remained intact. Li Changge approached and raised his index finger once more. The incandescent cone reformed and pierced the wall. HSSSS. Concrete melted away, revealing a concealed space, compact, barely 2 or 3 square meters. Yet what rested within made Li Changge arch a brow in surprise. A display case, glass-fronted. Inside lay 2 impeccably maintained firearms. To the far left, a sniper rifle, sleek, elongated, its matte black barrel exuding lethal grace. Its imported scope glinted with an eerie cobalt blue sheen. Li Changge recognized the model instantly. Chaitak M200, dubbed the Reaper's Eye. Most crucially effective range exceeding 2 kilometers. To the far right, a Desert Eagle. Its silver-white frame gleamed, its massive caliber rendering it feel less like a handgun and more like a miniature cannon. Imposing, indomitable. Beneath the case sat a green-painted metal crate. Li Changge opened one crate. Ammunition. 100 rounds of specialized 10.4mm armor-piercing sniper rounds. 100 rounds for the Desert Eagle. A flash of exhilaration lit Li Changge's eyes. Exquisite weapons. In the mid to late apocalypse, as zombies evolved and formidable cultivators emerged, conventional firearms would rapidly lose their deterrent power. A Class 4 zombie shrugged off bullets like mere irritation. A Class 5 cultivator could catch projectiles barehanded. But that was the future. Now, the apocalypse had not yet begun. Zombies had not yet risen. Cultivators had not yet awakened. These weapons, divine artifacts, they would grant decisive advantage in the apocalypse's earliest hours, enabling effortless dispatch of low-tier zombies, and delivering overwhelming firepower while others still wielded kitchen knives and steel pipes. Li Changge stored both firearms and their ammunition into his spatial realm. Then he surveyed the now empty compartment and the vault as a whole. Finally, his gaze settled on an unremarkable corner. There, a plain concrete wall blended seamlessly with the rest. Li Changge walked over and pressed his palm flat against it. Spatial mark. An invisible sigil anchored itself to the surface. The true mastermind behind Jin Ding nightclub, who could construct such a vault at the heart of Hangqing, who could procure military-grade arms, was no ordinary man. He would undoubtedly prove useful later. With the mark set, Li Changge could return here, instantly at will. Leaving behind a spatial imprint, Li Changge turned away. His mind stirred, then instant teleportation. The world blurred before his eyes, and in the next breath, he stood before the fire exit on the rooftop. Night wind swept across the city, carrying its characteristic urban heat. Li Changge glanced at his phone. 250 M. Exactly 30 minutes had passed since he'd ascended to the roof. He brushed dust from his clothes, pushed open the fire door, and entered the stairwell. The elevator descended. The digital display flickered. 18, 17, 16. A soft chime rang out. The 8th floor arrived. As the elevator doors slid open, muffled music from Suite 888 still drifted down the corridor. Li Changge walked forward and pushed the door open. Inside, the scene remained unchanged from when he'd left. Lu Chang still held the girl in the white dress, his hand already slipped beneath her clothing. At Li Changge's entrance, a flash of irritation crossed Lu Chang's eyes. Why did you take so long? I've been waiting forever for you to settle the bill. Li Changge watched him, the impatience etched plainly across his face. That tone of unquestioned entitlement, Li Changge had witnessed it countless times in his past life. In this one, it would be the last. Let's go, Li Changge said. Lu Chang's face instantly lit up. He turned toward the suite and shouted, "You all keep having fun. I'm just stepping out to pay. We'll be right back." Cheers erupted from within. Lu Chang slung an arm over Li Chang's shoulders as they stepped out, lowering his voice, "Just cover it for now. I'll pay you back later. Don't worry, I Lu Chang always keep my word." Li Changge remained silent. They reached the elevator bank and Liu Chang pressed the down button. The elevator doors opened. They stepped inside. Changge gazed at Liu Chang's reflection in the mirrored door, youthful, arrogant eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. As if regarding a stray dog, they reached the ground floor. The doors parted. They strode toward the front desk where a young man in a waistcoat stood behind the counter, pale-skinned, early 20s. Liu Chang dropped onto a bar stool and jerked his chin toward the clerk's suite 888. Check out. The clerk nodded and tapped a few keys on his computer. Sir, your total for tonight is 287,600 yuan. Liu Chang didn't blink. He tilted his head toward Changge. He'll pay. Changge met his gaze and smiled. Then he withdrew a card from his wallet and handed it to the clerk, who accepted it and swiped it through the POS terminal. Sir, please enter your PIN. Changge extended his hand and pressed several digits. A soft beep echoed from the machine. The clerk glanced at the screen and froze. He looked up at Changge, who had already tucked the card back into his wallet. Sir, the clerk began, faltering, unsure how to proceed. Liu Chang grew impatient. What's wrong? Can't swipe it. Try another card. Changge regarded him, his smile gentle, serene. No need. There's no money on this card. Liu Chang stared, stunned. What did you say? Changge slipped his wallet into his pocket and gave Liu Chang's shoulder a light pat. Gentle, like patting a dog. This dinner is on you tonight, as you promised. Then he turned and walked out. It took Liu Chang 2 seconds to process it. He lunged forward and grabbed Changge's arm. Changge, what the hell do you think you're doing? Are you mocking me? Changge turned back. His gaze was calm, so utterly still it resembled the look one gives a corpse. Liu Chang, he said softly, tell your sister. Starting today, I'm done with her. And by the way, your sister is quite delightful. With that, Changge shook off Liu Chang's grip and strode out of the nightclub's main entrance. Liu Chang stood frozen, face flushing crimson. Shit. What did you just say? You slept with my sister. Shit. You owe me at least 1 million. Only then did Liu Chang fully grasp Changge's words. Cursing, he started after him, only to be blocked by a burly security guard. The clerk peered cautiously over the counter. Sir, about the bill. Liu Chang whirled around and roared, wait. I'll call right now. He yanked out his phone and dialed Liu Ruyan's number. The first attempt went unanswered. So did the second. A flicker of panic crossed Liu Chang's face. This bill came close to 300,000 yuan. He dialed again. After several rings, the line finally connected. Sis, did that bastard Changge sleep with you? How much did he give you? Transfer 30,000. No, 50,000. To me now? Shit. That son of a bitch dumped me here alone. Silence stretched across the line for several seconds. Then came Liu Ruyan's hoarse, retching voice. Where is he? Liu Chang paused. Why did his sister sound so strange? Her voice rasped, as if her throat had been torn, or worse, something indescribable. That bastard's gone. He bellowed. I'm stuck here with a 28,000 yuan bill unpaid. Another silence fell over the line. Long and heavy. Then Liu Ruyan's voice returned. Raw hollow, I have no money. Shit. Liu Chang exploded. You let that sycophant sleep with you. How could he not pay you? Send me 50,000, right now? Or I'll tell mom when I get home, and she'll break your legs. He hurled the threat down the line at his sister. In Liu Ruyan's rented apartment, she stared blankly at the ceiling. Traces of coconut juice and blood stained the corner of her mouth. Her brother's furious shouting crackled from the phone. She hung up, eyes vacant, unblinking. Fuck. Liu Chang snarled, redialing, only to hear the cold, flat tone of a powered-off phone. The clerk, who had witnessed everything, rolled his eyes. Who do you think you are, strutting around like some big shot with no cash? What did you say? Furious, Liu Chang lunged toward the clerk, but the clerk waved to nearby guards. 3 broad-shouldered security officers converged instantly. Liu Chang choked into silence. Right now, he needed to scrape together those 29,000 yuan, fast. This was Jinding Hanqing's most formidable nightclub. No one dared skip out on a bill here. Changge walked the quiet streets of dawn. He no longer spared Liu Chang a thought. When the apocalypse arrived without any special abilities or medical supplies, he would not survive 3 months. Night wind carried the coolness of early summer. He pulled his phone from his pocket and switched it off. Then he stopped, lifted his head, and gazed upward. The city's night sky glowed a dull crimson under neon lights. No stars visible. Yet he knew the asteroid dubbed Death Star was hurtling through the cosmos toward Blue Planet. In 15 days, everything would change. Changge drew a deep breath and smiled. Within his spatial realm lay an entire vault, gold bar stacks of cash, jewels, vintage wines, antiques, and 3 firearms. Enough. Next, stockpiling began. At 400 M. Changge stood at the street corner diagonally opposite Jinding nightclub, watching as 2 guards dragged Liu Chang back inside. The man cursed nonstop, frantically dialing someone on his phone. Fragments of his rant drifted across the pavement. Sis, Liu Ruyan, you filthy whore. I'll make you pay when I get home. Changge withdrew his gaze and stepped into the night. He had no concern for how Liu Chang would fare. 28 million. It meant nothing to him. He walked along the street for 10 minutes before a golden, opulent building loomed ahead. The Hanqing Intercontinental Hotel. 58 stories tall, it stood as Hanqing's most iconic landmark. Li Changge pushed open the door and entered. The lobby soared over a dozen meters high, its crystal chandelier blazing so brightly it stung the eyes. Behind the reception desk, a massive traditional landscape painting hung on the wall, evidently priceless. "Good morning, sir. Do you have a reservation?" The receptionist, clad in a crisp uniform, offered a practiced smile. "A presidential suite, for tonight." She blinked, then swiftly scanned him from head to toe. A white t-shirt, jeans, sneakers. Total cost, under 500 yuan. Yet her professionalism held firm. "Very well, sir. The rate for the presidential suite tonight is 88,800 yuan. Would you like to proceed?" Li Changge reached into his pocket and placed a card on the counter. "Swipe it." She took the card with both hands and ran it through the POS terminal. A soft beep echoed. 88,800 yuan, confirmed. Her smile instantly deepened, 3 degrees more genuine. "Sir, may I assist you with check-in? And may I ask your surname?" "Li." 3 minutes later, Li Changge strode into the elevator, keycard in hand. 58th floor, the penthouse level. As the elevator doors parted, a corridor stretched before him. Dark red carpet underfoot, crystal sconces glowing softly along both walls. At the far end, he swiped his card. The door opened. Presidential suite. Beyond the foyer lay a living room spanning over 100 square meters. One entire wall was floor-to-ceiling glass, offering a sweeping nocturnal panorama of all Hangqing. The sofa was Italian leather. Fresh flowers and welcome fruit adorned the coffee table. Further in the bedroom, the walk-in closet, the bathroom, its freestanding tub large enough to hold 3 people. Li Changge stood before the window, gazing out at the city. It was 4 a.m. In Hangqing, the lights were thinning. Occasionally, a car glided across the elevated highway, luminous as a beetle skimming through the dark. In the distance, West Lake dissolved into the night, visible only by scattered fishing lanterns. The last tranquil breath before the apocalypse. He drew the heavy curtains shut. The room plunged into darkness. Then he entered the bathroom and turned on the faucet. Hot water roared forth, quickly filling the space with steam. Li Changge stood beneath the showerhead, letting the scalding water cascade over his body. It was hot, yet what burned deeper was another kind of heat, his past life. 3 years into the apocalypse. When had he last bathed? He couldn't recall. Only that water had been rarer than gold, where a single bottle of mineral water could buy a woman. Bathing, a luxury beyond reach. Most days he'd simply stand outside in the rain, though the rain carried corpse toxin and prolonged exposure invited infection. So his body had always reeked of rot, of blood, of decay. Now he looked down at himself, young, clean, unscarred. Not the mangled, half-consumed shell torn apart by zombies. He closed his eyes as the water washed over his face. A different liquid, warm, silent, slipped from the corners of his eyes. Not sorrow, relief. After drying off, he wrapped himself in a plush robe and stepped out. The bed was vast, sumptuous. Lying upon it felt like sinking into clouds. Li Changge stared at the ceiling for several seconds, then closed his eyes. In his past life, he had never known a single undisturbed night's rest. Every time he shut his eyes, the snarling of zombies filled his ears. Every sudden awakening echoed with the dying wails of survivors. The apocalyptic trauma had wound his nerves into a taut, unyielding string, forever vibrating on the edge of rupture. Now, utterly released, soon he slipped into sleep. No dreams, no zombies, no Liu Ruyan. Only profound, unbroken slumber. Dawn arrived. Sunlight seeped through a narrow gap in the curtains, tracing a golden line across the carpet. Li Changge opened his eyes, not startled awake, but gently roused. He sat up and stretched, joints cracking in a soft, rhythmic cascade. Clear-headed, energized, blissful. He glanced at his phone. 9:00 a.m. 5 full hours of sleep, sheer extravagance. For him, it was a rare indulgence. After freshening up, he picked up the menu from the nightstand and dialed the hotel's internal line. "Please send breakfast up to my room." "Certainly, sir. May I ask what you prefer?" "Your most expensive full breakfast set." "Understood, sir." 20 minutes later, the doorbell chimed. Li Changge opened the door. A stunning attendant stood there, about 165 meters tall, dressed in the hotel's formal uniform, skirt ending 3 centimeters above the knee. Black stockings, stiletto heels, delicate features lightly made up, large eyes, long lashes. She pushed a gleaming silver service trolley, its trays covered with ornate domes. "Good morning, Mr. Li. Your breakfast." She wheeled the trolley inside and arranged each dish on the table: steamed buns, tea, eggs, fried dough sticks, spicy sour soup, meat stuffed flatbread, and a beautifully packaged bag of Davidoff cigars. "Here is today's newspaper." She laid a copy of the Hangqing Daily on the table, then straightened and met his gaze. Her eyes held a quiet, knowing suggestion. "Mr. Li, if you should require anything else." She paused, a subtle, knowing curve lifting the corner of her lips. "Anything at all, you may call the front desk." Li Changge studied her. Undeniably beautiful. A fine figure, too. But he felt no inclination. "Thank you. I won't need anything further." She hesitated, then smiled professionally. "Very well, sir. Enjoy your meal." She wheeled the empty trolley away, closing the door softly behind her. Li Changge seated himself at the table and began his breakfast. The bacon was perfectly crisped, golden, and tender, never dry. The eggs were soft-boiled, yolk spilling richly at the first cut. The coffee was fragrant, freshly ground Blue Mountain. As he ate, he watched the city outside. Sunlight poured generously. Traffic thickened on the elevated highway, forming long, snaking queues. Office towers shimmered, their glass facades reflecting blinding shards of light. Pedestrians moved like ants across the pavement, hurried, purposeful. None knew. 14 days hence, all this would lie in ruins. Changge sipped his coffee. Today he needed to begin stockpiling, urgently. First, a modest goal: spend 10 billion yuan. Last night's haul from the vault. He hadn't counted precisely, but conservatively estimated at least 2 billion yuan, entirely in crisp 100 yuan notes bundled tightly. Add the gold, jewels, luxury, watches, antiques. Total value easily exceeded 100 billion yuan. Within 14 days, every cent must convert into survival essentials. A daunting task, but exhilarating. After finishing breakfast, he changed clothes. Still a white t-shirt and jeans, but freshly laundered. He descended to the lobby and checked out. The receptionist greeted him with her same polished smile. "Mr. Li, we hope to welcome you again soon." Outside, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class waited, an official hotel chauffeur vehicle. Changge slid into the back seat and told the driver, "Hangqing Auto City." 40 minutes later, the car halted at the entrance. Hangqing Auto City, the city's largest automotive trading hub, spanned hundreds of thousands of square meters. As far as the eye could see, rows of 4S dealerships and custom modification shops lined the streets. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, every mark imaginable. Changge stepped out and pulled out his phone. He opened the Heiyin app, scrolled to his following list, and tapped an account: Hangqing Xiao Mei Rugged Off-Road Modifications. Over 200,000 followers. Bio: Hangqing's foremost authority on off-road vehicles, specializing in rugged modifications and bespoke commissions. Changge tapped in. The live stream was active. On screen, a young woman danced beside a Matagreen heavily modified off-road vehicle, lifted chassis, oversized tires, roof-mounted spotlights. Her movements were sensual, deliberate, charged with quiet provocation. Inside the live streaming room, comments flew by: "Xiao Mei is so hot today. That waist is incredible. I want to become that car. You in front seems off." Changge watched for a moment. He had been following this streamer for a long time. Edge-cutting and hardcore car modifications. The car modification scene in Hangzhou was somewhat famous. He clicked on the gift list. The carnival costs 3,000 each. He planned to send 10 first. 30,000 enough to grab attention. Click. Insufficient balance. Changge was momentarily stunned. Then he slapped his forehead. He forgot. Last night, he spent 88,000 on rent. This card only had a few thousand left. And that cash was all in storage, not yet deposited in the bank. He shook his head and changed 10 to 1. Carnival. 3,000. Payment successful. In an instant, the live streaming room was filled with special effects. Golden effects covered the screen, and a large spaceship slowly sailed by. Xiao Mei was stunned. The comments exploded. "Wow, carnival. Boss is generous. This is going on the wall." Xiao Mei stopped dancing and leaned closer to the screen to check the gift notification. "Thank you, Li." She read it out loud, and then smiled. "Thanks to Brother Li for the carnival. Boss is generous." Changge typed, "Let's chat privately. I want to modify my car." Xiao Mei's eyes lit up. "Okay, Brother Li, you'll check the private message right away." She made a heart gesture to the camera, and then said to the audience, "Family, hold on a moment. I need to reply to a private message. They'll be right back." The screen cut to a game advertisement. Changge exited the live stream and opened the private message. Sure enough, Hangzhou Xiao Mei sent a message: "Hello, Brother Li. Thanks for the carnival. What car do you want to modify? I have a physical store in the car city. We can talk in person." Changge typed him in the car city. "Now which store are you in?" The reply came back instantly: "B District No. 18 Hangzhou Hardcore Modifications." Brother Li, just navigate over. There's a dark green Wrangler at the entrance. Changge put away his phone and walked towards B District. The car city was large. After walking for over 10 minutes, he finally found No. 18 in B District. The store was not small, and there was a dark green Wrangler parked out front. It was the same one from the live stream. Modified with a raised chassis, off-road tires, and a roof rack with a spotlight and spare tire. Changge walked inside. A few workers were busy with the sounds of electric welding and grinding echoing throughout. In the innermost office area, a young woman was talking into her phone. "Family, I have to log off first. The boss is here to discuss modifications. He'll stream again tonight. Love you all." She ended the live stream and looked up. Changge saw her face. Short hair. Her ear-length hair was dyed dark brown with bangs slightly falling over her forehead. Her features were exquisite with slightly thick eyebrows giving her a hint of heroism. Her eyes were large with light brown pupils, and she was very focused when looking at others. She wore a black vest over a white t-shirt. Her bust was not large, but her waist was slim. Black shorts revealed a segment of long legs. Overall, she appeared alluring yet capable. Very contradictory, yet very harmonious. "Brother Li." She stood up and walked over with a smile. "I am Xiao Mei. My real name is Zhou Meijia." She extended her hand. Changge shook it. Her hand was soft, but her palm had calluses. The kind from long-term work. Li Changge. Xiaomei looked him up and down. Wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, he did not seem like a wealthy person. But that carnival just now was solid. She didn't show it, smiling as she invited him to sit on the sofa. Brotherly, what car do you want to modify? Did you bring a car? Li Changge shook his head. No car. I want to buy one then modify it. Xiaomei was taken aback by a new car. What's your budget? Li Changge thought for a moment, not counting the car. The modification budget is around 3 million. Xiaomei's eyes brightened. A 3 million modification budget. That's a big client. She scooted closer to Li Changge, leaning slightly forward. Brotherly, what style do you want to modify? Off-road, bulletproof, or car shaking? Li Changge looked at her. What I want is not just ordinary modifications. Xiaomei raised an eyebrow. You speak. Li Changge leaned back on the sofa, his tone calm, as if he were discussing what to eat today. The car needs to be rugged, and off-road six-wheel drive would be best, if not a large SUV. The entire vehicle must be bulletproof, and the glass should withstand rifle bullets. The chassis needs to be reinforced, adding crash beams capable of flipping over a dump truck on impact. The fuel tank should be enlarged, starting at least 300 liters. The tires should be replaced with puncture-proof ones, the kind that nails can't penetrate. Solar panels should be added to the roof to charge the batteries. Inside the car, install a water tank, storage box, and first aid kit. And he paused. Remove the back seats and convert them into a bed. Xiaomei listened, her eyes shining brighter. This was not just modifications. This was about creating a doomsday war vehicle. She unconsciously scooted closer to Li Changge. Her knees nearly touched his. Brotherly, are you planning to self-drive to the unmanned zone? For car shaking. Li Changge felt speechless. Could you not keep mentioning car shaking? Do I look like that kind of person? Li Changge chuckled jokingly. Kind of. Xiaomei didn't press further, but her expression changed. Not suspicion, but excitement. Such a level of modification, the total cost, at least 2 million. Adding the car itself, it was headed toward 3 million. The commission would also be considerable. Brotherly, I can meet your requirements. She stood up, walked to the desk, and took out a tablet from the drawer. Let me show you a few plans. She opened the album and flipped through them one by one. This is a Mercedes G-Class I modified for a client last year, fully bulletproof reinforced chassis, and the fuel tank enlarged to 200 liters. This is a modified Hummer military grade with puncture-proof tires, spotlight, and winch added. This is the Wrangler 6-wheel drive version, rare in the domestic market, with a custom chassis that can meet your requirements. Li Changge looked through them one by one. Very professional. Indeed, very professional. How much for the 6-wheel drive version? Xiaomei calculated the base vehicle imported would cost around 1.8 million. Modification. She took a pen and began to write and draw on paper. Bulletproof modification, full vehicle armor, replacing the glass with bulletproof ones would cost around 800,000. Reinforced chassis and crash beams, 300,000. Enlarging the fuel tank to 300 liters, 50,000. Solar panels and circuit modifications, 100,000. Water tank, storage box, first aid kit, these would total 50,000. Adding other miscellaneous items, she looked up at Li Changge. The total would be around 320,000. Li Changge nodded. 320,000. A little more than his budget. But it didn't matter. He was lacking nothing now except for money. How fast can it be done? Xiaomei bit her lip. This kind of modification is very complicated. The normal lead time is 3 months. Li Changge frowned. 3 months is too long. The apocalypse will come in 14 days. Xiaomei saw his expression and quickly said, but if Brother Li is in a hurry, I can expedite it. Have the workers work in 3 shifts, 1 month, 20 days. Can't be faster. Li Changge looked at her. 20 days. The apocalypse is in 15 days. Still not fast enough. But he didn't show it. He just said calmly, 20 days is too long. Xiaomei became anxious. She didn't want to lose a 3 million big order. Brother Li, there's really no way this kind of modification. Li Changge interrupted her. Money is not a problem. I can raise the price. Xiaomei was taken aback. Do you mean? Li Changge picked up a black backpack at his feet. He unzipped it, dumped it on the desk. Clatter, bundles of 100 yuan bills filled the desk. Estimated, at least 1 million. Staring at the 1 million yuan in cash before her, Xiaomei froze. After years of custom car modification work, she had seen clients pay in cash, but never like this. Is this a movie set? Li Changge gazed at her, his tone calm and measured. This is the deposit. Complete it within 10 days, and I'll add another 1 million. Fail to deliver. He rose to his feet. I'll find someone else. With that, he turned and walked away. Brotherly. Wait. She grabbed his arm, pressing her cheek against his sleeve like an affectionate little creature. 10 days. I'll push myself to the brink to get it done for you. Li Changge glanced back. Xiaomei's breathing quickened. Whether from excitement or the sheer sight of that mountain of cash, she couldn't tell. But Brotherly, you have to tell me. What exactly are you planning to do? Li Changge studied her, the faint amber of her eyes shimmering with curiosity, exhilaration, and quiet wariness. He smiled faintly. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Xiaomei bit her lip, then made up her mind. Brotherly, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send you updates anytime, day or night, over these 10 days. If you trust me. She paused briefly. Then leave the car to me. Li Changge pulled out his phone and added her contact. As he was about to leave, he cast one last glance at her, his gaze sweeping lightly across her chest, before remarking coolly, I appreciate generosity of form. As for you, he smiled again. Skill matters most. Xiaomei blinked, then flushed crimson. By the time she recovered enough to shout after him, Li Changge had already vanished through the doorway, his white t-shirt and jeans fading into the crowd. She looked down at herself. I'm a solid C. Where's the small part? She muttered under her breath before turning back inside. Her eyes fell upon the stack of cash on the table, and then upon the wall clock. Fine. I'll go all out. Meanwhile, Li Changge stepped out of the garage and wandered the auto market for 10 minutes. He finally stopped before an unassuming storefront, a wooling specialty shop. The modest facade held only a few silver-gray minivans parked outside, their bodies plastered with red banners proclaiming the first choice for entrepreneurial prosperity. A sales clerk in his 40s sat squatting by the entrance, puffing on a cigarette. Spotting Li Changge, he stubbed it out and hurried over. Looking for a car, brother. Wuling Hongguang S, the Divine Chariot. Carries passengers, hauls cargo, built tough and unbreakable. Li Changge circled the vehicle slowly. Yes, truly divine. In the early days of the apocalypse in his past life, this model outperformed luxury sedans, hands-down high ground clearance, exceptional off-road capability, ubiquitous spare parts, and reparable at virtually any garage. And above all, it drew no attention. Amidst fleets of gleaming supercars, this unremarkable van was the perfect disguise. This one, I'll pay in full. The clerk blinked in surprise. You're not even going to test drive it. Li Changge reached into his bag and slapped 5,000 yuan in crisp bills onto the hood. Test drive? It's not a marriage proposal. The clerk's eyes widened, he raised a thumb high. Now that's logic. Half an hour later, paperwork complete, Li Changge drove the silver-gray Wuling Hongguang out of the auto market and merged smoothly into city traffic. At 1130 M, he parked at the entrance to Hufang Street. Hangzhou's largest food-themed pedestrian street was already bustling. Tourists filmed short videos on their phones, locals zipped past on electric scooters, the mingled aromas of sizzling skewers, steamed buns, and fried delicacies drifted thickly through the air. Li Changge entered the first shop, Old Hangzhou Noodle House, a modest establishment with barely 8 tables already packed to capacity at lunchtime. A wooden plaque hung on the wall, established 30 years ago, its surface darkened and polished by decades of use. He found a corner seat and ordered, "Boss, 1 bowl of beef noodles." 5 minutes later, the bowl arrived. Rich broth, tender braised beef, springy handmade noodles. Li Changge took a single bite and froze. 3 years into the apocalypse of his past life, he dreamed of this very flavor. Back then, even instant noodles were luxuries. Fresh beef noodles belonged to memory alone. Once he'd unearthed a long-expired packet of instant noodles in the ruins and hoarded it like treasure for half a month. Now, a steaming, fragrant bowl sat before him. He set down his chopsticks and stood. Walking to the counter, he found the owner, a middle-aged man in a stained apron, head bent over his ledger. Totals 28. QR code or cash. Before the sentence finished, a thick wad of cash landed squarely before him. 10,000 yuan. The owner looked up stunned. 300 bowls of beef noodles. Huh. 300 bowls of pig intestine noodles. His jaw dropped. 300 bowls of pickled mustard greens and shredded pork noodles. His lower jaw nearly hit the floor. 300 bowls of plain vegetable noodles. Silence. 3 seconds passed. Then the owner leapt up and bellowed toward the kitchen. Wife. Stop washing dishes. Come help. A woman in an apron rushed out. What's wrong? He pointed shakily at the pile of cash. This young man's taking over the whole shop. The woman stared, then snapped into action, snatching her apron to wipe her hands. Quick, fire up the stoves. Boil the water. 40 minutes later, a line snaked out the door, not of hungry diners, but of curious onlookers. The owner, his wife, and 2 apprentices worked feverishly in the kitchen, 4 pots boiling simultaneously, steam billowing like battlefield smoke. Noodles boiled, strained, portioned, boxed, and packed in flawless assembly line rhythm. Li Changge stood by the entrance, receiving each batch, then carrying them across the street to the Wuling van. He opened the side door and slipped each box into his spatial realm. Brother, are you opening your own restaurant? The owner asked during a brief lull. Li Changge smiled faintly. Something like that. The owner scratched his head, asking no more. 400 bowls kept them sprinting until 130 p.m. When the final box was sealed, the owner slumped forward exhausted, but his grin was radiant. This single order equaled half a month's revenue. Brother, come back anytime. Li Changge waved casually and drove the Wuling out of sight around the corner. He pulled into a quiet alleyway. No one in sight. With a silent thought, a steaming bowl of beef noodles materialized in his hands, freshly served, still scalding, its broth bubbling gently beneath rising vapor. He retrieved another box, the one he'd collected an hour earlier at the first noodle house. Identical heat. Identical bubbles. He paused, startled. Then he smiled. Time within his spatial realm stood utterly still, meaning he could stockpile hot meals. In the apocalypse, what did a single hot meal represent? More precious than gold. He returned both bowls to his spatial domain and started the engine. Next stop. From 200 to 500 p.m. The silver gray Wuling became a relentless acquisition vehicle. First stop midsection of Hufang Street. 200 boxes of Ding Shengao cakes. The elderly vendor's hand trembled. How many? Li Changge placed the cash firmly on the counter. Her trembling ceased instantly. 20 minutes later, 200 neatly boxed cakes piled beside the van like a miniature hill. Second stop, Song Baohui stall. Master, today, I'm leasing your entire stall. The vendor, a man in his 50s, froze mid-scoop, spatula hovering in midair. Young man, don't joke. Li Changge produced 20,000 yuan. Without another word, the old man bowed his head and began flipping batter. 3 hours later, 300 portions of Song Baohui. Third stop, Longjing Su pastry shop. How many freshly made boxes remain? The clerk peered into the kitchen. About 300. All of them. Silence. Fourth stop, Shengli River Food Street. Li Changge parked at the entrance and strode into the first crayfish restaurant. Crayfish, 300 jin in 10 varieties. The owner crouched outside, scrolling his phone, nearly dropped it. Brother, say that again. 300 jin, 10 varieties, cash. 20 minutes later, 3 assistants frantically scrubbed shells. Li Changge waited calmly by the door. Beside him, a barbecue stall sizzled. He glanced over. 3,000 lamb skewers. 3,000 beef skewers. 3,000 grilled sausages. The grill master's hands went numb from charring. Fifth stop, Garbage Street, the beloved haunt of Hangzhou's university students. Fried chicken, stinky tofu, roasted pig trotters, grilled squid, takoyaki. Li Changge showed no preference. Anything shelf-stable he bought, selecting only those with bold, pungent flavors. Why? Because his past life experience taught him this: mutated zombies with heightened olfaction instinctively recoiled from aggressive odors. Stinky tofu. A lifeline. Boss, 300 portions of stinky tofu. The vendor blinked, then beamed. Young man, you've got excellent taste. Ours is the most authentic in all of Hangzhou. Li Changge didn't reply. He simply watched the black cubes churn in the bubbling oil, inhaling that sharp, eye-watering aroma. It was fiercely tangy, so potent that even zombies would veer wide around it. At 6 o'clock, the setting sun bathed the street in molten gold. Leaning against the Wuling's door, Li Changge watched life flow past. Couples strolled hand-in-hand, snapping selfies with bubble tea. A family of 3, father bearing his child high on his shoulders, cotton candy held aloft. University students clapped shoulders, loudly debating where to drink that night. The vibrant, steaming pulse of mortal life. 14 days hence, fewer than 1 in 10 among them would survive. Li Changge averted his gaze. He opened the van door. No time for sentiment. 14 days remained. Just as he prepared to resume his evening sweep of the night markets, his phone vibrated sharply. He pulled it out. 108 unread WeChat messages. All voice calls. All from Liu Ruyan. 47 unread voice notes. Each precisely 60 seconds long. A faint curve lifted Li Changge's lips. His finger swiped past the notifications, unopened. As he moved to tuck the phone away, the screen lit up. Once more, Liu Ruyan invites you to a video call. Li Changge decisively declined the video call. 3 seconds later, Liu Ruyan invites you to a video call. Declined. Another 3 seconds. Liu Ruyan invites you to a video call. Li Changge gazed at her familiar face on the screen. Her profile picture remained unchanged. The same photograph. She wore a white dress, turning back with a gentle smile by the West Lake. In his past life, he had stared at this image countless times. Now it only stung his eyes. His thumb hovered over the red button, then slid decisively toward green. Connected. The screen flickered and Liu Ruyan's face appeared. Li Changge stiffened just slightly. It had been less than a day and night. Yet she seemed like a different person. Her hair hung disheveled across her forehead. She wore no makeup, her complexion deathly pale, and dark circles shadowed her eyes, as if she hadn't slept a wink. Even her meticulously groomed nails bore faint traces of blood beneath the cuticles. Changge. Her voice was hoarse, trembling with suppressed tears. Li Changge remained silent. Why didn't you answer my calls? That same wounded tone, but unlike last night. Last night had been performance. Now, she stood trembling on the very edge of collapse. Li Changge leaned against the door of his Wuling van, watching her on the screen, as if observing a stranger. What is it? Liu Ruyan faltered, caught off guard by his icy detachment. I last night. She opened her mouth, but no words came. The images, the sensations, the searing humiliation of being forcibly taken. She had meant to curse him, to threaten him, to make him kneel and beg for mercy. But she'd waited all night, and not a single message arrived. No calls answered. No WeChat replies. For the first time, panic seized her. Did you really record something? She bit her lip until it turned white, her eyes reddened. Please delete the video. I'm begging you. Li Changge watched her. That face. In his past life, she had pleaded with him just like this. Changge, please help Liu Chang. He needs 30,000. I'm begging you. Li Changge gave a faint smile. What video? Liu Ruyan blinked, startled. The one from last night, you. Li Changge hummed softly. You mean the part where you writhed in bed begging me? Her face flushed crimson, then drained to ashen gray. You actually recorded it. Just delete it, please. I'll give you anything you want. Li Changge continued watching her. Tears spilled silently from her eyes, like pear blossoms drenched in rain, heartbreakingly delicate. In his past life, he'd been deceived by that single tear 1,000 times over. Now he found it only laughable. Liu Ruyan. His voice was soft. Do you know where I was last night? She froze. At a hotel. An 8081 presidential suite. I slept soundly. Her expression darkened further. She'd expected remorse. An apology. A groveling plea for forgiveness, as before. But he offered none of that. He'd slept more deeply than anyone else. You? Li Changge cut her off. Your brother spent 28,000 yuan last night at the Jinding nightclub. He claimed he was treating everyone, then demanded I foot the bill. Liu Ruyan parted her lips. She knew about it. Liu Chang had called her at midnight and raged for half an hour. He must have forgotten his wallet. He's still at the police station. Changge, please, lend me 30,000. Li Changge smiled. Warm, gentle, exactly as he'd looked at her in his past life, of course. Liu Ruyan blinked, hope flickering in her eyes. You'll lend me 30,000. Li Changge held her gaze. That same familiar glint, hungry, unrelenting. A faint curve lifted the corner of his mouth, certainly, but tonight you'll come find me at the Cloud Summit Hotel. Liu Ruyan's face went rigid. Li Changge, she finally broke, her voice piercing shrill. Are you even human anymore? I was drunk last night. That was rape. And now you're pushing further. I'll sue you. Li Changge held the phone slightly away, waiting patiently until her outburst subsided. Then calmly, go ahead. Liu Ruyan froze. The wine last night. You invited me to drink it. Your apartment, you led me there. When you writhed in my arms, you said something quite different. He paused. Shall I play it back for you? Liu Ruyan's face turned paper white. You. Li Changge didn't reply. He simply watched her. Silence. A long, suffocating silence. Her fury dissolved into terror, then into utter desolation. What do you want? Her voice dropped barely a whisper. Li Changge stared at her face on the screen. In his past life, in his final moments, he'd asked her the very same thing. What do you want? She'd only smiled, then said nothing. Now it was his turn. Liu Ruyan, I told you come find me at the hotel tonight. The call ended. The screen dimmed to black. Li Changge sat in the driver's seat of his Wuling van, staring at the pile of cash inside his spatial storage. Bundle upon bundle of 100 yuan notes formed a small mountain. Roughly estimated he'd spent over 2 million yuan, yet the mountain appeared almost untouched. 20 billion yuan in cash, plus gold and jewels worth over 100 billion. How trivial was this expenditure? He frowned. Too slow. In an entire afternoon racing through several streets and clearing dozens of shops, he'd barely made a dent. At this pace, spending even 100 million yuan in 14 days would be difficult. He needed larger venues, places where a single transaction could swallow hundreds of thousands. Li Changge started the engine and opened his navigation app. He searched Hongqing Huayang Cuisine Upscale. A list of options appeared on screen. He scanned them, then selected the highest rated establishment. Jiangnan Spring Huayang Banquet. Distance, 3 kilometers. The Wuling merged into traffic. Jiangnan Spring occupied a freestanding villa in the Westlake district. Its entrance adorned with red lanterns and flanked by gray brick walls, reminiscent of a Republican-era mansion. Li Changge parked the Wuling roadside and stepped inside. The threshold crossed into another world. Warm amber lighting, deep burgundy carpet, inkwash paintings gracing the walls. A faint trace of sandalwood incense drifted through the air, mingling with the rich aroma of fine cuisine. At the reception desk stood a young woman in an emerald green cheongsam. Li Changge paused mid-step. Coincidence. It was Lin Shui. Today she wore a cheongsam. It slit neither too high nor too low, revealing just a sliver of calf. Her hair was swept into an elegant chignon, exposing pearl studs at her earlobes. Her makeup was refined. A toned eyeshadow muted bean paste lipstick. She wasn't conventionally beautiful. Her features examined individually were ordinary, assembled still unremarkable. Yet with makeup and the cheongsam, she carried herself with quiet grace. Lin Shui looked up, and the instant her eyes met as they lit up. Gidge. That pet name dripped with honeyed charm. She hurried forward, looping her arm through his, pressing close against him. What brings you here? Alone, or with friends? Li Changge glanced down at her hand resting on his arm. Last night's 10th Sandiyuan bar tab hadn't been wasted. This warmth was worth every cent. Alone, he said. Just dinner. Alone, and at such an upscale place. Lin Shui's smile grew teasing. Missing me? Li Changge didn't respond. She didn't mind, just guided him inward, arm still linked with his come. I'll get you the best table. Her sentence broke off mid-breath. The glass door burst open. A figure rushed in. Liu Ruyan. Since last night, she'd slept less than 2 hours. Every time she closed her eyes, the images flooded back. Li Changge looming over her, his gaze cold as glacial ice. And those words, for this lifetime your sole purpose is to serve as my blood vessel. She tried calling the police. Picked up the phone, then set it down again. That video. She couldn't risk it. Dazed and hollow, she dragged herself through the afternoon, needing someone to talk to. Lin Shui was her closest friend. Last night, they'd shared drinks at the bar. She needed to ask Lin Shui had Li Changge acted strangely last night. What was that 10th Sandiyuan payment about? But as she reached the restaurant's entrance and glimpsed through the glass, there was Lin Shui, her arm entwined with Li Changge's, smiling like a blooming peony. In that instant, the taut wire coiled inside her mind snapped with a sharp, silent crack. What are you doing? Liu Ruyan stormed in and wrenched Lin Shui's arm away. Lin Shui was shoved aside by Liu Ruyan. She staggered 2 steps, nearly falling. Ruyan, why are you here? If I hadn't come, would you have coaxed him into bed? What nonsense are you speaking? I was only what? Only holding his arm. Only calling him Gidge. Liu Ruyan trembled with rage. Last night's image, Lin Shui linked with Li Changge combined with the transfer record of 10,000 on the phone, merged into a single accusation. She raised her hand and struck. Smack. Lin Shui clapped a hand to her face, stunned for 2 seconds. Then she exploded. Liu Ruyan, have you lost your mind? Me crazy? When you took his 10,000, why didn't you call me crazy? He gave it to me willingly. What has that to do with you? You take money simply because he offers it. Do you even know who he is? He is your boyfriend. You can't control yourself, and you blame me. What are you always playing innocent like a spotless lotus? Who are you to accuse me? I am innocent, you behind my back. Who knows how many men you've slept with? The 2 women began to wrestle. Fingernails, hair, the qipao ripping under their tugging. Lin Shui's chignon came undone, and a pearl earring fell to the floor. Liu Ruyan's dress was torn, askew, a strap exposed. The patrons in the hall stood frozen. Some lifted their phones to film, others stepped back to distance themselves, and waitstaff formed a cautious circle, unwilling to intervene. Li Changge retreated 2 steps. He leaned against the bar with his arms folded, merely watching the scene. Enough. A middle-aged woman's voice rang out, quiet but authoritative. 2 security guards pulled Liu Ruyan and Lin Shui apart. A woman in a black professional suit approached, short hair, efficient air, in her early 40s. She was the floor manager. She glanced at the 2 women. Liu Ruyan's clothes were disordered, and her eyes rimmed red. Lin Shui's qipao bore a tear, and a handprint bloomed on her cheek. Manager Tang's voice was all business. This is a place of business. If you have personal grievances, please take them outside. Liu Ruyan panted, pointing at Lin Shui. She seduced my boyfriend. Manager Tang, I didn't. Lin Shui screamed. I was only entertaining a customer. Entertaining a customer requires holding hands. Requires being so close. Aye, that's enough. Manager Tang cut them off, then turned to Li Changge. Her tone softened into professional courtesy. Sir, will you be dining tonight? I can arrange a private room for you. She never asked what had actually happened. Li Changge glanced at her. A smart man who understood the situation. A private room, he said. Very well, sir, this way. Wait. Liu Ruyan rushed forward in a few strides and stood before Li Changge, blocking him. She looked at Li Changge. Her eyes were still red, but their expression had shifted, cold, edged with hatred. Li Changge, she said in a low, coiled voice, you've avoided me all day, ignored my calls and messages, and now you come here to eat. His face, handsome makeup streaked, tear tracks not yet dry, still bore genuine hatred in those eyes. It was not an act. Move aside, he said. Liu Ruyan froze. She had expected an explanation, a guilty fluster, or the old placating manner. But he uttered only 2 words, move aside. You, Ruyan. Lin Shui ran over and stood beside Liu Ruyan. Her hand still covered her face, and the anger in her glare at Li Changge had shifted into something else. Li Changge regarded the 2 of them. They had been fighting moments ago, now they stood together. Women. How curious. Liu Ruyan inhaled deeply and curled a contemptuous smile. Li Changge, do you know where this is? Jiang and Spring. The most expensive Huayang restaurant in Hang City. You're a screw turner in a factory. How much do you make a month? 5,000. 8. Do you know how much a single dish here costs? Li Changge did not look at her. He looked to Manager Tang. If every item on the menu were ordered 20 times each, what would the cost be? Manager Tang paused, taken aback. Her professional instincts made her calculate quickly. Sir, our restaurant has 56 dishes in total. If each were ordered once, it would be approximately 25,000. 2.5 multiplied by 20 equals 500,000, sir. Hearing Manager Tang's estimate, Liu Ruyan laughed aloud. Her laughter was sharp, laced with vindictive delight. Li Changge, did you hear? 500,000. Lin Shui chimed in, covering her face, voice high and taunting. Manager Tang, don't be fooled. She cried. He's just a poor loser renting a rundown room in a worker's village. Where would he get 500,000? When I took that 10,000 from him last night, I thought he'd won the lottery. Now it looks like he might have borrowed it at usury. The 2 women echoed one another. Li Changge finally turned his head and looked at them. His gaze was calm as if observing 2 corpses. Then he set down the black travel bag he had been carrying on the bar with a heavy thud. He unzipped it. Bundles of cash were revealed. Red bundles, new bills bound with the bank's paper bands. He casually lifted a few bundles and placed them on the counter. Then more. 10 bundles. 20 bundles. 30 bundles. Each bundle was 100,000. 30 bundles meant 3 million. The crimson stacks rose like a small mountain. Manager Tang's pupils widened slightly. She had worked in this business for over a decade and had seen wealthy clients, but never anyone so flush with cash. Liu Ruyan's smile froze. Lin Shui's mouth opened and closed, speechless. Not a single word could be uttered. This is 3 million, Li Changge said lightly, with barely a ripple in his voice. I want each dish on the menu 100 portions. He looked to Manager Tang. Will that suffice? Manager Tang drew a deep breath and steadied her voice. Yes, sir. I will arrange it immediately. She turned and instructed the servers tell Chef Zhang in the kitchen to pause all other orders and prioritize this gentleman's request. A waiter ran off to relay the message. Manager Tang personally picked up the menu and began to tally. Sir, our restaurant offers 56 dishes. If each is made 100 times, that is 5600 portions. I can offer a discount, too. 3 million. The kitchen will need to produce in batches. The earliest completion would be by tomorrow at noon. How would you like to handle delivery? Li Changge nodded, pleased with her composed professionalism, and thought for a moment. I'll order a few dishes now to eat, he said. There is 70,000 more for your tip. When the rest is ready, call me, and I will pick it up, he added. Very well, sir. This meal will be complimentary. Consider it my gift to you. Manager Tang gave a practiced smile. I will reserve the largest private room for you. Li Changge nodded, then finally shifted his gaze back to Liu Ruyan and Lin Shui, the corner of his mouth curling. None of your business. With that, he followed Manager Tang toward the private room. A stunned silence fell behind him. The room lay furthest in its floor-to-ceiling window, looking onto a small courtyard. There were rockeries flowing water and bamboo in the courtyard. Manager Tang poured the tea herself, placed the orders, then withdrew and shut the door. Li Changge sat alone at the huge round table. The setting sun painted the courtyard gold. He took out his phone. On WeChat, Xiao Mei from Hang City sent several messages. Li Ji, the chassis has arrived. The 6-wheel chassis is out of stock domestically. I sourced one from Tianjin with expedited freight of 30,000 OK. Hang City, Xiao Mei image. Hang City, Xiao Mei image. He opened the pictures to see a dark green Warrior chassis in her modification shop, workers unwrapping it. Li Changge typed, add 500,000. Speed it up. The reply was instant. Hang City, Xiao Mei received. Brotherly, so generous. He set his phone down. The dishes arrived. Scalded shredded tofu, Wensi tofu, lion's head meatballs, eel in spicy oil, squirrel mandarin fish. An array of Huayang specialties, the table laden with food. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted a bite. It was delicious, truly delicious. In his past lives and during 3 years of famine, he had not tasted a bowl of hot soup. Now, one table of renowned Huayang dishes, and he was alone. He ate slowly, savoring each mouthful, chewing deliberately. Outside, dusk fell. Lights in the courtyard came on. His phone vibrated again, an unfamiliar number. He glanced and answered. On the other end was Lu Chang cursing. Li Changge, you just wait. You recorded my sister getting taken and still dared to film it. You wait, I'll have someone kill you. Li Changge listened, then hung up. He blocked the number and returned to his meal. 10 minutes earlier, after he had entered the private room, Manager Tang had gone to the restaurant entrance and spoken in a voice calm, as if remarking on the weather. Shaolin, you're fired. The color drained from Lin Shui's face in an instant. Manager Tang, what did you say? This month's wages will be transferred to your account by finance. Manager Tang did not look at her. Now please leave. Lin Shui stood frozen in place, her mind buzzing. This job was one she had worked hard to find. Though the salary was not high, it was respectable and easy. Standing at the front desk in a cheap how, she interacted daily with wealthy patrons coming to dine. Through this job, she added countless WeChat contacts, shared numerous meals, and received many red envelopes. The ones who drove Porsches wore Rolexes and treated her to French cuisine. All of them she met here. Now it was all ruined. Manager Tang. Her voice trembled. Please let me explain. No need to explain. Manager Tang finally glanced at her. That gaze was icy. I don't care what personal grudges you have. In my establishment, you fight in front of the guests. She paused. In this industry, no second establishment will take you. After saying this, she turned and left. The sound of her high heels echoed on the floor, each step like a knock on Lin Shui's heart. Lin Shui stood in place, her face still pale. She slowly turned her head to look at Liu Ruyan. Her expression changed, shifting from shock to panic. From panic to despair. Finally, turning into hatred. It's all because of you. Lin Shui's voice was soft, but Liu Ruyan heard it. Lin Shui, what do you mean? What do I mean? Lin Shui stepped forward. Liu Ruyan, you fucking ruined me. Liu Ruyan sneered. I ruined you. It's you who is being cheap. I'm being cheap. What have I done that's cheap? You hung on to my boyfriend, got so close and acted all cute. Aren't you being cheap? Your boyfriend, do you? Lin Shui laughed, her laughter sharp and piercing. Liu Ruyan, do you even know what kind of person you are? Those sycophants of yours, which one isn't being treated like a blood bag by you? How much did Li Changge spend on you? Did you sleep with him? Stop pretending to be pure. Liu Ruyan's face turned ashen. Lin Shui, shut up. Why should I shut up? Lin Shui stepped forward, pushing Liu Ruyan to face her. Don't you want to hear it? Let me tell you, how many times have you shown me the chat logs of your sycophants? This idiot transferred 500 today, and that fool is bringing gifts tomorrow. Did you think they were your boyfriends? They're just your cash machines. Now that your cash machine has run away, you blame me. Liu Ruyan's hands trembled. It was unclear whether it was from anger or from being poked at her sore spot. Lin Shui, shut the fuck up. I refuse to shut up. Lin Shui's voice grew louder, drawing the attention of the remaining guests in the hall. Didn't you say I seduced him? Let me tell you, I received 10,000 from him last night. 10,000. You've been with him for so long, has he ever spent 10,000 on you? Liu Ruyan's face turned pale. A full 10,000. More than she could squeeze out of Li Changge in a month. What's wrong? Lin Shui sneered, feeling hurt. Regretting it. Liu Ruyan, you act like a whore, while keeping up appearances. It's no wonder the men run away. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath. She told herself to stay calm. She couldn't act out here anymore. The security was watching nearby, but she couldn't help it. Lin Shui, do you think you're so clean? Those men of yours, which one wasn't after sleeping with you? That guy in the Porsche after sleeping with you blocked you, right? That one wearing the Rolex asked you out 3 times, but never got a turn to find someone else, right? You think I don't know? Lin Shui's expression also changed. Liu Ruyan. What? Did I hit a nerve? Liu Ruyan sneered, a smile laden with vengeful delight. Don't you like collecting money? Don't you like seducing people? All right, go ahead and seduce. I want to see who you can seduce without this job. The two stood face to face. Less than half a meter apart. Their gazes could kill, but neither moved to strike. Because the security was only 3 meters away, watching intently. Liu Ruyan took out her phone. She opened her contacts and pressed dial. Lin Shui paused. Who are you calling? Liu Ruyan ignored her. The phone rang for a long time before connecting. Sister. The voice on the other end was noisy with hints of loans mentioned. Liu Ruyan frowned. Where are you? None of your business. Liu Chang's voice was painfully loud. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath. Li Changge, is a Jiangnan Chun come over? The idiot is where? The other end fell silent for a second. Then Liu Chang's voice turned dangerous. Where is that fool? At Jiangnan Chun restaurant. The one in Shihu district. Hurry up. Liu Ruyan repeated, hanging up the phone. She looked up at Lin Shui. A cold smile. Just wait. Lin Shui's face went pale. She knew what kind of person Liu Chang was. Someone from the underworld, heavy-handed. She began to regret her earlier harsh words. But Liu Ruyan was already ignoring her. Liu Ruyan turned and walked into the restaurant. Lin Shui instinctively asked, where are you going? To keep an eye on him. Not letting him get away. Lin Shui stood still, wanting to leave, but too scared to move. At Hangzhou International Trade Center. The elevator doors opened and Liu Chang had just finished alone preparing to go to the restaurant to teach Li Changge a lesson. He rushed in and nearly bumped into someone. Who the hell can't see? He looked up and froze. Lin Wei, Liu Chang's previous blind date. Both families were very satisfied, just waiting for the wedding. She was wearing a light blue shirt, black slacks, and a white lab coat over it. Her hair was tied back in a low ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead. Behind her thin-framed glasses, her calm eyes looked at him. Liu Chang. Her tone was flat. What are you doing here? I came to find a friend. Liu Chang instinctively puffed out his chest, trying to regain some face. A childhood friend of mine works here. We're planning to invest in a business together. Liu Chang's nonsense came spilling out. Lin Wei nodded, saying no more. Liu Chang's gaze swept over the rolled-up blueprint in her hand, filled with dense lines he couldn't comprehend. Drawing. He chuckled awkwardly. That job must be quite exhausting, right? Not really. Lin Wei's tone remained flat. Liu Chang patted his chest, reverting to his carefree demeanor. What's so great about drawing? 7 or 8,000 a month, what's the point? Once we're married, you can just stay at home. Before he could finish, Lin Wei interrupted. Liu Chang, I made it very clear the last time we met we're not suitable. The elevator reached the 28th floor. The doors opened, and Lin Wei stepped out. Liu Chang instinctively tried to follow, but was stopped by her colleague beside her. Sir, this is the office area. Outsiders can't enter. Liu Chang stood in the elevator, watching through the slowly closing elevator doors as Lin Wei walked toward the reception desk. On the background wall of the reception desk hung a large bronze plaque. China Academy of Building Research, East China Branch. A colleague quietly asked Lin Wei, was that just now your friend? Lin Wei did not stop her steps. I don't know her. The elevator doors closed. Liu Chang stood in place, cursing. What are you pretending for? It's just drawing a damn blueprint. He hurriedly pressed the button for the first floor. Liu Ruyan had just called him, saying she found Li Changge. Today he had to bring a few people to give him a good beating. At the entrance of Jiangnan Chun restaurant, a young man pushed the door open and got out of the car, his face filled with hostility. Liu Chang finally arrived. Inside the private room, Li Changge put down his chopsticks. The table was filled with Huaiyang delicacies, nearly all eaten. He wiped his mouth and took out his phone. On WeChat, Xiao Mei sent several messages. Hangzhou Xiao Mei, Li Gu, the vehicle frame is ready. Image Hangzhou Xiao Mei will start welding armor tomorrow. The fastest it can be ready is in 8 days. Satisfied JPG. Satisfied JPG. Hangzhou Xiao Mei. Image. Click to open the images. On the dark green chassis of the Hummer, the skeleton had already been set up. Workers were wearing masks, and the sparks from welding flashed in the lens. Li Changge typed, Li good. Li, I'll transfer the rush fee to you tomorrow. On the other end, the reply came instantly. Hangzhou Xiao Mei, got it. Li Gu, rest early. Li Changge put down his phone, lifted his teacup, and took a sip. Outside in the courtyard, the lights illuminated the rockery and flowing water, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Then he heard the commotion outside. In the hallway, the sound of high heels approached, getting closer, quickly filled with anger. Li Changge's lips curled up slightly. He set down the teacup and looked toward the door. The door wasn't fully closed, leaving a gap. Through that gap, he saw Liu Ruyan's figure stopping in the hallway. She seemed to be staring at him. Li Changge averted his gaze, picked up his chopsticks, and took the last piece of sweet and sour fish. He chewed slowly. After finishing his meal, Li Changge wiped his mouth and stood up. Outside the private room, it was very quiet. But he knew the silence was merely an illusion. He pushed open the door, and the hallway was empty. He walked slowly outside, passing by Manager Tang, who was calculating at the front desk. Seeing him, she froze for a moment. Mr. Li outside. Li Changge continued walking without slowing down. I know. Manager Tang hesitated. Do you need me to call the police? Li Changge looked back at her. The middle-aged woman's eyes showed genuine concern, not feigned. He smiled slightly. No need. Then he pushed open the glass door of the restaurant. Outside, the neon lights flickered. Liu Chang stood at the front, his face still marked by a slap swollen like a pig's head. Liu Ruyan stood beside him, arms crossed, her eyes brightening as she saw him come out. Li Changge. Her voice was sharp, tinged with pride. You finally came out. Li Changge walked down the steps, standing before them. People around had started to gather. Passers-by slowed their steps, and those in the milk tea shop across peeked out, some raising their phones. Liu Ruyan stepped forward, tilting her chin. Li Changge, you borrowed so many ingredients just to show off in front of me, hoping to catch my attention. Can you even repay that much money? She looked at him with her beautiful face filled with self-satisfied pride. 1 million. How will you pay it back? Her voice grew louder, wanting everyone around to hear. You'll never be with me in this lifetime. You're just a poor loser. Li Changge remained silent, merely gazing at her. A thought crossed his mind. How had such a foolish woman survived this long? Has all the nutrition gone to your chest? Seeing his silence, Liu Ruyan believed he had backed down, her sneer growing colder. What's wrong? Are you mute? You were quite the actor just now. Liu Chang, unable to wait any longer, pushed her aside. Sister, stop talking. He stepped forward, pointing at Li Changge. Li Changge, you aren't leaving today. You kneel down and apologize, repay the 280,000 and delete my sister's video, and I might consider letting you off. Li Changge looked at him, smiling slightly. Have you finished? Liu Chang froze for a moment. What's wrong? Not satisfied? Come on. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 punks rushed forward. The first to reach him was a skinny guy with dyed yellow hair, swinging a baton down at him. Li Changge sidestepped, raised his hand, and threw a punch. Bang! The skinny guy flew 3 meters away, crashing into a trash can, motionless. The second one hesitated for a second. Just 1 second. Li Changge kicked him in the stomach. He knelt down, beginning to retch. The third, fourth, and fifth, Li Changge didn't even move. 1 punch for each. 1 kick for a group. 3 seconds later, the ground was littered with them, wails echoing. Li Changge brushed off non-existent dust from his hands. He looked at Liu Chang. Liu Chang's mouth was agape, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. You. He took a step back. Li Changge took a step forward. Liu Ruyan stood frozen beside him, her mind blank. She had never seen Li Changge make a move. In her impression, he was just a lovesick fool, honest and simple, who never fought back. Now, the 7 people lying on the ground proved her wrong. Liu Chang retreated to the corner with no way to escape. Li Changge, don't get cocky. Dare to touch me. You'll never be with my sister. Li Changge looked at him, extending one hand. He grabbed Liu Chang by the collar, lifting him up. Liu Chang's feet left the ground, his face turning beet red. Let me go. Li Changge stared at him. He raised his hand. Slap. 1 slap. Slap. Another slap. Slap, slap, slap. After a dozen slaps, Liu Chang's face transformed from a pretty boy to a big pig head. Liu Ruyan finally reacted, rushing over to hit Li Changge. Li Changge, let him go. Let Xiao Chang go. Li Changge ignored her. After delivering the last slap, he released his grip. Liu Chang collapsed on the ground, covering his face, tears and snot flowing together. Liu Ruyan rushed over, gently caressing his face. Xiao Chang, are you hurt? Does it hurt? Liu Chang pushed her away forcefully. Get away. Liu Ruyan was stunned. Liu Chang pointed at her, hatred overflowing in his eyes. It's all your fault. If you hadn't let him sleep with you, would he dare to hit me, eh? Liu Ruyan's face turned pale. Xiao Chang, what are you saying? I'm saying it's all your fault. Liu Chang struggled to stand up, pointing at her and cursing. It's your lack of restraint that made him bold enough to act like this. Otherwise, would a lovesick fool dare to touch me? Liu Ruyan stood still, her mind buzzing. All along, she was the victim. That night she got drunk and was forcefully. Now her own brother accuses her. Liu Ruyan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but not a word came out. Liu Chang was still cursing, but Li Changge had already lost interest in listening. He turned to leave. Liu Ruyan suddenly rushed over, blocking his way. Her eyes were red, her voice sharp. Li Changge, apologize to Xiao Chang now. Otherwise, I'll ignore you for the rest of my life. Li Changge paused, looking at her. This beautiful face. This incredibly foolish woman. He smiled slightly. It was a smile born of anger. Liu Ruyan, he said softly, do you still not understand the situation? Liu Ruyan was stunned. Liu Chang yelled from behind. Damn it, Li Changge, I will kill you sooner or later. Li Li Changge's gaze instantly turned cold. He turned around. He walked towards Liu Chang. Liu Ruyan tried to block him, but was pushed aside, stumbling and falling to the ground. Li Changge stood before Liu Chang. He lifted his foot, stepping on Liu Chang's chest. Liu Chang was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Li Changge looked down at him. This face. In his past life, it was the same smile that pushed him into a sea of corpses. The scene flashed by. Li Changge's foot gradually increased its pressure. Liu Chang's face turned beet red, beginning to roll his eyes. Li Changge, you've gone mad. Liu Ruyan screamed from the side. Let Xiao Chang go. Li Changge ignored her, thinking, what would happen if he pressed down now? There are 13 days left until the apocalypse. If he killed someone, he would have to hide for those 13 days. It wasn't worth it. But the murderous intent in his chest could not be suppressed. At that moment, a siren sounded in the distance. The siren grew closer. A police car roared in, stopping at the entrance of the restaurant. The car door opened. A group of police officers stepped out. At the forefront was a woman. Short hair, length, a strand blown up by the night wind. Her features were exquisite, but her gaze was sharp as a knife. She walked over, surveying the area. The punks on the ground lifted their heads and saw her. Their faces changed instantly. Damn. The female Yama. Quick, crouch down. 7 or 8 punks who were just lying on the ground wailing, now skillfully crouched down, forming a line. Their movements were synchronized as if rehearsed countless times. Zhou Baiwan, the youngest rising star of the Hangzhou police, nicknamed Female Yama. Her father was the head of the Zhejiang province police, and her grandfather had immense influence. She had reached today's position through her background and her battle achievements. Those who she had taught a lesson, black bosses and rich second-generation heirs, numbered in the hundreds. Once a second-generation heir from the capital was arrogant in Hangzhou and was beaten by her in public. He was still imprisoned to this day. The punks seeing her were like mice seeing a cat. Zhou Baiwan ignored them, her gaze landing on Li Changge. Only one person in the crowd had not crouched down. He stood there, his foot still on Liu Chang's chest, looking completely composed. Why aren't you crouching? Her voice was cold. Li Changge looked at her. This face he recognized. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse in his past life, he had heard about her fate. Tragic. Back then he had wondered, how could such a powerful person end up dead? Now she stood alive right in front of him. Faced with the imposing aura of Zhou Baiwan, Li Changge smiled, slightly, slowly removing his foot from Liu Chang's chest. Officer, I was merely acting in self-defense. Liu Chang scrambled to his feet and rushed in front of Zhou Baiwan, shouting, Officer, he hit me. Look at my face. He pointed to his swollen face, tears and snot streaming down. And my brothers? My brothers were all beaten by him. You must arrest him quickly. Zhou Baiwan glanced down at him. That gaze was akin to that of someone observing an ant. She then withdrew her gaze and continued to look at Li Changge. Is what he said true? Li Changge shrugged. They blocked me at the restaurant entrance. 7 or 8 of them attacked me. I was acting in self-defense. Is there a problem with that? Zhou Baiwan's brows slightly furrowed. She had seen many like him before, smooth-talking, thinking they could deceive others. Whether it's self-defense or not is not for you to decide. She took a step forward. Li Changge did not budge, standing with his back straight. His expression did not resemble that of a suspect being controlled by the police. Instead, it looked like that of an audience member watching a show. Zhou Baiwan took another step forward. The distance between them was less than a meter. Officer. Li Changge smirked slightly, saying, Why are you staring at me? I am not a criminal. Zhou Baiwan's gaze grew even colder. She had encountered many like him, smooth-talking, thinking they could deceive others. Whether it's self-defense or not is not for you to decide. Just as she was about to wave her hand to have her subordinates take him away, wait a moment. A woman's voice came from the entrance of the restaurant. Manager Tang hurried over, holding a memory card in her hand. She reached Zhou Baiwan's side, slightly out of breath, saying, Officer, I can testify. Zhou Baiwan looked at her. Who are you? I am the lobby manager of this restaurant. My surname is Tang. Manager Tang raised the memory card in her hand. This Mr. Li was acting in self-defense. She glanced at the group of small-time punks squatting on the ground, and then at Liu Chang's pig-like face. This group of thugs blocked him at the restaurant entrance for half an hour tonight. When Mr. Li came out, they surrounded him and wouldn't let him leave, then rushed up to beat him. We have surveillance at the restaurant entrance. It recorded everything. She handed over the memory card. This is the complete surveillance video. Zhou Baiwan took the memory card and glanced at Manager Tang. She looked at Li Changge again. Li Changge maintained his calm expression as if he had anticipated this outcome. Zhou Baiwan's imposing aura gradually dissipated. She turned to Liu Chang. Did you report the police? Liu Chang froze for a moment and his expression changed instantly. Officer, I just wanted to joke with him. A joke? Zhou Baiwan's voice was very calm enough to send chills down one's spine. Liu Chang pointed at his face, his voice trembling. Officer, look, he beat us up. My face. My brothers were also beaten. We are the victims. Liu Ruyan also ran over, grabbing Zhou Baiwan's arm. Officer, please, my brother just acted impulsively. He didn't really mean to hit anyone. Zhou Baiwan glanced down at Liu Ruyan's hand. Liu Ruyan quickly let go as if burned. Zhou Baiwan said nothing. She simply raised her hand and waved gently. Take them all back to the station. The police immediately took action. The small-time punks cooperated skillfully, clearly not their first time. Liu Chang was held down by 2 police officers struggling and shouting, "Why are you arresting me?" In the victim, "Look at my face." No one paid him any mind. Liu Ruyan was on the verge of tears, but the police did not let her off either. "Ma'am, you also need to come with us to make a statement." Liu Ruyan was taken aback. "Me? I didn't do anything." "All relevant persons present need to cooperate with the investigation." Handcuffs were put on her. Liu Ruyan looked down at the metal on her wrist, her face turning pale. She had never been to a police station before. She had never thought she would end up in one. All of this was Li Changge's fault. "Li Changge, why couldn't you just hand over the money to Liu Chang? Why couldn't you let Liu Chang beat you up? Why couldn't you just admit to hitting someone and let the police take you away? Why? Why do you always have to do it this way? Do you think this will make me bow my head and beg you?" She looked up resentfully at Li Changge, who was watching the drama from the side. Manager Tang was speaking to the police, who nodded and took some notes. Zhou Baiwan stood not far away, her gaze fixed on Li Changge. Li Changge sensed her stare and turned his head. Their eyes met. Zhou Baiwan said nothing, but her phoenix-like eyes clearly conveyed a message. "You better behave or you'll regret it." Li Changge understood. He smiled slightly. That smile was faint, even a bit innocent. Zhou Baiwan withdrew her gaze. Dismissed. The police escorted the suspects to the car. As Liu Chang was shoved into the police car, he turned back to curse. "Li Changge, just you wait. This isn't over." Liu Ruyan sat in another car, looking through the window at Li Changge standing at the restaurant entrance. The neon lights cast a glow on him. He stood there, hands in his pockets, his expression calm. It was as if he was watching a play that had nothing to do with him. The car started moving and Liu Ruyan withdrew her gaze. Yet her mind was filled with that scene. Li Changge's foot on Liu Chang's chest, the look in Li Changge's eyes as he looked down at Liu Chang, the look he gave her before getting into the car. Calm, indifferent, as if looking at a stranger. That was not the Li Changge she knew. The Li Changge who would have light in his eyes when he looked at her. That Li Changge would borrow 200,000 in high-interest loans just because of her words. That Li Changge would kneel on the ground begging for her forgiveness. That Li Changge, had he died. At the restaurant entrance, the police car drove away. The crowd of onlookers slowly dispersed. Manager Tang approached Li Changge saying, "Mr. Li, are you all right?" Li Changge shook his head saying, "Thank you." Manager Tang smiled slightly. "It's our duty. You spent 3 million at our establishment. You are one of our VIP clients. When a VIP client is in trouble, we naturally have to help." Li Changge looked at her. "This woman is very smart." "The memory card," he said. "You have a backup, right?" Manager Tang paused for a moment, then smiled. "Mr. Li is indeed a smart person." She pulled another memory card from her pocket and waved it. "Of course I have a backup. But rest assured, only I can view this backup." Li Changge nodded and turned to leave. "Mr. Li." Manager Tang called out to him. Li Changge turned back. Manager Tang hesitated for a moment, a little shy, but still asked, "Mr. Li, that woman, your ex-girlfriend?" Li Changge did not answer. He simply smiled slightly. That smile contained the answer Manager Tang wanted to know, as well as the answer she did not want to know. She did not ask any further. Li Changge turned and disappeared into the night. The Wuling stopped in the alley. Li Changge opened the car door and sat inside. He did not rush to start the car. Leaning back in his seat, he closed his eyes. The face of Zhou Baiwan occupied his mind. Short hair, phoenix eye, sharp gaze. And that earlier gaze. "You better behave or you'll regret it." He smiled slightly. This woman was indeed formidable. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse in his past life, when he heard about her fate, he felt it was a pity. Such a remarkable person had died too soon. Now, she stood alive right in front of him. Wearing a police uniform, her gaze sharp, full of righteousness. Outside the window, the night was deep and the neon lights flickered. 13 days left. 13 days until the zombies would crawl out of the ground. 13 days until the city would turn into ruins. 13 days until order would collapse. At that time, what would the sharp-eyed police officer be like? Would she still look at him with that kind of gaze? Would she still say, "You better behave or you'll regret it"? Li Changge withdrew his gaze and started the car. The Wuling drove out of the alley, merging into the night. He suddenly recalled a saying he had heard in his past life. In the apocalypse, women become currency, especially beautiful women. Zhou Baiwan was very beautiful and very formidable, but without any supernatural abilities. No matter how formidable, she was merely a slightly stronger ant. Li Changge pressed the accelerator. The silver gray van vanished into the city's lights. May 3rd. There are 12 days left until the meteor strike. Li Changge opened his eyes. The first thing he did was take out his phone. On the screen was a message sent by Xiao Mei at dawn. Hangqing Xiao, May brotherly, the armor has all been welded, starting to install the interior today. Image Hangqing Xiao, May the fuel tank has been modified to 350 liters, 50 more than planned, an additional 30,000. What do you think? He typed Li ad. Li, I will come to check the car the day after tomorrow afternoon. A gesture of okay was instantly returned from the other side. Li Changge put down his phone and got out of bed. He washed up, got dressed, and went downstairs. The Wuling was parked at the hotel entrance, its silver gray body gleaming in the morning light. He got in the car and started the engine. Today's goal, 8 major cuisines. The first restaurant was in the north of the city with a sign reading Guangdong Courtyard. At 8 in the morning the restaurant had just opened. The waiter was wiping the tables, and the aroma of stewed meat wafted from the kitchen. Li Changge pushed the door open and walked in. Behind the cash register sat a woman in her 40s with permed hair, munching on sunflower seeds. Eating. We only have steamed buns and porridge in the morning. Not eating. Placing an order. Li Changge walked to the counter and pulled out a bundle of cash. 10,000 yuan. He slammed it on the counter. The woman was stunned for a moment, nearly choking on her sunflower seeds. Order. Order what? All the dishes on the menu, 300 of each. The woman's mouth formed an O shape. She stood up and looked Li Changge up and down. White t-shirt, jeans, sneakers. He didn't look like a wealthy person. Brother, are you kidding me? Li Changge took out another bundle. 20,000. This is a deposit. When can it be ready? The woman's attitude changed instantly, her face breaking into a smile. Oh brother, please sit. He'll contact the kitchen right away. She grabbed the phone and began shouting, Old Zhang. Stop sleeping. We have a big order. 20 minutes later, a chubby chef in an apron rushed into the restaurant looking grumpy. Who is it so early? He froze when he saw the cash piled on the counter. This. The woman pointed at Li Changge. This boss wants to place an order, 300 of each dish on the menu. The chubby chef scratched his head. That'll take until tomorrow. Li Changge looked at him. Triple salary. The chubby chef was taken aback. Li Changge, finish it today, and each person will get an additional 2,000 yuan bonus. The chef turned and ran towards the kitchen, shouting as he went, I'm starting the fire now. Honey, come help. Li Changge stood up and walked towards the door. The woman caught up. Boss, leave a phone number. How do we contact you when it's done? Li Changge didn't look back. Come in the afternoon to pick it up. Cash payment. The wooling started up. In the rearview mirror, the woman stood at the restaurant entrance, still waving at him. The second restaurant was in the Westlake district called Yuegangshian. The decor was exquisite with several Mercedes and BMWs parked out front. Li Changge pushed the door open and the TV in the hall was broadcasting the news. Hangxing News. The 3 major financial groups of Xiao Benzi are visiting China, planning to invest 300 billion to establish a super factory in Hangxing. Li Changge glanced at the news, which showed a convoy of Rolls-Royce cars, led by a white Rolls-Royce white crane. Li Changge scoffed, it's almost the end of the world. Quickly returning from the news, a girl in a cheap house stood at the front desk, her smile standard. Hello, sir, how many people? Looking for your manager. 2 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit approached, his hair meticulously styled. Hello, sir, I'm the manager of this store. My surname is Chun. How can I assist you? Although the suited man greeted Li Changge with a smile upon seeing his canvas shoes and jeans, his enthusiasm diminished. Li Changge placed his bag on the counter and unzipped it. Bundles of cash were revealed. Manager Chin's expression changed. All the dishes on the menu, 300 of each. Manager Chun took a deep breath. Sir, we have over 100 dishes. The kitchen needs to be pre-ordered 3 days in advance to prepare the ingredients. Li Changge looked at him. Add 50%. Manager Chin shook his head. Sir, this is not a matter of money. We double the price. Manager Chin's mouth closed. 3 seconds later, sir, please wait a moment. He'll make a phone call. He walked to a corner and spoke in a low voice. When he returned, the professional smile on his face became sincere. Sir, I contacted 2 other branches and will focus on preparing for you today. All done by 8 tonight. Li Changge nodded. Delivered to this address. He wrote down the location of the suburban factory. Manager Chin took it, glanced at it, and didn't ask further. Li Changge turned to leave. Sir, please wait. Manager Chin called out to him. May I ask, is this a company gathering? Li Changge glanced at him. The film crew is booking the whole place. Manager Chin suddenly understood. No wonder, no wonder. Are you a producer, sir? Li Changge did not answer. He pushed the door open and walked out. At noon, Li Changge was having lunch at a Sichuan restaurant in the west of the city. The restaurant was small but bustling with business, with a line out the door. While waiting for a table, he overheard 2 people at the next table chatting. Have you heard? That Guangdong Courtyard in the north of the city was completely booked today, 300 of each dish on the menu. No way. Is that true? My cousin works there. He said the boss paid a 30,000 yuan deposit and the kitchen is still smoking. Who is this fool? Who's this tycoon? Li Changge lowered his head and ate noodles, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. After finishing his meal, he found the owner. A woman in her 50s wearing an apron with a loud voice. Sister, placing an order. How much? All the dishes on the menu, 300 of each. The cloth in the woman's hand fell to the ground. She was stunned for 3 seconds, then grabbed Li Changge's arm. You are that tycoon. Li Changge said nothing. The woman had already shouted, Old Liu. Stop cooking. Come out and serve customers. A tall, skinny man from the kitchen ran out wearing an apron and holding a spatula. What's up? This is the one who booked the entire Guangdong Courtyard. Now he wants to book our place. Old Liu was taken aback, then smiled. Brother, we have over 100 dishes. The Sichuan cooking process is complicated. There are only 4 people in the kitchen. We want finish even by tomorrow. Li Changge looked at him. 1,000 yuan bonus for each person. Old Liu's smile froze. Say that again. Li Changge, everyone in the kitchen, if finished today, will receive 3,000 yuan bonus. Old Liu turned and ran back to the kitchen, shouting as he went, apprentices. No rest. We're working all night. The woman stood by rubbing her hands wanting to say something but hesitating. Li Changge looked at her. You get a share too. The woman smiled, her eyes narrowing into slits. Boss, please sit. He'll pour you some tea. May 4th. There are 11 days left until the meteor strike. At 2 in the morning, Li Changge drove past an old street in the eastern part of the city. There was a store by the street still lit with a sign reading Yuexian, Hunan Cuisine. He glanced at it already driving past. He turned back around. The car stopped at the store entrance. The door was closed but the lights were on and someone was inside. Li Changge got out and walked over. He pushed the door locked. He looked inside through the glass. A person was slumped over at the front desk wearing a waiter uniform, sound asleep. Li Changge knocked on the door. No response. He knocked again. Still no response. He lifted his foot. Bang. The door opened. The waiter woke up startled, jumping up from his chair. Who? Is it a robbery? Li Changge walked in. What's the boss phone number? The waiter stared at him blankly, still waking up. You. Who are you? Li Changge pulled out a bundle of cash from his bag and placed it on the front desk. The waiter's eyes widened instantly. Li Changge, call, get your boss here. 15 minutes later, a man in his 40s burst into the shop, the owner dressed in pajamas and slippers, his hair a messy nest exuding a fierce aura. Who kicked my door? He saw Li Changge and the bundle of cash at the front desk. He froze. You are? Li Changge leaned back in his chair holding a cup of water. I want to place an order. The owner swallowed hard. 300 portions. Li Changge nodded. The owner's mouth opened and closed in disbelief. Brother, it's 2 in the morning. Li Changge pulled out another bundle. 2 bundles of cash piled on the counter. The owner's eyes widened. Can we do it tomorrow? No. Today. The owner took a deep breath and pulled out his phone. The first call, old Li, get up and get to work, triple pay. The person on the other end said something unknown. The owner grew impatient. I don't care what issues you have. Come over now. Immediately. The second call, Master Wang, are you awake? Better not be asleep. Even if you are, you have to get up. Come to my shop, triple pay, plus a red envelope. The third call, little Liu, don't you know the chef from the nearby Liu Cuisine restaurant? Bring him along too. He'll pay triple. 20 minutes later, the shop was bustling. 5 chefs and 3 helpers squeezed into the back kitchen, pots and pans clattering together. The owner stood next to Li Changge smiling. Boss, do you see this setup? Are you satisfied? Li Changge stood up. Get it ready and deliver it to this address. He wrote down the factory location. The owner took it, nodding and bowing. Definitely. Take care, boss. Li Changge walked to the door and glanced back. The back kitchen was brightly lit with oil fumes rising. Money can indeed make the devil push the mill. This saying is true. May 6th. 9 days until the meteorite strike. In the past few days, Li Changge had run all over Hangzhou. Liu Cuisine, Su Cuisine, Zhe Cuisine, Min Cuisine, Hunan Cuisine, Anhui Cuisine. He visited every famous restaurant. The reasons were various. Company annual meeting. Boss is marrying his sister-in-law. Wrap party for the film crew. Fan meeting. Visiting the nursing home. Some owners doubted. Brother, which company are you from? I haven't heard of you before. Li Changge pulled out another bundle of money. Have you heard of me now? The owner fell silent. A legend began to circulate in Hangzhou's food circle. There was a mysterious rich man who drove a Wuling Hongguang, entered shops, and spent money lavishly covering the entire menu. Some said he was an invisible second-generation rich kid. Others said he was a newly rich demolisher. Some said he was laundering money. Li Changge smiled at these rumors. Laundering money. The pile of cash in his space was darker than black money. In the suburbs of Hangzhou, in a remote abandoned factory area, Li Changge rented the innermost room with a large yard, a 3-meter-high wall, and a gate wide enough for large vehicles. The rent was paid in full for 3 months. The landlord was a man in his 60s, counting the money with a grin. Young man, what are you renting this place for? Opening a factory. Li Changge nodded. Yes, opening a factory. He didn't specify what kind. The old man didn't ask, as long as the money was there. In the following days, this factory became a legend in Hangzhou's agricultural market. May 7th. 8 days until the meteorite strike. At 4 in the morning, Hangzhou's largest agricultural market was just starting to bustle. Vegetable vendors unloaded goods, set up stalls, and shouted. A silver-gray Wuling drove in, stopping in the center of the market. The car door opened. A young man stepped out holding a black plastic bag. He walked to the first stall. How much is the cabbage? $1.50 a pound. The young man nodded. He'll take this whole truck. The vendor was stunned. Huh? The young man placed the plastic bag on the stall and opened it. Bundles of cash, bright red. This truck of cabbage, deliver it to this address. He handed over a note. The vendor took it, glanced at it, then looked again at the cash. Brother, you must be joking. The young man said nothing. He pulled out another bundle. 2 bundles. The vendor fell silent and began to quickly load the truck. 3 hours later, the entire agricultural market was buzzing with the news. There was a foolish boss driving a Wuling who bought vegetables without haggling, paying cash for everything. The vendors rushed to tell each other, pushing small carts toward him. Boss, my radishes. Fresh. Boss, my celery. Just picked this morning. Boss, my potatoes. Look at their quality. Li Changge stood among the crowd like a god of wealth, distributing money. I want them all. Deliver to this address. Cash payment. In the afternoon, Changge drove to the rural outskirts. There was a field of cabbages growing perfectly by the roadside. He parked the car and walked into the field. At the edge of the field, there was a large greenhouse, and an old farmer came out wearing a straw hat and with a face full of wrinkles. Who are you looking for? Changge pointed to the cabbage field. I'll take all the cabbages from this field. The old farmer was stunned. What? I want all the cabbages from this acre. How much? The old farmer opened his mouth, took a long time to respond. This must be over 20,000 pounds. How much per pound? $1.20 for the vendors. Changge pulled out 3 bundles of cash. 30,000. Is this enough? The old farmer looked at the 3 bundles of money and his hands began to tremble. It's enough. Too much. Changge stuffed the money into his hands. Finish the harvesting and deliver it to this address by tomorrow. He handed over a note. The old farmer took it, looked at the words, his voice trembling. Boss, what are you planning to do? Changge was already in the car. Opening a factory. The wooling started. In the rearview mirror, the old farmer stood in place looking at the money in his hand, as if in a dream. Every night Changge would return to the factory. At 1 or 2 in the morning the place was deserted. He opened the door and the yard was piled high with the supplies delivered during the day. Cabbages stacked high, radishes piled like walls, apples packed in crates stacked one after another. He closed the door and stood in the center of the yard. With a thought, the mountains vanished. The walls disappeared. The crates disappeared. The yard was left empty with only the cement floor and moonlight. He opened his phone to check tomorrow's shopping list. The vegetables were nearly done. Tomorrow, it's time to go to the slaughterhouse. May 8th. 7 days until the meteorite strike. The largest slaughterhouse in Hangzhou was located in the north of the city, covering dozens of acres, slaughtering over 10,000 animals daily. Changge parked at the entrance and walked inside. There were over a dozen large trucks parked in the yard, workers maneuvering forklifts back and forth, the air thick with the stench of blood. He found the office and pushed the door open. Inside sat a bald man in his 40s wearing a gold chain and looking at his phone. Who are you looking for? The boss. The bald man looked up, sizing him up. What's up? Changge walked to the desk and placed his bag on it. He opened it. Bundles of cash piled up like a small mountain. The bald man's eyes widened. Brother, what is this? 100,000 each of beef, lamb, and pork. The bald man was stunned, exclaiming, Brother, are you the one who ordered 300 portions? In these days, Changge's legend had spread throughout the Hangzhou food circle. Changge's face was dark and he nodded. The boss asked how much. Changge replied, 100,000 each. What? 100,000 jin each. The bald man swallowed hard. Brother, do you know how much that is? 300,000 jin of meat. Our factory slaughters only over 10,000 heads a day. The bald man fell silent for 3 seconds. Then he stood up, walked to the door, and shouted outside, Old Zhang, call the accountant. 20 minutes later, the contract was signed. The total price is 7,400,000. Changge glanced at the number. Rounded off to 8 million needed by tomorrow. The bald man was stunned. Brother, so this is how you round it off. Tomorrow at this time, deliver to this address. Changge handed over the factory's location. The bald man took it, his hands trembling slightly. Brother, don't worry, I'll personally escort the truck. Changge nodded, turned to leave. Brother, wait up. The bald man called after him. Changge turned back. The bald man hesitated for a moment, then asked, why do you need so much meat? Changge looked at him. To open a zoo. The door shut. The bald man stood there staring at the pile of cash on the table. A zoo? What kind of zoo needs 300,000 jin of meat? All raised tigers. In the afternoon, Changge arrived at Hangzhou's largest wholesale market for snacks and beverages. Candies, biscuits, nuts, spicy strips, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, all kinds of drinks. Everything was there. He walked into the first shop. The owner was a plump woman snacking on sunflower seeds while watching a drama. What do you want? Spicy strips, how many do you have? The plump woman was taken aback for a moment. How many do you want? I'll take them all. 3 hours later, the entire market knew. There was a fool driving a wooling, buying everything he saw without haggling, paying cash. Changge stood in the center of the market, surrounded by people. Boss, my biscuits. Imported. Boss, my nuts. From Xinjiang. Boss, my instant noodles. Cheap by the box. Boss, my iced tea is uniform. Boss, my Sprite and Coke are sold by the ton. Boss, I am the general distributor for my Dong and Red Bull. How many do you want? I'll adjust the stock immediately. Changge accepted all orders. I'll take them all. Deliver to this address. Cash on delivery. At 8 in the evening, he walked out of the market. His phone buzzed. Xiao Mei sent a message. Liu, the car is ready. Are you coming to test drive tomorrow? He opened the pictures. A dark green military vehicle was parked in the shop, its body shining black with solar panels and searchlights on the roof and tires as big as tanks. Changge typed OK. Tomorrow afternoon. He put his phone away. He glanced at the pile of cash, which visibly had less than before. 2 billion, having spent nearly 500 million already. Only 11 days left. He needed to spend more. Meanwhile, at the top office of Jinding nightclub, Inoue Daniai stood by the window, his back to the door. 4 men in black suits stood behind him. The atmosphere was tense. The door was knocked. Come in. A young man in a kimono walked and knelt on the ground and bowed his head in Uesama. We have found the information. Inoue Danii did not turn around. Speak. We have screened 327 guests who visited the nightclub that night. There are 3 suspicious individuals. Continue the investigation. Yes. The young man retreated while kneeling, closing the door. Inoue Danii turned around. He looked at the photo on the table. The vault of Jinding nightclub utterly empty. Gold, cash, jewelry, weapons, all gone. Those items were not his. They were the secret treasury of the Xiaobenzi Empire in Hangzhou. It was the strategic funds accumulated over decades. Now all gone. The divine son and daughter were coming to Huaxia in a few days to carry out a secret mission. If discovered, thinking of this, his eyes turned cold like a venomous snake. No matter who you are, I will definitely find you. Outside the window, the city lights flickered. Li Changge returned to the hotel, finished his shower, and flopped onto the soft bed, staring at the ceiling. The busyness of these past few days had even worn out his enhanced body. He took out his phone. As soon as the Blue Bubble app opened, he was bombarded with messages. All from Liu Ruyan. From last night to today, 47 messages. He scrolled up. The first one was from last night at 11. Li Changge, you bastard. If my brother gets locked up, I won't let you off. Then at 2 in the morning, where are you? Answer the phone. At 4 in the morning, I beg you, just sign. At 7 in the morning, Liu Chang is about to be sent to the detention center. He's only 20. With a record, his life will be ruined. Changge, I was wrong, is that okay? Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Scrolling down, insults, pleading, self-pity, more insults, more pleading. Li Changge finished reading the last message, the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Liu Ruyan's acting skills were still so brilliant. He clicked on the last voice message. On the other end came a choked voice, hoarse and exhausted. Li Changge, what do you want in order to let Xiao Chang go? The most recent one from 20 minutes ago, what do you want? Li Changge looked at these messages, a smile slowly spreading across his face. He typed, come to the Cloud Hotel tonight. Then he found a video from his album. He sent it, then put his phone aside. An hour ago, on the other side of Hangzhou at the Jade restaurant, one of the best French restaurants in the city. Located by the West Lake, the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the lake under the night sky. In the 308 private room, the warm yellow lighting illuminated a violinist playing in the corner. The table was set with exquisite Western cuisine, foie gras steak, baked snails, and a bottle of Lafite. Liu Ruyan sat by the window. She wore a black professional suit tailored to fit her, perfectly accentuating her shaped curve. The neckline was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. Beneath the hem of her skirt, a pair of long straight legs were clad in Balenciaga lettered stockings. The sheen of the stockings glimmered under the warm light, each step exuding deadly allure. Her ankles were slender, adorned with shiny black stilettos. The arch of her foot formed a beautiful curve like 2 crescent moons. Her makeup was exquisite, with slightly parted red lips, and her eyes sparkled with charm. She radiated an aura that was both sophisticated and seductive. It was impossible to look away. Liu Ruyan sitting there was a scene in itself. But she wasn't admiring the scenery. Her fingers gently traced the wine glass, her gaze lost outside, her expression utterly vacant. 3 days ago, she had come out of the police station. Liu Chang was detained and would be locked up for at least 15 days, possibly leaving a criminal record. Her mother called, scolding her, saying it was all her fault, saying she was loose and had harmed her own brother. She didn't argue back. After hanging up, she sat alone in her rental flat for an entire night. Then she furiously texted Li Changge, hurling insults at him. From vicious curses to desperate pleas. Li Changge, I'll have a bad end. Please delete the video, alright? I'll give you whatever you want. What exactly do you want? Dozens of messages, he didn't reply to a single one. With no way out, Liu Ruyan had no choice but to seek other methods. She sat across from a middle-aged man. Wu Yohong, the vice president of Hongxin Group, a somewhat notable figure in Hangzhou's business community. Around 50 years old, with a big belly, sparse hair, and a shiny face. He was wearing a custom-made Armani suit, but it was so tight that it bulged around his stomach. Liu Ruyan looked up, and a sweet smile instantly graced her face. It's nothing, Mr. Wu. I just think this restaurant has a great ambience. Wu Yuhong's eyes swept over her from head to toe, face, chest, legs, and ankles. His gaze finally settled on her crossed legs, lingering for 3 seconds. He had stored photos of 7 or 8 female sales representatives in his phone, all of whom he had slept with this year. But none compared to the one before him. A stunning beauty. An exceptional beauty. After tonight, those legs would be his. The ambience of this place is among the best in Hangzhou. He leaned in closer, a mix of cigarette smoke and the sourness of red wine on his breath. You look really good in that outfit. Our Hongxin Group also has uniforms, but I've never seen anyone pull it off like this. Liu Ruyan chuckled coldly inside. This old man didn't know how many female sales representatives he had seduced with this tactic. But she smiled gently. You're too kind, Mr. Wu. Wu Yuhong's eyes roamed over her again. It's not flattery, it's the truth. With Liu, Miss qualifications working in real estate is a waste of talent. If you're willing, come to our company, and I guarantee you'll buy a house within 3 years. Liu Ruyan raised her glass and took a sip. Mr. Wu, I'm doing quite well in my current job. Wu Yuhong laughed, revealing his yellowed teeth stained by smoke. What's doing well? Running around for business accompanying clients drinking until you vomit. How much can you earn in a year? 50,000. 100,000. He leaned back, crossing his legs, adopting the demeanor of a successful person. Liu, miss, our company plans to open 100 new stores in Hangzhou this year. The annual procurement budget is this amount. He extended 3 fingers. 300 million. Liu Ruyan's eyes flickered. Wu Yuang noticed and smiled deeper. If this deal goes through, have you calculated how much commission you could earn? Liu Ruyan remained silent. She knew this was bait, but she still had to take it. Mr. Wu, I need to report this to my supervisor. Hey, Wu Yuang waved his hand. Let's not talk business tonight. Let's just chat and make friends. He raised his glass. Come on, Liu, miss, let's have another drink. Liu Ruyan picked up her glass and took a small sip. Then she put down her cup, her delicate hand gently pressing against her temple, her brow slightly furrowed. Mr. Wu, I really can't drink anymore. My head is spinning. Her voice was soft and tinged with a hint of drunken languor. The warm yellow light illuminated her face, revealing her delicate skin and slightly flushed cheeks. Her almond-shaped eyes were half closed, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Wu Yuhong's throat went dry. He swallowed hard, his voice becoming hoarse. Liu, miss, you can't do this. When dining with clients, how can there be no drinking? He paused, his tone changing. If your supervisor finds out that you can't even handle a client, do you know the consequences? A threat. A blatant threat. How many female sales representatives had Wu Yuhong fooled with this trick? First talk business, then force drinks, and if they resist, threaten and coerce. Generally, he could handle 90% of the female sales representatives, then take them to a hotel. By the time the rice was cooked, those women had no choice but to accept their fate. But the one before him was far superior to the rest. Tonight he had to have her. Liu Ruyan's internal laughter grew even stronger. She had seen this kind of routine many times. First offer sweet dates, then raise the big stick. Ordinary girls would have panicked by now, fearing offending the client and losing the deal. But she was not an ordinary girl. She knew what Wu Yuhong wanted. She also knew he wouldn't get it. But she still pretended to be flustered, lowering her head. Mr. Wu, I really don't handle alcohol well. Wu Yuhong felt he was about to succeed. He smiled, the flesh on his face jiggling. All right, no more drinking. Let's change places and have something to sober up. He stood up. Our company has just opened a hotel in Qingshui Bay, he said. It just opened and the environment is nice. They'll take you there to guide our work. The coconut water at the hotel is airlifted from Hainan, fresh and perfect for sobering up. He reached out, wanting to assist her. Liu Ruyan chuckled coldly inside. A hotel in Qingshui Bay? Once there, could she still come out? But her face still wore the look of a lightweight drinker as she slowly stood up, holding onto the table. Her high heels clicked on the floor, the sound echoing. Her legs, encased in black silk, wobbled slightly due to the alcohol, swaying gracefully as she walked. Wu Yuhong's eyes widened. A stunning beauty. An exceptional beauty. If only he could carry those legs on his shoulders. His throat bobbed as his hand reached out. Just then, fuck you. A roar erupted. Before Wu Yuhong could react, someone grabbed him by the collar and threw him out. Bang! He crashed into a nearby table, plates and cups shattering all over the floor. A young man stood before him, his face full of anger. In his 20s, dressed in designer clothes, the watch on his wrist gleamed under the light. Liu Fei, one of the top second-generation rich kids in Hangzhou. A group of onlookers followed behind him, each crossing their arms and watching with amused smiles. Who the hell are you? Wu Yuhong got up from the ground, his face turning a deep shade of purple. You dare hit me? Before he could finish, he saw the face of the person coming. His voice caught in his throat. Liu Fei, from the Liu family in Hangzhou. His father was the president of the Zhujiang Chamber of Commerce, and his mother was a board member of a listed company. No one in the entire Hangzhou business circle dared to provoke him. Wu Yuhong's arrogance was instantly extinguished. Liu, young master Liu. Liu, my ass. Liu Fei slapped him. Smack. Wu Yuhong covered his face and retreated. Young master Liu, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Liu Fei sneered. You touched my girlfriend's hand, and you call that a misunderstanding? Wu Yuhong froze. Girlfriend? He looked at Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan stood by the table, holding onto it with a startled expression. Her eyes were slightly red, her lips quivering, looking pitiful. Wu Yuhong's mind buzzed. It was over. Young master Liu, I really didn't know. I thought she was just an ordinary sales representative. Ordinary sales representative. Liu Fei kicked him again. You thought you could take an ordinary sales representative to a hotel? Wu Yuhong was knocked to the ground, covering his head, too scared to move. Liu Fei was about to strike again when someone behind him grabbed him. Bro, that's enough, don't make it a murder case. Recently, Zhou Baiwan's female demon has been cracking down hard. Liu Fei panted heavily and kicked once more. Get lost. Wu Yuhong rolled and crawled away, rushing to the door, Liu Fei's voice trailing behind. If I see you again, I'll break your legs. Wu Yuhong disappeared outside the door. Liu Fei turned around to look at Liu Ruyan. The anger on his face instantly transformed into tenderness. Ruyan, are you alright? Liu Ruyan shook her head, her voice soft. Brother Liu. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Her eyes were red and tears clung to her eyelashes. Liu Fei felt his heart melt. She looked so beautiful tonight. In her black suit with those long legs and black stockings and her delicate ankles and high heels. He had seen many beauties, but this woman was different. He stepped forward, reaching to support her waist. Liu Ruyan slightly tilted her body, avoiding him. Brother Liu. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Liu Fei's hand froze in midair, feeling awkward, but the fire within him only intensified. A desire to refuse, yet welcoming. This kind of woman was the hardest to handle and the most intoxicating. He retracted his hand and said gently, "Let me take you home." Just as Liu Ruyan was about to speak, a sudden commotion erupted at the door. 7 or 8 people rushed in. The young man at the forefront wore a grim expression. He was dressed simply in a black t-shirt, the watch on his wrist gleaming under the light. Patek Philippe limited edition, starting at 3 million. Liu Fei's gaze swept over, and he froze instantly. Zhao Tianhao, a young master from the Zhao family in the capital. His father was a high-ranking official in the capital. Last month, Zhao Tianhao had a conflict in a bar in Hangzhou and was taken away by Zhou Baiwan on the street. It was said he had been locked up for a long time and had just been released today. Liu Fei instinctively straightened his back, his arrogant expression instantly replaced by a fawning smile. He quickly stepped forward. "Brother Hao, you're out. I was just saying I'd come see you in a couple of days." Zhao Tianhao glanced at him. That look was akin to seeing a fly. He didn't say anything, simply walked past him. But when he passed Liu Ruyan's table, he paused for a second, then continued forward upstairs. Liu Fei stood frozen in place, beads of sweat forming on his back. A young man with dyed yellow hair walked up to him, smiling as he patted his shoulder. "Little Liu, your girlfriend is quite beautiful. In a couple of days, brother Hao is having a gathering, you know how it is." After the younger brother finished speaking, he followed upstairs. Liu Fei stood in place, his hands trembling, his face pale. The cold sweat on his back had already soaked his shirt. He understood. He understood all too well. Zhao Tianhao had taken a liking to Liu Ruyan. As long as Liu Ruyan appeared at that gathering 2 days later, it was easy to imagine what would happen. He clenched his fists. Why should it be this way? He was the one who knew Liu Ruyan first. He was the one who heroically saved her. Why should she be given to that useless person who had just come out of jail? He turned to look at Liu Ruyan. She was still standing there, leaning against the table, looking weak and helpless. The warm yellow light cast upon her made her legs even more alluring. Liu Fei's throat moved slightly. A thought flashed through his mind. If right now. He made the first move. He gritted his teeth. He turned and walked towards the tea station in the corner. The waiter was tidying up and he waved his hand to shoo him away. He picked up a cup of water. His hand reached into his pocket. The packet of drugs was given to him by a friend last week, said to be brought back from abroad. It was colorless and tasteless. After drinking it, one could be manipulated for half an hour, waking up with no memory of anything. He hadn't planned to use it. But now, he took out the packet of drugs. Holding it with his fingers, he gently shook a bit into the water. The white powder fell into the water and instantly disappeared. He swirled the cup, took a deep breath. He turned around. A gentle smile appeared on his face. "Ruyan, have some water and wake up from your intoxication." Liu Ruyan took the cup of water. Just as she was about to bring it to her lips, her phone vibrated. She glanced down. "Li Changge, there was only one line, come to the Cloud Hotel tonight." Below was a video. The cover was black, making it impossible to see the content. But she knew what it was. Her hand trembled violently, nearly dropping the cup on the ground. In that instant, the images from that night flooded back. The dizziness of alcohol, the pain in her body, Li Changge's cold eyes when he pressed her down, and the stain of red on the sheets when she woke up. Her face instantly lost all color. Her lips began to tremble. Something was swirling in her eyes. Liu Fei was momentarily stunned. "What's wrong?" Liu Ruyan suddenly stood up the chair, screeching loudly. "No. I'm sorry, Lugo, my mother is seriously ill. I need to go to the hospital." She grabbed her bag and was about to leave. Liu Fei instinctively wanted to stop her. "I'll take you." But he stopped halfway through his sentence. At the staircase, Zhao Tianhao's younger brother was standing there looking this way. He didn't dare to move. Just in that moment of distraction, Liu Ruyan had already rushed out the door. The sound of high heels echoed on the floor, tap, 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 growing fainter. Liu Fei stood in place, staring at the cup of spiked water. "Damn it. Damn." He grabbed the cup of water and slammed it hard on the ground. Bang! The glass shattered everywhere. The waiter ran over and he waved him away. Outside in the night, Liu Ruyan's figure disappeared around the corner. Liu Fei took out his phone, wanting to call her. But just as he was about to press the dial button, he stopped. Liu Ruyan ran out of the restaurant. She crossed the street. She dashed into a small alley. Leaning against the wall, she gasped for breath. The night wind blew past, making her feel cold all over. The phone was still clenched in her hand, the screen still lit. She hadn't clicked on that video, but she knew what it was. She looked down at the message. "Come to the Cloud Hotel tonight." She closed her eyes. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Not going. What if that video gets sent out? If Liu Fei saw it, the carefully crafted image she maintained would collapse in an instant. Going. What would happen if she went? She didn't know. But she knew she couldn't not go. She opened her eyes. She hailed a taxi by the roadside. To the Cloud Hotel. The car drove off. The neon lights outside flickered. She leaned against the back of the seat, watching the streets retreat outside. Her mind was blank. Cloud Hotel Presidential Suite. Changge sat in front of the sofa, a laptop on the coffee table. On the screen was a video of a war vehicle sent by Xiao Mei, a dark green Hummer like a sleeping giant under the moonlight. The armor had all been welded and solar panels were mounted on the roof with searchlights shining brightly. He couldn't help but feel a bit excited at the thought of seeing this big guy tomorrow. Just at that moment, bang, bang, bang. The knocking on the door was urgent, as if trying to smash the door down. Changge's lips curled slightly as he stood up, walked over, and opened the door. Liu Ruyan stood outside the door. She had obviously run up her chest, heaving violently, fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Her black suit was a bit disheveled with several wrinkles on the hem, and strands of hair clung to her cheeks. But her eyes were red, not the kind that had cried. It was the kind that held back a fire. She glared at Changge like an enraged peacock, feathers fluffed up, ready to peck at him. Changge. She pushed him aside and squeezed into the room. Changge, don't go too far. She turned to face him, her chest heaving violently. You need to sign the letter of understanding. Now. Immediately. Changge closed the door. Leaning against the door panel, he looked at her. He didn't say a word. Liu Ruyan was even more enraged by his silence. Do you know where Xiao Chang is locked up? Detention center. Is that the kind of place for a person to stay? He's only in his early 20s. If he leaves a record, his life will be ruined. You need to sign quickly. Changge finally spoke. His voice was very calm. If he's ruined, what do I care? Liu Ruyan was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to say that. The previous Changge would do anything as long as she asked. Now, she took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Changge. Her voice lowered, but every word was gritted out. If you don't sign, even if I ruin my reputation, I will sue you in court. Changge looked at her. That stunning face was filled with threat, but her eyes betrayed her. She was afraid. She was afraid he really wouldn't sign. Changge smiled. That smile was light, faint, yet it sent a chill down Liu Ruyan's spine. Sue me, he said. With what will you sue? He took out his phone and shook it. That video. Liu Ruyan's face instantly turned pale. Changge looked at her. This face. In the previous life, it had also looked at him and smiled. Changge, don't you love me? Give the source fruit of the purple fire to Liu Chang. You're already an level ability user. The scene flashed. Liu Ruyan leaned in his arms, her voice gentle like the spring breeze of March. He had given it. The S-level purple fire source fruit, seized at the risk of his life, was given to Liu Chang. Because he loved her. The scene flashed again. On the edge of the tide of corpses, the hand that Liu Chang pushed him down with. Brother-in-law, you're too naive. Liu Ruyan stood not far away, leaning against another man's embrace, smiling gently. He struggled in the tide of corpses, looking at her. She was also looking at him, like looking at a dead dog. Changge closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were icy. He walked towards the balcony. Liu Ruyan froze in place, not knowing what he was going to do. Changge pulled open the curtains of the balcony. The moonlight flooded in. It illuminated the entire room. Then he turned around, his gaze landing on Liu Ruyan, slowly sweeping from head to toe. The moonlight streamed in from the balcony, falling on her. The black suit she wore had become somewhat disheveled from running and struggling. One of the buttons at the collar had come undone at some point, revealing a small area of her collarbone. The collarbone was exquisite, with fine beads of sweat glistening in the moonlight. Liu Ruyan's skirt was wrinkled in several places, barely covering the upper thighs. Below that, her legs, encased in black stockings, were straight and slender, taut with tension and fury, their muscles subtly flexed, tracing flawless contours. Her ankles were delicate. One stiletto heel had slipped off unnoticed, leaving her bare foot pressed into the carpet, toes curled inward. She had drunk wine. Only a few glasses at the Western restaurant, yet the after effect had crept up on her. A feverish flush stained her cheeks. Her breathing grew rapid and uneven, her gaze unfocused and distant. Yet she held herself upright, clinging fiercely to that brittle shell of pride. Changge stepped closer. 1 step. 2 steps. Liu Ruyan retreated. What are you going to do? Her voice trembled. Changge said nothing. He advanced steadily. She backed until her heels met the edge of the bed, nowhere left to go. Changge, don't you dare. I'll scream for help. Changge raised his hand. Liu Ruyan squeezed her eyes shut and shrieked, but the blow never fell. She opened her eyes. His hand hovered midair, then slowly descended to rest against her cheek. His thumb brushed her skin, wiping away a tear she hadn't even noticed falling. Liu Ruyan froze. Then his fingers suddenly tightened, locking around her throat. Ugh! She thrashed, clawing desperately at his unyielding grip, but his hand remained as immovable as iron. With his other arm, Changge swept around her waist and lifted. Her feet left the floor entirely. Let go. Her legs kicked wildly in empty air, the long black-stockinged limbs taut and rigid, their sculpted lines stark under the moonlight. Her stiletto flew off, striking the floor with a sharp crystalline clack. Cradling her, Changge strode toward the wide bed and dropped her onto it with deliberate force. The mattress rebounded softly as she sank into its plush embrace. Her hair spilled across the pillow like ink. Her dress had ridden up to her thighs, revealing a sliver of pale, unblemished skin. Gasping for breath, she tried to rise, only for Changge to press down upon her. He loomed above, gazing down, not with desire, only with domination, only with retribution, only with the boundless, incinerating hatred amassed over 3 lifetimes. Changge, please don't. Tears finally spilled from Liu Ruyan's eyes. Changge only sneered. Time stretched silent and heavy. Outside, the moonlight shifted, slanting in through the balcony as a thin silver-white beam. The digital clock on the nightstand glowed blue. 317 a.m. Changge sat up. Liu Ruyan lay motionless, face buried in the pillow. Her hair fanned wildly across the pillow. Her face was streaked with dried tears, her makeup utterly ruined. Her black suit dress lay crumpled and discarded at the foot of the bed. Her body still trembled, not from cold, but from something deeper. Slowly she lifted her head to meet his gaze. Her eyes were swollen red, yet within them something still burned. Changge. Her voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible. Please, sign the consent form for Xiaoqiang. Changge froze. Even now, she thought only of her brother. A memory flashed, Liu Chang shoving him into the horde of corpses while she stood nearby, smiling. The fire inside him roared anew. He reached out, tilting her exquisite, defiant chin upward with 2 fingers. Her face was ravaged, tear tracks carved, deep lips split, and raw, utterly broken. But he smiled, cold, cruel, and utterly mesmerizing. Oh, you want me to sign? His thumb grazed the line of her jaw. Of course, I'll sign. But first, you must prove yourself. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened in shock. Again, her voice pierced the silence, shrill with disbelief. Changge said nothing. He pressed down hard, forcing that proud, elegant head lower. Battle raged beneath starlit skies. The heavens bore witness, unblinking. At 7 a.m., sunlight streamed through the balcony, golden warm and utterly incongruous with the scene that had unfolded within the room. Changge dressed, then paused beside the bed. His gaze fell upon the consent letter on the nightstand, signed. 3 bold, sweeping characters in ink. He withdrew his gaze, turned, and walked out, closing the door behind him with a quiet final thud. Silence settled over the room. Liu Ruyan remained prostrate, unmoving. A corner of the blanket draped over her shoulder, exposing bare skin marked everywhere, bruises, purple and blue fingerprints, bite marks. Her hair was a tangled nest, half concealing her face. The visible half was streaked with dried tears. She stirred, then slowly rose. Kneeling by the headboard, she gripped the edge of the mattress. Ugh, a violent, hollow retch. Nothing came up. Her stomach was already empty. Her tongue was numb, completely insensate. A coppery foul taste flooded her mouth, nauseating yet impossible to expel. She lifted her head, staring into the full-length mirror at the foot of the bed. The woman reflected there, her hair wild as brambles, her face etched with tear streaks and dried residue. Her lips were swollen, cracked open. Her throat bore dark, angry marks. Her shoulders, collarbones, chest. No inch of skin remained unmarred. Was that truly her? She stared blankly. Then her eyes landed on the consent letter atop the nightstand. Signed. Liu Chang was safe. Her hand stretched out, trembling, to grasp the paper. Her fingers shook violently. At last she seized it, staring at those 3 characters. Tears welled again, silent, ceaseless. They traced paths across her tear-stained face, over the dried tracks across her split, bleeding lip, then fell drop by drop onto the letter. Each drop bloomed faintly, a small dark stain. She did not know what she wept for. Humiliation, release, or something else entirely. She did not know. She only knew, one way or another, she would never again be the aloof, untouchable Liu Ruyan. Sunlight bathed her in warmth. Yet her entire body was ice-cold. Liu Ruyan remained there staring at the signed letter, when abruptly she remembered meeting Changge for the first time 3 years ago. Back then he'd just joined the company, wearing a cheap, ill-fitting shirt, his gaze bright and startlingly intense. She'd merely murmured, "This coffee smells wonderful," and the next day a cup sat on her desk. Later she learned he'd spent 3 days' wages on that single cup. Men like him, she'd seen so many. She assumed he'd be discarded like the rest once used. But now, she closed her eyes. Tears fell again. She did not know why. Regret, or something else entirely. Changge stepped out of the hotel. A crisp, early summer breeze brushed his face as he drew in a slow, deep breath. It carried the city's exhaust fumes, the greasy aroma of street-side breakfast stalls, and, faintly, the scent of coffee drifting from someone's balcony. The smell of mortal life. He looked up. The sun had just risen above the skyline, gilding the heavens. It promised to be a fine day. He pulled out his phone. Xiao Mei had sent a message. Hangxing Xiao Mei brotherly final vehicle tuning today. Ready for pickup this afternoon. Hangxing Xiao Mei image. He tapped open the images. A matte emerald green Mengsher SUV stood centered in the garage, gleaming under sunlight. Solar panels crowned its roof, its spotlights blazed with blinding intensity. Its tires towered like tank treads, deep aggressive grooves promising dominance over any terrain. He typed, "Lee understood. I'll arrive this afternoon." He pocketed his phone. For days remained until the cataclysm. At 9 a.m., Li Changge parked his wooling van at the entrance of Panshir Manor. He'd originally dismissed acquiring property. Earthquakes and tsunamis would reduce nearly all structures to rubble, and constructing an impregnable shelter seemed unnecessary. The cataclysm belonged to awakened beings. Fireballs could level even the strongest fortresses. Later Earth manipulators would erect dwellings effortlessly mere minutes after leveling the ground. Yet seeing the remaining balance in his account unsettled him. Building a modest refuge to survive year one was reasonable, and with several days still left, waterproofing and insulation upgrades could easily be completed. Panshir Manor's security was strict. 2 uniformed guards stood watch at the gatehouse, radios clipped to their belts. Spotting his wooling, one approached and rapped lightly on the window. "Sir, may I ask whom you're visiting?" "I'm here to view a property. Appointment confirmed." The guard cross-checked his name against the list and waved him through, though disdain flickered unmistakably in his eyes. "A wooling Hongwang here at Panshir Manor." The wooling wound upward along the mountain road. Neat hedges lined both sides, spaced evenly beneath antique-style lampposts. Farther out, villas nestled among lush greenery, only their red-tiled roofs and white walls peeking through. Midway up the slope, a 3-story villa stood before a gleaming white BMW. A woman in a tailored business suit waited at the entrance. 27 or 28, long hair, cascading over her shoulders, tall and immaculately groomed, the archetypal elite realtor. Zhou Yutong, Panshir Manor's top-tier property consultant. At the sight of the wooling, a fleeting expression of distaste crossed her face. Professional discipline swiftly restored her composure. Smiling warmly, she approached Mr. Li. "I'm Zhou Yutong, your assigned consultant." Li Changge got out of the car. Zhou Yutong's gaze swept over him, taking in his white t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, noting that his entire outfit cost no more than 500 yuan. She sneered inwardly. Another poor soul here to broaden his horizons. Yet her face remained adorned with a professional smile. "Mr. Li, please follow me. Today I will show you our top property at the Panshir Manor." Leading Li Changge inside, she introduced the property with a hint of pride in her tone. Panshir Manor is the only community in Hangzhou certified as a national-level earthquake disaster prevention demonstration base. The entire community is built halfway up Longbu Mountain at an elevation of 168 meters with foundations driven 32 meters into the rock using military-grade titanium alloy frames. Official tests show that it remains unaffected by an earthquake of magnitude 8. After saying this, she pointed to the east. That direction is the Qiantang River estuary, just 15 kilometers away in a straight line. The sea would need to rise 200 meters to reach our doorstep. Li Changge listened, his gaze sweeping over the villas. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse in his past life, he had passed through here. At that time, the entire city of Hangzhou had turned to ruins. Yet this villa area still stood with cracked exterior walls and broken windows, but the main structure remained intact. Inside lived a group of survivors relying on the community's stockpiled supplies and sturdy buildings to endure for 3 years. He withdrew his gaze. Zhou Yutong showed him 3 villas, the last one positioned best on the mountainside with the mountain backing it, and expansive views on 3 sides accessible only by a single road. "This is the one." The building area is 680 square meters and includes an independent basement and garage. Zhou Yutong spoke casually. "Mr. Li, if you're interested, we can discuss financing options. The down payment is around 20 million yuan. Of course, if the budget is tight, we have smaller units available." Before she could finish, Li Changge interrupted her. "What's the total price?" "The total is 108 million yuan. Li Changge nodded. "They'll take this one." Zhou Yutong thought she had misheard. "What did you say?" "This one I wanted." Zhou Yutong opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but looking at Li Changge's shabby attire, she couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Li, are you sure? The down payment is over 20 million. Li Changge said nothing. He turned and walked outside. Zhou Yutong stood frozen in place, unsure of his intentions, but she followed him nonetheless. Li Changge walked to the wooling and opened the back door. Zhou Yutong leaned in to take a look. She was completely stunned. Half of the car was filled with cash. Bundles of 100 yuan bills, bright red, stacked neatly from the seats to the ceiling. Sunshine streamed in, reflecting a dazzling red. Zhou Yutong's mouth dropped open, unable to close. She had sold luxury homes for 5 years, having seen countless wealthy individuals, those driving Rolls-Royces and Bentleys, wearing Patek Philippe watches and haute couture. But she had never seen anyone use a wooling Hongwang to carry 20 million in cash. This. When she looked up again, her expression toward Li Changge had completely changed. The disdain, contempt, and nonchalance she had shown earlier all disappeared. In their place was shock, awe, and something else. She instinctively took a half step forward, her voice softening. "Mr. Liu, you are really very low-key. I will take you to sign the contract right away. Oh, I will handle all the paperwork for you, so you won't have to worry about anything." She leaned closer to Li Changge, the scent of her perfume wafting over. Li Changge stepped back a step. "Bring me the contract, I'll sign it here." Zhou Yutong was momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded. Okay, I'll go get it now." She jogged to fetch the contract, her high heels clicking on the floor. 10 minutes later, the contract was signed. Li Changge pushed 2 plastic bags towards her. Zhou Yutong looked at the pile of money, her eyes shining. She bit her lip, her voice soft as cotton candy. Mr. Li, living alone in such a big house at night, won't you be scared? I live not far from here, I can come by at night. To chat. Her hand rested on Li Changge's arm, gently caressing it. Li Changge glanced down at her hand. He pulled away. No need. Zhou Yutong, unwilling to give up, said, I'm very skilled, I can do anything. I'm quite good with my mouth. Li Changge looked at her. Including helping me move 20 million in cash inside. Zhou Yutong was taken aback. Li Changge glanced down at her hand again and pulled away. No need. Li Changge walked to the door and looked back. Do you know any renovation companies? Zhou Yutong came to her senses and quickly nodded yes. I know a foreman named Sun, he does all the renovations for Panshir Manor. Li Changge nodded. Have him come over now. The door closed. Zhou Yu stood in the empty living room looking at the pile of cash in the wooling outside. She glanced at the dress she had painstakingly prepared. She bit her lip. What on earth is this man's background? At 11 o'clock, Foreman Sun arrived with 3 men. Over 40 years old, bald with a face full of flesh, he looked just like someone from a construction site. Mr. Li, how would you like to renovate? Li Changge took them on a tour of the villa. Replace all the doors and windows. He pointed at the floor-to-ceiling window. This glass needs to be replaced with bulletproof glass. All windows must be able to lock from the inside and cannot be opened from the outside. Foreman Sun was taking notes. The roof. Li Changge pointed at the ceiling. Add a layer of waterproof insulation with the best materials. Then add a layer of steel mesh on top to prevent impacts. Prevent impacts. Foreman Sun was taken aback. Mr. Li, we don't have meteorites falling around here. Li Changge shot him a glance. He said nothing. Foreman Sun, sensing the mood, wisely kept quiet and continued taking notes. The basement. Li Changge walked to the basement entrance. All walls and floors should be treated for waterproofing and moisture-proofing. Add a row of shelves, they need to be iron and bear a good load. The garage, he pushed open the garage door, changed the door to a rolling shutter, also impact-resistant. Add a workbench inside. Foreman Sun scribbled down notes quickly. After finishing, he looked up. Mr. Li, are you planning to create a safe house? Li Changge looked at him. Can it be done in 3 days? Foreman Sun calculated. The bulletproof glass needs to be custom-made, and it can be ready within 3 hours with the curing agent. Waterproofing and moisture-proofing need to dry. If you pay extra, a rapid-setting one can be done in 3 hours. The steel mesh needs to be installed. The rolling shutter door needs to be bought on-site. Fortunately, the main structure remains unchanged. The normal construction period would take at least 10 days. But looking into Li Changge's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Triple pay, he gritted his teeth. 3 days and nights working non-stop, I will personally oversee it. It's doable. Li Changge nodded. He pulled out 5 bundles of cash from his bag. 500,000. Deposit. Foreman Sun took the money, his eyes lighting up. Mr. Li, rest assured he'll have people on site tonight, no right now. After finalizing the renovation, Li Changge opened the car door and got in. He started the engine. The Wuling turned around and drove down the mountain. In the rearview mirror, Zhou Yutong stood in place, still holding those 2 garbage bags filled with money, her expression incredibly complex. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Changge arrived at Xiaomi's modification shop. Outside the shop, the Hummer stood quietly. In the sunlight, its dark green body gleamed with a lustrous sheen. The solar panels on the roof were like a piece of armor perfectly embedded in the top of the vehicle. The searchlights were as large as eyes glaring ahead. The tires were thick with deep and shallow tread patterns, giving a reassuring sight. Xiaomi stood next to the car wearing work pants, her hair tied back and her face smudged with oil, but she smiled brightly. Li Gu, come check the goods. Li Changge walked over and circled around the vehicle. Xiaomi followed beside, tapping on the body of the car, as if presenting her proud work. The chassis is the original 6-wheel drive Warrior, reinforced with 3 layers. Is it hard against a dump truck? Not at all, the dump truck would cry. She squatted down and pointed at the steel plate under the car. Look at this, it's reinforced. It's not bulletproof, it's at the level of lightning resistance. Of course we won't encounter landmines, but just in case someone uses explosives against you, this thing can withstand it. Li Changge laughed. Xiaomi stood up and patted the tires. Explosion-proof tires, military grade. Nails. No way the nails would bend. The rims are custom-made with a load capacity twice that of the original factory. Even if you stuff this car full of gold bars, it wouldn't even breathe hard. She walked to the front of the car and elegantly lifted the hood. The heart is right here. An V8 twin-turbo diesel engine. I also sprayed nano explosion-proof paint on the outside. This thing won't flinch against hard steel cannonballs. The factory output is 600 horsepower. I adjusted the ECU, now conservatively estimating 700 horsepower. Filled to the brim, it can run 800 kilometers. I added a secondary fuel tank at the back totaling 350 liters with a range of 1,500 kilometers effortlessly. Li Gu, your fuel tank is bigger than your bathtub at home. Li Changge peeked inside. The engine was black with thick pipes looking sturdy. Xiaomi circled to the roof of the car, pointing at the solar panel. And this a flexible, high-efficiency solar panel integrated with the roof. You can't break it even with a hammer. I've tried. This thing can generate 20 kilowatts of electricity in a day. There's also an interface here for an induction cooker perfect for hot pot while camping. She continued to pull open the car door, the interior according to your request. Nothing flashy. No big screen, no rear view camera, no fridge or big sofa. Just a manual transmission. 6 forward gears and 1 reverse gear. Simple and straightforward, everything is for horsepower and sturdiness. Liu, you know how to drive a manual, right? Changge sat in the driver's seat. The steering wheel was large, heavy in his hands. The gear lever was as thick as an arm. He gripped the lever and shifted gears. The sound was solid and powerful. It was like metal colliding with metal without any softness. He nodded in satisfaction. After getting out, he walked around to the back. Changge opened the trunk. The back space is big enough to hold supplies for half a month. The rear seats fold down, they can be used as a bed. She suddenly leaned and lowering her voice with a mischievous smile, Liu, there's a hidden feature. Changge looked at her. Changge pointed to the back seat. I specially added a folding function to the rear seats. Once folded down, it instantly transforms into a flat space of 2 meters by 1.5 meters. Suitable for crazy car shaking. Changge paused for a moment. Then he laughed. You thought this through quite well. Of course, we in the modification business have to consider every need. What if Liu takes his wife camping in the wild? Right. Changge didn't respond. He walked around the car again. This vehicle cost over 3 million. Worth it. Changge took out a simple booklet from the side. It was about 5 or 6 pages. She shook the booklet and smiled. Liu, look at this car maintenance manual. Simple, right? Changge took it, flipping it open. The first page was a schematic of the vehicle structure. The engine, transmission, drive shaft, suspension, fuel tank. Each component was marked with a red circle with numbers written beside them. The second page contained troubleshooting for common issues. What to do if the engine won't start, what to do if the tire has a leak, what to do if there's a short circuit. Each step was accompanied by pictures with arrows pointing to the screws that needed to be tightened and the plugs that needed to be pulled. The third page covered basic maintenance. Change the oil, replace the filters, change the antifreeze. Tool list, step breakdown, and precautions. Changge turned to the fourth page. Engine disassembly. The fifth page, engine maintenance. How to remove each screw, what tools to use, how to place them after removal, how to align them when reassembling. It was written clearly with hand-drawn diagrams that were simple yet easy to understand. Changge raised his head and looked at Xiaomei. After reading this, even a novice can repair it. Xiaomei patted her not-so-large chest. Of course. I modified every structure of this car. I discarded all those flashy and complex processes and replaced them with simple, common, and sturdy parts. Just find any repair shop, bring this booklet, and the mechanic will understand at a glance. She leaned in, pointing at one of the pages. Look at this engine. I removed all the electronic sensors and replaced them with mechanical ones. If it breaks down, it's easy to repair, just a matter of tightening a few screws. Changge nodded. He flipped through the pages again. The texture felt off. He squeezed it. It was not ordinary paper. Xiaomei noticed his action and smiled proudly. Special explosion-proof paper, fireproof, waterproof, and insulated. You can't burn it with a lighter. She tapped the booklet, which made a clanging sound like tapping on plastic. In a critical moment, it can also be used to carve wood. Changge was taken aback. Carve wood. Xiaomei stood the booklet upright and lightly scraped the edge against a nearby wooden box, leaving a shallow mark. Look, sharp, right? No problem using it as a knife in emergencies. She chuckled. Just this booklet costs 3,008. The car is still running. Changge looked at the small booklet in his hand. 5 or 6 pages, 3,008. He closed the booklet and looked at Xiaomei. This girl had thought of everything from modifying the war vehicle to preparing the maintenance manual. He nodded in satisfaction. He reached into his bag. He pulled out 5 gold bars. Bright yellow, each about the thickness of a finger and the length of a palm. He slammed them on the table. This is your reward. Xiaomei's eyes widened instinctively. 5 gold bars heavy slammed on the table. She looked down. Her eyes instantly widened. Wow, Liu. Her voice changed pitch. Is this gold bars? Are they real? Changge remained silent. Xiaomei bit one of them, leaving a clear bite mark. Wow, wow, wow. She hugged the 5 gold bars tightly, her eyes squinting with a smile. Liu, you are my brother. I'll modify cars for you in my next life. Liu, where should I deliver the car? Changge thought for a moment. The garage at the Rock Solid Manor wasn't ready yet. Just leave it here for now. I'll come drive it tomorrow. Xiaomei made an okay sign. Changge got into the Wuling. He started the engine. In the rearview mirror, the warrior quietly rested in the sunset, like a sleeping giant. At 9 in the evening, Changge parked the Wuling at the entrance of the food street in the east of the city. He had been here once, but only scanned half the street last time. Today, he was going to finish what he started. Fried chicken shops, burger joints, fries stalls, snail noodles, spicy hot pots, small fragrant pots. He entered one by one, cleaning them out. An hour later, Changge emerged with bags in hand, while the owner behind was still dazed. The Wuling drove into the night. In the rearview mirror, the lights of the food street grew dimmer. At 11 o'clock at night, the Wuling stopped on an abandoned dirt road in the west of the city. There was no road ahead. Li Changge got out flashlight in hand and walked into the woods. The moonlight was bright enough to see the path without the flashlight. After walking for 20 minutes, he found himself in an open area. Qinglong Lake. The lake was not large, shimmering with silver light under the moon. He estimated, it's probably only a quarter of the size of West Lake. But in his past life he knew this lake was very deep. Deep beyond measure. The average depth of West Lake is only 1.8 meters, while the deepest part of Qinglong Lake exceeds 50 meters. Because it was transformed from an abandoned mine, beneath it lies hundreds of meters deep mining tunnels. Li Changge stood at the lakeshore. Memories of his past life flickered through his mind. The third year of the apocalypse, Hangqing Base. A woman, filthy and disheveled, knelt on the ground clutching a man's leg. That face, he recognized it. Once she had been the nation's beloved, pure-hearted idol. Her image plastered across billboards, movie posters, and variety shows. Now she knelt in the mud, her hair matted, tears carving raw tracks down her cheeks. Please, give me a bottle of water. I'll do anything. The man crouched down, gripped her chin, and smirked with leering contempt. Anything. Anything. He pulled a bottled mineral water from his bag and shook it lightly. Show me your sincerity first. She bowed her head, trembling hands fumbling at her buttons. Li Changge closed his eyes. When he opened them again, shimmering moonlight danced upon the surface of Qinglong Lake. After the apocalypse, descended meteor-borne viruses contaminated all open water sources. To ordinary people, drinking such water meant transformation into zombies. Even for those with psychic abilities, ingestion would halt their cultivation. No further advancement possible. In the wasteland, a single bottle of clean mineral water was worth 100 times its weight in gold. He shrugged off his coat, drew a deep breath, and plunged in. With a muffled splash, the lake swallowed him whole. The water was piercingly cold. Yet deep within his body, his fire affinity ability stirred faintly. A gentle warmth radiated from his dantian, spreading through his limbs and dispelling the chill. He opened his eyes. Moonlight filtered through the water, casting a hazy silver glow. Weeds swayed gently around his feet. Startled fish scattered in every direction. Li Changge hovered motionless in the water, his consciousness sinking into his spatial domain. There in the expanse he had reserved solely for storage. 200 million cubic meters of void stretched emptily, waiting to be filled. With a single thought, he commanded draw. Instantly, the surrounding waters began to churn, not into vortices, but into vanishing. From his center, the lake receded, as if devoured by an invisible maw, visibly diminishing before his eyes. Within Li Changge's mind, a marvel unfolded in the space. Vast quantities of water materialized out of nothingness, unfurling like a suspended ocean in the abyssal dark. Fish and shrimp tumbled within it, struggling, darting, then froze. At the precise moment temporal flow halted inside the space, every creature locked mid-motion. Frozen like specimens encased in amber. Li Changge smiled. These aquatic creatures were an unexpected boon. He continued drawing water. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Within the space, that ocean swelled ever larger. He estimated its volume. 100 million cubic meters. 150 million. 180 million. 200 million. Stop. He ceased the extraction and surfaced, gasping deeply. Beneath the moonlight, Qinglong Lake's water level had visibly dropped. By roughly 1/5 as best he could judge. 200 million cubic meters of freshwater. Enough to sustain 100,000 people, drinking, cooking, bathing once weekly, for over half a century. He swam ashore, climbed onto dry land, and slipped his coat back on. Glancing once more at Qinglong Lake, he murmured, "Thank you," then turned and vanished into the forest. 3 days remained until the apocalypse. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Li Changge appeared at Hangqing's largest water purification equipment market. 3 hours later, he walked out. Behind him, several shop owners gathered, whispering among themselves. Is that man running a water plant? Running a plant. He bought out my entire stock of industrial purifiers, 20 units. Mine too, 15 units. Altogether, that's nearly 50 units, isn't it? Li Changge climbed into his wooling van. Inside, his spatial domain purification units piled into a small mountain. Industrial-grade units, each capable of purifying 5 tons per hour, equipped with reverse osmosis and ultraviolet sterilization. Contaminated water entered, pristine water emerged. 50 units in total. Sufficient for his needs, and disposable when broken. He spent 4 million yuan. At 2 p.m., he arrived at Hangqing's largest pharmaceutical wholesale market, the city's central hub for medicines, housed in a single towering building packed with pharmacies. He entered the first shop. Boss, do you carry antibiotics? Yes, we have amoxicillin, cephalosporins, roxithromycin. Which would you like? All of them. The shop owner blinked in disbelief. Li Changge placed his bag on the counter. 3 hours later, he exited the market. Behind him, a dozen pharmacy owners clustered together, their voices even louder than those at the purification market. Not a single box of antibiotics remains in my store. My antihypertensives are gone too. So are my trauma supplies. Just who is this man? Li Changge climbed into his wooling van. Inside, his spatial domain medicines rose into a mountain taller than the one formed by the purifiers. 100 boxes of antibiotics, 50 of antipyretics, 50 of analgesics, 200 of trauma supplies, 500 first aid kits, 100 of vitamins, 50 each of antihypertensives and antidiabetics, plus countless thermometers, sphygmomanometers, and glucometers. Total expenditure, 20 million yuan. He checked his remaining cash balance in the space. 350 million yuan still intact. At 4 p.m., he arrived at Hongqing's largest industrial electrical supplier. Its storefront was unassuming, yet inside lay a vast warehouse spanning 2,000 square meters crammed with machinery. The owner, a veteran technician in his 50s with silvering hair and reading glasses, was repairing a motor. Hearing the door chime, he didn't look up. What do you need? Industrial air conditioners. He raised his head and studied Li Changge carefully. For home use, I'd recommend residential models. They're cheaper and sleeker. Li Changge shook his head. Only industrial ones. Durability is key. The owner adjusted his glasses, set aside his screwdriver, and stood. Industrial units don't prioritize aesthetics. They're bulky and plain, but they are rugged. He strode to a dusty, unremarkable machine and slapped its casing. This one runs flawlessly for 10 years straight. It cools reliably at -30 degrees Celsius and heats just as steadily at +50. Few electronic components mean it's impervious even to electromagnetic pulses. Li Changge nodded. How many units? The owner paused, startled. How many do you want? 50 industrial air conditioners. 50 industrial refrigerators. 50 industrial heaters. 50 diesel generators. 50 high-efficiency energy storage batteries. The owner's mouth fell open, then snapped shut, then gaped again. You say that again. Li Changge placed his bag on the counter. He unzipped it. Neat bundles of cash rose like a miniature hill. Can you fulfill this order? The owner stared at the mound, then swallowed hard. Yes, I mean absolutely. I'll call suppliers right away. 2 hours later, all equipment was loaded onto trucks. Total price 98 million yuan. Li Changge rounded up the figure. 100 million. Without hesitation, the owner nodded. The Wuling van pulled away from the premises. In the rearview mirror, the owner still stood at the doorway, waving farewell to the departing trucks. At 6 p.m., Li Changge arrived at Hongqing's largest electronics bazaar, a 6-story building teeming with computer and smartphone retailers. He found the largest shop. Its owner, a portly man in his 30s named Ma, bore a business card inscribed with President Ma. Brother, what do you need? Custom-built gaming rigs or branded systems? Gaming laptops or office models? Li Changge met his gaze. 500 high-end gaming desktops, including monitors, keyboards, and mice. President Ma's eyes lit up instantly. Brother, you run an internet cafe. Something like that. 500 units. A major deal. He rubbed his hands together and punched numbers rapidly into his calculator. 8,000 yuan per unit. 500 units equals 4 million. Monitors at 2,000 each. Another 1 million. Total 5 million yuan. Li Changge nodded. What about the game? Do you need me to help you install it? The offline version from Steam, all the AAA titles, they'll set them up for you. Li Changge nodded, then added, also help me install the online games. The kind that can connect over a local area network. Mr. Ma was stunned. Brother, online games require an internet connection. How can you play without it? Li Changge looked at him. Aren't you acquainted with hackers? Mr. Ma's expression changed. How? How do you know that? Li Changge did not answer, simply placing his bag on the table and opening it. Bundles of cash. Help me contact him. All the popular online games, decrypt them into local area network versions. Mr. Ma swallowed hard. Which games? Legend, CF, DNF, Magic, Domain, Dream Journey, to the West, Racing, Dance, PUBG, LOL. Everything available on the market, I want it all. This will require setting up a separate server. Buy it. The cracking fee. It's not cheap. How much? Mr. Ma gritted his teeth. I'll ask around for you. He made a few calls, mumbling away. After hanging up, he looked at Li Changge. They said to decrypt everything and add the server, it will be 5 million. Li Changge nodded. And mobile phones. He took out a list from his bag. 1,000 high-end Huawei phones. Decrypt all the popular mobile games into local area network versions. Also add 100 high-end wireless networking generators, each with an effective coverage range of 1 neighborhood. Mr. Ma looked at the list, his hands trembling. Brother, are you trying to build an independent kingdom? Li Changge remained silent. He simply took out another bundle of cash. Total price, 18 million. Li Changge paid the money. After leaving the computer city, he drove to the largest clothing market in Hangzhou. He bought every style he liked. Both men's and women's clothing were fully stocked. Clothes for spring, summer, autumn, and winter were piled up by the ton. At 3 in the afternoon, Li Changge received a call from the foreman's son. Mr. Li, the villa is completed. Would you like to come see it? Li Changge drove to the Pancher Manor. At the entrance of the villa, foreman's son was waiting for him with a few others. Mr. Li, please inspect. Li Changge pushed the door open. The entrance light automatically turned on. In the living room, the sofa was new, a creamy white, soft enough to sink into. The floor-to-ceiling windows had been replaced with bulletproof glass thick as bricks. Outside was the night view of the entire Hangzhou city. Bulletproof, not even rifle bullets can penetrate. Foreman's son introduced beside him. Changge nodded. He walked into the kitchen. The refrigerator was new and empty, but he knew it would be filled with food by tomorrow. Foreman's son followed him, chattering endlessly. Air filtration system, nanolevel PM2. 5 of viruses, bacteria, all filtered out. Air circulation system changes air 6 times an hour, no problem. Insulation plus or minus 30 degrees outside is minus 20 inside is 20. Fireplace, real firewood, is all prepared for you. Underfloor heating installed throughout the house. You can walk barefoot in winter. Changge walked up to the second floor. The master bedroom was large with a custom-made bed 2 meters by 2.2 meters. On the nightstand was a humidifier and a renovation manual. He pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom and stepped onto the balcony. The night breeze blew in, carrying the chill of early summer. In the distance, the city lights flickered. In his past life, during the 3rd year of the apocalypse, he curled up in the ruins dreaming of having a clean bed. Now he had one. He turned around and returned to the room. Foreman's son was still waiting downstairs. Changge went down and took out cash from his bag to pay the final payment. Thank you for your hard work. Foreman's son accepted the money, grinning from ear to ear. Mr. Lee, if you have more work in the future, just find me anytime. They left. The villa fell silent. Changge closed the door and the whole world quieted down. Changge sat on the sofa, his thoughts sinking into space. In that vast void, resources piled up into mountains. Changge stood in that void. No, it was as if he were floating there, surrounded by mountains of resources, mountains of cooked food, mountains of vegetables, mountains of medicines, mountains of appliances. And there was that floating ocean, 200 million cubic meters of fresh water, like a massive sapphire, quietly drifting in the air. Fish and shrimp were still inside, maintaining their swimming postures like amber. Changge was stunned. Although he had personally stored the items, he had never seen them as a whole like this. Now that he looked at it, he was shocked himself. This was a city, a self-sufficient city. He suddenly remembered the 3rd year of the apocalypse in his past life, when he curled up in the ruins, starving and gnawing on tree bark. At that time, his biggest dream was to have a warm meal. Now he looked at the mountains of fried chicken, spicy hot pot, and crayfish, and suddenly smiled. In the cooked food area, 8 major cuisines, tens of thousands of dishes packed in insulated boxes, stacked layer upon layer. Northeast cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Huaiyang cuisine, Shandong cuisine, Hunan cuisine, Anhui cuisine. Whatever you want, it's all there. Fried chicken, hamburgers, spicy hot pot, snail noodles, small pots. Just these snacks would last him 3 years without repetition. In the fresh produce area, 100,000 pounds of beef, 100,000 pounds of pork, 100,000 pounds of lamb frozen solid. Next to it were fish and shrimp. An unexpected delight collected from Qinglong Lake, hundreds of thousands of pounds of crucian carp, grass carp, silver carp, and a pile of river delicacies whose names he couldn't recall. Enough for him to enjoy seafood feasts every day. In the vegetable and fruit area, mountains of cabbage, walls of radishes, forests of apples. All the vegetables and fruits collected from the farmer's market and farms in those days were here. Enough for him to eat for a lifetime. In the snack area, tons of spicy strips, boxes of biscuits, rooms of instant noodles. Candies, nuts, self-heating hot pots, self-heating rice. Enough to open 10 small convenience stores. In the medicine area, antibiotics, fever reducers, painkillers, wound medicines, first aid kits, chronic disease medicines, piled into a small mountain. In the appliance area, 50 industrial air conditioners, 50 industrial refrigerators, 50 industrial heaters, 50 diesel generators, 50 energy storage batteries. Enough to build an industrial base. In the digital area, 500 computers, 1,000 mobile phones, 1 server, 100 networking devices. Enough to form a local area network kingdom. Opening an internet cafe after the apocalypse. No, it's building an independent digital world. In the freshwater area, 200 million cubic meters suspended in the depths of space, like an ocean. Fish and shrimp were still inside, maintaining their swimming postures like fossils preserved in amber. In the clothing area, for men and women, seasonal clothing was fully stocked with a complete range for both genders. Changge retracted his thoughts. 14 days. From having nothing to having everything. But he still lacked 2 things. One was rice flour and cooking oil. The second was energy. Gasoline, diesel, natural gas. He hadn't stocked up on these. He had better plans. Energy was a national controlled resource. The most a person could buy was a few barrels. Not enough for his Hummer to run for several months. Moreover, in his past life, he had seen too many examples. There were people who hoarded several tons of gasoline hidden in their garages and ended up being targeted during the apocalypse. Not just one person lost their life over a few barrels of oil. Gasoline is bulky, flammable, and explosive, taking up space, and is unsafe. Better not to hoard. When the apocalypse comes, just rob it directly. Changge walked to the window and looked out at the night scene. Surrounding Hangzhou, there are at least 20 large oil storage stations and thousands of small gas stations. During the early outbreak of zombies, those gas stations were left unguarded. The staff either ran away or turned into zombies. At that time, driving his Hummer, he could sweep through each gas station and store it in space, safe, without evaporation or explosions. But what if it's still not enough? In Shaoshan, there is a top domestic petrochemical factory. In his past life, he passed by there. There were dozens of giant oil storage tanks in the factory, and the oil in each tank could last him 100 years. Once the chaotic period of the apocalypse is over, he could go for a zero-cost purchase. As for natural gas, liquefied gas tanks are everywhere on the streets. By then he could pick one up wherever he saw one, and it would be enough. Energy is not a problem. The real heavyweight is food. In the third year of the apocalypse in his past life, Changge once passed by a place in the suburbs of Hangzhou, Shaoshan, the Central Reserve grain warehouse directly under Hangzhou. At that time, it had already become a huge survivor base. The walls were the original concrete walls of the granary, tall and thick with machine guns mounted on top. There was a long line of people at the entrance, all hoping to seek refuge. The line extended 2 kilometers from the main gate, with some selling water, some selling themselves, and others fighting for a bowl of porridge. He heard that the leader of this base was originally just an ordinary warehouse manager. Changge cast a distant glance at those vast granaries, block after block like factories, each rising dozens of meters high. It was said the reserves in that granary could feed all of Hangzhou for 10 years. It stood on high ground not merely for excellent flood protection. Its strength was unmatched. In the cataclysmic earthquake and tsunami of his past life, most of Hangzhou was submerged, yet that granary remained intact. Changge closed his eyes. In his previous life, the warehouse keeper seized the opportunity and rose above everyone else. In this life, he would take that granary. 2 days remained. The granary would surely be guarded now. National reserves under 24-hour surveillance with armed police on duty. But when the apocalypse comes, order collapses. Those guards will either become the undead or rush home to save their wives and children. The period of chaos lasts only a few days. Who then will tend a granary? His plan was to, within those 1 or 2 days, use his spatial power to empty the granary. 31 hours remained until the end. A little past 11, Changge lay on the villa's soft bed and stared at the ceiling. He could not sleep. Closing his eyes summoned images from his last life. Mountains of corpses, rivers of blood, screams, and wailing. He sat up and inhaled deeply. His mind sank into the space. Supplies rose in mountains, 10,000 portions across the 8 major cuisines, 100,000 gene each of beef, mutton, and pork, vegetables, and fruits measured in tons, medicines filling an entire warehouse, 200 million cubic meters of fresh water. More than enough. Yet sleep would not come. He rose and walked to the window. Outside, Hangzhou's night lay lit, and alive streams of cars coursing by. No one knew that in 31 hours all of this would become ruins. He glanced at his phone. It was 11:30 at night. He pulled on his coat and stepped out. The wooling started and slipped into the night. 20 minutes later, he stopped before Xiao Mai's tuning shop. The door stood open and the lights were on. Changge parked the wooling in front of the shop. Xiao Mai sat on the doorstep scrolling her phone. Seeing him get out, she rose and dusted her trousers. Brotherly, picking up the car so late. Changge nodded. Xiao Mai pointed into the shop. It's been waiting for you. The dark green meteor sat quietly in the center. Under the lights, the body gleamed a deep black. Xiao Mai tapped the hood. Tanks full, 350 liters. Solar panels are tuned. A day's sun will be enough to boil hot pot for 3 days. I put a mattress in the back seat, 2 meters by 1.5, she added with a wink. Those who understand will understand. Changge ignored her, opened the door, and slid into the driver's seat. The steering wheel felt large and weighty in his hands. The gear lever was thick as an arm. He gripped it and engaged gear. The sound was solid and decisive. He started the engine. The diesel growled low and deep like a slumbering leviathan roused. The whole vehicle trembled slightly. Changge pressed the accelerator, and the meteor rolled slowly out of the shop. Xiao Mai called after him. Brotherly, remember to bring it back when you're done. Changge did not look back. The meteor melted into the night. At 2 in the morning, Hangzhou streets were deserted. He passed a red light rather than wait. With its high chassis, the meteor offered a broad vantage. Sitting inside felt like being on a second story. He watched the sedans parked along the curb, one after another like toy cars. He stamped the pedal. The engine hummed, and the speed leapt to 120 kilometers an hour. The city outside blurred into streaks. Changge kept both hands on the wheel, and a slow smile curved his lips. In the third year of the apocalypse in his past life, he had driven a battered pickup while the undead chased him. That truck leaked oil, lacked air conditioning, and the wheel trembled like a tractor. Now he tapped the steering wheel. This vehicle was worth it. After the test drive, he planned to return to the hotel and sleep. But a sudden palpitation seized him, the primal instinct of impending danger. The source of that sensation came from the spatial origin fruit he had long since fused with. A chill rose from the depths of his soul. Nemesis. The word flashed through Changge's mind. Why did he feel this way? The sense of fated enmity seemed to emanate from a certain direction. A coldness flared in his gaze. Legends from his previous life said the highest-tier origin fruits could be mutually exclusive. Fireborn powers opposed waterborne ones, for example. The greater the potential, the stronger the repulsion. The saying one mountain cannot hold 2 tigers meant precisely that. Changge frowned and thought, what power could be mutually exclusive with an SS-level space type? He followed the direction and planted his foot on the accelerator. Whatever it was, he had to see. With the advantage of rebirth, if he could extinguish the danger at its cradle, all the better. The Mingshi turned and sped toward the city center's Jinding. 29 hours and 30 minutes remained until the end. Neon flickered at the Jinding nightclub's entrance and crowds flowed like tides. Women wore revealing gowns, heavy or subtle makeup, long legs bared, and stilettos clicking under the lights. They paraded like peacocks in full plumage. Men in suits, watches flashing under the lights, arms around women's waists, laughing and trading banter. Liu Ruyan stood among them like a white swan misplaced in a peacock flock. She wore an azure evening gown with bare shoulders and a hem that swept the floor, tracing a slender waist and elegant curves. Her collarbones were delicate, her neck, long diamond studs blinking at her earlobes. Her hair was pinned up, revealing a smooth forehead. Her makeup was light, not painted on, but the kind that declared, "I was born this beautiful." She appeared pure, noble, fragile, at odds with the garish faces around her. Yet she knew the truth, she was nothing but merchandise. A night breeze passed, and she shivered. The look Lu Fei gave her last night was all too familiar. The same gaze Wei Yuhong had given, the same look countless men wore. She had believed she could control everything, glide among these men. Now she did not even know whom she would be compelled to spend the night with. Liu Fei stood by her in a gaudy suit, impatience carved into his face. He stole a glance at Liu Ruyan and felt his anger rise. Last night he had meant to force himself on her, but she had fled. Now this pure and lovely virgin would be trampled and humiliated tonight by that bastard Zhao Tianhao. He bit his lip. Liu Ruyan asked softly, "Brother Liu, who is coming tonight?" Liu Fei did not turn. "Don't ask so many questions. You only need to behave. Don't ask what you shouldn't." A flicker of panic passed through Liu Ruyan's eyes. She was not foolish. Anyone who could make Hangcheng's top playboy Liu Fei uneasy was clearly no ordinary figure. She glanced toward the Jinding's entrance. Even the club manager Fan Jian stood nearby waiting. He was a man in his 40s, wearing a crisply tailored suit and with hair combed without a stray. The ordinarily aloof figure now lingered there like a doorman. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, Liu Ruyan's heart raced. She suddenly recalled Li Changge's cold eyes and those nights of forced possession. She bit her lip. This was her opportunity. If she could climb up to that person. In the distance, the roar of engines approached. A line of flashy sports cars drew near. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens, an array of supercars. However, leading the pack was a black Hongqi state car, its emblematic red flag particularly striking against the night. The key was the license plate, Changge. Liu Fei's eyes lit up. "They're here." He straightened his clothes, ready to greet them, when Fan Jianliang's phone rang. He answered, and after a few words his expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly explained into the phone, "Boss, there's a guest at the door. License plate, Changge." A roar came from the other end, loud enough for Liu Fei beside him to hear. "I don't care who it is that has come. Clear the way for me. The goddess is always above everything. From now on, no vehicles are allowed to enter. The goddess will arrive in 10 minutes. Fan Jianliang turned pale. After a moment's hesitation, he shouted into the intercom, "Everyone clear the entrance. From now on, no vehicles are allowed to enter." As soon as he finished speaking, a team of bodyguards in black surged out, forcibly blocking the road. Liu Fei was stunned. Damn, did the owner of Jinding take the wrong medicine? He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Fan Jianliang. "Fan Jianliang, what the hell do you mean?" Fan Jianliang played it off. "Liu Zong, it's not that I'm not letting them in. There's been an emergency security incident inside the store, and it's under repair. We're doing this for the safety of the guests. Just wait a few minutes." Liu Fei's face turned a shade of liver. "You'd better truly have a reason. If you're just fooling me, don't ever open Jinding in Hangzhou again." He took a deep breath and turned towards the Hongqi. Reaching the car, he bent down and cautiously knocked on the window. The window opened a crack. Liu Fei bent lower, his smile obsequious like a dog. "Young Master Zhao, I'm sorry, there's been a security incident at Jinding, and it's under repair. Please wait just a few minutes, it will be resolved soon." There was silence from inside. Liu Fei sneaked a glance inside. Zhao Tianhao was half reclining in the back seat, his eyes half closed. He said nothing, but the pressure emanating from him made Liu Fei's cold sweat break out instantly. "Young Master Zhao, it's truly for safety." The window rolled up. Liu Fei stood frozen, his back already soaked. Behind him, the second-generation elites of the sports cars got out and gathered around. "Fei, go, what happened? Why aren't we allowed in?" Liu Fei wiped his sweat. "Just wait. There's been an incident at Jinding, and they're repairing it." "Damn. What a pathetic place." The second-generation elites cursed, but still waited in place. Because the people in that Hongqi hadn't spoken, no one dared to leave. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Liu Fei grew increasingly anxious. He glanced at Fan Jianliang, who was still standing at the entrance like a wooden post. He looked again at the Hongqi, the windows tightly shut, making it impossible to see inside. He gritted his teeth. Just then the door to Jinding swung open. A man in his 50s stepped out, dressed in traditional attire with wooden sandals. He stood at the door, his posture straight, gazing into the distance. Liu Fei was stunned. That was the owner of Jinding. He had only heard rumors about this person, Jingshang Duan Air, the most mysterious big shot in Hangzhou, said to have connections that reached the heavens. Even leaders had to treat him with courtesy. Now he stood at the door as if waiting for someone. However, Liu Fei suddenly let out a sigh of relief. He turned to the group of second-generation elites and said, "Did you see? That's the owner of Jinding, incredibly influential in Hangzhou and extremely mysterious. Today he personally came out to greet young Master Zhao's influence is evident." Liu Fei concluded, giving a thumbs up. The second-generation elites nodded in agreement. Someone began to boast, "Young Master Zhao is indeed young Master Zhao. There's a difference when you come from Beijing." Liu Fei cast a glance at the Hongqi. The window was still closed, but he could feel the pressure inside seemed to ease somewhat. Just then the roar of engines sounded again from afar. A line of Rolls-Royce Phantoms approached. Leading them was a Rolls-Royce white crane. The most exclusive custom version of Rolls-Royce, the only one in the world priced over $1 billion. Behind the white crane were Phantoms lined up in a row. The second-generation elites saw it and craned their necks to look. But no one took it to heart. No matter how impressive a Rolls-Royce is in China, it can't compare to the prestige of a Hongqi. Someone began to boast, "This convoy is quite a spectacle." What good is a spectacle? The Changge license plate is right here. Exactly, they'll have to wait too. But the next second their smiles froze. The white crane did not slow down. It drove straight towards the entrance of Jinding. Liu Fei turned to look. Jingshang Duan Air along with the group of black-clad bodyguards rushed forward like a pack of lapdogs. The bodyguards forcefully blocked the road, pushing Liu Fei and the others aside. The second-generation elites were stunned. Liu Fei's face instantly turned a shade of liver. "Damn it," he cursed loudly. The second-generation elites erupted. "Damn. So they were blocking us to clear the way for this convoy. Is Jinding out of its mind? Do they even know who is sitting inside the Hongqi?" Liu Fei stood there, his mind blank. But soon a chill ran up his spine. He suddenly realized that if he mishandled this situation and offended Zhao Tianhao, it wouldn't just be him, Liu Fei, who would face the consequences. The entire Liu family might be held accountable. He turned to glance at the Hongqi. The window was still shut, but he could imagine Zhao Tianhao's expression at this moment. Liu Fei gritted his teeth. If he was going to die, then so be it. He turned and walked towards his Porsche. He opened the door and sat inside. Liu Fei gripped the steering wheel, still trembling. He was the host of Hangzhou and had to make a statement. He had to let Zhao Tianhao know that he was not a nobody. Liu Fei's gaze was fixed on the Rolls-Royce white crane not far away. He gritted his teeth and slammed the accelerator to the floor. Vroom. The Porsche lunged forward like an enraged beast, charging at the Rolls-Royce white crane. Liu Fei gripped the steering wheel, his hands trembling. The white crane ahead was worth over $1 billion. If he crashed into it, his Porsche would shatter and he might die. But if he didn't crash, his whole family would be doomed. Bang! The front of the Porsche crashed violently into the side of the Baihe. The airbag deployed, hitting Liu Fei's face and causing stars to dance in his vision. Baihe was pushed sideways by the impact, its tires screeching against the ground, producing a deafening sound. That noise felt like a knife scraping against everyone's hearts. Then everything fell silent. The Porsche was wedged in front of Baihe, smoke rising from its hood. The den on Baihe's body was glaring under the light. Everyone was stunned. The second-generation heirs gaped, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. The women at the entrance covered their mouths, too afraid to make a sound. Liu Ruyan stood frozen, her face pale. She gazed at the Porsche, at Liu Fei in the driver's seat, her mind utterly blank. Liu Fei struggled out of the airbag, his forehead injured, blood streaming down and smearing half of his face. He looked at Baihe, trembling all over. If that damned Baihe entered the Jinding first today, tomorrow Liu Fei would be finished. He cast a glance at the Hongqi. The car window was still closed, but he knew the people inside were watching. The engine of the Hongqi Guobin slowly started passing through the railing Liu Fei had broken, finally arriving at the entrance of Jinding. A gap appeared in the car window. Liu Fei bent over and ran over, blood dripping from his face, and he didn't care to wipe it. "Zhao, Zhao Xiao." There was no response from inside the car. Only a hand reached out, giving him a thumbs up. Then the window rolled up. The Hongqi made a turn and drove into the night. Liu Fei stood there, his back soaked in cold sweat. He didn't know whether to feel happy or afraid. Zhao Tianhao was satisfied, but he had left himself here to clean up the mess. But this was already enough. The Baihe was still parked in front, the dent glaring under the light. He turned to glance back at the entrance of Jinding. Jingshang Duan Air stood there, his complexion shifting from ashen to purplish, then to pale. Liu Fei's legs began to weaken. Jingshang Duan Air stood there watching the Baihe with the dent. That was the goddess car being forced to stop at the entrance of Jinding by a Porsche. It was like a slap across his face. "Baguya Liu." His voice resembled a beast's howl. The dignity of the empire. The dignity of the goddess. All trampled underfoot by these Chinese pigs. He turned to the bodyguards and roared, "Kill them all." In front of the goddess, any offense can only be washed away in blood. The group of black-clad bodyguards lunged forward like rabid dogs. The second-generation heirs initially laughed. "Damn it, do these Japanese dare to stop us? Try touching us. Tomorrow Jinding will close its doors. Come on." Then the black-clad bodyguards charged in. 1 punch per person. 1 kick per group. Those second-generation heirs used to indulgence were already drained. When facing these retired special forces from the Japanese self-defense forces, they didn't even have the strength to fight back. "Oh, don't hit my face. I was wrong." One second-generation heir was pinned to the ground, his face pressed against the floor, still cursing "fuck your mother." A bodyguard stepped on his face, silencing him instantly. Another second-generation heir tried to escape, but was chased down by 2 bodyguards. A punch hit his waist, curling him into a shrimp-like position. He fell to the ground and dry heaved. Screams, pleas for mercy, and the sound of bones breaking mixed together. The entrance of Jean Ding was in chaos. The heavily made-up women screamed and ran into the store. The doorman hid behind a pillar, too afraid to come out. Liu Ruyan stood there trembling all over. She watched the second-generation heirs rolling on the ground in pain, the black-clad bodyguards acting like mad dogs, and the Japanese man in a kimono with a pale face. Liu Fei stood beside, his legs shaking. He watched the second-generation heirs being beaten until they couldn't stand, while the bodyguards beat people like they were dogs. He wanted to run, but he couldn't move. His legs felt like they were filled with lead. Then he saw the Baihe. The car door opened. A foot stepped out. A slender high heel red. Liu Ruyan also saw it. She stood on her tiptoes trying to see what the person in the car looked like. But at that moment, the door of Baihe closed again. The engine roared to life. The Rolls-Royce with the dent slowly turned around. Li Changge's gaze was fixed on the dented Baihe not far away. The closer he got to Jean Ding, the more restless his powers became. It wasn't fear, it was a sense. That person was in Baihe. Li Changge's expression turned cold. This hidden danger must be resolved tonight. He glanced at the group of second-generation heirs rolling on the ground, then at Jing Shangduan heir, whose face was ashen at the entrance of Jean Ding. No longer hesitating, he slammed the accelerator to the floor. The modified warrior emitted a deep rumble. The 6-cylinder engine unleashed a deafening roar like a dragon returning from hell. The 5-ton vehicle accelerated instantly, the reinforced titanium alloy bumper shining coldly under the streetlight. Xiao Mai's words echoed in his ears, hard steel slag truck. It doesn't exist. This guy's opponent is a tank. Jing Shangduan heir turned his head and saw the olive-green steel beast charging towards him. His pupils dilated instantly. If this thing crashed into Baihe, he didn't dare to think. Stop him. Hurry, stop him. He screamed, his voice changing pitch. The surrounding bodyguards were stunned in place by the warrior's roar, as if frozen. The second-generation heirs were also dumbfounded, forgetting to scream their mouths agape at the monstrous vehicle. Even though they had seen a lot, they had never seen such an impressive car. The Rolls-Royce convoy also noticed the rapidly charging warrior. Several phantoms quickly started blocking the way of Baihe, but it was futile. Bang! The first phantom flew like a kite, rolling twice in the air before crashing onto the roadside. Bang! Bang! The second and third. This was a ruthless crush brought by sheer weight and power. The warrior wreaked havoc, sending 3 Rolls-Royces flying like toy cars. Jing Shangduan heir's heart sank. If the goddess was injured in Huaxia, he wouldn't even have the right to commit seppuku, an apology. His family would be disowned. His parents would be exiled from their homeland. His children would be stripped of their surname. The whole family would be thrown into the most remote fishing village in Hokkaido, surviving like wild dogs. He would rather die. The warrior's engine continued to roar. The power unleashed by the 6-cylinder engine was incredibly fierce, getting closer to Baihe. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Li Changge could even see the dent on the door of Baihe. In the next second, the warrior would crash into it. At that moment, a ripple suddenly spread through the air. The whole world fell silent. It wasn't an ordinary silence. It was an absolute stillness. The roar of the warrior vanished. Duan heir's roar disappeared. The screams of the second-generation heirs faded away. Even the wind stopped. Li Changge looked down. The steering wheel would not move. The accelerator answered not at all, and his own heartbeat seemed to have stopped. Only his eyes could still turn. He watched helpless as that Baihe slowly made a U-turn. The front swung, the body slid sideways, then it merged onto the main road. The whole sequence felt like slow motion, as if guided by some unseen hand. He tried to move and could not. He tried to shout, but no sound came. He attempted to ignite the abilities within him. Both his spatial and fire-type powers were present, yet both had fallen into stasis. Teleportation failed to trigger, the flames would not flare. Li Changge understood this was power suppression. Though subtle, he could palpably feel his spatial ability autonomously slipping into a defensive posture. That meant for the time being his spatial power could only take a passive defensive stance. To suppress an SS-rank spatial ability, Li Changge's mind reeled. He could only watch the Baihe finish its turn and drive away onto the main road. Then in the next instant, the meteor roared again. Time resumed. Bang! The meteor slammed into nothing. No, it crashed into the place where the Baihe had just been, though that spot was now empty. Li Changge staggered. For a moment, the world blurred. The Baihe that had been inches away had suddenly been thrown 50 meters down the road. And the meteor could not even on flat asphalt catch up to the Baihe. Li Changge's spirits plummeted. This was not an illusion. It was definitely a superpower. Li Changge gripped the wheel, his hand trembled slightly. Not from fear, from astonishment. In his former life, he had lived 3 years among countless gifted ones, speed types, strength types, elemental psychic. Yet he had never encountered anything of this caliber. He glanced at the receding Baihe, then at the cluster of stunned people outside the Jinding gate. Jingshang Duaner stood frozen, as if he had been pulled from water. The bodyguards looked at one another, bewildered, unsure what had just occurred. The second-generation scions still lay on the ground, faces streaked with blood, their eyes full of dazed confusion. They felt nothing. Only Changge knew. This was absolutely a superpower, one that rivaled his own SS-rank spatial ability. Perhaps even stronger. A rumor from his past life flashed through his mind. Before the apocalypse, awakened ones already existed in the world. Those people were called Shini. If the goddess were a Shini, then his plans might need reconsideration. The Mengsher eased to a stop at the Jinding gate. The engine's low growl subsided, yet the oppressive aura brought by that beast of a car still cloaked the entire street. A door opened. A figure leapt out. Liu Ruyan's gaze fell upon him. A handsome profile, eyes as cold as frost, a white t-shirt, and jeans incongruous among the suited seconds around him. She froze. Changge. How could it be? She rubbed her eyes, thinking she had misseen. But it was that face. The face that had once yielded to her every whim and later turned as cold as ice. How could he be here? How could he possibly be driving such a car? It must be stolen. Yes, stolen for sure. She remembered that his previous Wuling Hongguang had been brand new too. Perhaps he had been doing something illegal all along. Then another thought arose: had he come because he knew she was in danger and intended to save her? She snorted. Changge, you think driving a stolen car will make me change my mind? Dream on. I belong to Liu Fei now. Oh, I am about to be tied to the Zhao family of the capital. What are you to me? She watched his back, emotions flickering across her eyes. Contempt, mockery, and an admission she would not allow herself to name, a flicker of stirrings. But she quickly suppressed that flutter. Impossible. Not in this life. Jingshang Duaner stood at the Jinding gate, his face ashen. This young man had nearly struck the goddess car. Surround him. He snarled. Beat him to death. The black-clad bodyguards lunged like wolves. The first guard charged fastest, swinging a fist at Changge's face. Changge stepped aside and drove his knee upward. Thud. The guard clutched his belly and fell to his knees, his face mottled, sour water bubbling from his mouth. The second guard came from the side with a telescopic baton and brought it down in a strike. Changge did not turn his head. He flicked an elbow. Crack. The baton flew from the man's hand, his jaw dislocated in an instant, and he was hurled 2 meters before slumping inert. Third, fourth, fifth. Changge moved like a precise killing machine. Every blow was clean and economical. Side kick, knee strike, elbow, a choke lock. No flashy theatrics, only the most effective damage. 10 seconds. 8 bodyguards lay strewn. Some groaned, some screamed, clutching broken arms, others had already fainted. Changge dusted off his non-existent hands and swept his gaze over the remaining guards. They stepped back. No one dared advance. Jingshang Duaner's face drained from sullen blue to ghastly white. Not far off, Liu Fei watched the fallen guards, his eyes brightening. He assumed a skilled fighter had been brought by some second gen. After all, which air here didn't travel with muscle. He straightened his crooked suit and swaggered forward, pointing at Jingshang Duaner. Fuck you, Duaner. Tonight the king arrives. I'll smash your Jinding. He turned to Changge, condescending. Hey, who are you with? Nice work. He sneered, pointing at Jingshang Duaner. Hold this Jap down for me. I'm going to slap him myself. Changge looked at him. That face. In his past life, it was this very face, with a few lackeys that had blocked the base entrance and stolen the crystal core he had finally hunted down. It was this face that had mocked him before. Liu Ruyan, a bootlicker. Do you think you can compete with me? It was this face that had time and again pushed him into mortal peril. Without a word, he stepped forward and slapped him. Slap. Liu Fei staggered, clutching his face. You fucking slap? Another slap. I am Liu Fei. I will slap. Slap. Changge swung from left and right, each palm landing with deliberate force. All the humiliation of his former life, all the times he had almost died, poured into those blows. Liu Fei's face swelled, visibly blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Liu Ruyan froze for a second, then suddenly rushed forward. She threw her arms out to shield Liu Fei, glaring at Changge, her eyes rimmed red. Changge. That's enough. Her voice cut shrill and sharp. This is Fei Guo. Do you know who he is? Don't think that because you came in some broken car and pretended to save me I owe you anything. I tell you, Changge, not in this life. You are just a poor loser. Don't be a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Changge regarded her. Her perfect face was filled with self-righteousness. He burst into a laugh, an incredulous, almost foolish laugh. This woman still hadn't grasped the situation. She thought she was protecting her patron. She thought he was still that bootlicker. He glanced at Liu Fei. Hiding behind her, clutching his swollen face, Liu Fei's eyes were full of hatred and not a drop of gratitude. Stupid meat scum, perfect pair. Changge withdrew his gaze. He had no desire to linger. At that moment, sirens wailed in the distance. Red and blue lights stabbed the night as a dozen police cars screamed and instantly sealing off the Jinding gate. Doors opened in unison and dozens of officers flowed out. At their head was a black SUV. Its door swung open, and a long leg in uniform stepped out first. Zhou Baiwan alighted. Her short hair brushed her ears, a strand lifted by the night wind. Her phoenix-like eyes flashed like blades. As she swept the scene, those arrogant secondgens fell silent, their voices choked in their throats, as if someone had clamped a hand around their necks. Zhou Baiwan stood tall in her crisp police uniform, her slender waist accentuated by the taut leather belt. Each step she took in her polished boots carried the sharp, unyielding force of a drawn blade, cold, razor-edged, and utterly inviolable. At the sight of her, the privileged heirs' faces instantly fell. Damn, the female Yama. What's she doing here? We're finished, absolutely finished. Someone instinctively stepped backward. Others bowed their heads, refusing to meet her gaze. Still others trembled visibly at the knees. This was Zhou Baiwan. She didn't even spare Zhao Tianhao's face. She struck first, asked questions later. Rumor had it that when Zhao Tianhao was detained, high-level officials from Beijing arrived to secure his release, only to be rebuffed fiercely and unceremoniously by her. Ishigami Danji's expression darkened as well. Tonight's incident had spiraled completely out of control. Yet a fleeting thought crossed his mind. The Divine Maiden had already departed. So long as the Divine Maiden was gone, he believed he could act with impunity. Zhou Baiwan strode forward, her phoenix-like eyes sweeping coldly across the scene. Groaning bodyguards sprawled on the ground, a mangled Rolls-Royce parked crookedly by the roadside, and a cluster of bruised, swollen-faced heirs huddled together. She let out a chilling laugh. Cuff them all. Take them straight to the station. Dozens of officers sprang into action without hesitation. Ishigami Danji stepped forward, spine rigid. Officer Zhou, I am a Japanese citizen. You have no authority. Before he could finish, Zhou Baiwan drove a sharp kick into his chest. Thud. Ishigami Danji flew backward a full meter, crashing onto the pavement, his kimono tearing open, utterly humiliated. Silence descended upon the entire square. The heirs stared, eyes wide with disbelief. Zhou Baiwan advanced, her boot pressing firmly onto Ishigami Danji's chest as she loomed over him. A Japanese citizen. She laughed again, a frost-laced contemptuous sound. You assault a Chinese citizen on sovereign Chinese soil. Who gave you the audacity? Ishigami Danji lay motionless, his face shifting from ashen pallor to deep, mortified crimson. He had lived in China for years, but never, not once, had he endured such utter humiliation. And yet, pinned beneath Zhou Baiwan's boot, he could not move. The heirs, who moments earlier had been writhing on the ground in agony, suddenly surged upright, galvanized as if injected with adrenaline. The female demon reigned supreme. Beat these bastards to a pulp. Let them know whose territory this is. One heir, nose bloodied and face swollen, waved his fist wildly. Another, arm broken, raised his good hand in a defiant thumbs-up. A third, lips split and bleeding, grinned like a fool. Moments ago they'd been routed. Now they stood triumphant, as though victory itself had been declared. Zhou Baiwan gazed down at Ishigami Danji, her voice glacial. Japanese nationals conducting business in China must abide by Chinese law. This matter is far from over. She withdrew her boot and turned sharply toward the heirs. Silence, now? Your reckoning comes later. The heirs wilted instantly. Officers moved in to apprehend them. Ishigami Danji was cuffed and dragged away. His bodyguards were loaded into patrol vehicles. The heirs shuffled off, heads bowed and shoulders slumped. When it came Li Changge's turn, a young officer approached. You, hands behind your head, kneel down. Leaning casually against the door of his armored vehicle, Li Changge smiled faintly. Officer, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Those Japanese thugs attacked me. I acted in self-defense. Any issue with that? The young officer frowned. Whether it qualifies as self-defense will be determined back at the station. Li Changge remained unmoved. Tomorrow marked the onset of the apocalypse. He had no intention of spending days locked up in a precinct cell. As the officer reached out to seize him, Li Changge sidestepped, effortlessly evading the grasp. The young officer froze mid-motion. Zhou Baiwan noticed the commotion. She turned and saw the young man leaning against the armored vehicle. White t-shirt, jeans, and unruffled, easy smile. She recognized him immediately, the same slick-tongued charm he'd displayed that day outside the restaurant. She strode over, radiating unassailable authority. You again, eh? Li Changge met her gaze, his expression disarmingly guileless. Officer Zhou, long time no see. You look even more stunning tonight than you did that day. Her eyes hardened. Enough talk. Hands behind your head, kneel. Li Changge shook his head. I truly can't go. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. What could possibly be more urgent than cooperating with a police investigation? He paused thoughtfully, then answered earnestly, the end of the world. Zhou Baiwan blinked, then laughed. Not with amusement, but with exasperated fury. Fine. Then I'll escort you myself. She lunged, reaching for his wrist. In one fluid motion, Li Changge twisted his arm, reversed her grip, and seized her hand. Zhou Baiwan's eyes narrowed. She drove her knee upward in a lightning counter. Li Changge pivoted aside. 3 exchanges flashed in an instant. Zhou Baiwan's assault was precise and ruthless, every move drawn from textbook close-quarters combat. She'd placed among the top 5 in the police academy's martial arts tournament, and in her years of fieldwork had never failed to subdue a suspect. Yet Li Changge moved with effortless mastery. His combat instincts forged in a past life rendered conventional techniques obsolete, 10,000 times more lethal. When Zhou Baiwan threw a punch, he tilted his head just in time, then swept low at her legs. She leapt clear airborne, but before she landed, Li Changge had already closed the distance. He seized her wrist, twisted sharply, and locked her from behind, immobilized, helpless. Everyone around stood frozen in stunned silence. The heirs still awaiting arrest gaped, jaws slack. That was Zhou Baiwan, the female Yama, the woman who dared strike Zhao Tianhao himself. And now she was held, pressed against the chest of a stranger who drove an armored vehicle. Even Zhou Baiwan herself was momentarily stunned. She struggled, but Li Changge's strength was overwhelming, she couldn't budge. More unnerving still was the searing masculine heat radiating from him, a warmth that made her limbs inexplicably weak. Li Changge lowered his head, drawing near her ear. His warm breath brushed her earlobe, and her entire body went rigid. "Officer Zhou," he murmured, voice soft laced with quiet amusement. "I really only came to watch the show." "Li Changge, release me now." Her voice was steel wrapped in ice. He didn't loosen his grip. Instead, he used the intimate constraint to study her, unabashedly, almost insolently, as if savoring the rare sight of this formidable officer brought low. So close, he could trace every detail, her raven black hair, damp strands clinging to her smooth forehead, and slender neck trembling faintly with each suppressed breath. Her delicate heart-shaped face, porcelain-fine skin flushed with the vivid, incandescent hue of righteous fury. Most arresting were her eyes, deep and luminous as starlit mountain pools, blazing even now with unbroken defiance, their pupils alight with indomitable fire. That gaze outshone any gemstone. Suddenly he smiled. "Officer Zhou, so breathtakingly beautiful, what will you do when the apocalypse arrives?" "What exactly are you implying?" she gritted out between clenched teeth. He leaned closer still, almost whispering directly into her ear. "I mean, if you treat me well, in a few days I might just gift you a pack of instant noodles." Zhou Baiwan froze. She wondered if her ears had betrayed her. A pack of instant noodles. She, the revered goddess of the police force, daughter of a high-ranking provincial official, was worth a pack of instant noodles. Li Changge. Her roar shattered the night air. Trembling with rage, she remained trapped in his unyielding hold. Li Changge released her and stepped back. Zhou Baiwan whirled, ready to charge, only to be restrained by several officers. "Team leader Zhou, calm down. You won't win against him," a junior officer muttered quietly from behind. Zhou Baiwan turned her head and glared fiercely at the young officer. Her gaze was filled with anger, not aimed at the officer but at the bastard who made her embarrass herself in public. She shook off the officer's hand, took a deep breath, and her eyes became sharper than ever. Gathering her strength, she threw a punch, a swift and brutal strike aimed directly at Li Changge's face. Li Changge sidestepped, frowning. This woman, was she never going to stop? Zhou Baiwan's assault was like a torrential storm, with punches, elbows, knees, and legs. Every move was a desperate attack. She no longer cared about winning, she only wanted this bastard to pay the price. Even if it was just one punch, even if it was just a kick. The surrounding officers wanted to help, but were unable to intervene due to the fierce fighting between the two. Li Changge was also getting angry. He could have easily left, but this woman's stubbornness irritated him. He seized on a flaw in Zhou Baiwan's stance. Her center wide open, her punch missing her weight, leaning forward. Li Changge flipped his palm and struck her chest with a deft maneuver. It wasn't an indecent act, just a push. But Zhou Baiwan froze. She glanced down at her chest, then looked back at Li Changge, her eyes instantly becoming red. "You?" Her voice trembled. Li Changge furrowed his brow tighter. "I didn't mean to." But Zhou Baiwan could no longer hear him. Anger burned away her last shred of rationality. She screamed as she lunged at him, her moves completely chaotic. Not grappling, but a wild brawl. Li Changge sighed. He sidestepped, locked her wrist, and turned, once again trapping her in his embrace. This time he used all his strength, rendering her completely immobilized. The surrounding officers rushed in, encircling Li Changge. A dozen people surrounded him, and the tension reached its peak. Zhou Baiwan struggled in his arms, but didn't budge an inch. Her eyes were red and her lips were biting until they almost bled. Li Changge looked down at her. This woman was indeed stubborn to the point of being a headache. He was about to speak. Suddenly he stopped. The air became thick, as if something were pressing down from above. In the distance, a pack of dogs howled frantically. The sounds were chaotic, filled with terror. Then came the howl of a wolf. Where did the wolves come from in this city? Li Changge looked up. Zhou Baiwan also felt the anomaly and ceased her struggle. Everyone looked up. The originally pitch-black night sky suddenly took on an ominous dark red hue. The clouds churned as if stirred by an invisible hand, rolling and twisting into a gigantic vortex. Then, a blinding light sliced through the sky. It was a meteor, a burning meteor. It trailed a long tail of flames as it plummeted straight down from outside the atmosphere. It was enormous, so large that its outline was visible to the naked eye, like the eye of death descending towards the horizon with the heat of destruction. Li Changge's pupils constricted sharply. In his past life, he had witnessed this scene. It was the beginning of the apocalypse, the death knell of human civilization. But the timing was wrong. There were still 28 hours left. The second-generation crowd stopped their clamoring, each of them tilting their heads back, mouths agape, staring at the terrifying sight in the sky. What? What is that? A meteor. It's a meteor. Someone screamed while others began to flee. Liu Ruyan stood frozen, pale-faced, her lips trembling. She instinctively grabbed Liu Fei's arm, only to find him trembling as well. Liu Fei's face was swollen like a pig's head, but at that moment he was completely oblivious to the pain. He stared blankly at the sky, murmuring, "Impossible. Impossible." Inoue Danyue was being restrained by two police officers, now forgetting to struggle. He looked at the meteor, his eyes flashing with terror and a hint of excitement. The meteor fell lower and lower, growing larger and larger. It crashed toward the Pacific Ocean. In the next second, the earth trembled. The ground beneath began to shake violently. It was not an ordinary earthquake, but a quake that could tear everything apart. Luxury cars at the entrance of the Jinding began to set off alarms, their sharp cries rising and falling like a desperate symphony. In the distance, a thunderous roar echoed as if something had collapsed. High-rise buildings were collapsing, bridges were breaking, an entire city was groaning. All the phones vibrated simultaneously. A deafening alarm shattered the night sky, the highest-level natural disaster warning in Huaxia. The screen displayed a single line: red alert, meteorite impact in the Pacific Ocean, triggering a massive tsunami and chain earthquakes. Expected to arrive in coastal areas in 3 hours. All residents are to evacuate to high ground immediately. Below this message were countless notifications. The Pacific volcanic belt has erupted in full. A 9.8 magnitude earthquake struck Honshu Island. Hawaii has been engulfed by a tsunami. The West Coast has entered a state of emergency. Each notification more horrifying than the last. Each one more despairing than the last. Zhou Baiwan stood there, forgetting to struggle, forgetting her anger, forgetting that she was still in Li Changge's embrace. She looked at her phone screen, her face gradually paling. This is... Li Changge released her. She staggered back a step, turning to look at him. Li Changge's expression was different from anyone she had ever seen. There was no fear, no panic, no despair. Only a kind of complexity she couldn't comprehend. It resembled nostalgia, relief, yet also anticipation. Li Changge said nothing. He looked up at the meteor that had vanished from sight, gazing at the burning sky. In his past life, he struggled to survive under this sky, ultimately dying at the hands of the one he loved most. In this life, he prepared for 15 days, stockpiling enough supplies for 100,000 people to live for 50 years. Now it had come, 28 hours ahead of schedule, but it had come nonetheless. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhou Baiwan. "Officer Zhou." His voice was calm, as tranquil, as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. "The apocalypse has arrived." Zhou Baiwan was stunned. She opened her mouth to say something, but couldn't utter a word. Chaos erupted around them. The second-generation crowd scattered in all directions. Officers were at a loss with their phones. Liu Ruyan was crouching on the ground, crying. Liu Fei was cursing while holding his head, and Inoue Danyue was being protected by several bodyguards as he retreated into Jinding. Li Changge turned and opened the car door, jumping into the armored vehicle. The engine roared to life. Zhou Baiwan rushed over, banging on the window. "Li Changge, where are you going?" "Everyone needs to go to the nearest shelter." Li Changge glanced at her. His expression seemed to tease. "Officer Zhou." His voice came through the car window. "I said in the apocalypse a bag of instant noodles can buy your life. If you're willing to serve me well, I can give you a bag of instant noodles. I keep my promises." Zhou Baiwan's hand froze in midair. Li Changge withdrew his gaze. Stepping on the gas, the armored vehicle roared into the night, charging into the chaotic crowd, plunging into the collapsing world. Zhou Baiwan stood rooted in place, watching the colossal beast vanish around the street corner. Behind her, alarms wailed endlessly, the earth trembled violently, and the sky burned crimson. She lifted her gaze once more to that Shinrid firmament. "Evacuate civilians immediately. Locate the nearest underground shelters and civil defense facilities." Zhou Baiwan snapped her focus back and issued swift, decisive orders to the stunned officers surrounding her. The earth awoke like a slumbering leviathan, convulsing wildly. Li Changge gripped the steering wheel, tendons bulging along his knuckles. Now, outside the window, the world was collapsing. The warrior's chassis shuddered violently. This 5-ton steel behemoth rocked like a fragile skiff tossed upon a storm-racked sea. Its tires lost purchase on the asphalt, shrieking in protest. "Damn it!" He slammed his fist hard against the steering wheel. The Rockstone estate lay at least an hour away by road, utterly unreachable now. Ahead, a 30-story skyscraper had been severed cleanly at its midsection, as though struck by a giant's blade, its upper half tilting slowly before crashing down with thunderous finality. A plume of dust erupted dozens of meters into the air, blooming like a gray mushroom cloud. Li Changge could even make out silhouettes within the shattered windows, some clinging desperately to sills, waving in mute despair, others flung outward like severed kites, still others screaming, their voices swallowed whole by the deafening roar. Then all was consumed by dust. The pavement tore apart like ragged cloth, splitting open into bottomless fissures. Asphalt curled upward, revealing fractured pipes beneath. In the distance, a bridge collapsed with a deafening crash, reinforced concrete and steel girders plunging into the river like broken toys. The entire city groaned, wept, and died. Suddenly, the ground ahead gave way. A jagged chasm cleaved north to south. Changge slammed the brakes. The warrior's tires locked, skidding violently for over 10 meters before halting, barely, on the crumbling edge of the abyss. No path forward remained. His mind raced. This was downtown Hangzhou. Few structures here could survive a cataclysmic quake. His eyes swept across the swaying high-rises, then settled upon a 30-story midrice, the Hangzhou International Trade Tower. A flash from his past life surged through his mind. Year 3 of the apocalypse, he had glimpsed that very building from afar, Hangzhou's most indestructible edifice, standing unbroken through both earthquake and tsunami. Later, it would become the domain of the Ice Flame Sovereign and evolve into Hangzhou's largest survivor enclave, a truly resilient structure. He wrenched the steering wheel hard. The warrior slid sideways in a smoking drift, pivoting sharply toward its new objective, the Hangzhou International Trade Tower. Ahead, a collapsed wall blocked the route. Changge floored the accelerator. The warrior's 6-cylinder engine roared, a guttural, earth-shaking bellow, as the 5-ton frame surged forward. Boom! The wall disintegrated like paper, bricks and mortar exploding outward, clattering violently against the armored hull. Unscathed, the warrior charged onward. This was no mere vehicle. It was a true steel leviathan. The quake raged on the ground, still convulsing, but the warrior paid no heed. Its tires crushed rubble, ground over twisted rebar, and obliterated every obstacle in its path. Ahead loomed another yawning sinkhole. Changge wrenched the wheel. The warrior skimmed the crater's rim, half its body suspended in air, yet somehow surged across. At that moment, help me! A frail, trembling voice rose from the ruins. Changge caught it peripherally. An elderly security guard pinned beneath a prefabricated slab, his lower body impaled by a length of rebar. With blood-smeared hands, he reached weakly toward the warrior. His eyes held only raw, desperate yearning for survival. Change's gaze did not linger. The warrior pressed forward. In the rearview mirror, the old man continued struggling, still waving. Changge turned away, pressed the accelerator. The warrior surged ahead. In the mirror, the figure shrank, then vanished entirely into the swirling dust. Ahead, a massive jumble of boulders barred the way, boulders that had tumbled down from the adjacent mountainside, each weighing several tons. They formed a natural barricade, impassable for the warrior. Changge halted, stepped out, and stood before the rubble heap, raising his right hand. Within his dantian, a searing flame pulsed wildly. Heat surged up his arm, coalescing fiercely in his palm, forming a blazing sphere of fire. Not ordinary flame. This was energy compressed to its absolute limit, shifting from crimson to amber, then white, finally near translucent. The surrounding air shimmered and warped under the infernal heat like a desert mirage. Changge fixed his gaze on the boulder pile 30 meters distant and thrust forward with all his might. The fireball screamed forth, trailing incandescent vapor. Boom! The detonation shook the heavens. The rubble heap exploded outward, carving a vast breach. Shrapnel flying, dust rising dozens of meters high. Changge covered his mouth and nose, sprinted back to the warrior, ignited the engine, and roared straight into the smoke bursting through the newly blasted opening. Inside, the blinding dust cloud visibility dropped to 0. 3 seconds later, the warrior burst free. Before him, unobstructed and radiant, stood the Hangzhou International Trade Tower, 300 meters away. Changge dismounted, retracted the warrior into his spatial storage, and surveyed the surroundings. Almost no one remained here. When the quake struck, instinct drove everyone away from tall buildings. Those evacuation zones that should have teemed with people now stood eerily empty. Only Changge knew they were tragically mistaken. After the quake came the tsunami. He paused, glancing eastward, the direction of the Pacific Ocean. The sky remained a deep, blood-soaked crimson. He knew beneath that ocean surface a towering wave, dozens of meters high, was already gathering force. It would strike Hangzhou in just over 2 hours, swallowing whatever remained of the city. Those who fled to open plazas or vacant lots would be swept away. Only structures anchored deep into bedrock could endure. His gaze returned to the tower before him. In his past life, it had endured. This time it would again. 2 hours remained until the tsunami's arrival. Changge dashed into the Hangzhou Tower. The moment he crossed the lobby threshold, his phone vibrated. He pulled it out, revealing an emergency alert from the China Disaster Early Warning Center. Apocalyptic tsunami expected to strike coastal regions in 90 minutes. Initial wave height exceeds 1 kilometer. All residents must evacuate immediately to higher ground. Repeating, initial wave height exceeds 1 kilometer. Changge's expression hardened. 1 kilometer, initial height. By the time it reached inland cities, it would likely still tower over 100 meters. He glanced up. The ceiling soared 30 stories high, 3 meters per floor, 90 meters total. That would suffice. Hangzhou was not coastal. By the time the wave arrived, residual height would likely remain 70 to 80 meters. The lobby lay in utter ruin. Chandeliers shattered on the floor, glass strewn everywhere, marble walls cracked open to expose rusting rebar. Elevator doors were warped beyond recognition, indicator lights long extinguished. Changge didn't pause. He headed straight for the stairwell, pushed open the fire door, and was met with a thick wave of damp mold and choking dust. Emergency lights flickered sickly white along the stairwell. Boom! Crack! Crack! The sound overhead wasn't thunder. It was the tolling of hell's funeral bell. That low rhythmic detonation reverberated through the air, shaking the very atmosphere. Changge knew it was the sound of the tsunami compressing air ahead of it, the prelude to annihilation. The aftershocks of the earthquake gradually subsided, and the entire city fell into a deathly silence. Yet this silence was more terrifying than the earthquake itself, for it signified an even greater devastation approaching. Changge stood in the stairwell of the International Trade Center, the dim emergency lights flickering above him with a pale glow. The elevator had long since malfunctioned, and he could only climb up on his own legs. The enhanced physical abilities due to his powers allowed him to far exceed ordinary people, but even so, climbing more than 20 stories in one breath made his thigh muscles begin to ache. 28th floor. He gasped for breath as he pushed open the fire door and glanced out through the hallway window. Hangzhou was gone. The once bustling city had turned into a burning ruin. In the distance, several skyscrapers were snapped in half, with the upper sections crashing onto nearby buildings, the steel and concrete resembling shredded toys. Flames danced among the ruins, and thick smoke billowed upward, mingling with the dark red sky. In the direction of the Changge River, he could see a slender white line slowly advancing. That was the vanguard of the tsunami, devouring everything in its path. Changge withdrew his gaze and took a deep breath. There was still time, but not much. He turned and walked into the stairwell of the 28th floor. The emergency power barely illuminated the path beneath his feet, leaving the surroundings in complete darkness. His footsteps were light, but each step was steady. In the apocalypse, sound was deadly. Then he stopped. It was too quiet. Not the kind of deathly silence one would expect in ruins, but a quiet as if someone was deliberately holding their breath, trying to conceal their heartbeat. Changge's gaze swept across the offices on either side of the corridor. Glass was shattered, workstations were toppled, computers lay on the ground, and documents were scattered everywhere. Yet one office door was ajar, and within a dark figure could be faintly seen curled up in the corner. He slowed his pace and approached. A brass plaque hung at the entrance, barely visible in the dim light. China Academy of Building Research, East China Branch. Changge sidled inside, his gaze sweeping over the disarray, finally landing on the innermost storage room. The door was open. Inside, a pair of eyes was watching him. It was a woman. She was curled up in the corner, surrounded by a stack of thick building codes, those books, just enough to shield her head and chest, an expertly composed, sheltering posture. The woman wore a light blue shirt stained with dust, over which she had a white lab coat, her hair tied in a low ponytail, with a few stray strands sticking to her cheek. Behind her thin-framed glasses, those eyes were fixed intently on him, filled with fear, vigilance, and a hint of suppressed calmness. Her right hand gripped a utility knife. It was a utility knife used for architectural drawings, the blade trapezoidal, thin, but sharp enough. Her hand trembled, but the blade pointed in his direction. Changge stood still. In the span of a dozen meters, the two locked eyes. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Lin Weiss' hand began to ache, but she dared not let go. She did not know who this person was, how he had come up, or what he intended. They faced each other for 2 minutes. Gurgle. A long rumble from her stomach sounded particularly clear in the silence. Lin Weiss' face instantly flushed. Changge paused for a moment, then smiled. Hungry. Lin Wei did not respond, but the knife tip finally dropped a little. It was not trust, but sheer embarrassment. Changge did not step forward. He stood still, reaching into his backpack. He took out a pack of compressed biscuits from his space and tossed it towards her. The compressed biscuit traced a parabolic arc, landing at Lin Weiss' feet. Lin Wei glanced down, then lifted her head to look at him, unmoving. Eat it, Changge said. After you eat, take me to a safe place. What? What place? Her voice was hoarse, as if she hadn't spoken in a long time. You work here, right? Changge pointed to the brass plaque outside the door. You know this building best. The earthquake has just passed, and the tsunami is coming. Where's the safest place? Lin Weiss' pupils dilated slightly. How do you know there's a tsunami? I saw it. How did you get up here? I took the stairs. Why? Why do you have compressed biscuits in your bag? Changge looked at her, his expression somewhat complex. You have a lot of questions. Lin Wei fell silent. She looked down at the pack of compressed biscuits at her feet, then back up at him. This person spoke in a very calm tone, but he didn't seem like a bad person, at least not the kind who would take advantage of the chaos. Moreover, if he wanted to harm her, he wouldn't need to waste words. She slowly lowered the utility knife and picked up the pack of biscuits. She opened the package and took a bite. Hard, dry, but sufficient to stave off hunger. She chewed slowly, letting the biscuit dissolve in her mouth. From last night until now, she had been working overtime at the company and hadn't eaten anything for over 10 hours. After 3 bites, she suddenly spoke. On the 28th floor, there's a partition room. I designed it. Lin Wei swallowed the biscuit and adjusted her glasses. This was her habitual action, one she could not change, even in such circumstances. The partition room is integrated with the main load-bearing axis of the entire building. All four sides are concrete shear walls. The waterproof rating is the highest, and the ceiling is also good. If the tsunami really comes, that should be the safest place. She raised her head to look at Changge. Changge looked at her. This woman, having just taken a bite of the biscuit, began to calmly analyze the building structure. Her glasses were dusty, but the eyes behind the lenses were no longer just fearful. There was a sense of focus that he recognized. That was the gaze of a professional speaking about her expertise. "What's your name?" Changge asked. Lin Wei was silent for a second before saying Lin Wei. Changge was slightly taken aback. This name seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall. In his previous life of 3 years, he had heard too many names, most of whom had perished in the ruins or transformed into something more terrifying than death. He did not pursue the matter further, merely nodded. Changge. Lin Wei nodded in return, acknowledging the introduction. She stood up, her legs felt a little weak, and she leaned against the wall. Then she bent down to pick up the pack of unfinished biscuits, carefully stuffing it into her lab coat pocket. The few pins were still there, neatly arranged in the chest pocket in red, blue, and black. "Follow me," she said. She led Changge out of the storage room, crossing the chaotic office area to the middle of the corridor. There was a fire door that almost blended into the wall, hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. Lin Wei pushed the door open. Inside was a room only 2 square meters in size, with concrete on all sides, no windows, and only a few vents on the walls. The room was very empty, containing only a metal cabinet and a few chairs with a waterproof layer on the floor and traces of sealant visible in the corner. Changge surveyed the room and nodded. But Lin Wei suddenly felt as if she wasn't so scared anymore. Changge glanced around and nodded slightly. "This place is indeed quite good," Lin Wei said with a subtle smile at the corners of her mouth, a reflexive expression of recognition from a professional. "Of course," she replied, her tone carrying a hint of pride that she herself was unaware of. "Unless the Hangxing building completely collapses, this is the safest corner here." She continued speaking while pulling a pack of compressed biscuits from her pocket, breaking off a small piece and putting it in her mouth. The biscuit was too dry. She chewed slowly, but her words did not stop. "The seismic resistance level of the Hangxing building is the highest in the entire East China region. The foundation was driven into the bedrock 32 meters deep, and the main structure was made from military-grade steel. During the official testing simulating a magnitude 9 earthquake, it remained completely unscathed." Changge leaned against the wall, watching her. This woman transformed completely when she spoke about her profession. The shadow that had curled up in the corner, trembling with a utility knife, had vanished, replaced by a kind of radiance. It was faint, but a genuine glow of confidence. "What other projects have you participated in?" Changge asked. Lin Wei adjusted her glasses. "Pancher Manor." Changge's eyebrows raised slightly. "That villa area?" "Yes. I was involved in the foundation testing." Lin Wei took another bite of the biscuit. "The geological conditions of Pancher Manor are actually quite poor, located halfway up the mountain with risks of landslides. But the developer was willing to spend money driving the foundation 32 meters deep and even use titanium alloy frames. I even went to the site last year to conduct a settlement monitoring." She suddenly paused mid-sentence. Because Changge's gaze had changed. It was not the kind of look a man gives a woman, it was something else, like looking at something valuable. "What is it?" Lin Wei instinctively leaned back. "Nothing." Changge averted his gaze. "Please continue." Lin Wei shot him a suspicious glance, but continued speaking. The biscuit slowly dissolved in her mouth as she occasionally adjusted her glasses or gestured with her hands to illustrate the structure of the building. Changge listened, but his mind was wandering elsewhere. "In the apocalypse, what is the most valuable? Food, medicine, weapons. All are valuable. But truly the most valuable is talent. Especially those who understand architecture, can design, and can reinforce. When the time comes to build bases and fortifications, the value of such individuals will surpass that of 100 ability users who only know how to fight." As he was thinking, Lin Wei suddenly stopped. Ahem. She had choked on the biscuit. At first, she only coughed lightly a couple of times, but the biscuit was too dry, and she couldn't get it out, her face turning red. She wanted to suppress it, but couldn't, and her cough grew louder. Changge furrowed his brows and reached into his backpack. As Lin Wei struggled, a bottle of mineral water suddenly appeared in front of her. She was startled and looked up. Changge stood in front of her, extending the bottle of mineral water towards her. "Drink it." Lin Wei took the water, twisted off the cap, and gulped down 2 big mouthfuls. Water trickled down the corner of her mouth. She wiped it with the back of her hand and let out a long breath. "Thank you." Her voice was still a bit hoarse, but she was finally no longer coughing. Changge said nothing, just took the bottle of mineral water that she had just drunk from and took a sip himself. Lin Wei was stunned. That was the bottle she had drunk from. She opened her mouth to say something, but ended up saying nothing. The 12 square meter partition space was simply too cramped. Changge finished drinking and sat down opposite her. The two were almost face to face, their knees nearly touching. The emergency power source's light filtered in from the ventilation shaft dim enough to only see each other's outlines. Lin Wei suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Not out of fear. The kind of terror had already been diluted by the compressed biscuits and mineral water. It was because they were too close. Close enough for her to smell the scent on the man opposite her. It wasn't sweat, it wasn't smoke, but a kind of scent she couldn't quite describe. Her heart inexplicably raced a few beats faster. Lin Wei lowered her gaze, pretending to organize the pockets of her white coat. The few pins were still there, red, blue, and black, neatly arranged. She touched the pin caps with her fingers, then brushed over the half-empty pack of compressed biscuits. But that scent lingered. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at him. In the dim light, Changge leaned against the wall, his eyes half-closed as if resting. His profile was sharply defined, his nose straight, and there was a faint stubble on his chin. His clothes were dusty, but he didn't look disheveled. Instead, there was a— Lin Wei searched for a word in her mind. Calmness. This person was too calm. Too calm for someone who had just experienced an earthquake and was waiting for a tsunami. Changge suddenly opened his eyes. Lin Wei's gaze couldn't evade, and they locked eyes. What are you looking at? Lin Wei's face instantly flushed. Nothing. Nothing at all. She looked down. I was just thinking about the tsunami you mentioned. Changge said nothing, just continued looking at her. In the dim light, her face was not very clear, but the contours were discernible. An oval face, features that weren't stunning, but were pleasant to the eye. Her figure was exceptional, curvy, clearly someone who paid attention to fitness, with quite fair skin and a faint mark on her nose from her glasses. Her hair was a bit messy, a few strands falling on her cheeks, giving her a softness she usually lacked. What was most striking were her eyes. Just moments ago they had been red as she avoided his gaze, but now they lifted, looking at him through the lenses. In those eyes there was anxiety, curiosity, and a hint of something she was trying to conceal. Changge's gaze shifted slightly downward. The collar of her white coat was slightly open, revealing the buttons of her light blue shirt, all neatly fastened. Below the shirt, he averted his gaze. But Lin Wei had noticed. Her face reddened further, instinctively leaning back, but there was a wall behind her, leaving nowhere to retreat. Just then, boom, the entire building shook violently. Lin Wei instantly lost her balance and lunged forward. Oh! She instinctively closed her eyes, her hands flailing in the air. Then she crashed into a hard embrace. Changge's arms wrapped around her waist like iron hoops, but Lin Wei could no longer care about her embarrassment. Her hands clung tightly to his neck, and her legs, she didn't know when, also wrapped around him, her whole body hanging on him like an octopus. The building continued to shake violently. Boom! Another loud noise, even closer than before. That was the sound of waves crashing against the building, making one's scalp tingle. The entire building trembled, the concrete walls emitted a low groan as if they might shatter at any moment. Lin Wei buried her face in Changge's chest, trembling all over. Don't let go. Please don't let go. Her voice was muffled against his chest, tinged with a sob. Changge said nothing. His feet firmly planted on the ground, one arm wrapped around Lin Wei's waist, the other hand pressed against the wall to stabilize their bodies. Boom! The third wave of impact. The building trembled more violently. A seam was shaken open in the corner where the sealant had been applied, and dust began to fall. Lin Wei's body shook violently with the tremors, but she hung onto Changge perfectly still, not because she was steady, but because he was. Her face pressed against his chest, she could feel his heartbeat. 1 thump, 2 thumps, 3 thumps. Steady. More stable than the building. Lin Wei did not know why she noticed this at such a moment, but she did. She also noticed other things. His body was so warm, like a furnace, the heat radiating through his clothes. And his arm, the one wrapped around her waist, was surprisingly strong, yet did not hurt her. Then, she suddenly froze. Because she felt something pressing against her lower abdomen. Lin Wei's face instantly flushed. She knew what it was. At 23, she was no longer a little girl. But she didn't dare to move. She couldn't move. And did she not want to move? Lin Wei was startled by this thought. Boom! Another wave of impact. Lin Wei's body shook violently again, and she instinctively held Changge tighter. Her face buried in Changge's chest, she smelled the faint, indescribable scent on him. The entire building trembled, the roar of the waves echoing continuously, as if it would never stop. But Lin Wei suddenly felt as if she was not so afraid anymore. Not because the partition was solid enough, but because of the person holding her. His heartbeat, 1 thump, 2 thumps, 3 thumps. More stable than any structure. Unknowingly, Lin Wei fell asleep, just like that. Lin Wei did not know when she fell asleep. Maybe it was when the roaring sounds gradually faded away, or maybe it was when Changge's heartbeat lulled her into slumber. She only remembered hanging on to him like an octopus, her face buried in his chest, and then she knew nothing. When she woke up again, it was already bright outside. Not a normal brightness, but a gray, eerily dark red light. Lin Wei opened her eyes, her mind blank, for 3 seconds. Then she realized she was still hanging on to Changge. Her arms were around his neck. Her legs were wrapped around his waist. Her face was pressed against his chest. Her entire body was curled up in his embrace. Lin Wei's face instantly flushed. She fumbled to release him and shrank back. But the partition was only 2 square meters. There was nowhere else to shrink to. She could only look down and pretend to tidy her clothes, smoothing out her crumpled white coat and tucking her loose hair behind her ear. Throughout the process, she did not dare to look up at him. Changge leaned against the wall watching her. This woman's face was as red as a tomato. "You awake?" His voice was calm as if nothing had happened. Lin Wei responded with a small, nearly inaudible sound. "Then let's go." Changge stood up and pushed the door open. Lin Wei followed behind him, taking a deep breath, trying to restore her composure. She was an architectural engineer, a master's student in architecture. How could she be shy? It was just a special circumstance. Yes, a special circumstance. As she thought this, she followed Changge to the window. Then she froze. The world outside had changed completely. The sea had receded, or rather was in the process of receding. The entire city had turned into a swamp with various debris floating on the murky water, cars, furniture, billboards, and bodies. Some bodies floated on the water's surface, bloated and white. Some were trapped in the ruins, their limbs twisted at unnatural angles. In the distance, a collapsed high-rise building was still burning, thick smoke rising and mingling with the dark red sky. The sky was gray, but within that gray was an eerie dark red like congealed blood. Heavy rain poured down, the raindrops dense like a wall, smashing against the water's surface and creating countless splashes. A stench pervaded the air. The salty, fishy smell of seawater, the foul odor of decaying bodies, and the burnt smell of char mingled together, making one feel nauseous. Occasionally, distant cries of anguish could be heard, faint yet drowned out by the sound of the pouring rain. But Lin Wei heard them. She knew that those were the cries of the living seeking help. She stood by the window, feeling cold all over. Last night, she had been working overtime, sketching plans, thinking about the project she needed to submit tomorrow. Today, the entire city was gone. Did she still need to submit the plans? Lin Wei pondered for a moment and kicked one foot. The end of the world. Changge's voice sounded beside her. The real end of the world has come. Lin Wei turned to look at him. There was no fear, no sadness on Changge's face, only a kind of calm she couldn't understand, as if he were watching a movie whose outcome he already knew. "What do we do next?" Lin Wei's voice was hoarse. Changge said, "First find food and water. There should still be supplies in this building. Convenience stores, employee cafeterias, break rooms. Look for everything you can find. You go look. They'll wait here." Lin Wei was taken aback. "Aren't you going?" "The places I go are not the same as the places you go." Changge pointed to the stairwell. "You go to the lower floors, I go to the upper floors. Splitting up will be more efficient." Lin Wei thought for a moment and nodded. Changge reminded her, "If you encounter anyone, leave immediately. Do not engage. No matter if they are old or young, male or female. In the end of the world, people are scarier than zombies." Lin Wei turned and walked toward the stairwell, taking a couple of steps before stopping. "Thank you," she said without turning back, "for the cookies and the water last night." Then she disappeared into the stairwell. Changge watched her back and withdrew his gaze. He turned to find a chair that looked quite comfortable. He righted the chair, sat down, and propped his legs up on the nearby table. Searching for supplies. What a joke. In his space lay tens of billions of supplies, mountains of food, enough for 100,000 people to eat for 50 years. Yet he still let her go. Not out of indifference, but because she needed to learn how to survive in the end of the world. He could not always be with Lin Wei, as she had to learn to face the ruins, the bodies, and the survivors that might be hiding. Moreover, he needed some time alone. Since his rebirth, he had been running, preparing, never pausing for a moment. Snatching space fruits, moving treasures, stockpiling supplies, buying villas, modifying vehicles. In 14 days, he accomplished what others could not finish in a lifetime. Now that the tsunami had passed and the heavy rain had come, he finally had time to stop and think. What should he do next? The granary. Yes, the Central Reserve Granary. In his past life, that warehouse manager built one of the top 10 bases in Longhua. In this life, he would take that granary. And that mysterious person in the Baiha vehicle. Who was she? What was her ability? And Liu Ruyan, Liu Chang, Liu Fei, in no way Daner. Those debts from his past life needed to be repaid in this life. While Changge was pondering, a sudden wave of heat surged within him. This was not ordinary heat. It was a scalding warmth that erupted from deep within his bones, as if something was awakening inside his body. In the next moment, a sharp pain exploded from deep within his brain. Like a red-hot iron nail brutally driven into his brain. Like countless knives scraping against his bones. Like someone sawing open his skull and pouring in scalding magma. Changge's expression instantly tightened, the veins on his forehead bulging. Yet his pupils remained calm. This pain he was all too familiar with. This was the prelude to the awakening of his abilities. In his past life, he had experienced it once. At that time, he was being chased by zombies when suddenly his mind exploded in pain, forcing him to kneel on the ground, nearly bitten to death. Then he awakened his level fire ability. But he was reborn. Didn't he already carry the abilities from his past life? Why would he still awaken? Could it be a second awakening? There was no time to think. The intense pain surged like a tidal wave, each wave fiercer than the last. Deep within his mind, that bright yellow fire ability brought back from his past life, which had been quietly dormant in his dantian, began to riot. It was like a disturbed wild beast frantically struggling and crashing about. At the same time, a completely new energy was being birthed within him. That energy was more violent, more ferocious, like a hungry giant beast attempting to tear everything apart and seize everything. The two energies clashed within him. The battlefield was his meridians. The bright yellow flames and the orange flames chased, bit, and devoured each other within his blood vessels. Where they passed, the meridians were torn apart and then forcibly healed by the energy. That kind of pain was 1,000 times worse than being cut by a knife. The battlefield was his brain. The two energies collided in his mind. Each impact felt like someone was hammering his head. His vision flickered between black and red. A buzzing sound filled his ears, and the whole world spun around him. The battlefield was every inch of his flesh and blood. Changge gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the armrests of the chair tightly. His eyes turned fiery red like two burning flames. His skin rapidly heated up. The genuine leather chair beneath him began to emit a burnt smell with wisps of smoke rising. Yet he did not cry out. It wasn't that it didn't hurt. It was that he knew shouting wouldn't help. In his past life, he had experienced far too many ability enhancements over 3 years. Each one accompanied by this kind of pain, some lighter, some heavier, but it was the necessary cost of a leap in life level. He closed his eyes, sinking all his willpower into his body. The two energies were still clashing. The bright yellow flames were forced into a corner while the orange flames pressed in closer. But the bright yellow flames refused to yield, counterattacking time and again, each counterattack bringing excruciating pain. Changge did not intervene. He was waiting for them to mutually exhaust each other, waiting for them to be forced to integrate. This process was like taming two wild horses. He could not intervene. He could only wait for them to tire themselves out. Then he would step in and put them in harness. The pain continued. But Changge's breathing gradually steadied. He knew it was almost over. 10 minutes. It felt as long as a year. Finally, the upheaval within him began to subside. The bright yellow flames finally gave up resistance, swallowed whole by the orange flames. The two energies merged, slowly rotating within his dantian like a newly born star. Changge slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were still black, but deep within it seemed a flicker of fiery red light was dancing. He raised his right hand. With a thought, puff, a flame shot out from his fingertips. It was not the warm orange of his past life, nor was it the bright yellow from before. Instead, it was fiery red, like lava, like the setting sun, like light burning at its peak. The flame was only the size of a fingernail, but Changge could feel the terrifying energy it contained. The air around began to distort, and on the glass of the window a few meters away, tiny droplets of water formed. It was condensation caused by the temperature difference. He stared at the flame for 3 seconds, then casually flicked it. The flame flew out and landed on an iron cabinet 3 meters away. Hiss! There was no explosion. No flames. On the iron cabinet, there was a fist-sized hole. The edges were smooth as if vaporized by high temperature. Changge was stunned. Then he smiled. Shrank. The shrank he had never touched until death in his past life. In his past life, he had awakened an A-level fire ability. Later, Liu Ruyan tricked him out of the S-level purple fire source he had risked his life to obtain and gave it to Changge. He thought he would never touch that threshold again in this life. But now, his A-level ability had evolved into S-level. He recalled a saying he had heard in his past life: a second evolution of abilities was extremely rare, 1 in 10,000. However, once an evolution has occurred, there is the possibility of a second, third, or even fourth evolution. In other words, he still had the chance to become even stronger. Stronger than shrank. Changge fixed his gaze on the fiery red flame at his fingertip, a slow smile creeping onto his lips. The apocalypse. Bring it on. As Changge pondered, chaotic footsteps echoed down the hallway. It wasn't one person, but a group. There were also the sounds of metal striking against the stairs, a deliberate noise, as if announcing, "We're coming, so you better hide far away." Change's expression instantly turned cold. He quietly rose edge towards the stairwell and concealed himself behind the fire door, peering down. More than 20 floors down, a group of people was climbing up. Leading them was a familiar figure, Changge. Changge was puzzled. How did Changge end up at Hangqing building? Then Changge seemed to remember who Linwei was. So she was Changge's blind date. In his past life, he and Changge were practically family, but he had never seen Linwei. Perhaps the turning point of the story was about to happen here. Changge grew increasingly curious about what would happen next. Changge was wearing a wrinkled floral shirt, the collar open, revealing his slender collarbone. With a fawning smile on his face, his back bent like a shrimp holding a baseball bat, Changge was huffing and puffing as he climbed the stairs among the group, his neck twisting back and forth, his nose sniffing sharply, his lips twitching. That was a sign of an impending sugar craving. Following behind were a dozen thugs, some fat, some thin, some tall, some short. A few had their heads dyed in colorful, messy hair, their clothes disheveled, but their gazes were all the same. Those of savagery that had begun to plunder and kill since the apocalypse arrived. At the back was a bald man. With a face full of brutish flesh, he had a grotesque scar running from his brow to his mouth. He walked slowly, but with each step he stamped heavily on the stairs, making a dull thud sound. Change's gaze fell on him. This person was problematic. It wasn't intuition, but a sense honed over 3 years in his past life. a dangerous individual easily recognizable in a crowd. Lu Chang. Heaven has a way, but you refuse to walk it. Hell has no door, but you barge in. Li Changge curled his lips into a cold smile and quietly retreated. Bang! The fire door on the 28th floor was kicked open with a loud crash against the wall. Lu Chang, panting, leaned against the door frame, his legs trembling. After climbing down more than 20 floors, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. But he couldn't afford to rest. Bent over, he ran back toward the bald man kneeling down with a thud. Scar brother, this is the floor. My girlfriend is on this floor. She told me herself that she participated in the construction of Hang Commercial Bank's base. That blueprint for Hang Commercial Bank is what she worked on. I will definitely persuade her to hand over the blueprints, and then… Rock candy. Lu Chang said, his nose twitching again. The scarred man looked down at him, nodded slightly, and said nothing. Lu Chang's face was full of smiles, that smile as humble as a dog's. On the 28th floor, in a storage room by the staircase, the emergency light emitted a pale glow, casting swaying shadows among the broken walls. Lin Wei searched through the shelves, aided by the faint light. The shelves were crooked and most of the items had already scattered on the ground. Lin Wei rummaged through the pile of clutter. A few bottles of mineral water caught her eye. They were dusty, but when she twisted the cap open and sniffed, there was no foul odor. There were also a few packs of biscuits. She picked one up and noticed the packaging read "Best before March 2028, which had already expired 2 months ago. Expired is better than starving. She didn't pay attention to that, gathering the items in the hem of her white coat, making a makeshift bundle. Just as she was about to stand up, Wei Wei. Where are you? It's a Chang. I came to find you. I'm here to rescue you. A prolonged shout echoed from the corridor. Lin Wei's movements froze. Her expression darkened instantly. It was Lu Chang's voice. From their first blind date, she knew this person was not trustworthy. She could see through his oily demeanor, scheming nature, and his tendency to bully the weak. He boasted about how many big brothers he knew at the dinner table, and his phone was filled with various dubious contacts, always looking at her with a repulsive gaze. So on the first day of their blind date, she resolutely rejected Lu Chang. But her father, who had heart problems, was so furious when he found out that he went directly to the hospital. She had no choice but to temporarily agree to date Lu Chang, thinking it would stabilize her father's condition. Before the earthquake, Lu Chang shamelessly insisted on staying late with her. She was extremely annoyed but endured it without losing her temper. Then the earthquake struck. The lights on the ceiling burst, filing cabinets toppled, and the entire floor screamed. In the violent shaking, Lu Chang was the first to run, without even looking back, leaving her alone in the crumbling materials room. She hid under the desk, listening to the sounds of collapse outside, her heart as cold as ash. Now he had returned. What did he want? Lin Wei tightened her grip on the utility knife in her pocket. Bang! The storage room door was kicked open, slamming against the wall with a loud crash. Lu Chang's disgusting face appeared at the doorway, his triangular eyes filled with false smiles. Behind him were several lecherous-looking big men. Seeing Lin Wei alone, Lu Chang's triangular eyes lit up instantly. He strode in, arms wide open, as if to embrace her. Wei Wei. I finally found you. There was an earthquake. This place isn't safe. I came back specifically to take you to a safe place. Lin Wei took 2 steps back, her back hitting the shelf. Take me. Where to? Her voice was as cold as ice. During the earthquake, you ran faster than anyone. Lu Chang's smile faltered slightly. I was looking for rescue at that time. You see, Scar brother, and the others are the reinforcements I called in. As long as you hand over the design drawings of Hang Commercial Bank, Scar brother guarantees to protect us. Lin Wei's heart sank. So Lu Chang's goal was the design drawings of Hang Commercial Bank. While Lin Wei was pondering, Lu Chang stepped aside, revealing a bald man behind him. Scar walked into the storage room. Standing over 6 feet tall with muscles all over, a blue dragon tattoo coiled around his neck, its tail extending from his collar, looking fierce and terrifying. His gaze fell on Lin Wei, slowly scanning her from top to bottom. Her white coat, now dusty, covered a light blue shirt. Her black hair was somewhat disheveled, with a few strands sticking to her cheeks. Behind her thin-framed glasses, her eyes coldly regarded him, devoid of fear. Only disdain. That kind of disdain was deep-rooted. Scar licked his lips. A woman with glasses, intellectual, looking at him like he was garbage. How satisfying it would be to destroy her. He pushed Lu Chang aside, grinning to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. Little sister, don't be afraid. Your boyfriend sent me to rescue you. You give me the design drawings of Hang City Bank, I Scar guarantee you'll have a good life from now on. He reached out, attempting to touch Lin Wei's face. Lin Wei did not dodge. She suddenly raised her hand. The blade of the utility knife shot out from between her fingers, gleaming coldly as it sliced deeply across Scar's wrist. Sizzle, blood splattered out. Scar let out a scream, quickly retracting his hand. A deep gash appeared on his wrist, flesh rolled back, and blood dripped down his fingers. You. Scar's eyes widened, incredulous, as he looked at the woman before him. Lin Wei held the knife, coldly gazing at him. The blade was stained with blood, reflecting a dark red light under the emergency light. Her hand was steady, without a trace of trembling. Step closer, and the next cut will slit your throat. The storage room fell silent for a moment. Unexpectedly, this seemingly frail woman dared to strike. Lu Chang stepped back in fear, his face pale. Scar glanced down at his wrist, then looked back at Lin Wei. His eyes changed, not frivolous anymore, but genuinely fierce. Like a provoked beast, his pupils reflected a bloodthirsty light. Interesting. He casually grabbed the handle of a nearby iron filing cabinet. A thick iron pipe welded onto the cabinet. Creak. The iron pipe was squeezed flat by him with one hand. Twisted and deformed like a softened noodle. He clapped his hands, eyes glinting with malice. See that? This is called superpower. Your broken knife can wound me once, but not a second time. He took a step forward. Seeing this, Lu Chang sidled up and urged quietly, Wei Scar is a superpowered person. With him protecting us, we can survive. Hand over the drawings and no one will pursue us in a disaster. Lin Wei interrupted him. Shut up. Her voice was not loud, but each word struck the ground like nails. Her eyes behind the lenses were terrifyingly calm. I tell you, the drawings are not going to be given to you. That's the bottom line for the artist. Aren't you afraid of being investigated after robbing a bank? Lu Chang, I advise you to back off right now. Lu Chang panicked. His nose sniffed hard, his face twisted from his sugar addiction, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He pulled out a crumpled cigarette pack from his pocket, lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled a cloud of murky smoke. Lin Wei, don't make things difficult for yourself. Scar is a superpowered person. In this world, you can only survive by following the strong. Slap. Lin Wei slapped him across the face. The crisp sound echoed in the storage room. Lu Chang staggered back, holding his face, looking at her in disbelief. The cigarette flew from his mouth, landing on the ground, sparks scattering everywhere. Get lost. Lin Wei held the utility knife, the tip pointing at the doorway. Scar looked at her, suddenly laughing. Interesting. Really interesting. He waved his hand dismissively, as if discussing an insignificant matter. Take her away. If the drawings can't be found, just take the person. If she has the drawings in her head, then well, dig them out. The big men behind him threw away their cigarette butts and began to advance. Footsteps echoed chaotically and heavily in the cramped storage room. Lin Wei took a step back, her back pressed against the wall. The wall was cold, seeping through her shirt into her skin. The blade of the utility knife gleamed coldly under the emergency light, but she knew that this knife couldn't fend off so many people. Her breathing quickened, her heart thundering in her chest. At worst, she would fight to the end. Just then, outside the storage room, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Lu Chang turned his head, his expression changing drastically. Who? No one answered. The footsteps stopped at the storage room door. Then a cold voice came from outside. Lu Chang. I see you want to sell your girlfriend. Lu Chang suddenly turned his head. That voice was hauntingly familiar, a familiarity rooted deep in his bones. Standing at the doorway against the light was Changge. Lin Wei, upon seeing him, almost shed tears. It was an impulse born from surviving a calamity, yet the next moment Lin Wei's fear surged anew. Lu Chang and his men numbered over a dozen. That scarred man also possessed supernatural abilities. Could Changge possibly defeat him alone? She parted her lips, wanting to urge him to flee, but Changge did not look at her. His gaze swept across the thugs in the storage room as if counting them. Bang! No one saw how Changge moved. Only a muffled sound was heard as the foremost thug wielding a machete was flung aside. Boom! The second thug had just raised a steel pipe when Changge's knee struck his lower abdomen. Ugh! He curled up like a shrimp, collapsing to his knees, and began retching. The steel pipe slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor and rolling into a corner. The third thug reacted faster, swinging a dagger at Changge's back. Changge did not glance back. He sidestepped the dagger, grazing his clothes as it passed. Then he countered with an elbow strike to the thug's temple. Dong! The thug's vision darkened, and he collapsed limply to the ground. The fourth thug turned to flee, but Changge stepped forward in a single stride, grabbed the collar at the back of his neck, and pulled him back fiercely. The thug's feet left the ground as he crashed onto his back, the back of his head thudding against the concrete floor with a heavy sound. Sidekick, knee strike, elbow strike, throat lock. There were no flashy moves, only the most effective attacks. Each motion was clean and precise, mechanical in its accuracy. 3 seconds. 4 thugs lay on the ground wailing. The rest were stunned, some instinctively stepping back. Lu Chang's smile stiffened. The scarred man's eyes shifted. He stared at Changge and slowly advanced. Brother, you're skilled. His triangular eyes glinted fiercely like a wolf eyeing its prey. But do you know, in this world, fighting alone isn't enough. He clenched his fist, knuckles cracking audibly. Muscles bulged on his arm, veins protruding. No sooner had he spoken than the scarred man lunged forward like a cannonball. His speed was astonishing as he threw a punch at Changge's face. That punch was coated with a matte layer of rock. The grayish-brown stones spread from his fist to his wrist and forearm, as if his fist was armored in a layer of hardened shell. The gust from the punch howled, carrying a heavy oppressive force. Changge did not confront it heed. He slipped sideways, the scarred man's fist grazed past his ear and crashed into the wall behind him. Bang! A thin crack appeared on the concrete wall, with bits of plaster falling away. Dust scattered, filling the air with the sharp scent of cement powder. The scarred man turned to strike again, but he suddenly stopped. For Changge had raised his right hand. At his fingertip, a small flame flickered, tiny, no larger than a fingernail. Yet its appearance instantly raised the temperature of the entire storage room by several degrees. The thugs nearby began to sweat profusely, beads of moisture forming on their foreheads. The scorching heat felt as if a burning furnace had suddenly materialized before them. Waves of heat surged forward, tightening the skin with their intensity. The scarred man's pupils contracted sharply. He stared at the flame, his fierce glare turning into shock. You also? His voice was dry like sandpaper scraping glass. Changge ignored him. With a flick of his fingers, the tiny flame flew out and lightly landed at Liu Chang's feet. SSS. On the cement floor appeared a charred burn mark. Its edges were smooth as if it had been vaporized by intense heat. Liu Chang looked down at the burn near his toes, less than 10 centimeters away. His legs weakened, nearly giving out beneath him. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. The white shirt on his back was soaked in a large patch of moisture. The scarred man stared at the flame on Liu Chang's fingertip, his expression shifting repeatedly. The thugs behind him each took a step back. Silence fell. After 3 seconds, the scarred man spoke softly with a tone both probing and wary. Brother, which path are you from? Seeing the scarred man speak, Liu Chang's confidence returned. He saw Lin Wei inching toward Li Changge, her eyes instantly reddening. Li Changge, you pitiful sycophant. He charged forward and grabbed Lin Wei's wrist, dragging her backward. Lin Wei staggered, her shoulder hitting the shelf, painfully causing her to frown. But she did not scream. Instead, she countered with a knife, the blade of a utility knife flicking out from between her fingers. A cold glint flashed as it plunged fiercely into Liu Chang's arm that held her wrist. Oh! Liu Chang screamed in agony and loosened his grip. Blood streamed down his arm, dripping onto the ground and staining the dust with dark red blotches. Lin Wei broke free and retreated to a corner. Her hands were covered in blood as she held the knife. She glanced at Li Changge and nodded. A silent accord. I'm fine, you may act now. Liu Chang clutched his arm, staring at the blood soaking his hands. Blood seeped through his fingers, dropping onto the floor. The red in his eyes twisted into madness, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. You filthy! Li Changge cut off the words. He raised his right hand. Flames erupted from his fingertips. Not the small flicker from before, but a raging, blazing torrent of fire that seemed capable of incinerating all in its path. The flames gathered, compressed, and stretched in his palm, forming the shape of a long sword amid the firelight. The blade was translucent crimson like molten lava at its peak heat. Along the edges of the sword, the air twisted and warped. The temperature in the storage room soared instantly to suffocating heights. Liu Chang froze, mouth agape, staring blankly at the fiery sword. His mind was utterly vacant. He even forgot to clutch the wound on his arm. Blood dripped drop by drop. Li Changge raised the sword and struck. Puffed. Liu Chang's entire arm was severed at the shoulder, falling to the ground with a dull thud. No blood flowed. The severed end was carbonized by the extreme heat of the flames, charred black like burnt charcoal. The air was thick with the stench of scorched flesh mingled with the metallic scent of blood, inducing nausea. The severed arm twitched faintly on the ground. Liu Chang's eyes widened as he lowered his gaze to the fallen limb, the same arm that had just gripped Lin Wei's wrist. Pain surged through him, the excruciating agony of being torn apart alive, deep to the bone. Ah! He let out a shrill, ear-piercing scream that echoed through the storage room like a slaughtered beast. Then his eyes rolled back as he fainted, collapsing limply to the floor, the stump of his severed arm facing upward. The blackened cross-section exposed to the air resembled a burnt wooden stake. Silence reigned in the storage room for a moment. Everyone was stunned. The thugs looked from the fallen Liu Chang to the fiery longsword in Li Changge's hand, their faces draining of color. Some began to shuffle toward the door, but their legs were so weak they could barely stand. The scarred man moved. He roared furiously as a layer of grayish-brown rock enveloped him, from shoulder to chest, from arm to fist, like donning a heavy stone armor. The stone surface was rough, riddled with cracks like a dried riverbed. He threw a punch at Li Changge. The gust from the punch howled, weighted with the oppressive force of stone. Li Changge sidestepped to avoid the blow. The fist struck the iron rack behind him. Bang! The entire rack collapsed with a crash, steel pipes and debris scattering everywhere, raising a cloud of dust. Li Changge countered with a fiery sword slash aimed at the scarred man's neck. The flame blade struck the rock, sending shards flying with a sharp shill. The blade cut half an inch into the rocky layer before getting stuck. The stone armor on the scarred man was too thick, like a stone wall. Li Changge withdrew his sword and stared intently at the stone armor. When natural disasters arrive, those who awaken supernatural abilities early possess greater potential. This scarred man's awakening might have even preceded his own. Seeing Li Changge flustered, the scarred man sneered. Useless. My stony hide can't even be pierced by bullets. He lunged forward again, throwing punch after lethal punch. Li Changge evaded while observing, calm, precise, unblinking. 3 seconds later, he found the flaw. The petrification did not cover his entire body. The rock layer was thinnest beneath his armpits, behind his knees, and along the nape of his neck. Especially when he threw a punch, the stone at his armpit fissured into a hair-thin seam. Li Changge ceased retreating. A thought flickered in his mind, and in an instant he vanished from sight. The scarred man's fist struck only empty air. He froze, bewildered. Where had he gone? In the next breath, Changge reappeared behind him. From an impossible angle, a blazing sword of flame lanced forth. Shhkk. It pierced the scarred man's nape with surgical precision, exactly where stone met flesh at a seam no thicker than a strand of hair. The blade thrust through throat and out the other side. Changge smirked coldly. You awakened early, but was it earlier than mine? The scarred man's eyes bulged wide, a guttural, choking gurgle rattled in his throat. His stony armor shattered like brittle clay, splintering, crumbling, until the figure collapsed with a thunderous boom. His severed head rolled 2 meters across the floor, its expression frozen in raw, uncomprehending shock. Silence swallowed the storage room. The gangsters huddled motionless in the corner. Liu Chang lay prostrate, cradling his severed arms, staring at the rolling head, his body rigid as if struck by lightning. The scarred man is dead. That man who bent steel bars with a single punch, who shrugged off bullets once petrified, whom I knelt to beg for brotherhood. Just erased in an instant. Warm liquid surged down his thigh. Urine soaked his trousers, its acrid stench mingling with the sharp tang of burnt flesh. The gangsters exchanged glances, then dropped to their knees one after another, pounding their foreheads into the concrete. Brother, spare our lives. Brother, have mercy. We were tricked by Liu Chang. It wasn't our doing. Changge ignored them, letting their frantic kowtows echo unanswered as he strode toward Liu Chang. Liu Chang trembled violently, lips quivering, face slick with tears, or snot, indistinguishable. He hammered his forehead against the floor, thud, 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 blood welling up, staining the gray cement crimson. Changge. No, brother-in-law. No, masterly. I was wrong. I'm a dog. I'm blind to virtue. Have mercy, great and magnanimous sir. My own sister has already lain with you. Spare this wretched dog's life. And Linwei, she's yours too. Do with her as you please. Grant me one sliver of mercy. I swear it. I'll never cross your path again. He bowed lower still, humiliated beyond measure. Yet no one noticed his chest rose and fell with violent, unnatural rhythm. Not the gasps of terror, but something far more ominous. Something stirred within him, awakening, coiling through his veins, pulsing inside his heart. From the charred edge of his severed arm, eerie gray filaments began to spread like creeping ivy. Liu Chang felt it. The power, the intoxicating certainty that would lift him from his knees forever. He kept bowing, forehead striking concrete again and again, yet the corners of his mouth curled upward, faint and feral. Suddenly, he arched his chest outward. Changge, I will make you die. And from his ribcage burst a monstrous man-eating flower. Its gnarled ash-brown vines writhed, its blood-red stamen pulsed, serrated thorns bristled along every petal's edge. Its gaping maw yawned wide, larger than a wash basin, and descended upon Changge like a shroud. Linwei cried out, watch out. But Changge did not move, not even a flicker of his eyelids. His flaming sword swept horizontally. Shhhk, the carnivorous bloom split cleanly in two. Ash-gray sap sprayed. Severed petals writhed on the floor, then ignited, curling into black ash with a hissing sizzle. A gory wound erupted across Liu Chang's chest, blood gushing forth. He stared down, dazed, at his own ruined torso, then up at Changge, disbelief carved deep into his face. How could you? Blood frothed at his lips. A chilling, knowing smile curved Changge's mouth. The flaming sword pressed against Liu Chang's chest, its tip piercing skin just enough to sear, emitting a sharp hiss and the stench of scorched flesh. Liu Chang trembled uncontrollably, his trousers were already drenched. He opened his mouth to beg, but no sound emerged. Changge had anticipated the ambush. In his past life, he'd fed countless resources to that very flower, watched it evolve from a worthless crank anomaly into one of the 4 sovereigns. He knew exactly what Liu Chang was. Kneeling was mere theater, deception masking a dagger. The moment Liu Chang's chest thrust forward, Changge moved, not back, but forward. A brutal kick slammed into Liu Chang's groin. Crack, like an egg shattering. His scream died before it left his throat. He collapsed unconscious. A dark pool spread slowly beneath his crotch. Changge glanced down once, then turned away. This man deserved a more fitting end. Letting Linwei deliver the final blow would prove far more intriguing. Changge approached the remaining gangsters, still kneeling. The first was the cocky blonde who taunted him most. Flame sword rose and fell. A head rolled. The others shrieked and scattered. Changge flicked his wrists backward. Dozens of incandescent daggers erupted from his palms, each striking true, piercing, fleeing chests one by one. Bodies thudded onto the floor, dull, heavy. Blood pooled thick and dark. The air reeked of burnt meat and coppery iron. Linwei stood trembling in the corner. She had seen death before, the earthquake day, corpses strewn beneath collapsed buildings. But that was nature's wrath, unintended, inevitable. This was deliberate murder. Her mind still clung to the pre-apocalyptic world, the civilized order she once knew. Now staring at Changge's back, the man who'd just saved her, she saw only a demon risen from hell. She tried to cry stop, but her throat constricted, voiceless. By the time she gathered courage, it was already too late. Changge turned, eyes fixed upon her. His gaze was glacial. Linwei instinctively stepped back. Li Changge. Her voice trembled. He held her stare, unwavering, unreadable. In his past life, he'd witnessed countless like her. Those who in the apocalypse's earliest days drowned in misplaced compassion, sheltering strangers only to be betrayed from behind. Those who spared captives and were slaughtered in return. Those who believed in innate human goodness and died most horribly. He called them Saint Mothers. In the apocalypse, Saint Mothers rarely survived 3 days. Li Changge's eyes grew colder still. What? Do you wish to plead for them? Lin Wei's face paled further. She tried to speak, but her lips quivered mute. Li Changge dismissed her. He walked to Lu Chang, nudging him with his boot. Lu Chang groaned and stirred awake. His groin had gone numb. He looked down at the spreading blood, and disbelief flooded his face anew. Lin Wei listened to Lu Chang's shocking words, her mouth opening slightly, yet no words came forth. Li Changge looked at her, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. What? Do you want to plead for him? He is your fiancé, isn't he? Li Changge's voice was soft, and Lin Wei's hands trembled. She recalled the day of the earthquake. The first to flee was Lu Chang's retreating figure. She remembered his words as he dragged her toward the scarred knife. After it's over, I'll do you 100 times. She should hate him. But at this moment, watching him kneel on the ground begging like a dog, a strange feeling surged within her. Not sympathy. It was disgust. Yet she still spoke, her voice as weak as a mosquito's buzz. Li Changge. He's like this now. Can you? Before she finished, Li Changge laughed. That smile sent chills down Lin Wei's spine. Can what? Let him go. Ha! Li Changge took a step forward. Do you know what he was trying to do just now? He wanted to use the man-eating flower's abilities to kill me. If I hadn't been prepared, it would have been me lying on the ground right now. And now you want me to let him go? Lin Wei's lips moved, but she said nothing. Li Changge looked at her, his gaze filled with sarcasm. I've seen too many people like you. His voice turned cold. Soft-hearted kind, unable to bear the sight of death. Lin Wei, let me tell you, people like you are politely called saints and harshly called fools. In the apocalypse, saints don't survive for more than 3 days. And people like you saints will not only harm yourself, but will also endanger those around you. Do you understand? Give you a chance. Kill him, and you can follow me from now on. Prove you are not a saint. In the apocalypse, I don't need saints. I don't need useless people. And I certainly don't need vases. Prove your worth. Otherwise, just throw it away. After saying this, Li Changge lightly lifted Lin Wei's delicate chin with his right hand. As if appraising her, Lin Wei looked down at the knife. The blade glinted coldly under the emergency light. A bit of dust remained on it, remnants of the sweat she had previously squeezed out. She slowly extended her hand. Her fingers touched the knife handle, the icy sensation making her shudder. She raised her head, looking at Lu Chang. Lu Chang was sprawled on the ground, his pants soaked, his face a mix of tears and snot. He gasped, making a choking sound like a dying dog. Lin Wei's hand trembled. Her shaking intensified, the knife tip swaying, unable to align with Lu Chang's throat. 3 seconds later, clang. The utility knife fell to the ground. Lin Wei stepped back, tears streaming down her face. I can't do it. Li Changge looked at her. Silence lingered for 3 seconds. Then he laughed. That smile sent chills down Lin Wei's spine. Can't do it. Li Changge took a step forward. Is it because you are kind? Or is it because you are still thinking with the old world's rules? Lin Wei retreated, her back hitting the desk. Li Changge leaned one hand against the desk's edge, trapping her in his embrace. Lin Wei felt rigid all over, like a rabbit caught in the gaze of a snake. Do you know why you can't kill him? Because you are still thinking with the old world's rules. Killing is illegal. Human life is paramount. Those things are engraved too deeply in your mind. But that old world is gone. Li Changge's voice was soft, as if chatting casually, as he leaned down, bringing his face close to her ear. Lin Wei's tears streamed down. Those thugs outside, those survivors who would kill for a half piece of bread, they won't talk to you about rules. In the apocalypse, the weak have no choice. And I can set the rules. All you need to do now is obey me. A slight curve appeared at the corners of his mouth. Lin Wei's pupils dilated slightly. She understood his meaning. No. Her voice trembled. Li Changge. Don't. Li Changge ignored her. He gripped her wrist, flipping her over and pressing her against the desk. Lin Wei struggled violently, her nails scratching blood on his arm. But it was useless. Li Changge's strength was astonishing, pinning her to the desk like a vice. Rip. The shirt was torn open, buttons popping off and falling to the floor with a crack. Lin Wei's screams echoed in the empty floor. Lu Chang was awakened by that scream. He opened his eyes, seeing the figure pressed against the desk not far away, her white skin particularly glaring under the emergency light. His eyes instantly filled with blood. Li Changge. He howled as he lunged forward, but after only a few steps, a fiery rope coiled around his body. Fuck you, Li Changge. I'm going to kill you. His screams grew more and more desperate, but Li Changge didn't even glance back. Lin Wei's struggles weakened. Her nails had broken, her arms covered in bloody scratches, tears flowing down her cheeks into her hair. Lin Wei's wailing was heart-wrenching. No, please don't. Lin Wei had been taught from a young age to guard her body like jade, valuing chastity over life. So even though she was about to be engaged to Liu Chang, she had never allowed him to hold her hand. Li Changge looked down at Lin Wei, revealing her pale shoulders and collarbone along with her prominent curves. Now it was time to enjoy the spoils. This part omitted. Liu Chang was still cursing, his view obstructed by a pillar, leaving him only able to hear the sounds. Anger, humiliation, extreme hatred, powerlessness. Countless negative emotions surged within Liu Chang. He wished he could break free from the fiery shackles and tear Li Changge to pieces. Outside, the heavy rain continued to pour. For 3 full hours, Liu Chang had no idea what he had been through. He gave up on wailing, staring vacantly out the window, his mouth only whispering, Li Changge, Lin Wei, you dog, couple, may you not die, well, I will kill you both. The rain poured down, and the hallway echoed with the sound of pattering like a symphony. Lin Wei lay on the cold desk, her heart nearly dead. A kind of twisted revenge, even a little reckless, rose from within her, though she didn't know how long it had been. Lin Wei opened her eyes again. Li Changge had already gotten up, standing by the window, his back to her, gazing at the pouring rain outside. She lay on the cold desk, her body feeling like it had fallen apart. Her lab coat and shirt were torn to shreds, and she gathered them with her hands to cover her chest. She heard Liu Chang's voice. That voice was hoarse like a broken accordion. Dog couple, may you not die, well, I'm going to kill you. Lin Wei turned her head to look at Liu Chang. Liu Chang was tied to a pillar, his face turning the color of pig liver, bloodshot eyes filled with rage. He struggled the fiery rope, digging into his flesh, burning with a charred smell. After those 3 hours, she seemed to be different from before. Her mentality was completely altered. She finally understood that the order of civilization had collapsed. The era defined by the strong had arrived, and now she needed to pledge her allegiance. Lin Wei picked up a rusty steel pipe from the ground and walked toward Liu Chang. Lin Wei looked at that face, the face that disgusted her. She suddenly remembered that just a few hours ago she had pondered whether to try accepting this person. The elders at home urged her. Though he was a jerk, maybe marriage would change him. Then the earthquake struck. Liu Chang was the first to run. Without looking back, he left her in the darkness of the cold building. Then he returned with that group of thugs. Liu Chang's earlier words echoed in her ears. When I'm done, I'll fuck you 100 times. Is that something a person can say? Words spoken by Liu Chang himself. Lin Wei slowly approached Liu Chang. Barefoot on the cold ground. Liu Chang was still cursing. Stinking bitch. Do you think that if Li Changge sleeps with you, he will treat you well? You're just a broken shoe. When I get out, I'll kill both of you. Lin Wei suddenly laughed. She recalled Li Changge's earlier words, that old world is gone. Yes, it is gone. The Lin Wei who would write reports for a crack, the Lin Wei who guarded her purity waiting for marriage, the Lin Wei who was afraid of seeing murder. All of them were dead. She walked barefoot to Liu Chang. Liu Chang was stunned. Lin Wei looked down at him at the terror, anger, and a hint of confusion on his face. You just said, her voice was soft, that you would kill both of us. Liu Chang's mouth opened, his pupils dilating. He looked at the iron pipe in Lin Wei's hand in horror. Liu Chang couldn't believe it. What are you going to do? Lin Wei didn't answer. Her eyes vacant, she raised the steel pipe. Ah! Lin Wei screamed and swung down with force. Bang! Liu Chang's head tilted to the side, blood flowing from his forehead. Stinking bitch, you dare hit me. Ah! Liu Chang screamed. However, what responded to him was Lin Wei's second strike. Bang! He stared wide-eyed, his lips moving, wanting to say something, but only spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Wei kept striking Liu Chang's head with force. Blood splattered. One hit, until Liu Chang no longer moved. Are you satisfied with this token of loyalty? Lin Wei said in a hoarse voice. Then she seemed to collapse, squatting on the ground. She cried out loud, accompanied by the sound of rain. Lin Wei crouched in the corner, not knowing how long she had cried. Her tears had dried, but her eyes were still red. She hugged her knees, burying her face in them, curling up. Li Changge sat not far away, eyes closed as if resting. He did not look at Lin Wei. From beginning to end, his attitude towards her had not changed. He saved her because she was useful. He gave her food because she was useful. Now, he still held that logic. Useful keep, useless throw away. Night fell, and the sound of the torrential rain was like an unending drumbeat. Lin Wei curled up in the corner, nearly falling asleep, when she suddenly shivered. It was very cold. Not an ordinary cold. It was a chill that seeped from the depths of her bones as if ice had been stuffed into her veins. She opened her eyes, wanting to call Li Changge, but her lips were frozen and purple, her teeth chattered, and she couldn't utter a word. The cold intensified. She looked down at her hands. A thin layer of frost had formed on her knuckles. Lin Wei's pupils dilated. She wanted to stand up, but her legs no longer obeyed. Her whole being felt frozen to the ground, unable to move. The chill roamed within her, from her blood vessels to her bones, from her bones to her organs. Everywhere it passed, everything seemed to be on the verge of freezing. Her consciousness began to blur. In her last moments of clarity, she used all her strength to shout a name, Li Changge. Li Changge opened his eyes. The moment he saw Lin Wei, his gaze sharpened. She was curled up in the corner, her entire body covered in a thin layer of ice crystals. The emergency light shone on her, and those ice crystals reflected fragmented light like a strange armor. Li Changge quickly walked over, crouched down, and reached out to her forehead. As soon as his fingertips touched her skin, a bone-chilling cold surged up his arm. His fire-type ability automatically retaliated a flame, shooting from his palm, instantly dispelling the chill. But his hand remained on her forehead. Lin Weiss' lips were purple, her teeth chattering, her gaze already unfocused. She unconsciously rubbed against Li Changge's hand, because the warmth from his palm was the only warmth she could feel at that moment. So cold. So cold. Her voice was intermittent like a sleepwalker. Li Changge looked at her, feeling a sense of relief inside. The ability awakened. Ice type. He had seen many ice type abilities in his past life, but he had never seen this awakening method. Her entire body was frosted, her temperature plummeting, as if she were about to freeze to death. Several thoughts flashed through his mind. Quickly save her. Not save. If save, how to save? Knowledge from his past life told him that if no external force intervened during the awakening of abilities, the mortality rate was very high. Especially for an extreme attribute like ice, the awakening process was a life and death test. But how to intervene? He didn't know. Just then Lin Wei suddenly opened her eyes. Those eyes looked at him devoid of rationality. Only the most primal instinct, the instinct to survive. She reached out, grabbing the corner of his clothes. Li Changge. Her voice was hoarse. Save me. Save me. Her hand was very cold as ice, a reaction driven by the instinct of life and death. Li Changge was silent for a second. Then he leaned down, getting close to her ear. Are you sure? Lin Weiss' consciousness was already blurry. She couldn't hear what he was saying, only knowing that the warm breath was right by her ear. Save me, Li Changge, save me fiercely. She nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face, freezing into beads of ice. Li Changge looked at her. 3 seconds later he moved. He didn't know how long it had been. Lin Weiss' consciousness floated in the darkness. She felt like a fallen leaf being torn apart by two forces. One force was ice, bone-chilling, wanting to freeze her into an ice sculpture. The other force was fire, scorching hot, wanting to turn her to ashes. The two forces clashed, collided, and entangled within her. Each collision brought excruciating pain, not just physical pain, but also pain from the soul. She curled up, gritting her teeth, her nails digging into her flesh. Then, she felt another force. It was Li Changge's flame. It slithered in like a snake, slowly wrapping around the rampant chill. The fire snake was sometimes fierce, sometimes gentle. Ice and fire, two elements that were naturally opposed, began a strange dance within her. It was not a fight, but a fusion. Lin Weiss' consciousness gradually became clearer. She opened her eyes and saw Li Changge's face close at hand. Li Changge's eyes were closed, his forehead covered in sweat, brows furrowed, as if he were enduring immense pressure. She suddenly realized he was using his ability to help her suppress the uncontrollable chill. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't say anything. She could only feel the two forces winding and merging within her. Like some ancient life ritual, ice and fire, life and death, destruction and creation. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lin Wei opened her eyes. The sky had not yet brightened, and the torrential rain continued to pour. The emergency light still emitted a pale glow, but she no longer felt cold. She looked down at her hands. The ice crystals had faded and her skin had returned to its normal color. Only at her fingertips was there a faint blue light swirling. A thought crossed her mind. A tiny ice crystal emerged from her fingertip. It was not an offensive ice spike, but a flower. 6 translucent petals glimmered with a faint blue light at the edges. It slowly spun at her fingertip as if alive. Lin Wei was stunned. Li Changge's voice came from beside her. Ice crystal grass. One of the rarest abilities in the apocalypse. Lin Wei turned her head. Li Changge leaned against the wall, watching her. There was a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. Ice crystal grass is a supportive ability. It can heal wounds, purify toxins, and can slow the deterioration of injuries. It symbolizes the hope that comes from freezing. Now you truly are a Saint Mary. Of course, since ice crystal grass belongs to ice-type abilities, it can also unleash attacks similar to small ice spikes, although its offensive power is limited. Li Changge teased. Lin Wei looked down at the ice flower on her fingertip. Healing. Hope. She suddenly recalled the feeling of the two forces merging within her just moments ago. Destruction and creation could indeed coexist. She remained silent for a long time before asking, "Why did you save me just now?" Li Changge looked at her, smiling as he teased, "Wasn't that you asking me to save you fiercely? Have you forgotten what you said?" Lin Wei lowered her head, her face instantly flushing red. But Lin Wei knew if it was useful, she would keep it. If it was useless, she would discard it. Now that Lin Wei had awakened her ability, it could be considered useful, right? Li Changge frowned slightly. He sensed a cool breath within him, though faint, it was undeniably present. The two forces had resonated during that process. He did not know what this resonance meant, but he vaguely felt that his ability seemed to have solidified a bit more than before. He looked at Lin Wei, his expression growing somewhat complicated. This woman, besides her identity as an architect and her ice crystal grass ability, seemed to possess other values. And that value, he recalled Liu Chang's disgusting face. Damned, Liu Chang truly hit the jackpot last time. No wonder that guy's ability level rose so quickly. Outside the window, the torrential rain continued. Lin Wei remained silent for a long time, suddenly asking what should we do next. Li Changge looked at Lin Wei but did not answer. 2 words sleep. The next day, the torrential rain still poured, but the water level had decreased significantly after the tsunami. Many houses were exposed above the water surface, and on the roofs, one could occasionally see a few curled-up figures. The sky was overcast, and the downpour showed no signs of stopping. The Hangzhou building was vast. The mid-level 15th floor was packed with refugees. There were white-collar workers in suits, residents in pajamas, and mothers holding children. Everyone huddled together, using their body heat to combat the cold and silence to resist fear. Suddenly a woman in the crowd screamed, clutching her head and collapsing. The surrounding people were startled and quickly retreated. The woman convulsed on the ground, frothing at the mouth, her fingernails frantically clawing at her face, leaving behind streaks of blood. She let out a painful howl, her voice sounding less human, more like, "Don't come over. I didn't touch you." Everyone saw it. I didn't touch her. An old man stepped back, his face paling. "Damn it, I've seen old people pulling stunts, but I've never seen young people do it. Young people, no sense of honor." About 2 minutes later, the woman stopped convulsing. The corridor fell into complete silence. No one dared to step forward. Then the woman moved. She stood up, her posture crooked like a marionette. Her head drooped and her neck twisted at a strange angle. Her eyes had turned murky gray and froth hung from the corners of her mouth, dripping down her chin. She lunged at the nearest muscular man. The man instinctively raised his hand to push her away, but found her strength astonishingly great. When humans mutated into zombies, their power would multiply. His 160-pound frame could not budge her at all. The woman bit into his face and tore away. A horrific scream erupted. A chunk of flesh was ripped away. Blood sprayed forth, splattering against the nearby walls and onto the terrified faces. The man shouted in agony, landing a punch on the woman's face. The woman felt no pain as she swallowed the piece of flesh, a gurgling sound emanating from her throat before lunging again and biting into his neck. Blood gushed forth. The man's struggles grew weaker and finally he lay completely still. The scene erupted into chaos. Screams, cries, and pleas for help mixed into a cacophony. The crowd scattered in all directions. Some were knocked down, others stepped on bodies to push forward, while some with weak legs crawled on the ground. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded throughout the entire building. On the 17th floor, a middle-aged man cried out, clutching his head, his eyes turning murky gray. The person beside him, unable to flee in time, was bitten on the calf. On the 23rd floor, a mother fiercely protected her child, but the neighbor who had just been helping her was already opening a gaping mouth. She could only abandon her child and run forward. The sounds of the neighbor turned monster chewing flesh echoing behind her. On the rooftop of the 30th floor, several survivors worked together to push their mutated companion off the building. But one of them had a bite mark on his arm, visibly rotting at a rapid pace. He looked at his hand, despair written all over his face. And across the entire city, amidst the ruins, those corpses soaked in seawater were rising one by one. They were bloated with pale skin, some missing half their faces, others with gaping holes in their bellies, their entrails dragging on the ground. Yet they stood up stiffly, turning their necks hollow eye sockets, gazing at the distant, indistinct wails. And then they took a step forward. They walked in the direction of the sound. Globally synchronized, the era of zombies had officially arrived. In the next 2 days, Li Changge did not rush to leave the Hangzhou building. There was a virus in the rain which, although it could not affect those with abilities, did have an impact on the development of abilities within the body. He was waiting for the moment the extreme cold arrived that would be the time to move. During these 2 days, he directed Lin Wei to move all the heavy objects they could find to the safety passage on the 28th floor. Filing cabinets, desks, water dispensers, and even a few discarded photocopiers were stacked layer upon layer, blocking the entrance tightly. Lin Wei wore a resentful expression. As a refined beauty, how can you order me around every day? Li Changge did not look back. In the apocalypse, there is no room for idlers. Strangely, she found herself unbothered by such commands. Perhaps her newfound abilities had greatly enhanced her strength, rendering physical labor no longer taxing. Or perhaps that night had irrevocably complicated her feelings toward him. Once, after hauling the final cabinet into place, she leaned breathlessly against the wall, utterly spent. Li Changge approached and handed her a bottle of water, pure, unopened mineral water. Lin Wei hesitated for a moment, then accepted it, and murmured softly, "Thank you." Li Changge said nothing, turning instead to resume welding the iron door. He forged it with his fire-based ability. Thick thumb-width steel rods welded one by one into the doorframe, a feat far sturdier than any conventional welding torch could achieve. Beyond the door lay the emergency stairwell descending from the building. Within it resided a fragile sanctuary, the 20th floor. Lin Wei watched his backlit silhouette, unscrewed the cap, and took a slow sip. The water was icy cold, yet a faint warmth stirred within her chest. This man, it seemed, was not so terrifying after all. What truly terrified her were the things lurking outside. May 20th, the 4th day of the apocalypse. Of the over 3,000 survivors who once occupied Hangqing Tower, fewer than 300 remained. Infection, flight, death. Corpses littered every corridor, some still twitching, others utterly still. Battered and desperate, the survivors clawed their way upward, evading shambling corpses at every turn until they finally reached the 28th floor. There they beheld the iron door. Thick steel rods welded tightly together in dense, interlocking patterns. Outside, a haphazard pile of debris blocked the threshold. Inside, a faint flickering glow seeped through the gaps. Someone's inside. There are people in there. Survivors surged forward in frenzy, pounding desperately on the iron door. Open up. Hurry, open the door. Zombies are right behind us. Let us in. Please, we beg you. I'll kneel before you. Changge was roused from sleep, his expression sour as he peeled Lin Wei, clinging to him like an octopus, off his body. He strode to the door. What's all this shouting at dawn? Peering outward through the narrow gaps between the welded steel rods, he saw dozens crammed just beyond, disheveled, hollow-eyed faces etched with raw terror. Some wept uncontrollably, others screamed hoarsely, many shoved forward, frantically pressing their faces almost flat against the cold iron bars. Farther down the corridor, the guttural snarls and shuffling footsteps of the undead echoed ominously. They were climbing higher. Among the crowd, a man hammered wildly on the door, his face streaked with a grimy mixture of tears and sweat. Brother, I'm begging you. Let us in. This door is solid. Zombies can't break through. Changge gazed at him, voice glacial. Why should I? The man froze. Why? Change's gaze swept slowly across the mob outside. Human nature never changes. What it was before the apocalypse only magnifies afterward. His eyes lingered, then settled upon a grime-streaked woman, Liu Ruyan. Her legendary beauty had long since faded. Her hair hung in matted clumps, her face was smudged with ash and sweat. The once exquisite dress clung to her frame, wrinkled and stained, with blood whose origin no one dared name. Yet her eyes, still sharp, piercingly bright. So bright they unsettled. Liu Ruyan recognized him instantly. She stiffened. Then gradually a subtle curve lifted the corner of her lips. Changge. That sycophantic dog. Her mind raced. He now possessed an impregnable door, a safe haven, and a woman. She glanced sidelong at Lin Wei, her expression flickering with disdain. What did that dusty, disheveled girl have going for her? How dare she stand beside Changge? Once Liu Ruyan had only to speak, and Changge obeyed without question. He lent money when asked. He knelt when commanded. Even when she demanded his life, he gave it, though that belonged to another lifetime. Liu Ruyan remained certain that fawning dog still loved her. Leaning close to Liu Fei, she whispered, Brother Fei. This is Changge, the one who pursued me obsessively before the fall. Liu Fei's eyes lit up. Changge. He remembered the name. The man who'd slapped him across the face at the Golden Cauldron entrance. But now, that no longer mattered. What mattered was that he knew Changge, or rather Liu Ruyan did. Their eyes met, and in that silent exchange bloomed identical resolve. They would enter that door. Liu Fei shouldered past the crowd, forcing himself to the front. His bearing remained arrogantly imperious. Changge. It's me, Liu Fei. We met at the Golden Cauldron entrance. We're old acquaintances, no hard feelings. He turned, seized Liu Ruyan by the arm, and thrust her forward. Look who's here. Liu Ruyan, the one you used to chase. She's with me now. But we're all old friends. You can't abandon us in our hour of need. Liu Ruyan stumbled slightly as she was pushed forward, but quickly regained composure. She softened her expression into a look of delicate vulnerability, the very skill she wielded most expertly. Changge. Her voice dropped, trembling with feigned sorrow. I know I wronged you before. But this is the apocalypse. Can't we set aside the past? Let us in and I'll do anything you say. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Genuine or artfully summoned, no one could tell. Change's expression remained utterly unchanged. He glanced once at Liu Ruyan, once at Liu Fei, then withdrew his gaze entirely. Finished speaking, Liu Fei froze. Liu Ruyan froze. Change's tone was unervingly calm, as if commenting on the weather, then get out. Liu Fei's face flushed crimson. He clenched his jaw, then snapped, Changge. Don't mistake mercy for weakness. Zombies swarm outside right now. If you lock us out, we die, and you won't escape either. His hand plunged into his jacket, trembling as he withdrew a black credit card and held it aloft. Under the dim emergency light, the card gleamed with a muted luster. Its surface embossed with golden characters, Centurion black gold card. 1 million. No, 10 million. His voice reverberated through the stairwell thick with hysterical pride. You'll never earn that much in your entire life. Open the door, and this card is yours. He tossed it onto the floor as though bestowing alms upon a beggar. All around, survivors stared at the card with envious awe. A black card, the stuff of legend, rumored to possess limitless credit, something they'd only ever glimpsed in news reports. Now it lay before them. Someone unconsciously swallowed. Then, ha! Changge laughed. Loudly, helplessly, bent double with mirth, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Liu Fei froze. Liu Ruyan froze. Everyone froze. When his laughter subsided, Changge straightened, gazing out at the ragged, desperate crowd. His eyes rested on the black card still clutched in Liu Fei's hand, his own lips still curved in quiet amusement. Money. His voice dripped with irony. It's the apocalypse, and you're bargaining with money. Liu Fei's face darkened, but he held his ground. This is a black card. 10 million. You've never seen that much cash in your whole damn life. Li Changge ignored Liu Fei. He turned around and raised his voice toward the terrified survivors gathered outside the door. Everyone out there, listen carefully. Silence fell in the corridor. All eyes fixed upon him. Li Changge extended a single finger. 1 loaf of bread. His voice was quiet, yet each word rang with crystalline clarity. Whoever kills this man for me gets 1 loaf of bread. A deathly hush descended over the crowd. Liu Fei blinked, then burst into laughter. His mirth boomed louder than Li Changge's own. Bread? Ha 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 ha. Li Changge, have you lost your mind? You think a loaf of bread can buy my life? He whirled to face the survivors behind him, spreading his arms wide. Did you all hear that? 1 loaf of bread. That's all he's offering, to make you kill me. I'm Liu Fei, of the Hangqing Liu family. My father chairs the Zhejiang Business Association, and my mother sits on the board of a publicly traded corporation. Yes, this calamity will end, sooner or later. When it does, think carefully. What price will you pay for crossing the Liu family? His voice brimmed with unshakable confidence. The crowd fell silent. No one moved. Survivors exchanged glances, first with one another, then with Liu Fei, then with Li Changge. Some bowed their heads, others took a step backward. Indeed, the disaster would pass. When it did, the Liu family would remain the Liu family, and they merely themselves. They couldn't afford to offend him. Liu Fei smirked at Li Changge. See, you truly believe a wretched loaf. His words died mid-sentence. For Li Changge spoke again. 1 loaf of bread. My word stands. Now, tomorrow, or any time thereafter. Bring me Liu Fei's head, and you'll receive a loaf. Li Changge repeated the offer, his tone as calm and unwavering as still water. His gaze swept across the crowd. Still no one stepped forward. Li Changge showed no impatience. He could have ended Liu Fei then and there, effortlessly. But there was no need. He intended to savor this cat-and-mouse game for several more days. Liu Fei felt a chill crawl up his spine beneath Li Changge's steady gaze. He snapped, enough talk. Open the door now. If we die, do you really think you'll survive? The crowd flared anew with righteous fury. Accusations rained down upon Li Changge. He rolled his eyes in disbelief. Survive? He pointed first to the welded iron door behind him, then to the guttural snarls growing steadily louder from deep within the stairwell. This door holds back the undead. You outside can draw them away. If you perish, they'll gorge themselves, and perhaps lose interest in climbing higher. So tell me, why should I let you in? At those words, Liu Fei's face paled. So did Liu Ruyan's. The corridor plunged into absolute silence, save for the undead's ragged advancing shrieks. Li Changge turned and walked away, tossing one final line over his shoulder. Stop knocking. Knock again, and this door becomes your coffin lid. Behind him, the pounding ceased instantly. Some broke into sobs, others hurled curses, a few scrambled upward, desperate to flee. Liu Fei roared, then bellowed. Hold your ground. To the 29th floor. We'll barricade the door, just like this fool. At that moment, boom, a thunderous crash erupted from below, followed by screams, wails, and the hair-raising screech of the undead. Every head swiveled at once. At the far end of the corridor, the emergency exit had been shattered inward. A tide of undead surged through, pale, hollow-eyed mouths agape, and dripping black blood. Run, now. The crowd exploded. All turned and bolted upstairs. Liu Fei and Liu Ruyan were swept along, stumbling and scrambling upward in the panic. The undead crashed against the iron door. The foremost, once a man in a suit, had half his face torn away, revealing glistening white jawbone. It slammed into the door with a deafening thud, the entire frame shuddering. Then came the second, third, fourth, raving, head-butting, gnawing claws scraping steel with a grating shriek. Squeak, squeak, like fingernails on slate, or bones grinding bone. Lin Wei staggered backward, her face drained of color. She watched as a zombie's tooth snapped off, black ichor oozing, but still it bit relentless. Her knees trembled. Then, smack, a hand landed squarely on her backside. Lin Wei froze, instinctively clapping a hand over her rear before whirling to glare at Li Changge. He stood utterly unruffled. Young lady, it's time to work. As she opened her mouth to retort, Li Changge lifted his right hand. 5 fingers splayed, and atop each fingertip bloomed a tiny crimson flame, delicate, flickering like 5 blossoms of fire. With a casual flick of his wrist, the 5 flames shot through narrow gaps in the iron door, striking the foreheads of the 5 leading zombies with surgical precision. Puff! A soft hollow sound. All 5 halted mid-lunge. In the next instant, their skulls detonated inward. No blast, only a dark mist erupting from eye sockets, ears, and gaping mouths. Their corpses crumpled silently to the floor. Lin Wei stood frozen. From the mist, something small and gleaming tumbled down, hitting stone with a faint crystalline chime. She squinted. Tiny rice grain-sized white crystals. What is that? She asked. Li Changge didn't answer. He raised his hand again. 5 more flames, 5 more corpses collapsing, one after another. Standing behind the iron door, he moved like a flawless instrument of slaughter. Each gesture felled 5 undead. Each flame struck true, Unerring, precise, always centered upon the brow. Each claimed a life, if such things could still be called lives. Lin Wei watched his back. His face betrayed nothing as he killed. No exhilaration, no fear, no revulsion. It was as if he were performing some ordinary mundane task. How long he'd fought she couldn't tell. Then, silence. Outside the door the dead lay heaped high. Black blood pooled across the floor, seeping downward in thick rivulets. The air reeked of copper and char. Li Changge lowered his hand and rotated his wrist, easing the tension. Lin Wei stared at the mound of corpses and asked again, earlier, you said what was that? A core crystal. Li Changge pushed the door open, just a crack, and slipped through sideways. He knelt beside the nearest corpse and plucked a tiny milky white pellet from the pool of black gore, between two fingers. Rice's eyes translucent, catching the dim emergency light with a faint inner luminescence. He held it for a breath, then smiled. A smile Lin Wei couldn't decipher. Nostalgic yet layered with something deeper, something unresolved. Such low-grade core crystals, he murmured, I haven't seen one in a very long time. Lin Wei blinked. Long time. It's only been 4 days since the outbreak. How could it be long? Li Changge pocketed the crystal, then kicked over a relatively intact corpse nearby. He drew a small dagger, crouched, and positioned the blade against the zombie's forehead. Watch closely. With a swift, sure thrust he drove it in, then levered downward with brutal precision. Crack. A fissure split the skull. He hooked the blade's tip inside and pried, sending a blood-slicked, brain-flecked white crystal arcing onto the floor. Lin Wei's stomach heaved. She clapped a hand over her mouth and turned away, retching dryly. Li Changge rose, retrieved the crystal, and dangled it before her eyes. He dropped the dagger at her feet. You've seen how it's done. The rest are yours to harvest. Lin Wei lowered her head to look at the dagger smeared with blood and brain matter, then raised her gaze to the pile of corpses outside the door. At least over 40, some with their heads exploded, while others remained intact. Her complexion turned even paler. I won't go, she stepped back a bit. I can't do this. Li Changge looked at her. His gaze was calm, a calmness that was frightening. His voice was also very calm. Lin Wei, what do you think the apocalypse is? Is it hiding in a safe place waiting for someone to bring food? Is it throwing up and fainting at the sight of blood and saying I won't do it? The zombies outside will only increase and the crystal cores will become more valuable. If you don't take them, there will be no resources forever. Without resources, you will never grow stronger. If you don't grow stronger, you will become like them. Lin Wei's lips trembled. She knew that Li Changge was right, but she was still afraid. Li Changge looked at her and suddenly sighed. He found a stack of plastic bags nearby, wrapping her fingers layer by layer with them, thumb, index, middle finger wrapping them up like a rice dumpling. Then he pulled out his backpack and rummaged through it to find a stack of disposable masks, placing them all over her face. 1, 2, 3. Until only her eyes were visible. Lin Wei looked down at her fingers wrapped like a rice dumpling, touched the thick layer of masks on her face, and muttered, I can't even bend my fingers. You can bend them. Li Changge stepped back to assess his handiwork, as long as it works. Lin Wei glared at him. But there was no choice. She could only squat down, pick up the dagger, and walk towards the nearest corpse. The first corpse. Lin Wei squatted beside it, her hands trembling violently. She closed her eyes and thrust the knife in, a shallow stab only cutting through a layer of skin. Crimson blood flowed out. She took a deep breath and stabbed again. This time it went in, but she couldn't find the right spot. The tip of the knife stirred around inside, failing to extract anything. She stood up and ran to the side, dry heaving for a while. Li Changge leaned against the door, watching in silence. After Lin Wei finished vomiting, she wiped her mouth and walked back. The second corpse. The third corpse. The fourth corpse. Slowly she began to find her rhythm. The position where the knife tip pierced, the force she used to pry it open, the angle she used to extract it. When she tossed the sixth crystal core into the plastic bag, she suddenly realized something. She was no longer vomiting. She looked down at the white, bloodied, and brain-mattered little particles in the bag, then at her fingers wrapped like dumplings, and finally at the pile of corpses not far away. She suddenly remembered that a few hours ago, she was still a woman who would tremble at the sight of murder. Now she was digging things out of the heads of corpses. She didn't know whether to feel fear or to find it ironic. Over 40 crystal cores she had been digging for almost 2 hours. When the last one was tossed into the bag, she sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. After resting for a while, Li Changge placed a crystal core in the palm of Lin Wei's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Concentrate your thoughts and feel it. Lin Wei closed her eyes. After a moment, the crystal core began to glow faintly, and a wisp of energy flowed into her brow, along her arm. She opened her eyes a bit surprised. I felt it. Li Changge nodded. Her talent was good. It would take Lin Wei 20 minutes to absorb a level 1 crystal core, while Li Changge only needed 2 minutes. After absorbing it, Lin Wei felt a slight increase in her powers. Li Changge explained, you are currently level 1, and it only takes 50 cores to reach level 2. There are plenty of level 1 crystal cores outside among the zombies. Lin Wei looked out the window. The heavy rain was still falling with thunder and lightning, resembling a true apocalypse. It wasn't until night fell that Lin Wei finished absorbing. Li Changge said, starting tomorrow we will go out to kill zombies. There are still quite a few lone zombies wandering around the building. Take advantage of this time, kill one, and earn one. Lin Wei was stunned. Go out. She didn't want to go. Just looking at those things outside made her legs weak, let alone killing them. But Li Changge's next words made her fall silent. Right now those survivors still don't know that there are crystal cores in the brains of zombies. This is an information gap. By the time they react, the zombies will have been cleaned out. Moreover, zombies grow stronger just by breathing. We as ability users need to absorb crystal cores to level up, while they are evolving every day. If we don't kill them now, by the time their levels are higher, we won't even be able to fight them. Remember, this is the apocalypse. There's no time for you to adapt. Lin Wei fell silent. She knew that Li Changge was right. Then how do I divide the work? Li Changge thought for a moment and said seriously, you will be responsible for throwing ice spikes to kill zombies and collecting crystal cores. I will be responsible, he paused. Cheering you on. Lin Wei's eyes widened. And training you too, Li Changge added, no need to thank me. That night Lin Wei was so angry she gritted her teeth. What does it mean to cheer on and train you? She was exhausting herself killing zombies and digging for crystal cores while he just stood there watching with his arms crossed. She decided to let him know that women are not to be trifled with. As for the result, the next morning Lin Wei struggled to get up from the makeshift bed, glaring fiercely at Li Changge. Li Changge looked calm. Who initiated the fight last night? Lin Wei's face turned red and she ignored him. During the day, they hunted lone zombies in the building. Lin Wei was responsible for throwing ice spikes and collecting crystal cores, exhausting herself like a dog. Li Changge was responsible for cheering her on. Left. Ah yes, there's one behind. Good job. Every time Lin Wei heard such cheers, she wanted to throw the ice spikes at his face. But strangely, her powers were indeed growing rapidly. From initially being unable to hit even one ice spike to later being able to condense 3 at the same time, it only took 3 days. At night, she absorbed the crystal cores while Li Changge stood guard nearby, occasionally handing her a bottle of water, occasionally a piece of biscuit, and occasionally saying, you did well today. Then, the next day, she had to struggle to get out of bed again. After a few days, her powers had broken through to level 2. Meanwhile, Li Changge was already at level 3. After level 3, all level 1 crystal cores are useless. Li Changge looked out the window. The real test has only just begun. He calculated the time. The extreme cold would set in early this morning. This night, who knows how many people will freeze to death. He had fire abilities while Lin Wei had ice abilities. The extreme cold was not a big problem for them. But Li Changge still had Lin Wei collect cotton clothes from the building. Better safe than sorry. Lin Wei asked, what do we need these for? Li Changge did not explain, only said, you will know tonight. On May 26th, the heavy rain finally stopped. The water level outside had dropped by 2/3, and the outline of the city was faintly visible. The survivors on the 29th floor let out a sigh of relief. In these past few days, the survivors had been lucky. They found a live streaming goods company, and the warehouse was filled with snacks that hadn't been shipped out in time. Chips, biscuits, self-heating hot pots. These provisions would sustain dozens of people for quite some time. Liu Fei, armed with the silver tongue and commanding presence honed during his days as a second-generation heir, within just a few words became the de facto leader of this group. Friends, we are in extraordinary times, he declared. Resources must be centrally managed. Only then can we all survive. I am Liu Fei of the Liu family of Hangqing. Trust me, once this calamity ends, every one of you will be richly rewarded. 3 million each. As he spoke, Liu Fei raised 3 fingers, a haughty smirk curling his lips. Some believed him, the others did not. Some trembled with excitement, others bore the heavy weight of dread. No one dared oppose Liu Fei openly. That evening at last the torrential rain ceased. The apocalypse is finally ending. Once the floodwaters recede, we can go home. Laughter mingled with sobs, some clutched their last scraps of snacks, unwilling to part with them. Liu Fei stood by the window gazing at the retreating floodwaters, a self-satisfied curve playing upon his lips. When the disaster passed, he would remain, unchanged, the top-tier second-generation scion of Hangqing. As for that promised 3 million, a dry chuckle escaped him. Yet, in a forgotten corner unnoticed by anyone, a figure who had crouched motionless all along suddenly lifted his head. His eyes were pale gray. He lunged at the nearest person and sank his teeth deep into the throat. Ah! A scream tore through the air like shattering glass. In the wake of the storm, the virus spread with terrifying speed. Meanwhile, inside the Fuyao government office building, not far from Hangqing Tower, Zhou Baiwan sat on the muddy floor, her police uniform stained beyond recognition. She recalled yesterday an old man had jabbed a trembling finger at her face, shouting, "Aren't you officers sworn to protect the people? Then what are you doing while the people starve to death?" She had no reply, because she truly had done nothing. She closed her eyes and drew a slow, deep breath. "Father, if you were here, what would you do?" Her gaze, once bright and resolute, now held only profound exhaustion. When the tsunami struck, many survivors had taken refuge in the Fuyao building. The structure's engineering was impeccable, and the wave had failed to breach it. After the virus outbreak, however, most of the survivors within the building turned into zombies. Fortunately, the building housed an armory, and her colleagues, fearless and unwavering, had honored their duty to the people. Through their courageous, self-sacrificing efforts, a fragile safety had been secured, yet a new crisis loomed: food scarcity. Resources here had reached their absolute limit. Zhou Baiwan's unyielding sense of justice prevented her from abandoning these civilians. Day after day, she struggled to maintain order within the shelter. Yet human hearts are fickle. As rations dwindled, murmurs of dissent grew, and some even demanded she send others out to scavenge for them. She remembered this morning. 2 more colleagues had ventured out for supplies. They still had not returned. She knew with grim certainty they likely never would. Suddenly, a sharp, rhythmic pounding echoed up the stairwell, shattering Zhou Baiwan's reverie. Her eyes snapped open as she snatched up her baton. Silence fell instantly, faces twisted with terror. That sound was all too familiar: zombies. "Stay silent," she whispered. With a subtle gesture, she signaled several experienced survivors to set traps. They nodded and moved quietly, dragging furniture to barricade the door. The pounding gradually subsided. Some exhaled in relief, but Zhou Baiwan's brow furrowed. Something was wrong. Zombies never gave up so easily. Unless... Boom! The window pane exploded inward. 3 zombies crashed through, drenched skin bloated and pallid eye sockets clouded with murky gray. They hit the floor hard, but rose immediately, lunging toward the nearest people. Ah! Screams erupted like detonating grenades. A man was tackled and pinned. A zombie buried its teeth in his throat. Blood gushed forth in a crimson arc. A mother recoiled, clutching her child, only to have her ankle seized by another zombie. With a shriek, she hurled the child away and was dragged screaming into the writhing mass. Zhou Baiwan's brow knotted tightly. She realized these zombies were growing ever more formidable, not only in cunning but also in strength and agility. Surveying the panicked crowd, she raised her pistol and fired without hesitation. Click, click, click. 3 sharp, hollow reports rang out. But the chamber was empty. Clenching her jaw, she gripped the baton and charged the nearest zombie, sidestepping, dropping low, swinging upward in one seamless motion. The baton slammed into the zombie's knee. Off balance, it pitched forward. Zhou Baiwan followed through, driving the baton down onto its skull with brutal precision. A sickening crack echoed, black blood splattered across her pant leg. She had no time to catch her breath. The second zombie was already upon her. She evaded sideways and drove a hard kick into its abdomen. It staggered back, then lunged again, undeterred. Zhou Baiwan met it heat-in. Her baton swept upward from below, striking its jaw with a thunderous impact. The creature toppled backward. She surged forward and brought the baton down, crushing its forehead with lethal finality. The third, the fourth. Around her, survivors shifted. From shrieking flight to defiant action, one snatched up a chair, another thrust a steel pipe into a zombie's neck. A young man hoisted a water dispenser and smashed it onto a zombie's back. An older woman jammed a mop handle hard against another's throat, holding it at bay. When the last zombie collapsed, Zhou Baiwan stood drenched in blood, black and red intermingled, indistinguishable as hers or theirs. She slumped against the wall, gasping, her chest heaving violently. The baton slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. "Captain Zhou, are you hurt?" A young officer rushed over, his face etched with anguish. Yet more survivors edged away from her, eyes wary, distrustful. They feared she had been bitten. Zhou Baiwan shook her head, speechless. Pushing herself upright, she walked to the window. The glass was long gone. Cold wind poured in thick with the metallic stench of rain-soaked decay. Through the jagged frame, she watched the floodwaters recede. A voice pierced her thoughts. "Officer Zhou, you're so beautiful. What would you do if the apocalypse came? If you pamper me well enough, in a few days I'll give you a pack of instant noodles." At the time, she'd considered it an insult. She was Zhou Baiwan, the rising star of Hongqing's police force, daughter of a high-ranking provincial official. A pack of instant noodles? What nonsense. But now, she glanced back at the people behind her. The mother clutching her child. The infant hadn't eaten in 2 days. Its face was ashen, eyes half-lidded, whether sleeping or slipping into starvation-induced unconsciousness, no one could tell. The old man who'd berated her yesterday now huddled in a corner, lips cracked and bleeding, eyes vacant. No longer cursing, merely staring blankly at the floor like a corpse awaiting its final breath. And her fallen comrades, those who'd shouted, "Captain Zhou, run," before being overwhelmed, torn apart, transformed into the very monsters now stalking the ruins. Her eyes burned. A pack of instant noodles. No, perhaps not noodles. Perhaps a thread of hope. That arrogant bastard drove a modified armored vehicle fully stocked with food and water. He had to have answers. His calm demeanor betrayed secrets she didn't yet know. Zhou Baiwan closed her eyes and breathed deeply. When she opened them again, her gaze had changed. Not resignation, but resolve. She straightened, stretched her numb legs, and fixed her eyes on the shattered skyline beyond the window. Hangqing Tower rose alone from the rubble, a solitary monolith. She remembered. The direction he'd vanished in was precisely there. The 28th floor of Hangqing Tower. Knock, knock, knock. The iron door trembled under the violent pounding. "Changge, Changge." Please, save me. It's Ruyan. It's me. Liu Ruyan's voice cracked with sobs shrill and grating. That bastard Liu Fei is going to gang rape me. I barely escaped, with my life. Changge, can you hear me? Li Changge leaned back in his chair, a cold, mirthless smile curling at the corner of his lips. Lin Wei stood nearby, glancing first toward the door, then at Li Changge. Her lips parted slightly, yet no words emerged. Li Changge arched a brow. What? Has the holy maiden relapsed again? Lin Wei shook her head, flustered. Li Changge stepped forward, lifted her chin with 2 fingers. Dare you make a wager? Lin Wei blinked. Wager on what? He leaned close to her ear, voice low and deliberate. Listen, I'll tell you this, the corridor outside is swarming with Liu Fei's men. Once I open that door, they'll storm in, straight for our supplies. If I'm right, you'll submit willingly tonight. Lin Wei's face flushed crimson. She wanted to curse him, but the words dissolved before reaching her tongue. By now she'd long grown accustomed to it. Cursing changed nothing. Fighting was futile. Fleeing, impossible. And yet, it wasn't always unbearable. Was it even pleasurable? Blushing, she turned her face away, silent. Li Changge let out a soft laugh, released her chin, and strode toward the iron door. He peered through the gaps between the steel bars. Outside, Liu Ruyan stood alone, more wretched than she had been 6 days prior. Her hair hung in tangled, matted clumps. Her cheeks were streaked with tears and grime. The once luxurious dress was torn in several places, exposing grimy, battered skin beneath. Black blood stained the hem, whether from zombies or humans no one could say. When she saw Li Changge, her tears surged anew. Changge, please, save me. She stretched her hand through the narrow gap, straining to grasp the hem of his coat. Her fingers were slender, but caked with black filth beneath the nails, knuckles scarred with scabs. Changge, I know, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have treated you like that. But now, I truly have nowhere left to run. That monster Liu Fei, he's going to gang. She choked, unable to finish, only weeping. Her sobs were desolate, desperate, the kind that would soften any man's heart. Li Changge watched her. Her tears were real, her fear genuine, her despair unfeigned. Yet behind those tears flickered something colder. Faint, fleeting, but Li Changge saw it. Calculation, appraisal, the silent arithmetic of sacrifice. I've given so much, I will be repaid. Suddenly, Li Changge laughed. Liu Ruyan, he murmured, voice light as mist, do you know? Your acting has always been superb. Her sobbing faltered, for just a breath. But not quite superb enough. He stepped back, withdrew a cucumber from his inner pocket. Vibrant green, startlingly fresh, radiant as a jewel amid the ruins of the apocalypse. Glistening with dew as if freshly rinsed in clear water. Liu Ruyan froze. Li Changge tossed the cucumber through the steel bars. It landed at her feet. She stared down at the cucumber, then up at Li Changge, bewilderment flooding her gaze. He turned, found a chair, and sat, languid, unhurried. Go on, perform. If I'm satisfied, you may enter. His tone was lazy, effortless. Liu Ruyan's face burned, not with shyness, but with humiliation. She understood. She trembled where she stood. Jaw clenched, she bent, and picked up the cucumber. It was cool, damp, still beaded with moisture. Her knuckles whitened around it. She raised her eyes to Li Changge behind the iron gate. He sat slouched, legs crossed, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Beside him stood another woman, glasses perched on her nose, clad in a white lab coat, watching Liu Ruyan with an expression both pained and complex. Liu Ruyan recognized that look. Pity. This woman pitied her. A bitter tide rose within her, anger, shame, or something deeper, darker, rage. Yet all she showed was tears, fragile, pleading. Changge, what do you want from me? Li Changge said nothing. He only watched. Liu Ruyan closed her eyes, drew a slow, steadying breath. When she opened them again, only submission remained. She raised the cucumber. Lin Wei, standing behind Li Changge, gazed at the woman outside, bent, humbled, clutching the cucumber. A memory surfaced. Days ago, she too had stood in that same abyss of despair, utterly at this man's mercy. Li Changge lounged in his chair, legs crossed, that same faint, inscrutable smile upon his lips. He waited. For a performance. Or perhaps, for a spectacle. Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth, then turned, back to the stairwell corner, and sank to her knees. The cucumber gripped tight in her trembling hand. She knew precisely what he demanded. That deranged man. She shut her eyes, inhaled deeply, and began to move. Liu Fei crouched behind a distant stairwell corner, only her blurred silhouette visible. He heard fabric rustling, heard her stifled breaths, and the faint wet sound, the cucumber enveloped, swallowed. His eyes burned red. Fuck this bitch. He hadn't even touched her yet, and now she was performing for Li Changge. He ached to charge out, but no. Patience. He must wait for the door to open. Then, he'd make Li Changge pay, in blood. Liu Ruyan's performance continued. Just then, a sharp, grating creak echoed from the iron door. The sound of the bolt sliding back. And Li Changge's footsteps, measured, unhurried. Liu Fei's eyes lit up. That son of a bitch. Finally opening the door. He lunged forward, brandishing a brick, roaring, take him down. Dozens surged behind him, racing toward the iron gate. Li Changge stood beside the open door, lips curled into a glacial, merciless arc. His right hand flipped, effortlessly, and a gleaming silver desert eagle materialized in his palm. Bang, 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 bang. 5 gunshots, blurred into one deafening roar. 5 men collapsed. Frontrunners fell instantly, crimson bloomed beneath them. Survivors dropped flat. Some shrieked, scrambling backward, others lay paralyzed, urine soaking their pants. Liu Fei stood frozen, face ashen. Fuck, that bastard had a gun. The ultimate equalizer among carbon-based life forms, the gun. Quick-witted, he hurled the brick aside and dropped to his knees, hands thrust high, masterly. Mercy, we were blind. Li Changge ignored him. Then a sudden twisted whim seized him. He pulled out his phone, tapped open a video, and tossed it onto the floor. The phone landed face up. Trembling, Liu Fei snatched it up, and with one glance his face turned livid. On screen, Liu Ruyan lay on a bed pinned beneath a man. Though pixelated, his face occasionally slipped through the blur. Li Changge himself. Liu Fei suddenly raised his head, looking towards Liu Ruyan, who was still crouching on the ground not far away, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Damn you, you filthy whore. So you are Li Changge's person? I always thought you were pure, but you were already ruined by him. Liu Ruyan heard Liu Fei's insults and turned to see the phone, instantly understanding everything. She disregarded her disheveled clothes and rushed over to grab the phone. Li Changge raised his hand and delivered a slap. Smack. Liu Ruyan was knocked to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She covered her face, tears mixed with blood, as she shouted hoarsely, Li Changge, you will get your comeuppance. Li Changge did not even glance at her, aiming the gun at Liu Fei once more. Liu Fei was terrified, his soul leaving his body as he pressed his forehead against the ground, desperately knocking his head. Masterly. Spare my life. I have eyes but fail to see. Let me go and I will give you anything. Next life, don't provoke those you shouldn't, Li Changge said with a cold laugh. Bang! Liu Fei's forehead exploded into a bloody hole, his body falling backward, his eyes wide open. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Stop! A hoarse female voice shouted. Zhou Baiwan stumbled over, looking disheveled, her police uniform tattered, her face covered in dirt. She saw the corpse on the ground, and the gun in Li Changge's hand, her pupils constricting sharply. Li Changge, are you insane? Li Changge glanced at her, but ignored her, turning the gun toward Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan lay on the ground, trembling all over. Li Changge looked down at her from above, his voice icy. Liu Ruyan, you don't know, do you? Your brother Liu Chang is already dead. His fiancée killed him with her own hands, crushing him to death with a steel pipe, one blow after another. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened instantly, then slowly turned red. She let out a beastly roar from her throat and crawled up, lunging at Li Changge. Li Changge, you owe me my brother's life. Bang! The 7th shot. A bloom of blood erupted from Liu Ruyan's chest as she looked down in disbelief and then collapsed softly to the ground. Zhou Baiwan froze in place, staring at the 2 corpses, then at the smoking gun in Li Changge's hand. Her professional instinct made her shout, Li Changge, you will be judged. Li Changge turned around, aiming the gun at her, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Judged? No one in this world can judge me. He took a step forward. Kneel. The dark barrel of the gun pointed at Zhou Baiwan's forehead. Her heart nearly stopped her back, drenched in cold sweat. But she forced herself to stay calm, her phoenix eyes fixed on that gun. Desert Eagle. A standard magazine holds 7 rounds. The gunshots she had just heard. First 5 shots, then 1 to kill Liu Fei, and finally 1 to kill Liu Ruyan. A total of 7 shots. She was counting clearly. This gun had no bullets left. Her throat went dry, but suddenly a surge of mad courage arose. She stared directly into Li Changge's eyes, speaking each word clearly. You bet there are no bullets in your gun. Li Changge raised an eyebrow. Oh. Desert Eagle 7-round capacity. You just fired 7 shots. You are bluffing. Zhou Baiwan slowly stepped forward, resting her somewhat stained forehead against the barrel. Li Changge glanced down at Zhou Baiwan from above, sneering, big-chested but brainless. Bang. The gunfire exploded in Zhou Baiwan's ears. Bang. Another shot. Bang bang. Li Changge fired 4 shots into the ceiling. Then he asked with a smile, Officer Zhou, guess if I still have bullets left in my gun. The dark barrel pointed at her face. Zhou Baiwan's heart skipped a beat. You? The 4 gunshots exploded in her ears, leaving her in a daze, her mind blank. Li Changge looked down at her, a smile curving at his lips like a cat toying with a mouse. Zhou Baiwan's ears were still ringing, but her mind began to race. Empty gun. It must be an empty gun. If he wanted to kill her, he would have done it the moment he came in, no need to wait until now. He was testing her. As this thought flashed through her mind, Zhou Baiwan took a deep breath and stepped forward, pressing her smooth forehead against the still smoldering barrel. Li Changge raised an eyebrow. Zhou Baiwan spoke each word clearly. Not only do I bet there are no bullets in your gun, I also bet on you as a person. She stared into Li Changge's eyes. Li Changge laughed. That smile was light and faint, yet it sent chills down Zhou Baiwan's spine. Oh, I am a ruthless murderer who never blinks. His fingers slowly pressed down on the trigger. The sound of the mechanism's friction was clear in Zhou Baiwan's ears. Zhou Baiwan's pupils constricted instantly, her body hair standing on end. It was the most primal fear of facing death beyond any rational control. Her heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped, her blood freezing. Cold sweat trickled down from her forehead, sliding down her cheeks. Click, as Li Changge pulled the trigger. The crisp mechanical sound hit like the whisper of death. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Li Changge looked at her and suddenly laughed. He put away the gun, waved his hand, saying, "Officer Zhou, you won the bet. So tell me, what do you want?" Zhou Baiwan's legs softened, nearly collapsing. She leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, her sweat already wetting her blue and white police uniform, the thin fabric clinging to her body, outlining her tired, yet still proud silhouette. She took a full 2 minutes to barely stand up straight. She looked at Li Changge, her lips moving, but she didn't know how to start. Li Changge leaned back in the chair, not rushing her, just watching her. That gaze was like looking at a cornered little animal, filled with a hint of amusement and curiosity. After a long while, Zhou Baiwan finally said with great difficulty, "The government building. There are still hundreds of people. No food, no water. At most they can only last 3 more days." She couldn't finish her sentence. Her throat felt like it was blocked by something. She was Zhou Baiwan, the rising star of the Hangzhou police. Her father was a high-ranking official in Zhejiang province. She had never begged anyone in her life. Now she was begging someone she once wanted to arrest. "What? You want to find food and water for hundreds of people?" Li Changge's expression froze upon hearing this. This is even more of a saintly overflow than Lin Wei. This is illness. It needs treatment. Hundreds of people without food or water. She is starving herself, going out to find supplies to feed that group of people. Isn't this him in his past life? In his past life, he desperately hunted zombies, giving the crystal cores to Liu Changge and the supplies to Liu Ruyan. What did he get in return? He got pushed into a tide of corpses. A cold smile crept onto his lips. "What you're saying has nothing to do with me." Zhou Baiwan panicked, stepping forward. "They are living lives. You can't just stand by and watch them die." "Are you just going to watch me die?" Li Changge stood up and slowly approached her. "Why can't I? If you have the ability, you should. Should I just be a blood bag?" Li Changge suddenly grabbed her wrist, slamming her against the wall. Zhou Baiwan wanted to resist, but after days of not eating enough and exhausting all her strength fighting zombies, her struggles were weak and powerless. She pushed against Li Changge's chest, unable to move him. She kicked his leg, and he didn't even flinch. Li Changge leaned in close, so close that she could see the indifference in his eyes. "You want me to provide food and drink for those vampires?" Li Changge asked again. Zhou Baiwan turned her face away, refusing to look at him. "They are not vampires. They are ordinary people. Elderly, children, women. They just want to survive." Li Changge interrupted her. "In the apocalypse, human lives are the most worthless." With one hand, he pinched her chin, forcing her to look at him. He used his thumb to wipe the dirt off her face. That face, once smooth and proud, now bore a weary expression with eyes sharp as knives. Now it was filled with exhaustion, her lips cracked. Li Changge touched her cheek again. Her skin was rough, lacking moisture and nutrients, but the contours still remained. The once high and mighty police flower was now pinned against the wall by him, unable to move. Zhou Baiwan's body stiffened, struggling violently. "Let me go." Li Changge did not release her. Instead, he smiled. That smile sent a chill down Zhou Baiwan's spine. "If you want supplies, it's possible." Zhou Baiwan hesitated in her struggle. Li Changge continued, "I mentioned before the earthquake, if you serve me once, I'd give you a bag of instant noodles." He paused, as if seriously calculating. "More than 100 people, let's say 150. 7 days of rations, at least 1 bag of instant noodles per person per day. That's 1,050 bags. 1 bag of instant noodles each time you need to serve me 1,050 times." He leaned close to her ear, lowering his voice. "If it's once a day, that's about 3 years. If it's nonstop, it'll take at least 1.5 years. Zhou Baiwan's face turned red instantly, then pale. She understood. 3 years. 1,050 times. She clenched her teeth, her chest rising and falling violently. Zhou Baiwan was stunned for a second, then her face turned beet red. It was not shyness, but anger. She was Zhou Baiwan, the youngest team leader in Hangzhou's police force, with a father who was a high-ranking official. Those wealthy heirs pursued her, and she wouldn't even give them a glance. Now this bastard was humiliating her with instant noodles. 1,050 times. 3 years. Non-stop. Damn it. She forcefully broke free from Li Changge's grip, her chest heaving. "You're dreaming." She turned and left, her steps quick and urgent, afraid that if she slowed down she would turn back and curse him. But when she reached the door, her footsteps hesitated for just a moment. Then she pushed open the door and disappeared into the cold wind. Li Changge watched her retreating figure, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lin Wei approached and softly asked, "Will she come back?" "She will." Li Changge withdrew his gaze and lay back on the chair. "It's extremely cold tonight, and that group of people with no food or water will force her to return. People in the apocalypse will do anything to survive, until they drain her last drop of blood, then deem her useless." Li Changge felt he had the most say in this from his past life. In Li Changge's view, Zhou Baiwan was almost the epitome of sanctity. If it were a time of peace, it would be fine. But this was an apocalypse that devoured people without leaving bones. Sanctimoniousness is a disease. It must be cured. If it can't be cured, then death. The apocalypse is as simple as that. In the afternoon, the sky grew darker. The north wind began to howl, pouring in through the broken windows, cutting against the face like knives. The temperature dropped at a visible rate, not slowly, but as if someone had suddenly turned off the world's heating. Changge had already taken Lin Wei into the partition room early. This small room, only 2 square meters, proved useful in its original design. The concrete walls insulated well, and Changge retrieved a velvet blanket from the space, thick and soft, covering himself like being wrapped in a cloud. Changge held the soft Lin Wei in his arms, inhaling her faint body fragrance, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "You lost the bet, didn't you?" Hiss. As for what happened afterward, the readers can infer for themselves. Meanwhile, inside the government building, more than 100 people were crammed into a conference room, body to body, using each other's body heat to fend off the cold. The air was filled with unbearable odors, sweat, foot odor, and even worse. The windows were broken, the north wind swirling in with cold, and any gap could freeze someone to death. A little girl curled up in her mother's arms quietly poked her head out. "Mommy, I'm cold and hungry." This sentence was like a match thrown into a haystack. All eyes turned in unison towards Zhou Baiwan, who had just returned, curled up in the corner. She wrapped herself in that thin police uniform jacket, her lips frozen, purple, her face weary. A few hours ago, she had returned from Hangqing Tower. When those people asked her for food, she had only said, "I didn't find any." Now the lie could no longer hold. A middle-aged woman was the first to speak. "Officer Zhou, is there really nothing to eat in the building? This temperature is about to drop below zero. You need to think of a way." "Yes, Officer Zhou. You can't ignore us. When will rescue arrive? If they don't come soon, people will really die." Zhou Baiwan opened her mouth, wanting to explain. But what could she say? That there was food in Hangqing Tower, but that bastard wanted her to sleep with him for 3 years to get it. Another woman spoke up, her voice sharp. "Officer Zhou, didn't you go to Hangqing Tower this afternoon? That building is so tall it must have food. Why didn't you bring some back? Don't tell me you found some and want to keep it for yourself." As soon as this was said, the surrounding survivors erupted. "Exactly. You were gone for so long this afternoon, you must have found something. Bring it back. You're a police officer. You can't ignore us common people. To watch people die and not help, what kind of police are you?" Zhou Baiwan's face turned red, then pale. She wanted to argue, to say that she had already done her best, but her voice was drowned out by the increasing accusations. Those faces, each once grateful to her, were now filled with dissatisfaction and suspicion. She suddenly recalled Li Changge's words, "Those vampires aren't worth it." At that time, she thought it was cold-hearted. Now, a frail old man in his 60s leaned weakly against the wall, holding a 5 or 6-year-old boy. The boy's eyes were closed, his small face gray, his lips cracked. "Officer Zhou." The old man's voice was intermittent, as if he had exhausted his last ounce of strength. "My grandson hasn't eaten for 3 days." Upon hearing the elderly man's words, the crowd fell silent for a moment. His frail voice continued, "Officer Zhou, I beg you." He lifted his head, his eyes brimmed with cloudy, trembling tears. "I just want him to live." Tears streamed instantly down Zhou Baiwan's cheeks. She remembered that child, the one who just yesterday had shyly called her anti-policewoman and today lay lifeless, eyes sealed forever. Zhou Baiwan closed her eyes. She recalled the principles instilled in her since childhood, to serve the people, to protect the common folk. It was her duty, her solemn mission, the very essence of her existence. Yet now, she opened her eyes. 3 seconds passed before she spoke. Softly, yet every soul in the room heard her clearly. "All right. I'll go." The crowd fell utterly still. Zhou Baiwan rose, pushed through the hushed onlookers, and walked toward the door. No one barred her path, nor did anyone offer to accompany her. They simply watched her, eyes filled with desperate hope, quiet relief, and something fainter still, a palpable collective sigh of release. She pushed the door open. A northern gale rushed in, slicing across her face like knives. She staggered, gripping the wall to keep from collapsing. Cold, bitter, biting cold. Her uniform clung to her like tissue-thin paper, pierced effortlessly by the wind. Her teeth chattered violently. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Yet she did not look back. Behind her, the quarreling voices in the conference room faded into silence. They were already dividing the last half biscuit she had left behind, the meager ration she'd hoarded for 2 days, her final lifeline. Now they bickered over who got an extra crumb, who received less. Zhou Baiwan walked forward step by deliberate step. The corridor stretched long, and black wind howling in from every direction. Tears traced icy paths down her cheeks. She wondered if this sacrifice held any worth, if gratitude would ever bloom in those hearts, or whether she would even draw breath past tonight. In that moment, she ground her pride, 20 years of hard-earned dignity, into the mud beneath her feet, crushing it with each stride. Ahead loomed Hangqing Tower, its silhouette a brooding, motionless beast against the night sky, the lair of that monster and the 1,050 packets of instant noodles. 3 years, 1,050 times. Inside Hangqing Tower, Li Changge had just finished his workout when he pulled Lin Wei close. At that instant, a sharp, rhythmic knocking echoed at the door. Not the frenzied, mindless battering of zombies, but the weak yet urgent rapping of human hands. Lin Wei stirred, beginning to rise. Li Changge gently pressed her shoulder, then draped a robe over himself and approached the iron door. Peering through the narrow gaps between the steel bars, he saw Zhou Baiwan standing outside. She looked even more broken than hours earlier. That thin uniform offered no defense against the extreme cold. She had curled inward lips, bluish-purple, frost crystallizing on her lashes, patches of raw frozen burns marring her face. She hugged herself tightly, shivering violently, the grating rattle of her chattering teeth audible even through the door. Li Changge slid the bolt aside. Zhou Baiwan stumbled inside, nearly collapsing. She leaned against the wall, gasping raggedly, her exhaled breath coalesced instantly into mist. Her fingers had turned bone-white, stiffly curled, unable to straighten. Li Changge leaned casually against the doorway, arms crossed, a faint sardonic curve lifting one corner of his mouth, while Officer Zhou, paying a late-night visit. Zhou Baiwan raised her gaze to meet his. Her eyes were veiled, as if clouded by fog. Hollowed eye sockets bruised purple lids. She hadn't slept in days. Her lips parted slightly, her voice emerged raw, scraped thin as sandpaper, dragging across stone eye. I've come to fulfill. She faltered, unable to continue. Li Changge arched a brow. Fulfill what? Zhou Baiwan bit her lower lip. Hard enough that blood welled its metallic tang, sharpening her awareness just enough to steady her thoughts. 1,050 times. You stand by your word. Li Changge smiled. A light, almost imperceptible lift of his lips, yet it sent a chill deep into Zhou Baiwan's marrow. Of course I do. He stepped aside. Head bowed, Zhou Baiwan entered step by slow, heavy step. As she passed Lin Wei, she paused. She dared not look at her. Lin Wei said nothing, only quietly shut the partition door behind her. Within that small enclosed space, only Li Changge and Zhou Baiwan remained. Li Changge raised his hand. A crimson flame bloomed in his palm, hovering weightlessly in midair, slowly rotating. Warmth radiated outward, instantly softening the frigid air. That gentle heat felt like an invisible hand brushing over Zhou Baiwan's frostbitten cheeks, stiffened fingers, and trembling frame. She froze, eyes wide, staring at the hovering flame, its dancing light reflected vividly in her pupils. She had never seen anything like it, fire burning freely in an open palm, floating without support, rotating with uncanny living grace. It was her first encounter with an ability, an anomaly once confined to cinema, now blazing before her very eyes. Li Changge paid no heed to her astonishment. He strode to a chair and sat, spreading his legs wide. His gaze locked onto hers. Zhou Baiwan stood rooted, rigid as stone. She knew precisely what came next, and Li Changge did not urge her, only watched patiently, unblinking. 1 second, 2, 3. Her legs began to shake, not from cold, but from terror. A primal dread seeped up from her marrow, threatening to buckle her knees. She shut her eyes. Her father's stern face flashed before her. The formidable elder who, were he to witness his daughter standing here now preparing to submit, might well hemorrhage from sheer outrage. She recalled the values drilled into her since childhood: integrity, honor, unwavering rectitude. She was Zhou Baiwan Hongqing's brightest rising star in the police force, an icon revered by countless souls. Yet now, when she opened her eyes again, she sank slowly to her knees. A dull, hollow thud echoed as they struck the floor, painful but insignificant. Nothing compared to the agony tearing through her heart. On her knees she crawled forward, 2 trembling inches, until she knelt directly before Li Changge. He gazed down at her. She dared not meet his eyes, fixing her stare instead upon the cold, unyielding floor. Tears fell, darkening the floor in tiny, fleeting stains, swiftly evaporated by the radiant warmth of the hovering flame. She extended her hand. It shook, violently, uncontrollably. Li Changge remained motionless. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself onward. The partition door had been shut tight. 3 hours later it opened. Li Changge stepped out, rolling his neck. Zhou Baiwan followed, head bowed, walking with a slight, uneven gait. She leaned heavily against the wall, each step draining her completely, as if every movement demanded the sum total of her strength. Her face betrayed no emotion, only eyes swollen crimson with exhaustion and sorrow. Li Changge glanced at her, then said abruptly, given what just transpired. He strode to the storage closet and swung the door wide. Zhou Baiwan watched as he retrieved 3 cardboard boxes from the corner, placing them neatly on the floor one by one. Each bore the familiar bold red characters Kangshifu, braised beef noodles. 3 boxes, precise, orderly, unmistakable. Li Changge brushed dust from his palms. Let's go. Zhou Baiwan parted her lips, to speak, to think, to protest, but no sound emerged. The two arrived at the government office building carrying 3 boxes of instant noodles. As they pushed open the conference room door, people surged forward. Food. It's food. Instant noodles. It really is instant noodles. The crowd lunged at the 3 cardboard boxes like wild animals. Some tore open the packaging with their nails while others flipped the boxes over. People were knocked to the ground only to scramble back up and push forward. Zhou Baiwan was squeezed into a corner, bracing herself against the wall to avoid falling. She watched as those who had just complained of hunger, cold, and impending death now fought like beasts over the scant food. A middle-aged woman snatched 2 packs and clutched them tightly to her chest, watching the surrounding people, warily fearing they would be taken from her. A man unable to grab any punched another person in the face and snatched half a pack from his hand. The man who was hit covered his nose and cursed, but only managed to mutter a few words before squatting down to pick up the scattered crumbs. An elderly man in his 60s clutching his grandson had finally managed to grab a pack only to have it ripped away by a young man. The elderly man knelt on the ground, pleading, "My grandson is starving. Please give it back to me." The young man tore open the packaging and stuffed it into his mouth without a backward glance. 5 minutes later, all 3 boxes of instant noodles were gone. Torn packaging lay scattered on the ground, while a few people squatted in the corner devouring the noodles without even bothering to soak them, eating them dry. The sounds of chewing, slurping, and coughing from choking mingled together. Some ate too quickly, turning pale and pounding their chests to force the food down. Zhou Baiwan stood in the corner watching all of this. No one looked at her. No one asked where she had gotten the food. No one inquired if she was hurt, cold, or hungry. She felt like a used tool casually discarded in the corner. Just then a voice rang out. "Is this all there is?" Zhou Baiwan looked up. It was the middle-aged woman who had first criticized her. She held 3 packs of instant noodles in her arms, her face full of dissatisfaction. "Officer Zhou, is this really enough for a day? What will we do tomorrow?" Immediately someone next to her echoed. "Yeah, will there be more tomorrow? You need to bring it on time. Oh, we can't go hungry. You are the police. You must take responsibility to the end." Zhou Baiwan stood frozen in place. She opened her mouth to say something, but couldn't utter a word. She recalled those 3 hours earlier. She remembered the moment she knelt down. She recalled the sound of her knees hitting the ground. She remembered the disgust, shame, and tears she desperately tried to suppress. She thought that what she would receive in return would be gratitude from these people. Even just a simple thank you would suffice. Even just a grateful glance. But Changge leaned against the door, observing this scene, a curve of a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. That curve held sarcasm, indifference, and a hint of, just as expected. He watched the crowd that had finished the instant noodles and were now devouring them ravenously. They squatted on the ground in corners by toppled tables and chairs, shoveling instant noodles into their mouths with both hands, the sounds of chewing, slurping, and choking blending into a cacophony. No one looked up, no one spoke, only the instinct to feed prevailed. He suddenly patted Zhou Baiwan on the shoulder. Zhou Baiwan looked up, her eyes red and puffy with streaks of unshed tears on her face. A tiny flame tornado appeared in Li Changge's palm, swirling in a fiery red like a hellish eye. "Do you want me to destroy this place?" His voice was soft like a whisper from a demon. Zhou Baiwan's eyes widened as she shook her head frantically. "No. We can't destroy this place. Without the government office building, these people will die." Li Changge looked at her. In his eyes the fear was real, but more than that was obsession. "Even now you still think about those people." He clenched his palm, and the flame dissipated. "For me it makes no difference whether to destroy or not. It's freezing tonight, not many will survive here." But he still asked one more question. "Did you not see how those people treated you just now?" Zhou Baiwan fell silent. Li Changge slapped her backside. "Let's go, we're heading back." Zhou Baiwan stumbled forward from the slap, but said nothing, merely lowering her head and trailing behind him like a walking corpse. The two walked out of the government office building. Outside, the cold wind howled, cutting into their faces like knives. The sky was overcast, the dark clouds pressing low as if threatening to collapse. After walking a few steps, Zhou Baiwan felt something icy falling on her face. She looked up. Snowflakes. At first, only a few scattered ones fell, but it soon turned into a heavy snowfall blanketing everything. The snowflakes twirled and danced in the fierce wind, stinging her face. It was snowing. Zhou Baiwan stared blankly at the sky, watching the snowflakes land on her hand, melt, and then new ones fall. She remembered the first time she saw snow as a child, her father carrying her in the yard to build a snowman. Back then she thought snow was beautiful. Now snow was merely a symbol of cold. Li Changge walked ahead, without looking back, snow swiftly accumulating on his shoulders. He walked steadily as if he couldn't feel the cold. Zhou Baiwan quickened her pace to catch up. "This is the apocalypse now, you can't save everyone." Li Changge suddenly spoke, his voice somewhat muffled in the wind and snow. "Did they thank you for saving them? The extreme cold will arrive tonight, and at least 8 or 9 out of 10 will freeze to death." Li Changge retracted his gaze, his tone flat, as if he were merely commenting on the weather. Zhou Baiwan did not rebut. She opened her mouth, wanting to say, "I don't believe it," but when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she couldn't say anything at all, because she recalled the faces of those people. She remembered the middle-aged woman's greedy and fierce gaze when snatching the instant noodles, like a beast protecting its food. She recalled the young man who ruthlessly took the noodles from the elderly man without a second thought. These were the people she had saved. Zombies were continuously coming at them in pairs from the side of the street. Though these zombies were frozen stiff and moved slowly, they were still persistent. Snow had begun to settle on their bodies, a thin layer of white covering their grayish-white skin. Li Changge waved his hand, and 2 small fireballs flew out. Bang! Bang! The zombies were blown away, limbs and body parts scattered across the ground, their black blood splattered on the snow, shocking to behold. He continued walking without looking back. Do you see? You have to expend great effort and means to kill one, he said, while I only need a small fireball. And you, such a beautiful woman, have no special abilities. Do you know what that means? In the end, you can only become a plaything. Do you understand? Zhou Baiwan looked at the shattered corpses, then at Li Changge's back. She thought about how long it took her to kill a single zombie, luring, ambushing, striking it dozens of times with a baton, all while risking being bitten. And he only with a wave of his hand. This is the disparity. When Li Changge and Zhou Baiwan returned to the 28th floor of the Hangqing building, a thin layer of snow had already accumulated. The corridor was as cold as an ice cellar, and the breath they exhaled instantly turned into white frost. But it was different in the partition room on the 28th floor. Li Changge casually tossed a fireball the size of a fist which floated in midair. The fireball slowly rotated, emitting a warm glow that warmed the entire small room. Zhou Baiwan stared blankly at the fireball. Is this what supernatural ability is? Unfortunately, she didn't have it. Li Changge rummaged through the corner and pulled out a quilt and some warm clothing, tossing them to her. Put it on. Zhou Baiwan received it and hugged it to her chest. The quilt was thick and the clothes were warm. In this moment, the scent was reassuring. Li Changge walked over to Lin Wei, crawled into bed, and wrapped his arms around her, closing his eyes to sleep. He didn't look at Zhou Baiwan even once during the entire process. Zhou Baiwan stood in place, hugging the quilt, not knowing what to do. After a while, she heard Li Changge's muffled voice. You smell too bad. Keep your distance. Zhou Baiwan was stunned. She looked down and sniffed herself. Having not showered for a few days, rolling around in a pile of corpses, sweating in the cold wind, and then freezing dry now in a warm room, she indeed smelt. The corners of her mouth twitched. A distinguished police flower, the rising star of Hangqing's police force, someone admired by countless people, was being disliked. She smiled bitterly, hugged the quilt, found a corner, wrapped herself tightly, and sat against the wall. The fireball continued to spin in midair, radiating warmth. She looked at the fireball, recalling everything that had happened tonight. The faces of those people. Li Changge's words. And that line in the end, you can only become a plaything. She closed her eyes. Not knowing how long passed, she fell into a hazy sleep. The next day, the long-lost sun finally appeared. A pale one, like the face of someone in critical condition. The sun had no warmth, only light. Zhou Baiwan pushed open the door of the partitioned room and was shocked by the cold air rushing towards her. Outside it was -8 or 9 degrees. The white breath she exhaled instantly turned into icy mist. The entire city was wrapped in silver. Not the romantic kind of snowy landscape. Rather, it was a frozen world reminiscent of the apocalypse. The tall buildings were covered in icicles like gigantic ice pillars hanging overhead. The streets were covered with a layer of ice, cars frozen into ice sculptures, and thick frost clung to the billboards. Power lines hung down, frozen into sticks of ice. The roads were deserted. Only a few zombies were wandering aimlessly. Their movements were slower than the night before, their bodies covered in ice, each step requiring great effort. Some were even frozen in place, standing like ice sculptures. In the distance, a few frozen corpses could be vaguely seen. Survivors who hadn't made it through the night curled up in the corners, covered with a thin layer of frost. The entire city resembled a massive refrigerator. Li Changge stepped out and looked at the sky. Pack up, we're leaving by noon today. Zhou Baiwan was taken aback. Where to? Home. Li Changge didn't explain further, just glanced at the frozen zombies. Extreme cold will severely limit the zombies' mobility and sense of smell. But once the extreme cold passes, they will undergo their first wave of evolution. At that time, 30% of the zombies will evolve into level 2 zombies. Even some lucky zombies might continue to evolve. At that point, the zombie tide will arrive. He paused. Time is running out. Zhou Baiwan stood in place, watching his figure disappear behind the door. She looked again at the frozen world outside the window. The snow was still falling, but it was lighter than last night. The world was a vast expanse of white, making it hard to tell where the road ended and the ruins began. Zombie tide. Evolution. She tightened her grip on the quilt in her hands. This world was completely different from the one she once knew. At noon, the temperature had risen a few degrees compared to the night, but it was still bone-chilling cold, and the breath she exhaled instantly turned into white frost. The three of them finished packing. Li Changge took the two women to the underground garage. The garage was large, dimly lit, with only a few emergency lights still working, casting a pale glow. A thin layer of ice covered the ground, crunching underfoot. A few cars were parked haphazardly in the parking spaces, coated with a thick layer of dust. Li Changge walked to the corner and lifted a waterproof cover. The two women were simultaneously stunned. It was a massive off-road vehicle that Li Changge had brought out from his storage space yesterday and parked here. The dark green vehicle had 6-wheel drive, an absurdly high chassis, and tires thicker than an adult's waist. Solar panels and searchlights were mounted on the roof, and the sides of the vehicle were welded with thick anti-collision bars, making the entire vehicle resemble a giant sleeping steel beast. What kind of vehicle is this? Lin Wei took off her glasses to wipe them and put them back on, thinking she had seen it wrong. It's a Monsieur modified. Li Changge patted the vehicle, producing a dull sound. Six-wheel drive, a bulletproof, can overturn a dump truck. Zhou Baiwan walked around the vehicle, growing more shocked with each passing moment. This vehicle before the apocalypse would have cost at least several million. She looked at Li Changge, her expression becoming complicated. How many more secrets does this man hide? Li Changge ignored her gaze and took out several iron chains from the trunk. These were anti-slip chains used specifically for tires, sturdy and thick, with each link as thick as a thumb. He squatted down and skillfully fitted them onto the wheels. 1, 2, 3. All 6 wheels were fitted with anti-slip chains, his movements quick and efficient. Get in the car. The two women opened the car doors and climbed into the back seat. The interior was spacious with genuine leather seats, emitting a faint scent. Lin Wei touched the seat, her eyes filled with curiosity. Zhou Baiwan leaned against the window, looking at the frozen garage outside, not knowing what she was thinking. Li Changge sat in the driver's seat and started the engine. Vroom. The diesel engine roared deeply, causing the entire vehicle to tremble slightly. That kind of tremor felt like the breath of a giant beast awakening. He pressed the accelerator. The meteor burst out of the garage, rolling over the icy slope and driving into the frozen city. The streets had completely turned into an ice road. Once bustling with traffic, the road was now as smooth as a mirror reflecting the pale sky. The road was littered with frozen cars, awkwardly blocking the way, some completely covered by snow, leaving only a vague outline. Li Changge didn't care at all. The giant tires of the meteor crushed those small cars like rolling over a pile of toys. Bang, bang, bang. A sedan was hit, its door caved in and glass shattered. An SUV was blocking the way, and the meteor simply drove over it, its 6-wheel drive compressing it into a flat disc. The guardrails on the roadside were knocked away, utility poles were shattered, and the zombies that obstructed the path were ground into pulp, black blood splattering across the ice, only to be swept away by the tires. Bang! Another zombie was sent flying, crashing against the windshield, leaving a streak of black blood before rolling off. Zhou Baiwan opened her eyes just in time to see that twisted face disappear under the vehicle. Her stomach churned. Don't throw up, Li Changge said without looking back. If you throw up, clean it up yourself. Zhou Baiwan gritted her teeth, suppressing the nausea. She watched the ruins rapidly retreat outside the window and suddenly asked, "Where are we going?" Li Changge casually replied with 4 words, "Stone Fortress Manor." On the road, the mighty vehicle charged forward recklessly. Li Changge gripped the steering wheel tightly as the vehicle drifted around a corner, sending a trash can flying. The vehicle continued its advance, crushing through the icy streets and leaving the wandering zombies far behind. Outside the car window, the once prosperous city now lay in ruins. Half of the overpass had collapsed, with the remaining part covered in icicles. The glass curtain walls of the office buildings were shattered, revealing dark, gaping windows. The Christmas tree at the mall entrance still stood, but its decorations were covered in snow, resembling a forgotten gravestone. Occasionally, survivors could be seen hiding in the rubble, peering out from windows or curled up in corners. They watched as the steel beast passed by, their eyes filled with terror, envy, and a plea for help. But the vehicle did not stop. It charged forward, crushing everything in its path. By 6 in the evening, the sun had set, leaving only a final trace of dark red on the horizon. The Pancher Manor has arrived. The sun had already set, with only the last hint of dark red on the horizon, resembling congealed blood. Pancher Manor stood silently on the hillside, covered in snow like a sleeping giant. The individual villas were scattered elegantly across the gentle slope, each clad in a thick layer of ice, shimmering with a ghostly blue light in the twilight. Li Change's villa was at the very top, in the best location. The outer walls of the villa were adorned with icicles hanging down from the eaves to the ground, resembling a curtain of ice crystals. The yard was piled high with snow almost reaching waist height, exposing only a few clusters of withered plants and a stone table cracked by the frost. However, the main structure was intact, truly a testament to the hefty price paid for reinforcement. Li Changge pushed open the front door. Inside was a mess. The earthquake had knocked some ornaments to the ground, and shards of porcelain lay scattered everywhere. There were signs of water leakage in the corners, with several floorboards warped, creaking underfoot. Yet the glass doors and windows were intact. Indeed, the bulletproof glass lived up to its reputation. His gaze fell upon the front door. There were several deep dents on it, as if something had forcefully struck it, leaving several indents on the metal surface. But there were no signs of damage to the door. Li Changge sneered. Someone had been here. He walked to the fireplace and retrieved some diesel from his storage, pouring it onto the firewood. With a whoosh, the flames leapt up, instantly illuminating the entire living room with a warm yellow light. The fire flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls. He took out several diesel heaters and turned them all on. Amidst the buzzing sound, warmth began to spread, dispelling the chill that had accumulated over the days. The temperature rose at a visible rate. Lin Wei had already begun to tidy up the debris on the floor. She swept the glass shards aside, righted the fallen chairs, and straightened the tilted picture frames. Her movements were nimble, as if she were in her own home. Meanwhile, Zhou Baiwan stood at the door, staring blankly at everything. Warmth, brightness, safety. How long had it been since she had seen these? In the official building, there was only coldness, darkness, and despair. Those people huddled together using their body heat to fend off the cold and silence to combat the fear. And as the leader, she had to share even the last half of a biscuit. But here, the fireplace was burning, the heaters were running, the air was warm, and the floor was dry. Suddenly she felt as if she were dreaming. Changge turned around and saw her dazed expression, instantly feeling irritated. He walked over and gave her a gentle kick on her ample backside. "Damn it, I brought you back to serve me, not to give me that look." Zhou Baiwan stumbled forward from the kick, abruptly regaining her senses, disbelief written all over her face. You want me to do housework?" Her voice had risen an octave. What kind of international joke was this? She was Zhou Baiwan. Since childhood, she had never washed a single dish. Her family had maids, and her workplace had logistics. All she needed to do was handle cases, catch criminals, and then get promoted. Changge's eyes widened, his hand moving toward the belt at his waist. "Damn, you think I can't tame you?" The belt was pulled out, making a crisp sound as it snapped through the air. Zhou Baiwan's face flushed instantly at that action. She recalled the 3 hours from last night. She remembered the moment she had knelt down. She recalled those humiliating images. She wilted. The belt in Changge's hand snapped ominously as he said fiercely, "You still owe me over 1,000 times. Don't force me to reclaim it all at once." Zhou Baiwan's eyes widened. Once. Over 1,000 times. That would mean. She dared not think further. Her small face turned red as she lowered her head reluctantly, starting to tidy up the house. The room was actually not too messy. Lin Wei was in charge of sweeping, gathering the glass shards and dust into a pile. Zhou Baiwan was responsible for dusting, wiping the dust off the furniture with a cloth. The two of them worked together and managed to clean up most of the mess in less than an hour. Changge sat on the newly positioned sofa, crossing his legs as he watched the two women busy themselves. One was a female master's student, and the other a female police officer, now both sweeping and dusting, looking like two little maids. He suddenly found the scene quite amusing. After they finished cleaning, he waved his hand, saying, "All right, go take a shower. You stink." The two women froze simultaneously, their eyes lighting up instantly. "Here, can we shower?" Zhou Baiwan's voice trembled. Since the earthquake, she hadn't taken a shower. The smell on her body, a mix of sweat, blood, and the stench of corpses, was unbearable even for her. Lin Wei had already pulled her towards the bathroom. The bathroom was small, but the water heater was functional. The industrial equipment Changge had stockpiled at the time was finally put to use. Lin Wei turned on the tap, waiting for 10 seconds as hot water began to flow. Zhou Baiwan stood under the shower, letting the hot water wash over her body. She looked down at the dirty water swirling at her feet, turning gray as it flowed down the drain. All the grime, bloodstains, and foul odors were being washed away. It was as if even a little bit of the despair from the past few days was being washed away. She closed her eyes, allowing herself to temporarily forget those matters. The faces of those people. Those accusations. Those hands grabbing for instant noodles. Not thinking about it for now. Just showering. Changge sat outside, grinning as he retrieved 2 sets of pajamas from his storage. One set was a maid outfit, black and white with lace edges, the skirt short enough, complete with a small white headband. The other was a police uniform, dark blue short skirt with a belt and a little hat. Perfectly fitting. Half an hour later, the bathroom door opened. The two women walked out, their faces still flushed from the hot water. Their hair was damp, draped over their shoulders with water droplets dripping from the ends. They froze upon seeing the clothes in Changge's hands. What is this?" Zhou Baiwan's voice was shifting again. Changge handed over the clothes. "Your clothes stink, so I threw them away." "Wear this." Lin Wei's face turned red as she took the maid outfit, biting her lip as she slowly put it on. The fabric was soft but thin, clinging to her body and feeling a bit chilly. She looked down at herself, her face turning even redder. Zhou Baiwan wanted to refuse, but she realized she truly had nothing else to wear. That police uniform was already too dirty to keep crumpled into a pile at the bathroom door. Gritting her teeth, she accepted the police outfit, turned her back, and quickly put it on. The dark blue short skirt barely covered her upper thighs. The sense of shame left Zhou Baiwan feeling utterly humiliated. She tugged at the hem of her outfit, but it wouldn't budge. The fabric was simply too short. She lifted her head and saw Changge staring at her, his eyes wide with astonishment. The temperature inside the villa had risen to 20 degrees. Outside it was a frigid minus several degrees, yet inside it felt as warm as spring. The two women had finished their baths, changed into clothes, and were now lounging on the soft goose-down sofa. Zhou Baiwan was dressed in a female police uniform, the deep blue skirt barely covering the tops of her thighs, revealing a pair of long, slender legs. After soaking in hot water, her legs glistened with a healthy sheen, the muscle contours smooth. They were not the frail kind, but rather firm from long-term training. The curve of her calves was just right, her ankles delicate, and her toes slightly curled. Her hair was still damp, cascading down her shoulders with a few strands sticking to her cheeks. Once the dirt on her face was washed away, her originally fair and delicate skin was revealed, her nose straight and high, and her lips reddened by the heat of the water. Though her phoenix eyes still bore traces of fatigue, they had regained some of their former sharpness. Yet paired with this outfit, that sharpness took on a more ambiguous tone. Lin Wei was dressed in a maid outfit, the black and white color scheme, making her appear even more intellectual. Her eyes behind the rimless glasses blinked shyly, tinged with curiosity. Her figure was not as tall as Zhou Baiwan's, but she was well-proportioned with exquisite collarbones and a slender waist. The hem of her maid outfit was even shorter than the police uniform, revealing a section of her fair thighs, her legs perfectly straight, and her skin smooth. She curled up on the sofa like a docile cat. Changge was captivated, glancing left and right, finally his gaze settling on the two pairs of legs, unable to look away. Lin Wei blinked her watery eyes and softly said, "Changge, thanks to you, we have a refuge in this apocalyptic world." "Indeed," Changge replied with a chuckle. "What kind of bond do we share?" "An extraordinary bond." Lin Wei was momentarily stunned before understanding. Extraordinary, not merely that. Her face flushed instantly as she buried her head into the sofa, letting out a muffled emichem. Zhou Baiwan, listening nearby, initially did not comprehend, but upon seeing Lin Wei's reaction and thinking about extraordinary, she suddenly understood, her face reddening as she exclaimed, "Lecher." Changge burst into laughter, the sound echoing in the warm living room. Outside, the cold wind howled, the snow piled up, and the frigid -10 degrees was engulfing the city. But at this moment, the villa felt very warm. Lin Wei lifted her head from the sofa, her face flushed as she glanced at Changge before looking down again. Zhou Baiwan tugged at the absurdly short hem of her skirt, glaring at him, though her eyes no longer held the despair from the previous night. Changge leaned back against the sofa, glancing left and right, suddenly feeling this apocalypse didn't seem so bad after all. At least tonight it wasn't. The flames in the fireplace danced, crackling softly. The wind outside grew fiercer, but inside it was very warm. Changge opened the refrigerator. It was filled to the brim. Fresh vegetables, sliced meats, various meatballs, and several boxes of fatty beef rolls. Of course, all of it was retrieved from storage, merely passing through the refrigerator. Lin Wei leaned closer for a look, her eyes instantly sparkling. These. Zhou Baiwan also walked over, staring blankly at the contents of the refrigerator. Crisp green lettuce, bright red meat slices, and her favorite shrimp paste. Remembering the days in the government building, Zhou Baiwan felt she was on the verge of tears. "We're having hot pot tonight." Changge casually closed the refrigerator door. The two women froze simultaneously, their eyes gleaming. Hot pot. That steaming, spicy, fragrant hot pot, where various ingredients could be cooked. Zhou Baiwan swallowed hard. It had been almost 10 days since she had eaten anything warm. The instant noodles in the government building were still eaten dry. Changge took out an induction cooker from the kitchen cabinet, and then retrieved a power source from the corner. This was specially made for him, fully charged to run all the appliances in the villa at full load for 3 days. He connected the induction cooker and pressed the switch. Buzz. The long-forgotten sound of the appliance echoed loudly in the quiet villa. Upon hearing that sound, Zhou Baiwan's eyes suddenly felt a bit sore. This sound, once so ordinary, now seemed like heavenly music. Changge took out a large pot from storage, filled it with water, and tossed in a block of hot pot base. The red beef tallow solidified in the cold water, resembling a brick. He lit the fire. 5 minutes later, the water began to bubble. The red oil slowly melted, and the aroma began to waft, spicy, rich, and mouth-watering. Lin Wei had already instinctively gone to set the table. Zhou Baiwan paused for 2 seconds before following suit to help. The snow outside fell thicker, swirling down from the dim sky. In the distance, a few collapsed high-rises could be seen, faintly outlined in the wind and snow, resembling gigantic tombstones. Inside, it was warm as spring. The pot on the induction cooker bubbled with a gurgling sound, the red soup base boiling, mingling spicy and numbing scents that filled the air. White steam rose, forming a thin mist on the window glass. Changge placed plates of ingredients on the table. Lettuce, spinach, enoki mushrooms, luncheon, meat, various meatballs, fatty beef rolls, lamb rolls, and a box of Zhou Baiwan's longed-for-shrimp paste. "What are you dawdling for? Eat." He picked up a slice of fatty beef, dipped it several times into the bubbling red broth, the meat changing color as it coated with the red sauce, then dipped in seasoning before bringing it to his mouth. The fatty beef melted on his tongue, the spicy flavor exploding, instantly followed by the rich aroma of meat, the oil fragrance, and the garlicky scent from the seasoning. That sense of satisfaction shot straight from his tongue to the crown of his head. Lin Wei picked up a fishball, taking a bite that was so hot it made her gasp, yet she couldn't bear to spit it out. As she panted and chewed, her eyes sparkled with contentment. Zhou Baiwan grabbed a piece of lettuce, blanching it in the soup for a few seconds before pulling it out. The lettuce retained its crispness, coated with the red broth, and as she brought it to her mouth, her eyes suddenly reddened. Not because of the spiciness, but because it had been so long since she had eaten anything warm, so long since she had tasted this flavor, so long since she had sat in a warm room eating like a real person. She lowered her head, pretending to be affected by the spice, as she wiped her eyes. Changge noticed, but said nothing, merely pushed a plate of freshly cooked fatty beef in front of her. Zhou Baiwan was momentarily stunned, took a slice, and slowly chewed. The steam rose, and the aroma filled the air. Outside, heavy snow fell, revealing remnants of broken walls. Inside, the three of them gathered around the pot, sweating profusely as they ate. In the middle of the meal, there was a sudden bang 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 as the door of the villa was knocked on. The knocking was quite rude. The three paused their chopsticks. Changge set down his chopsticks, stood up, and walked to the entrance, glancing at the monitoring screen on the wall. On the screen, 7 or 8 people stood outside the door, bundled up in thick clothing. Cotton jackets, overcoats, blankets, everything wrapped up like zongzi, making it hard to distinguish between genders. The surveillance feed showed them wielding steel pipes, cleavers, and a rusted fire axe. At their forefront stood a man whose face remained obscured. Only his relentless battering of the door and muffled shouts were visible. Changge activated the audio feed. Open up. We know someone's inside. Open the door now. Damn it, it's freezing. Open up already. Got any food? Something hot. Curses and pounding echoed sharply through the speaker. Lin Wei stepped behind Changge and stared at the screen, her brow furrowing. Zhou Baiwan approached, as well, her gaze fixed on the monitor. Her lips parted slightly, as if preparing to speak, but she remained silent. Changge watched the screen, and a cold, faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He turned and walked back to the dining table, sat down again, and picked up a slice of lamb, swirling it gently in the bubbling hot pot broth. Keep eating. Lin Wei hesitated. But aren't we going to do something about them? Do something? Changge slid the lamb into his mouth and chewed slowly. Do you even know what that door is, eh? He gestured vaguely toward the entrance. First layer, a high-carbon steel security door, designed to withstand zombie assaults. Second layer, a military-grade titanium alloy airtight door, impervious even to rocket-propelled grenades. Third layer, a carbon fiber anti-cut anti-pry security door. He lifted his cup and took a sip of water. Let them knock. They won't break through, not even by tomorrow morning. Outside, the pounding continued, growing louder and more vicious, interwoven with increasingly vile curses. Inside, the induction cooker bubbled steadily, filling the air with rich, savory fragrance. The three continued eating their hot pot, as if the frantic hammering outside were nothing more than ambient background noise. Bang, bang, bang. Open up, or I'll rip your mother's guts out. We're freezing. Let us in. If you don't open up, we'll smash this door down, and you'll wish you'd never been born. Changge lifted a piece of luncheon meat, dipped it carefully into the sauce, and placed it in his mouth. This meat is excellent. Lin Wei nodded. Yes, tender. Zhou Baiwan kept her head lowered, chewing slowly, her expression unreadable. Outside, snow fell heavier and heavier. The pounding persisted, unrelenting, growing more brutal by the minute, the curses ever more venomous. Open up, or we'll break it down. Are you deaf in there? Just wait till I get inside. I'll make you pay dearly. Changge set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Full, eh? Lin Wei nodded. Zhou Baiwan laid hers aside as well. The broth still simmered softly, but neither woman felt like eating further. Changge rose, rolled his neck, and a subtle, knowing curve tugged at his lips. Let's go take a look. He strode to the entrance and unlatched the second titanium alloy security door. Creak. A narrow slit opened. Instantly, warm air, laden with the rich, aromatic scent of hot pot, poured out through the gap. The group outside froze in unison. Warmth brushed across their frost-bitten faces, the long-lost visceral sensation of life itself, prompting several to instinctively step forward. Then came the aroma, pungent, deeply savory, layered with spice and succulent meat, so intense, so vivid it seemed to drift in from another world, entirely defying the sub-zero winter night. A burly man wrapped in a quilt sniffed audibly, eyes widening in disbelief. Holy hell, this place actually has a generator and heaters. And, damn right, it's got a hot pot. His companions erupted. Someone's throaty gulp echoed so loudly it carried clearly through the door. Others' eyes gleamed, feverishly locked onto the narrow fissure, as if they could devour its contents whole. Some surged forward, shouting, "Move aside, let me in." The man shoved aside those behind him, locked eyes with Changge through the crack, and barked arrogantly. "Hey, you in there. Get out now, or die where you stand. My elder brother's an esper. This whole district answers to us." Changge leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, saying nothing. Seeing his silence, the man grew bolder. He stepped back, puffed out his chest, as if performing for his comrades. "You know that villa district up ahead? The ones halfway up the hill, each grander than the last. Who lives there? CEOs, officials, the obscenely wealthy." He grinned, revealing yellowed teeth, a leering, repulsive smirk. "Back then they wouldn't even glance our way on the street, looked straight past us, noses in the air. But once the apocalypse hit, they became nothing. Yesterday we broke into one villa." The man dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. I gutted him on the spot. The woman. He licked his lips, his gaze darkening with revolting hunger. A wealthy matron, over 50 yet preserved like she was 30. Soft skin, delicate frame. She knelt, pleading, promising anything we demanded. We took turns. With her, it was glorious. His gang roared approval. One shouted, "What about that official's wife? The one with glasses, wearing a cheongsam, so damn enticing." There was even a middle school teacher, slim, flawless skin. Her cries were music to the ears. All those who once held themselves above us, now groveling at our feet, licking our shoes. Ha! He grew more animated, spittle flying. Your villa must be stocked with good things too, right? Generators, rations, heaters. Hand over the place, and I'll spare your life. He craned his neck inward, and caught sight of Lin Wei and Zhou Baiwan standing in the living room. His voice choked off mid-sentence. His eyes widened, locked unblinking. Holy! Those behind him followed his gaze, and froze too. Inside the warmly lit living room stood two women. One wore a black and white made uniform and rimless glasses, intelligent, composed, gentle, like a figure stepped from an elegant anime. Her brows were delicately furrowed as she observed the mob outside, disgust flickering in her gaze, yet softened by a quiet, almost heartbreaking vulnerability. The other wore a deep blue policewoman's uniform, her short skirt framing legs that were long, sleek, and powerfully graceful. Her icy, arresting beauty, amplified by the sharp lines of her attire, tested the very limits of reason. She stood by the window profile turned toward the doorway, her expression hidden, yet the sheer elegance of her silhouette quickened every pulse. Behind them, the hot pot steamed gently, the entire scene radiating warmth, harmony, and surreal perfection, as if lifted from a master painter's canvas. The man's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his eyes burned crimson. Damn, absolute treasures. He wheeled around and bellowed to his crew. Did you see that? These two, they're worth 100 times more than any spoiled matron. Once we take this place, we'll have our turn with them. Li Changge said nothing, merely reaching into his bosom. When he pulled his hand out again, he held a silver-white handgun, the Desert Eagle, its barrel shimmering with a cold light under the emergency lamp. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at the man who was still shouting. His voice abruptly ceased. He stared at the gun, his previous arrogance freezing into sheer terror. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but only meaningless syllables escaped. Thud, he knelt down. The group behind him also knelt in unison, some collapsing in fear, while others began to kowtow. Please spare us, big brother. Please spare us, big brother. We were blind. Please don't hold our minor faults against us. Li Changge remained expressionless, his gun slowly sweeping over the crowd of kneeling ants. At that moment, a snicker came from the back of the crowd. A bald man slowly stood up, pushing aside those kneeling in front of him, making his way to the front. His eyes held no fear, only a mocking gleam, as if he were looking at prey. A gun, he laughed. Is that all? Li Changge looked at him. The bald man raised his right hand slowly, clenching his 5 fingers into a fist. As he moved, his entire arm began to transform. A metallic sheen spread across his skin from his fingertips to his elbow, resembling a layer of silver-gray armor. Metal-based ability. I'm not afraid of bullets, the bald man grinned, exposing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Come on, shoot here. He patted his chest, producing a dull sound of metal clashing. The group of kneeling individuals watched this scene, their eyes suddenly brightening. Some got up, some straightened their backs, and others began to shout, Big brother is awesome. Kill him. Damn it, does having a gun make you special? My brother is an ability user. Li Changge looked at the bald man, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. He said nothing, merely raising the gun. Bang! The first shot. The yellow-haired man on the far left, who had been shouting the loudest, fell to the ground, a hole blown in his forehead. Bang! The second shot. The thin man on the right, who had been egging on the commotion, was shot in the chest and fell backward. Bang! The third shot. The man at the front with a sharp face and monkey-like features widened his eyes, a black hole appearing in his forehead, and he fell straight backward. 3 shots. 3 lives. Blood spread across the snow, steaming. The remaining people were terrified. The few who had just stood up knelt down again, some starting to crawl backward, and some had already wet their pants. But the bald man remained unmoved. He even laughed, laughing louder than before. Is that all? I told you I'm not afraid. He didn't finish his sentence as Li Changge's gun was aimed at him. Bang! The bullet struck his chest. The bald man's body swayed slightly as he looked down at the impacted area. There was a bullet hole in his coat, but his skin underneath was unscathed, only showing a faint white mark. He brushed it off as if dusting off dirt. See, he looked up, grinning maliciously. I told you bullets are useless. Now, he took a step forward. It's my turn. The group behind him saw this and instantly regained their spirit. Big brother, kill him. Let him know the consequences. Damn it, does having a gun make you special? Ability users are the real deal. The bald man clenched his fists tightly, the metallic sheen spreading from his arms to his shoulders, then to his entire upper body. He approached Li Changge step by step, like a statue forged of iron. Li Changge chuckled, who said, I use guns. Li Changge raised his right hand. The barrel of the Desert Eagle was once again aimed at the bald man. Bang! The fourth shot. But this time, as the bullet flew out, a small fiery red flame wrapped around the bullet, resembling a spiraling tail flame. The bald man didn't dodge at all. He grinned, spreading his arms wide, preparing to welcome this seemingly harmless bullet. The bullet struck his chest. Puff! A soft sound. The bald man's smile froze. He looked down to see the small bullet hole in his chest. As before, the bullet was embedded in the surface of his skin, not penetrating. But around that bullet hole, a circle of fine cracks began to spread. Like glass scorched by high heat, like rock burned by lava. The cracks widened. The bald man's pupils suddenly constricted. No! Bang! His metal armor exploded into pieces, shattering everywhere. His chest burst open, a bloody hole appearing, blackened edges emitting smoke. He stared wide-eyed, his face still showing disbelief, falling straight backward. He crashed into the snow, making a dull sound. There was a deathly silence all around. The crowd stared blankly at the bald man's corpse, at the still smoking hole in his chest, their minds blank. An ability user. Dead. Shot dead. It was unclear who reacted first, but with a thud, one person knelt down again. Then came the second, the third. Everyone knelt down again, kowtowing like pounding garlic. Please spare us, big brother. We were blind. It was the bald man who forced us. It has nothing to do with us. Changge didn't even look at them. He lifted his foot and stepped on the still twitching corpse of the bald man, pulling out the deformed bullet from his chest. The bullet was still smeared with blood, but upon closer inspection, one could see a layer of charred marks on the metal surface. That was the mark of being burned by flames. He casually threw the bullet away, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of kneeling individuals. Where are the people you have imprisoned? The sharp-faced monkey-like man was dead, but there were others. A middle-aged man desperately crawled forward, shouting as he moved. I'll tell. I'll tell. In the villa area at the foot of the mountain, the largest building. There are 2 stone lions at the entrance. Inside there are 7 or 8 women. These women are all the daughters of wealthy families. There are also supplies, food and drink. Inside the villa there is a big yellow dog that can talk. Changge was taken aback. A big yellow dog can talk. Isn't that brother Knife and Shield? If the rankings of ability users included animals, this dog would definitely be in the top 10. The evolved brother Knife and Shield, wielding a knife in one paw and a shield in the other, boasted about taking the elven female warrior as a pet. He had once barged into the elven female warrior's bedroom with just a knife and a dog urinating all over the place. Infuriated, the elven female warrior chased brother Knife and Shield for 7 days and nights without catching him. Moreover, brother Knife and Shield harbored a strong hatred for male humans. Changge received this interesting information and no longer hesitated, raising his gun again. Bang! The middle-aged man's eyes widened as he fell. That's not following the rules. The remaining individuals completely collapsed. Some got up and ran, some collapsed on the ground waiting to die, while others cried out for mercy. Changge raised his gun, 1 shot for each. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed in the snow. After a dozen seconds, everything fell silent. The snow was strewn with bodies, blood staining the ground. The smell of charred flesh mixed with the scent of blood, particularly pungent in the cold wind. Snowflakes fell on the bodies, quickly covering them with a thin layer of white. Changge put away his gun and turned to walk back. After dealing with the small Karami, Changge stepped inside and casually closed the door. The titanium alloy door slowly shut, keeping the cold and death outside. Changge walked back to the living room and sat down on the sofa. Linwei looked at him without saying a word. Her eyes were calm, as if she had long been accustomed to all of this. Zhou Baiwan stood by the window, gazing at the corpses lying in the snow. The snowflakes soon covered them, leaving only vague outlines. After a while, even the outlines were gone. Her lips moved slightly as if she wanted to say something. Changge glanced at her and said, "Are you going to say I'm too cruel?" Zhou Baiwan nodded, but then shook her head. Changge pulled Zhou Baiwan's waist closer, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Zhou Baiwan's body stiffened, instinctively wanting to struggle, but Changge's grip was like a vice, rendering her immobile. Through the thin fabric of the female police uniform, she could feel the heat radiating from his palm, shockingly hot. Officer Zhou, he leaned closer to her ear and lowered his voice. "Do you want supernatural powers?" Zhou Baiwan's pupils dilated slightly. Supernatural powers. The kind that could control fire, solidify ice, or punch through walls. Serve me well tonight. I have my ways. Changge released her and took a step back, his tone casual, as if he were discussing what to have for dinner. He then ignored the stunned Zhou Baiwan and walked out, putting on his coat. Zhou Baiwan stood frozen in place, her mind blank. Changge exited the villa and started the vehicle. The roar of the engine echoed sharply in the cold night, shaking the snow off the windows. As he drove, he recalled the words of that gaunt-faced man before he died in the villa district below the mountain. The largest building has 2 stone lions at the entrance. That group of thugs had imprisoned many women, but what he really cared about was not those women. It was that dog. And right now it should still be a pitiful creature held captive by thugs. If he could tame it in advance, it would definitely be a significant asset for his future. Changge pressed the accelerator, the vehicle roaring into the wind and snow. Before long, the vehicle came to a stop in front of the villa. 2 stone lions stood at the entrance, covered in a thick layer of snow, looking like 2 gigantic snowmen. The villa had 3 stories, designed in European style, with its exterior clad in beige marble, now adorned with icicles. Changge stepped out and kicked the heavy door open. Bang! The solid wooden door flew open, smashing into a cabinet at the entrance, splintering into pieces. Inside, several thugs manning the door were huddled around a small heater, startled by the sudden commotion. Who? Damn it, looking for death. They grabbed steel pipes and knives, charging forward aggressively. There were 5 of them, all with brutish faces and fierce gazes. Changge raised his hand. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out, and the 3 thugs at the front collapsed in response. Bullets pierced their skulls, blood splattering against the wall, a horrifying sight under the pale emergency lights. The remaining 2 stood frozen, their steel pipes clattering to the ground. They stared at the Desert Eagle in Li Changge's hand, watching the still smoking muzzle. Their legs began to tremble. Run. The 2 turned to flee, one bolting towards the stairs while the other headed for the back door. Li Changge raised his hand and fired 2 more shots. Bang! Bang! The 2 figures fell to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming still. 5 corpses lay sprawled in the hallway, blood spreading across the cold tiles, giving off steam. The smell of charred flesh mingled with the scent of blood, permeating the air. Li Changge stepped over the bodies and walked towards the backyard. The backyard was vast, but in disarray. The snow was trampled in chaos, littered with garbage, empty bottles, and frozen food scraps. In the corner, a rusted chain was bound to something. Li Changge approached and saw what it was. It was a dog, a large yellow dog, but it was so emaciated that its bones were nearly protruding, its ribs standing out as if they could pierce through the skin at any moment. Its fur was patchy, revealing festering skin underneath, with some areas still showing scabbed wounds. Its tail was broken, with only half of it left hanging limply on the ground. Its right leg was limping, clearly injured, bent at a strange angle. It was curled up in the snow, covered by a thin layer of snow resembling forgotten trash. Hearing footsteps, it raised its head. Its eyes were cloudy, alert, and contained a hint of hatred etched into its very bones. Li Changge suddenly understood why it had harbored such animosity towards humans in its past life, especially towards men. These people had treated it as a reserve food supply. The dog with the iron shield saw him and emitted a low growl from its throat. It was not an ordinary bark, but a strange sound, like someone was trying to speak. Hoarse and indistinct, yet vaguely discernible syllables could be made out. My iron shield. Li Changge was taken aback. Then he nearly burst out laughing. This dog could actually talk. He looked at its miserable condition, skin and bones, broken tail, and limp covered in wounds. Paired with that tearful question, my iron shield, it was both tragic and amusing. Seeing him laugh, the wariness in the dog's eyes intensified. It shrank back slightly, the clinking chain revealing its worn and shiny fur. Li Changge stopped laughing. He crouched down to meet its gaze. The dog locked eyes with him, its low growl becoming more pronounced. It was a warning as well as a sign of despair. It had no strength left to resist. Li Changge said nothing. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved a whole boiled hen from his space. Steam rose, and the aroma wafted. The scent of the chicken was particularly intense in the cold air, piercing into his nostrils. The dog was stunned. Its little nose twitched, sniffing as the wariness in its eyes turned to confusion. It glanced at the chicken, then at Li Changge, and back at the chicken again. It didn't understand. Li Changge placed the chicken before it and took 2 steps back. The dog stared at the chicken, utterly motionless. Its body was tense, as if ready to flee at any moment, but where could it run? The chain was only 2 meters long. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Hunger overcame fear. It lowered its head quickly, snatching the chicken, retreating to the corner with its back to Li Changge, and began to devour it eagerly. The sounds of tearing and swallowing were particularly clear in the quiet backyard. It was eating too quickly and got choked, coughing a few times before continuing to eat. In less than 5 minutes, the chicken was picked clean, leaving only a pile of bones. The dog licked its lips, cleaned its paws, and then slowly turned around to look at Li Changge. The wariness in its eyes remained, but there was less hostility and more anticipation. Li Changge produced another chicken. The dog's eyes lit up instantly, but it did not move. It looked at Li Changge, then at the chicken, and then back at Li Change's hand, the same hand that had conjured the chicken from thin air. Its dog brain struggled to comprehend all of this. Li Changge placed the chicken on the ground this time, not stepping back. He squatted down, extended his hand, and slowly approached it. The dog tensed up, emitting a low whimper from its throat, but did not retreat. His hand settled upon its head. Its fur was coarse and filthy, caked with mud and dried blood. Beneath the matted strands, he could feel the sharp ridge of protruding bones and the rough, scabbed edges of old wounds. Its body trembled faintly, whether from cold fear or simply the unfamiliarity of being touched like this, he could not tell. It lowered its head and began devouring the second chicken. This time it ate more slowly. Occasionally it lifted its gaze toward Li Changge before resuming its meal. Li Changge watched its ravenous feeding, a subtle curve lifting the corner of his lips. He knew then, the dog had been tamed. By the time Dao Dunga finished the second chicken, its vitality had visibly revived. An awakened canine's physique far surpassed that of an ordinary dog. With nourishment restored, its eyes regained clarity, cloudiness receding to reveal a glimmer of innate brilliance. Its tail gave a faint tentative wag. Though only half remained, the motion was unmistakably that of a tail, in quiet acknowledgement. Li Changge rose and looked down at it. 1 chicken per day from now on. His voice was calm, unwavering. Follow me, you'll never go hungry. Dao Dunga gazed up at him. Slowly, deliberately, it rose to its feet. Limping with each step, painful, unsteady. Yet it drew near until it stood beside his leg, gently nudging his calf with its head. Softly, with quiet, cautious inquiry. Li Changge smiled. He crouched low and stroked its head. From this day forward, your Dao Dun Go. Dao Dun Go lifted its head, meeting his gaze. A low, questioning rumble vibrated deep in its throat. My blade and shield. Li Changge entered the villa with Dao Dun Go at his side. Inside lay utter chaos. Garbage littered every surface. Empty liquor bottles, half-eaten food scraps strewn across the floor. Several expensive paintings hung crookedly on the walls, now splattered with wine and stamped with muddy footprints. The leather sofa had been slashed to ribbons. A cigarette burns pocked the carpet like scattered craters. A sour, nauseating stench permeated the air. Urine, feces, vomit, and rotting food fused into one suffocating miasma. Even the sub-zero chill outside failed to mask its visceral repulsion. Dao Dun Go limped faithfully beside him, head low, nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air, occasionally emitting soft, mournful whines, as if these odors stirred buried memories of unspeakable horror. Li Changge ascended the staircase. The second floor was even more disordered than the first. Doors to several rooms stood ajar, revealing scenes of devastation within. Torn fragments of women's clothing were scattered across the floor. Dark, dried blood stained the mattress. Upstairs, on the third floor, a faint, trembling sob echoed, mingled with coarse, vulgar curses. Li Changge quickened his pace. At the end of the corridor, a door stood half ajar, spilling dim light into the hallway. From the narrow gap seeped angry shouting and a woman's desperate weeping. Don't move. Move again, and I'll kill you. Please don't. Li Changge kicked the door inward. Bang! It flew off its hinges, slamming violently against the wall inside. Inside, a bare-chested thug loomed over a woman, gripping a shredded blouse in his fist. Startled by the explosion of noise, he whirled around, still wearing a leering, predatory grin. The woman curled beneath him, her clothes torn away, exposing large swaths of pale, trembling skin. Tears streaked her face. Seeing someone at the doorway, her eyes blazed with sudden, fierce hope, only for that light to gutter and die as she recognized him, a stranger. The thug froze for a heartbeat, then erupted in fury. Fuck you. Who the hell let you in? Snatching up a cleaver from beside him, he charged, bare-chested blade raised high to cleave Li Changge's skull in two. Li Changge raised his hand. Bang! Gunfire detonated in the cramped room. A crimson bloom burst across the thug's forehead. He collapsed backward, boneless like a puppet with its strings severed. The cleaver clattered onto the floor with a sharp, hollow ring. Blood sprayed across the wall and splattered across the woman's chest. She shrieked, scrambling backward until she jammed herself into the corner, knees drawn tight, shoulders shuddering violently. Li Changge didn't spare her a glance. His eyes swept the room. Scattered garments lay across the floor. A designer coat, a pair of jeans, a pair of high heels. On the nightstand rested a dusty Hermes handbag. He withdrew his gaze and turned it upon the woman. Early 30s, striking features, stylishly dressed. Even now half naked and broken, the fine garments strewn about spoke of a life once meticulously curated. She looked vaguely familiar, as if glimpsed in some detective film whose title eluded him, likely a movie star. Yet Li Changge did not linger. Turning away, he strode to the largest room on the third floor and kicked the door open. Bang! Wood slammed into plaster with thunderous force. Inside, the chamber was vast, but choked with women. Over a dozen huddled there, disheveled and half-dressed. Some clutched threadbare blankets, others were only thin nightgowns, several bore bruises and fresh lacerations. At the crash, they all lifted their heads in unison, staring at the man in the doorway and the limping yellow dog beside him. Then they began to cry, not singly but all at once. Wails, sobs, and pleas merged into a single ragged chorus, echoing through the cramped space like a flock of terrified sparrows. Some screamed, "Please spare me." Others dropped to their knees, bowing their foreheads to the floor. Still others curled into themselves, shaking uncontrollably in the corners. Li Changge's brow furrowed. He raised his pistol and aimed at the ceiling. Bang! Silence fell instantly, shock severing every sob mid-breath. The women froze, mouths covered, tears still streaming. Others trembled violently, burying their faces deeper. Li Changge's gaze swept over them, cold and unyielding. It's the apocalypse. What the hell are you crying for? Don't you know noise draws the undead? A suffocating hush descended. Only stifled sniffles dared breach the silence. Li Changge lowered his weapon and waved dismissively. You're free. The door is there, go. And with that he turned and walked out, without hesitation, without looking back. Behind him came rustling sounds, feet rising, bodies fleeing, muffled sobs swallowed whole by fear. He reached the threshold, his stride never faltering. Wait, please wait. A woman's voice called from behind. Li Changge did not pause. Footsteps hurried after him, a cold hand gently grasped the hem of his coat. He stopped, turned. Before him stood a woman, early 30s, poised, elegant. Faintly familiar. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw him. Urgently she said, Mr. Li, I'm Tang-Wan, manager of Jiang and Spring. I helped you at the entrance of Jiang and Spring. A memory flickered. Before the collapse, he'd dined there, witnessed the bitter clash between Liu Ruyan and Lin Shui, two so-called friends turned rivals. Later, Liu Chang provoked him. Then Zhou Baiwan appeared. until Manager Tang produced surveillance footage that cleared his name. But what relevance did any of that hold now? He'd spent millions at Jiangnan Spring, yet wealth meant nothing in this ruined world. Tang Wan looked at him, eyes pleading, lips trembling. Mr. Li, may I follow you? Li Changge studied her, from crown to toe, then shook his head. Women like you, refined, sheltered, know nothing useful. You'd be dead weight. He turned to leave once more. Tang Wan rushed forward breathless. She raised her palm. Whoosh, a tiny flame leapt into being. Fragile, flickering, barely larger than a fingertip, easily snuffed by the slightest breeze. It danced in the frigid air like a startled firefly trembling on the edge of extinction. Her voice wavered, uncertain, edged with panic. I awakened at noon today. Does this count? Li Changge glanced back at the flickering flame in the woman's hand. That flame was small, weak, and orange-yellow in hue. He shook his head. Awakening now, her ability potential is at most D or F, and she might barely reach level 5 in the future. Useless. He continued walking. Tang Wan stood frozen in place, watching his figure grow distant. She looked down at her palm where the flame still flickered, but it was growing smaller and weaker until it finally went out with a soft puff. She realized she had been abandoned, but she was unwilling to accept it. In this icy wilderness with her home destroyed, how could a woman like her survive? She chased after him once more. The woman ran in front of Li Changge, blocking his path. Li Changge frowned. The woman was panting, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she spoke quickly. I can do laundry, I can do housework. I can give massages, I've really learned. I can cook too. My father was a first-class chef, the kind who prepared state banquets. The state banquet at the Great Hall of the People. I learned a lot from him at home, from frying to stewing, from the 8 major cuisines. Though I can't compare to him, I'm definitely better than average. As long as you take me with you, I'll cook for you every day. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it. She spoke through tears, but this time it was not a plea, it was a desperate attempt to prove herself. You have ingredients. At this point, Tang Wan's voice suddenly halted. She suddenly remembered that they were already in a post-apocalyptic world. Cooking might be the most useless skill in the apocalypse. Surviving was the most fundamental melody in this world. In despair, Tang Wan stepped aside for Li Changge. However, Li Changge stopped in his tracks. Because he truly needed someone who could cook. He looked at Tang Wan again. In her 30s, with a good temperament and decent figure, her face was now streaked with tears. During the Jiangnan Spring incident, this woman's character was decent. His space was filled with ingredients, vegetables, meat, seafood, everything. He couldn't survive on hot pot compressed biscuits or instant noodles every day. Lin Wei couldn't cook, and Zhou Baiwan was a pampered young lady who couldn't do anything but was better off fighting zombies than cooking. Li Changge indeed needed someone who could cook. He asked, "Where's your father?" Tang Wan's gaze dimmed like a lamp suddenly extinguished. He's dead. Her voice was soft. He was killed by that group of people. He protected me. He rushed in front of them to let me escape. I didn't get away, I was captured. Li Changge fell silent for 2 seconds. Then he flipped his hand and took out a thick down jacket, black, long, reaching to the knees. He tossed it to her. Tang Wan instinctively caught it, stunned. The down jacket was light and soft, still carrying the scent of new clothes from the packaging. In the harsh cold of -10 degrees, this was more precious than anything. Put it on. Li Changge turned. What's your name? Tang Wan. Tang Wan held the down jacket, standing in the wind and snow, watching his retreating figure. She fumbled to unwrap the packaging and put on the jacket. It was warm. She hurriedly ran after him. Behind her, the cries from that villa continued intermittently. Some women had already fled, some were still hesitating, and others didn't know where to go. But she didn't look back. She caught up, with Li Changge walking half a step behind him, too timid to walk alongside him, just following. The dog Knife Shield brother turned to look at her, wagged half its tail, and continued forward. 3 people and a dog vanished into the snowstorm. By the time Li Changge returned to the villa with Tang Wan and Knife Shield brother, it was already late at night. As the door swung open, a wave of warm air rushed out. The fire in the fireplace was roaring, and the orange-eared light danced in the living room, casting long shadows of everyone present. The radiators hummed, sending warm air to every corner. Compared to the harsh cold outside, this place felt like another world. Lin Wei and Zhou Baiwan were crouched in front of the fireplace, adding firewood, when they heard the door open and looked up. The 2 women saw the woman behind Li Changge, in her 30s, with a good demeanor, wearing an obviously oversized black down jacket, her face still streaked with tears. Both women were momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. Lin Wei smiled, while Zhou Baiwan recognized Tang Wan. As a top student from the police academy, she had an excellent memory for faces. That was the manager who had intervened for Li Changge during the Jiangnan Spring incident and produced the surveillance video. She hadn't expected that Li Changge would bring her back as well. You're back. Lin Wei stepped forward to greet her, helping Li Changge take off his coat. Tang Wan stood at the door, gazing at the warm, bright, and secure living room. The flickering firelight danced on her face, highlighting her tightly pressed lips and slightly trembling eyelashes. Tang Wan also recognized Zhou Baiwan, the police officer from that night, and was somewhat surprised. But Tang Wan was clever and quickly concealed her surprise. The once spirited female police officer seemed to have also been subdued by this man. Lin Wei was about to tidy up the dining table when Tang Wan quickly walked over and took the cloth from her hands. "I'll do it." Her voice was soft but firm. "I'll take care of these chores." Lin Wei was taken aback and looked at Li Changge. Li Changge said nothing, just nodded. Lin Wei smiled and turned to prepare a bed for Knife Shield Brother. Tang Wan quickly tidied up the leftovers on the table. Li Changge had barely eaten enough from the hot pot. After a round outside, he was hungry again. Seeing Tang Wan the ready chef, he decided to try her cooking first. Tang Wan clearly understood her role. She was a housekeeper. She couldn't compare with Zhou Baiwan in figure or with Lin Wei in temperament. Now in her 30s, the only skill she had was cooking. She rummaged through the ingredients that Li Changge had prepared in advance from the fridge: small lobsters, lamb skewers, chicken wings, squid, tentacles, a few eggplants, and a handful of enoki mushrooms. The spices were her own blend: cumin powder, chili powder, minced garlic, and oyster sauce lined up in a row. Soon the kitchen was filled with the sizzling sounds. Tang Wan worked swiftly, first laying the lamb skewers on the baking tray, brushing them with oil, and sprinkling cumin and chili powder. The fat sizzled and bubbled under the high heat, and the aroma began to fill the air. She then poured the small lobsters into a large pot, adding minced garlic, ginger slices, and dried chilies, stir-frying over high heat. The red shells of the lobsters rolled in the pot, coated with golden garlic sauce. Lin Wei was drawn by the aroma, standing at the kitchen door, peering in, her eyes widening. "It smells so good." Tang Wan smiled, flipping the roasted lamb skewers and brushing another layer of honey onto the chicken wings. 20 minutes later, the late-night snacks were served. The roasted lamb skewers were a mix of fat and lean meat, with a fragrant, crispy surface sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, and the fat still sizzling. The garlic lobsters filled a large bowl, their red shells coated in golden garlic, steaming hot, and the aroma wafted straight into the nose. The roasted chicken wings had a crispy skin brushed with honey, glistening with oil. The roasted eggplants were split open, filled with minced garlic and vermicelli, soft and flavorful. There was also a plate of smashed cucumbers to refresh the palate with a tangy and garlicky flavor. Lin Wei swallowed hard, reaching for a skewer of lamb without waiting for an invitation. Taking a bite, the outside was crispy while the inside was tender, the flavor of cumin exploding in her mouth. Her eyes instantly lit up. "This is delicious." Zhou Baiwan also grabbed a small lobster, peeled back the shell to reveal the tender, firm meat inside. Dipping it in the sauce and putting it in her mouth, rich garlic flavor with a hint of spiciness made her eyebrows raise in delight. She hadn't eaten something like this in a long time, so long that she thought she would never taste it again in her life. Li Changge picked up a chicken wing and took a bite. The skin was crispy and the meat was so tender it oozed juice, the sweetness of honey mingling with the aroma of cumin, cooked perfectly. He glanced at Tang Wan without saying a word, but nodded in approval. Tang Wan stood to the side, her apron still stained with oil, wiping her hands on it. Seeing him nod, the stone in her heart finally settled. The group feasted heartily, completely satisfied. A full bowl of crayfish shells piled up and metal skewers from lamb skewers were scattered across the table. Even Brother Knife and Shield showed off a few pieces of chicken wings and drumsticks, munching on them with great enjoyment, its tail wagging like a propeller. Brother Knife and Shield ended up overeating. Li Changge added a portion of chicken breast, and it ate without lifting its head, ultimately turning itself into a round ball. At this moment, it lay on its back on the sofa cushion, exposing its furry belly, snoring softly, occasionally twitching its paws, as if dreaming of chasing chickens. Lin Wei leaned against the sofa, rubbing her belly, her eyes half closed. Tang Wan was in the kitchen, cleaning the dishes, the sounds of water and clattering dishes faintly coming through. Zhou Baiwan sat in the corner, hugging her knees, staring blankly at the fire in the fireplace. Li Changge leaned against the sofa, eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, he opened his eyes. "I have a few things to say." Everyone looked over, even Brother Knife and Shield perked up one ear. "Starting tomorrow, we will hunt zombies in the direction of the West City." Li Changge looked at Lin Wei. "After the extreme cold, you must reach level 3. Lin Wei nodded, then looked at Brother Knife and Shield. "You too, level 3. Brother Knife and Shield turned over, looking up at him, making a muffled BB sound, as if it understood. Its tail wagged, hitting the sofa with a paw-paw sound. Li Changge's gaze finally landed on Tang Wan. "Sister Tang, your ability is too weak, target level 2. Tang Wan poked her head out from the kitchen, stunned for a moment. "Do I, a cook, need to level up too?" But she still nodded. Although her flame was small, it was at least a start. After reaching level 2, it seemed she could consider using her fire ability to cook. She clenched her fist, as if encouraging herself. Everyone received their tasks, except for Zhou Baiwan. She was not an ability user, sitting alone in the corner, head down, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. The firelight from the fireplace danced on her face, revealing her tightly pressed lips and slightly furrowed brows. Night fell. The cold wind howled, seemingly stronger than during the day. Snowflakes tapped against the window, making a rustling sound, as if something was scratching the glass. The wind howled like a beast crying out in the distance. The villa was warm. The charcoal fire in the fireplace crackled, casting flickering shadows on the walls. The radiator hummed, sending warm air to every corner. Lin Wei and Tang Wan huddled on the sofa, covered with a blanket, speaking softly. "What did you do before?" Lin Wei asked. I was the manager of Jiangnan Spring, and I once helped. Tang Wan's voice was soft, tinged with an almost imperceptible choke. What about you? What did you do before? An architect. An architect. Tang Wan was a bit surprised. It's rare for a girl to study architecture, right? It's not too bad. Lin Wei smiled. I've loved building blocks since I was a child. Their voices grew quieter, gradually drowned out by the crackling of the fireplace. Brother Knife and Shield rolled over onto its back, its paws twitching occasionally, letting out soft snores. Its round belly rose and fell with each breath. In the darkness, Zhou Baiwan opened her eyes. She stared at the ceiling, her mind in a mess. Abilities. Everyone had abilities now. Even that dog had one. Only she did not. She recalled what Li Changge had whispered in her ear during the day. Do you want abilities? Serve me well tonight. At the time she thought he was joking. But now, she turned her head to look in Li Changge's direction. He was sleeping on the ground, facing away from her, breathing steadily. She couldn't tell if he was asleep. Zhou Baiwan bit her lip. After hesitating for a long time, she took a deep breath, lifted a corner of the blanket, and quietly got up. The floor was a bit cold, and she stepped on it barefoot, curling her toes. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She quietly moved to the side of Li Changge's sleeping area, her heart racing, as if it would leap out of her chest, her eardrums filled with the sound of her own heartbeat. She squatted down, hesitating for a second. Then she lifted a corner of the quilt, her icy body slipping in. Li Changge shifted slightly, not turning around, but his breathing clearly changed. Zhou Baiwan leaned closer, getting near his ear, her voice very low, trembling. What you said during the day. Is it true? In the darkness, Li Changge's voice was calm. Do you mean what you say? I do. She no longer hesitated. She threw herself into his arms, burying her face in his chest. She was very nervous, her body taut like a bow, but her hands were moving. Then Zhou Baiwan curled up inside the blanket. Li Changge inhaled sharply. Outside, the cold wind howled and snowflakes tapped against the glass, making a rustling sound. The fire in the fireplace continued to burn, the orange-eared light flickering on the walls. Lin Wei and Tang Wan had already fallen asleep, their breathing even and long. Brother Knife and Shield rolled over, lying on its back, its paws scratching in the air, then fell deeply asleep again. In the corner of the living room, the blanket rustled. And there was Li Changge's heavy breathing. Not knowing how long it had been, Zhou Baiwan covered her mouth. Her face was burning hot, her heart racing, as if it would stop all the blood rushing to her head. A voice whispered in her ear, low and filled with a hint of satisfied sigh, swallow it down. She closed her eyes. Her throat moved slightly. Then she felt a large hand resting on her head, gently rubbing it. Sleep now. Zhou Baiwan curled up in the blanket, burying her face in the pillow. Her face was very red, her heart, still racing, her ears felt like they were about to burn. Outside, the snow continued to fall. Li Changge indeed had a way to transform ordinary people into ability users. In his past life, humanity explored for 3 whole years, losing countless lives before finding 3 paths. The first path was the origin fruit. In the 15 days before the apocalypse, the first year after the apocalypse, and the 3rd year after the apocalypse, there were 3 releases, each lasting 7 hours. Each one was the highest grade of ability. The SS grade spatial fruit he snatched from Liu Ruyan after his rebirth belonged to this category. This path was the most stable, but also depended heavily on fate. The next release would be the 1st year after the apocalypse, which was still more than half a year away. The second path was the most dangerous, which involved cranial surgery. Opening the skull, implanting a crystal core into the brain of an ordinary person, forcibly activating their abilities. This was the most common method in the past life, and also the most brutal. Half would die on the operating table, and half more would die from the backlash of the abilities post-surgery. The 5% who survived would never see their abilities improve. Like a tree that has been grafted, it survives, but will never grow tall again. The third path was to forcibly open a spatial system. Find a spatial ability user of at least level 5, forcibly open a region in the brain of an ordinary person, implant a crystal core, and establish nerve connections. Although the 3 paths to awaken powers in the future are challenging, they are immensely stronger compared to ordinary people. Especially the third path, which has extremely high requirements for spatial abilities. Reaching level 5 is merely the threshold, with the true difficulty lying in the control of mental strength. In her past life, Liu Ruyan relied on this ability to make countless people her blood bags, where she would help them kill zombies in exchange for their powers. A straightforward and crude transaction, yet countless people flocked to it. Li Changge was currently at level 3. Once he reached level 5, if Zhou Baiwan demonstrated sufficient loyalty, he would consider implanting a core in her. Though this woman was overflowing with maternal instincts, at least she wasn't an ungrateful wolf. Despite the vampires in the government building treating her that way, she didn't retaliate. Moreover, last night, a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Last night's events were merely a down payment, with the final payment depending on her performance. During the day, the temperature continued to drop. As Li Changge pushed open the door, the cold wind sliced against his face like a knife. He glanced at the thermometer, 20 degrees below zero. The breath he exhaled instantly formed white frost, and a layer of ice quickly formed on his eyelashes. Surrounded by piles of supplies, Changge had every reason to lie down. But the apocalypse was far from that simple. He had to race against time. Turning back inside, he rummaged through the space for several military coats, then found some cardboard and soft plastic to sew reinforcements at critical points, chest, back, and shoulders. This would protect vital areas without hindering movement. After nearly an hour of tinkering, he tossed the modified battle robe to Zhou Baiwan. Put it on. Zhou Baiwan received it, unfolded it, and her lips twitched. The military coat was thick and heavy, dark green, as if it had been dug out from some warehouse's stock. Once she put it on, she resembled a round penguin. The sleeves extended long, swaying like the flowing sleeves of a performer. The hem dragged down to her ankles, trailing on the ground and sweeping up a patch of snow. Standing in front of the mirror, she gazed at her bulky self and took a deep breath. Damn it. After what happened last night, you want me to wear this? She turned to look at Changge, her eyes filled with resentment. Leaning against the door, he sized her up, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, perfect for a meat shield. Zhou Baiwan took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to fling the military coat at him. Changge called everyone to the living room and began assigning tasks. Lin Wei, level 2, ice type, main output. Lin Wei nodded, forming an ice spear between her fingers which glimmered with a faint blue light under the lamp. The extreme cold weather greatly enhanced her abilities, making the ice spear much denser than usual. Tang 1, substitute output, responsible for picking off stragglers and obtaining cores. You, knife shield brother, are responsible for attracting the zombies. You have high agility and thick blood, draw a circle of zombies back. Knife shield brother squatted on the ground, tilting his head to look at him, producing a muffled woof from his throat. His injuries were not fully healed, but the recovery ability of an ability dog was beyond that of an ordinary dog. After the 2 chickens he took down yesterday, he seemed to have recovered significantly. Zhou Baiwan. Changge looked at her round military coat. Meat shield. Zhou Baiwan's face instantly darkened. Me? A meat shield? Her voice rose by 8 degrees. You didn't say that last night. Changge remained calm. Last night was last night. Now is now. You wearing this would be a shame not to be a meat shield. Zhou Baiwan gritted her teeth, her chest heaving. She recalled how she had crawled into his bed last night and wished she could find a hole to hide in. But ultimately she succumbed to Changge's tyranny. There was no other choice since she didn't have any powers. Changge then looked at Knife Shield Brother. What about you? Any objections? Knife Shield Brother squatted on the ground, wagging his tail, suddenly opened his mouth. Baka. Everyone was stunned. Changge raised an eyebrow. You can speak Japanese too. Knife Shield Brother tilted his head, cursing again. Baka. Lin Wei couldn't help but laugh. Did he learn that from those Japanese people who abused him? Changge recalled Jing Ding nightclubs, Inoue Dan Air, the bodyguards in black suits, and Knife Shield Brother's injuries. The broken tail, the lame leg, and the countless scars on his body. He nodded. It's possible. Knife Shield Brother continued to curse. Baka. Baka. Changge pulled out 2 chicken legs from the freezer, waving them in front of him. Knife Shield Brother's cursing abruptly stopped. He stared at the 2 chicken legs, his eyes widening and his tail wagging like a propeller. Still cursing, Knife Shield Brother shook his head vigorously. Are you going to work? Knife Shield Brother nodded earnestly. Changge tossed the chicken legs to him. Knife Shield Brother caught one in his mouth and scurried into a corner to munch on it, making satisfied grunting sounds. Zhou Baiwan watched from the side, her lips twitching. Even a dog gets chicken legs. I'm treated like a meat shield. Do you eat chicken? Changge looked at her. Yes. Zhou Baiwan answered without hesitation. Changge smiled ominously. Tonight you'll get to eat. Zhou Baiwan was taken aback. What does that mean? Laughter from Lin Wei and Tang Wan could be heard nearby. Besides the villa area, the Pancher Manor also had a luxury residential area. Several 30-story buildings stood amidst the wind and snow, with most of the glass curtain walls shattered, revealing dark, hollow windows. Knife Shield Brother wandered inside the building. Then the entire building erupted in chaos. The sounds of zombies howling echoed from various floors, a cacophony of howls rising and falling. Some were in the corridors, others in the rooms, and some in the stairwells. It was unclear what method Knife Shield Brother used, but all these zombies had been activated. They banged on doors, smashed walls, and knocked over cabinets, desperately surging out. The survivors hiding in the building shook in fear. Some crawled under beds, some squeezed into closets, and some covered their children's mouths to keep them quiet. They didn't know what was happening outside. They only knew that the zombies had gone mad and the entire building was shaking. Knife Shield Brother strolled around, then swiftly dashed out. As if dissatisfied with the zombies' pace, he lifted his foot at the building's entrance. A stream of dog urine splashed against the door. The stench could be smelled from 2 miles away. Zombies could hardly resist this temptation. Finally, 1 zombie emerged. Then 2. Then 3. They surged out of the corridor, grayish-white skin, hollow eye sockets, and mouths dripping with black blood. They lunged at Knife Shield Brother, their speed slow, but their numbers increasing. Knife Shield Brother turned and ran. Though limping, he fled at breakneck speed. In the snow, he zigzagged, leading a horde of zombies towards the ambush circle. Occasionally, he glanced back to confirm the zombies were still following, then continued to sprint. A dozen zombies couldn't take it anymore, their current intelligence couldn't find the way. They jumped down from several floors intent on taking down this provocation of a dog. The zombies fell from the 20th floor, crashing to the ground with a series of loud thuds. Some had broken legs and were still crawling, while others had their heads smashed in and lay motionless. Some were twisted at odd angles with broken bones, but still squirmed, dragging themselves forward on their chins. Zhou Baiwan's face turned pale. Damn this dead dog. You attracted so many here. Clenching her machete, she charged forward. The first zombie lunged at her, and Zhou Baiwan dodged to the side, striking its head with a single blow. The blade fell, the head split open, black blood splattered onto the snow, steaming in the cold air. The zombie collapsed straight down, convulsed twice, and then went still. She barely had time to catch her breath before the second zombie lunged at her. The military coat was thick and heavy, and she couldn't dodge in time, getting knocked down by the zombie. The zombie's teeth sank into the hard cardboard on her chest with a creak. It didn't bite through, but the force sent her staggering back 2 steps. Zhou Baiwan was terrified, her soul nearly escaping her body. She punched the zombie in the face, pushing it away, then swiftly cut off its head. She looked down at the bite marks on her chest, noting that there were several holes in the cardboard, but the second layer remained intact. Taking a deep breath, she turned to shout at Changge, "This coat really can block." Changge stood at a distance, arms crossed, shouting back, "Go for it." Zhou Baiwan was furious and wanted to curse, but another zombie lunged at her. Lin Wei was behind, throwing ice spikes. One went awry, crashing into the wall and shattering into ice shards. Another missed, grazing past the zombie's shoulder and embedding itself into the snow. Yet another almost hit Zhou Baiwan's backside. "Lin Wei, watch where you're throwing," Zhou Baiwan screamed. Lin Wei blushed, "Sorry. I haven't aimed properly yet." She took a deep breath and focused. This time she didn't rush to strike. Instead, she waited for that zombie to pounce on Zhou Baiwan and predicted its movement, aiming for the back of its head. An ice spike flew out, piercing it accurately. The zombie fell forward, crashing at Zhou Baiwan's feet, and lay still. "Got it!" Lin Wei exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Tang Wan followed closely behind, responsible for retrieving the crystal core. She squatted beside a zombie holding the small knife that Changge had given her, took a deep breath, and aimed the knife tip at its forehead, stabbing it in with force, causing the skull to crack open. With a flick of the knife, a grain-sized white crystal rolled out and fell onto the snow. She picked it up, wiped it on the snow, and put it into her bag. The action was so skilled it didn't seem like her first time. Changge watched from the side and asked, not grossed out. Tang Wan shook her head. "I'm a chef. I handle chicken, duck, and fish every day. I've dealt with pig brains. This is about the same." She paused. "Just a bit smelly." Changge chuckled. The knife and shield dog ran back, squatting by his feet, panting and wagging its tail happily. It had some wounds on its back, but they were all surface injuries. The mutant dog's recovery ability was impressive. After a couple of meals, it would be fine. Changge crouched down, petting its head. "Well done. Let's add chicken legs when we get back." The knife and shield dog's eyes lit up, its tail wagging even more vigorously. The battle lasted for over an hour. Dozens of zombie corpses lay scattered at the entrance of the residential area, black blood staining a large area of the snow. Ice spikes stuck in the ground sparkled in the sunlight. The air was filled with the mixed sense of burning and decay, making one feel nauseated. Lin Wei was exhausted, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath, her fingers too tired to lift. Continuously releasing ice spikes took a toll on her mental energy, leaving her face pale, yet her eyes sparkled. Zhou Baiwan plopped down in the snow, throwing her machete aside. Her military coat was covered in black blood, and the cardboard had been bitten through in several places, but the clothes underneath remained intact. Tang Wan squatted down her bag, already half filled with crystal cores. She put the last one in, tied the bag shut, and handed it to Changge. The knife and shield dog lay at Changge's feet, licking its injured paw. Its tail still wagged, thumping against the snow. Changge scanned the battlefield and nodded. "Not bad. We'll continue this afternoon." Zhou Baiwan looked up at him. "Are we coming back this afternoon?" "These are just the appetizers." Changge looked at the distant buildings, still smoking, his gaze calm. "There will be 10 times more at the granary." Zhou Baiwan fell silent. She recalled the nights when zombies broke into the government building through the windows, remembering the screams and blood. Back then she thought zombies were the most terrifying things in the world. Now she was about to actively seek them out. Changge turned and began to walk back. "Let's go back for dinner. Sister Tang, make braised pork tonight." Tang Wan smiled. "Sure. How about making braised fish too?" "All right." Upon hearing the words braised pork, the knife and shield dog perked up, limping along to follow. It ran beside Changge, its tail wagging like a propeller. Zhou Baiwan sat in the snow, watching their silhouettes. That man walked in front, his steps steady, his figure in the wind and snow like a wall. Lin Wei followed behind, spinning an ice spike in her fingers. Tang Wan walked last, carefully cradling the bag of crystal cores to her chest. The knife and shield dog limped along, occasionally looking back at her, as if urging her to hurry. Zhou Baiwan suddenly laughed. "Damn it. Let it be a meat shield, at least it's still alive." She stood up, brushing the snow off her behind, picked up the machete, and chased after them. In the wind and snow, 5 shadows were elongated by the setting sun. Back at the villa, everyone collapsed on the sofa. Lin Wei lay directly on the armchair, burying her face in her arms, not wanting to move at all. Zhou Baiwan sprawled on the carpet, her military coat open, revealing a sweater soaked in sweat underneath. Tang Wan leaned against the wall, rubbing her sore knees, her expression as if to say, "These old bones of mine are about to fall apart." The knife and shield dog lay on the sofa cushion, its tongue hanging out, panting like a broken bellows. Tang Wan placed the bag of crystal cores on the coffee table. Changge opened it to count 90 pieces, each grain-sized, shimmering faintly under the light, piled together like a small handful of broken diamonds. He casually grabbed a handful, counting out 30 pieces and pushing them in front of himself. "I take 30% and no objections." Zhou Baiwan propped herself up from the carpet, her eyes wide. "You did nothing. Why should you take 30%? Changge leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, counting on his fingers. "I was in charge of commanding. Where you all ran, which ones to hit, and when to retreat wasn't that decided by me. I was also responsible for rescuing. If I hadn't kept an eye on you this morning, you would have been bitten at least twice. I was in charge of logistics, food, drink, clothing, and supplies. Oh, which one of those wasn't my responsibility?" He paused. "Furthermore, cheering is exhausting, you know." Zhou Baiwan's lips twitched. Seriously, was this even something a human could say? Was cheering really that exhausting? She recalled being pinned down by a zombie that morning. Indeed, Changge had blasted it away with a single fireball. She remembered the heavy military coat, she wore the braised beef, she ate the warm, snug bedding she slept in. Her mouth snapped shut, and she fell silent. Changge divided the remaining 60 crystals into 4 equal piles and pushed them onto the coffee table, 15 for each of you. Lin Wei accepted hers and casually slipped them into her pocket. At level 2, 15 grade 1 spirit crystals would sustain her absorption for 2 days. Tang Wan cradled hers reverently in her palms, as if holding a handful of precious gems. She had never seen such things in her life, but she knew they could make her stronger and help her survive in this accursed world. Dao Dun Ge lay sprawled across the sofa cushion, his own pile of 15 crystals before him. He lowered his snout, sniffed, then curled one up with his tongue and crunched it down, like popping a bean. "Don't eat them. They're meant for absorption." Lin Wei cried out in alarm. Dao Dun Ge lifted his head, wearing an expression of pure innocence, already having swallowed the crystal. He even licked his lips, as if to say, "Not bad." Changge waved dismissively. "It's fine. He can eat them." A mutant hound absorbs crystals differently than humans do. Crushing them with teeth works just as well, and even speeds up absorption. Upon hearing this, Dao Dun Ge bowed his head and crunched down another crystal, crisp and sharp. Zhou Baiwan watched the dog chew spirit crystals like candy, then glanced at her own 15, still clueless about how to absorb them. Suddenly she felt she was living a less dignified life than a dog. At noon, Changge pulled beef, tomatoes, potatoes, and leafy greens from the refrigerator and tossed them to Tang Wan. "We're having braised beef for lunch." Instantly, the women's eyes lit up. Tang Wan tied on an apron and disappeared into the kitchen. Half an hour later, the rich aroma of simmering meat wafted from the kitchen, mingling with the tangy sweetness of tomatoes and the pungent heat of spices, making mouths water uncontrollably. The sound of the lid lifting, the gentle bubbling of the broth. These were the most beautiful music in the world. The braised beef arrived at the table, tender succulent chunks glistening in thick glossy sauce. Poured generously over steamed rice until every grain shimmered in deep amber. Beside it sat a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, vibrant green, crisp, and fragrant with garlic. The group gathered around the table without hesitation. Chopsticks flew, bowls clinked, and muffled cries of "one more bowl" echoed between bites. Dao Dun Ge crouched beside the table, staring longingly, his drool pooling on the floor into a small puddle. Changge tossed him a piece of beef. He caught it midair, darted to a corner to devour it, emitting soft, contented grunts while his tail spun like a propeller. After lunch, they rested for an hour. "This afternoon, we clear building 2. Change's voice snapped everyone back to reality. "New roles. Baiwan will lure the zombies, and Dao Dun will serve as the frontline shield." Dao Dunji's ears shot upright. He jolted awake from his nap, eyes wide with alarm as he stared at Changge. Zhou Baiwan froze for a beat, then slowly curved her lips upward. With a sinister gleam, she turned toward Dao Dun Ge, then somehow produced a bronze gong and struck it once with a wooden mallet. Quong! Dao Dun Ge launched himself off the sofa, fur bristling, every hair standing on end like a startled hedgehog. "Bakayaro!" He barked shrilly and desperately at Zhou Baiwan. Zhou Baiwan beamed at him sweetly. "Weren't you quite the hero this morning? Luring, tanking, even firing fireballs. You've earned your turn." Dao Dun Ge scrambled to Change's feet, nudging his leg with his head, letting out pitiful whimpers, his eyes wide and pleading. His message was unmistakable. "I refuse to work this afternoon." Changge looked down. "Still want today's chicken leg." The whimpering paused mid-breath. "What about the braised beef?" Dao Dun Ge gave a tentative wag of his tail. "And the beef?" He stood, shook himself briskly, assumed an air of reluctant magnanimity, and trotted eagerly to the door to wait. After 2 steps, he glanced back at Zhou Baiwan. his gaze screaming, "You'll pay for this." She followed gong in hand, her smile triumphant. That afternoon, Building 2. Zhou Baiwan stepped into the entrance hall, took a deep breath, and raised the gong. Quang, quang, quang. The gong's resonance exploded through the hollow stairwell, rattling windows and ricocheting wildly off concrete walls, as if 10 people were striking gongs in unison. The entire building erupted. Zombie shrieks erupted from every floor, rising, falling, overlapping, like a pack of rabid dogs roused from slumber. Footsteps crashing, doors shattering, objects, all merged into a thunderous cacophony, shaking the very foundations. 15 minutes later, Zhou Baiwan burst out, gasping, her face pale with exhaustion. Behind her surged a tide of zombies, at least 30 or 40. Gray-white skin, hollow eye sockets, mouths gaping with black blood pouring forth like a grotesque flood. "Here they come! Here they come! Here they come!" She screamed as she sprinted toward the ambush zone, the gong clanging wildly in her grip. Dao Dungu crouched in the snow, watching the horde advance, his hind legs trembling visibly. He glanced back at Changge, who stood arms crossed at a distance, wearing an unmistakable expression. "Your move." Lin Wei and Tang Wan stood beside him, watching expectantly. Gritting his teeth, Dao Dungu turned and unleashed a low, guttural growl toward the swarm. "My blade and shield." In that instant, every hair on his body stood erect, rigid as steel needles gleaming silver in the sunlight. His entire bearing transformed. No longer the limping, pitiful stray, but a newly awakened beast of fury, his gaze blazing with savage ferocity and raw brutality. The first zombie lunged and sank its teeth into his back. Gabang! Its fangs shattered, splintering into fragments, black ichor oozing from its jaws. It froze mid-lunge, bewildered, as if unable to comprehend. How could biting a dog break its own teeth? Dao Dungu glanced sideways at Zhou Baiwan, his muzzle lifted in a smug, knowing grin, tail arched high in triumph. Zhou Baiwan watched from afar, lips twitching. Damn it! Even the dog had awakened its abilities. She, a decorated police officer, a rising star of Hongqing's Public Security Bureau, was outshone by a mutt. A surge of furious resentment rose from her core. She snatched up the gong and charged back into Building 2. Quang, quang, quang. This time she struck harder, louder, pouring every ounce of pent-up frustration into the ringing metal. Dao Dungu had barely savored his moment of glory when fresh roars erupted from the entrance hall. He turned and saw dozens more zombies surging forth, even more numerous than before. A gray-black tide swarming like ants on the march. His canine expression collapsed instantly. "Bakayaro!" He barked furiously toward the direction Zhou Baiwan had vanished, voice trembling with outrage and wounded pride. "That woman is utterly wicked. Utterly wicked." Dozens of zombies rushed towards Brother Knife and Shield. One zombie lunged, biting at its still recovering crippled leg. Brother Knife and Shield let out a horrific scream, jumping in pain. It shook off the zombie, but more zombies had already surrounded it. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10. Dark masses pounced, encircling it like a moving wall. Brother Knife and Shield charged left and right, but there were too many zombies. They bit its back, its legs, its tail, its ears, although they could not pierce its steel-like fur. The pain and pressure made it struggle to breathe. It felt like a beast trapped in a cage, surrounded by grayish-white hands and mouths. Anger surged within it. Damn it, if it didn't explode now, it would be finished today. It closed its eyes, compressing all its powers into its mouth. The thin energy in its dantian swirled violently, rushing up its throat. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Boom. A lightning ball erupted from its mouth, the size of a human head, a silver sphere with tiny arcs dancing on its surface, trailing a long tail of flame as it smashed into the horde of zombies. The explosion was deafening. Limbs and severed arms flew into the air, black blood raining down like a storm, creating numerous craters in the snow. A large swath of zombies was blown away. Some were left with only half their bodies still wriggling in the snow. Others were engulfed in flames, rolling on the ground and emitting piercing howls. Brother Knife and Shield stood in place, panting heavily, all 4 legs trembling. Its eyes were still open, but its gaze had already lost focus. Then it rolled its eyes back and fell straight down. With a thud, it hit the snow and lay still, unconscious. Zhou Baiwan had just run out of the apartment building when she witnessed this scene. Her smile froze on her face, and the copper gong in her hand fell to the ground with a loud clang. The remaining zombies circled around their still-burning companion and charged towards Brother Knife and Shield, their eyes filled with hunger and madness. Their footsteps crunched in the snow, sounding like the footsteps of death. "Brother Knife and Shield!" Lin Wei screamed. Changge slapped his forehead. "Damn it, I forgot this dog is only level 1. In his past life, Brother Knife and Shield was adept in both physical and magical skills, wielding a knife in one paw and a shield in the other, a truly formidable force. In its magical state, it could unleash lightning powers at full capacity, moving quickly and adept at throwing lightning balls. But that was all after it evolved to its ultimate form. Right now, it was just a small dog that had only awakened a few days ago, exhausting itself by shooting out one lightning ball. Changge hesitated no longer, his figure flickering as he disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, he appeared in the midst of the zombies, bending down to grasp Brother Knife and Shield by the scruff of its neck, as if lifting a chick. Its body was soft, its tongue hanging out, its belly rising and falling as it continued to breathe. Changge flickered again. A man and a dog appeared 10 meters away in an open space. He tossed Brother Knife and Shield to Lin Wei and turned to face the group of zombies that were still in shock. He raised his hand. A fireball the size of a fist gathered in his palm, redder than Brother Knife and Shield's more than twice its size. The air around the fireball twisted and the snow began to melt, revealing the black soil beneath. Explosive fireball. The fireball shot out, trailing a long tail of flame, smashing into the center of the horde of zombies. Boom. The explosion was 10 times larger than before. Flames soared into the sky, shockwaves surged, and the snow was blasted into a 2-meter-wide pit. The zombies didn't even have time to scream before being blown to bits, black blood and severed limbs raining down, tracing arcs in the sky. The sound of the explosion echoed between the buildings, shaking the glass shards of Building 2, which fell with a crash. By the time the smoke cleared, the horde of zombies was gone. All that remained was a charred pit and a ring of smoldering debris. The air was filled with the smell of char and decay mingling to create a nauseating stench. Zhou Baiwan stood frozen in place, her mouth agape, unable to close it. Lin Wei, holding the unconscious Brother Knife and Shield, was also stunned. Tang Wan hid behind a tree, peeking out for a moment before retreating. Changge clapped his hands and turned back, his shoes crunching in the snow as he walked. What are you staring at? Collect the crystal cores. He glanced at the debris on the ground, frowning. That explosion must have destroyed at least 20 of them. He looked at Zhou Baiwan. You'll pay for it tomorrow. Zhou Baiwan came back to her senses, her face turning green. Why should I pay? That dead dog blew itself up. You led the monsters to us. You made it the meat shield. You rang the gong. Zhou Baiwan opened her mouth, realizing she couldn't argue with him. She gritted her teeth, squatting down to start rummaging through the debris, muttering curses, unsure if she was cursing Changge or that dead dog. Changge took Brother Knife and Shield from Lin Wei, weighing it in his hands. This dead dog was quite heavy, a fluffy ball with a warm belly. Brother Knife and Shield rolled its eyes, tongue hanging out, its belly rising and falling, breathing steadily. Occasionally its paws twitched as if chasing chickens in a dream. Changge patted its head. We'll get you a chicken leg when we get back. In its unconscious state, Brother Knife and Shield's tail wagged slightly after a long afternoon of effort. Building 2 was cleared, the ground littered with the remains of zombies. Black blood spread across the snow, steaming with a mixture of charred and rotten smells in the air. Severed limbs lay scattered, some still twitching as if they hadn't fully died. Ice picks stuck into the ground glinted under the pale sunlight. Inside the building, many survivors peeked out, looking down from the broken windows. They saw the corpses strewn about and quickly retreated. Some covered their mouths in fear, others hid behind curtains, showing only one eye, while some simply crawled under their beds, pretending they saw nothing. Changge was teaching Zhou Baiwan how to extract the zombie crystal cores. At that moment, a man's voice came from upstairs. Hey, young man. Send some food up? I'll give you $1 million. The voice echoed down from several floors above, reverberating in the empty buildings. His tone carried a habitual arrogance, as if he were giving alms to a beggar. Changge glanced up. At the window of the 10th floor, a middle-aged man's head poked out. With a round face and a shiny complexion, he wore an expensive-looking cashmere sweater, a gold chain glinting in the sunlight around his neck. One hand rested on the windowsill, while the other waved downwards. Behind him, 2 young women's figures could be seen huddled behind the curtains, showing only half their faces, afraid to show themselves. Changge curled his lip and lowered his head to continue working, ignoring him. The man upstairs saw that Changge did not respond and raised his voice a few degrees. 3 million. 3 million is enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Changge scoffed, tossing the crystal core into his bag. In the apocalypse, 3 million was nothing, let alone 300 million. What is money? It's just paper. Too hard for wiping and burns too quickly for fire. The man upstairs became anxious, his voice sharp and urgent. 8 million. No, 1 million. I see Dawe, keep my word. Who in Hangzhou doesn't know me? I do business with assets worth billions. If you send some food up, the million will be transferred immediately. Changge did not look up, merely said calmly, what can $1 million buy in terms of bread? There was a moment of silence upstairs. The man named Xie Dawe clearly had not considered this question. In his perception, money was omnipotent. Apocalypse. Even in the apocalypse, one needs money to survive, right? He believed all his life that money could make the world go round. He gritted his teeth, grabbing the 2 women behind him and pushing them to the window. The 2 girls were pushed to the window, staggering and nearly falling. They wore thin nightgowns, shivering in the cold wind, their hair a mess and tears still on their faces. But they did look quite similar. Oval faces, big eyes, fair skin, and the kind that would make a man want to conquer them at first glance. The 2 hugged tightly, their lips turning purple, their eyes filled with fear and humiliation. Young man, look. Xie Dawe's voice carried a final hint of boasting. These 2 female college students, twins, are top-notch. They're yours. Play with them as you wish. I guarantee you'll enjoy it. He patted the shoulders of the two girls as if showcasing two exquisite items. Changge cast a glance. Twins indeed top-notch. But he had no interest in such canaries. What was the least valuable in the apocalypse? Those without abilities, no skills, and who cannot fight. He withdrew his gaze and continued to pick crystal cores. Upstairs, Xiaodawei saw that Changge didn't even look at them, and the smile on his face finally faded. He released the two girls and leaned over the windowsill, his face flushed. Don't you know how to appreciate kindness? I can shake Hangzhou just by stomping my foot. What are you even worth? Changge raised his hand. A fireball flew out from his palm the size of a fist, an orange-eared fireball, trailing a long tail accurately smashing against the edge of Xiaodawei's window. Boom. The explosion was deafening. Debris flew, glass shattered, and fragments fell like hail. Xiaodawei screamed as he recoiled, his voice sharp and high-pitched like a chicken being choked. Black smoke rose from the window, and a charred hole was blasted into the wall, exposing the bricks. Upstairs and downstairs it fell silent in an instant. Those survivors who had just been peeking quickly withdrew their heads. The world became quiet. Changge retracted his hand and kicked Zhou Baiwan's behind. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pick the crystal cores. Zhou Baiwan's mouth twitched. Lin Wei walked over and quietly asked, why don't those people come out themselves to look for food? Changge tossed a crystal core into his bag, his tone flat. They are afraid of dying. But we killed so many zombies. They should know it's safe outside now, right? Changge raised his gaze to glance at her. Knowing it's safe outside and daring to come out are two different things. During extreme cold, zombies' mobility decreases significantly. Even their sense of smell is frozen to a large extent. Now is the safest time in the apocalypse. As long as you dress warmly, there's no problem coming out to search for supplies. Changge glanced at the tightly shut windows upstairs. He did not know how many pairs of eyes were hidden behind those windows, nor did he want to know. But they don't dare. They would rather starve, freeze to death, or hide in the building waiting to die than take that step. Because they are used to waiting for someone to rescue them. Waiting for the country, waiting for the army, waiting for others to deliver food to their door. After the extreme cold, zombies will become stronger and stronger. They can be said to grow stronger with every breath, evolving every day. By the time they want to come out, it will be too late. Zhou Baiwan was silent for a moment and softly asked, will they die? Most of them will. Changge's tone was calm, as if he were stating the most normal thing. The apocalypse will always be the realm of those with abilities. Ordinary people without abilities either find a base to rely on the strong or die. Zhou Baiwan lowered her head, looking at her hands that had no abilities, only able to wield a machete. Suddenly she felt that she was not much stronger than those people upstairs. They worked until evening, and as the sky darkened, everyone finally finished clearing the second building. Zombie corpses were piled up everywhere, black blood staining the entire snowy ground gray. The air was filled with the stench of decay and burnt flesh, making it nauseating to breathe. Changge counted the crystal cores in his bag. Exactly 100, even more than in the morning. Zhou Baiwan sat down heavily in the snow, lying on her back and gasping for breath. Her military coat was covered in black blood, the cardboard had been bitten through in several places, and her hair was a mess like a bird's nest. Changge. Her voice was weak, as if squeezed from her throat. Just beat me to death. What? Changge raised an eyebrow. This job can't be done anymore. Zhou Baiwan closed her eyes like a beached fish, limbs sprawled out in the snow. After killing zombies all day, I can't even lift my arms. Just beat me to death, then I won't have to work tomorrow. Changge drew out his belt from his waist, swinging it in his hand, the crisp sound of it resonating clearly in the empty, snowy landscape. Zhou Baiwan reflexively covered her behind, springing up from the snow, her movements as quick as if she had been electrocuted. Then she saw the wicked smile at the corner of Changge's mouth. Are you trying to scare me? You really believe it? Changge tied the belt back on, turning to walk away. Let's go home for dinner. Zhou Baiwan stood there watching his back, her mouth twitching. She looked down at the spot where she had just lain, an imprint of a person in the snow still steaming. Damn it. She dusted off the snow from her behind and hurried to catch up. Upon returning home, Tang Wan had already come back early. This afternoon, Changge had told her to go back first to cook, and Brother Knife and Shield had followed her back, claiming to protect her, but in reality, just wanted to slack off. At that moment, a rich, meaty aroma wafted from the kitchen, the sounds of the spatula moving, the soup bubbling, and the oil sizzling in the pan mixed together like the most melodious music in the world. The dining table was filled with dishes. Braised pork knuckle with a glossy reddish-brown skin fell apart at a poke of the chopsticks, revealing tender meat inside. Earth-pot chicken with cakes soaked in the broth, crispy at the edges and bursting with juice when bitten. Spicy river fish covered in chili and pepper red and sizzling when hot oil was poured over it. There were also oyster sauce, lettuce, cold shredded chicken, smashed cucumber, and sweet and sour cabbage, all piled high on the table, plates squeezed against plates, bowls touching bowls. In the corner there was a large pot of marinated delicacies. Chicken legs, chicken wings, duck wings marinated to a deep color, exuding an enticing aroma. That was specially prepared by Tang Wan for Brother Knife and Shield, simmered for an entire afternoon with star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves added to the marinade. Everyone slumped on the sofa, inhaling the fragrance, not wanting to move. Brother Knife and Shield lay next to the heater, flipping his plump belly, snoring, softly motionless, clearly just having eaten. Zhou Baiwan stared at him for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, she suddenly sprang up from the sofa. Damn it. This dog has been playing dead all along. He threw up a lightning ball this afternoon, and then passed out. He is definitely pretending. Li Changge raised an eyebrow. He hadn't noticed when Brother Knife and Shield was unconscious, but now that Zhou Baiwan mentioned it, this dead dog might really be faking it. I need to find a time to test Brother Knife and Shield's limits. Zhou Baiwan recalled the afternoon when she saw the dog Shield brother vomit after being struck by lightning. At that moment, her heart ached terribly, thinking it was dying, and she proactively took on the role of a meat shield for it, which led to her being chased and bitten by zombies for half the day, resulting in several holes in her military coat. But this dead dog woke up as soon as it got home, eating chicken legs, sleeping next to the radiator. Zhou Baiwan roared towards the dog Shield brother, "Dead dog. I'm going to kill you and eat dog meat." The dog Shield brother was startled awake by the roar, and before it could open its eyes, a fist came crashing down. Bang! The right eye of the dog was hit solidly by the punch. A woof! The dog Shield brother yelped and sprang up from the sofa, its fur bristling, looking like a startled hedgehog, shouting, "What the hell? Why are you hitting me? You were playing dead." Zhou Baiwan swung another punch, the fist cutting through the air. "I acted as your meat shield all afternoon. You were playing dead." The dog Shield brother dodged left and right, its forelegs slipping on the sofa, its claws scratching the sofa cover noisily. "Damn it, I was really dizzy." "Really dizzy? If you don't believe me, ask that man. You're still pretending to be dead after waking up." Zhou Baiwan gritted her teeth. "I just woke up. Just woke up." The dog Shield brother jumped down from the sofa and hid behind the coffee table, saying, "I woke up because I smelled chicken legs. That's called a conditioned reflex." "Conditioned reflex, my foot." The man and the dog were in a chaotic scene in the living room. The dog Shield brother jumped from the sofa to the coffee table, then from the coffee table to the TV stand, its tail knocking over a vase, shattering it all over the floor. Zhou Baiwan chased after it, losing one slipper, her bare foot slapping against the floor, making a loud sound. Lin Wei was curled up in the corner of the sofa, hugging a cushion, laughing until tears streamed down her face. Tang Wan poked her head out from the kitchen, still holding a spatula, shaking her head helplessly. Li Changge was pained by the noise. Enough! The man and the dog stopped simultaneously. The dog Shield brother squatted on the TV stand, one eye bruised, still cursing, with its mouth tail tucked under. Zhou Baiwan, with one bare foot, her hair disheveled, was breathing heavily, her chest heaving violently. Li Changge pointed at the dining table. "If it gets any louder, there will be no food tonight." The living room fell silent in an instant. The dog Shield brother jumped down from the TV stand and trotted to the dining table, squatting down, drooling at the corner of its mouth. Zhou Baiwan retrieved her slipper and sat back down on the sofa, tidying her messy hair. "Time to eat," Li Changge said. The group feasted heartily, devouring the food. The pig trotter was stripped down to just bones, and the soup from the pot chicken was mixed with rice, leaving not a single grain. The chili from the river fish was picked out and thrown all over the table, and the fish bones were left clean like specimens. Lin Wei poured the soup from the oyster sauce lettuce into her bowl and drank it. The dog Shield brother had another meal, its belly even rounder and its fur becoming shinier. After finishing the meal, they reached the happiest part, dividing the spoils. Tang Wan placed the bag on the coffee table, and Li Changge poured it out to count. 100 crystal cores piled into a small mound under the light, emitting a faint glow. He counted out 40 cores and pushed them in front of himself. "I take 40%. Zhou Baiwan did not refute this time. If it weren't for him stepping in during the afternoon, the dog Shield brother would have been torn apart by zombies. The remaining 60 cores were still divided into 4 portions by Li Changge, 15 cores each, and pushed onto the coffee table. Lin Wei took hers and casually put them into her pocket. Her ice spear accuracy had improved a lot, and she should be able to kill more tomorrow. Moreover, she was close to leveling up. In another 2 or 3 days, she should be able to break through. Tang Wan carefully cradled the crystal cores in her hands, as if holding a handful of gems. Today her main task was to collect the crystal cores, and she hadn't fought much, so getting 15 cores was already very satisfying. She counted them over and over, then wrapped them in a handkerchief and stuffed them deep into her pocket. The dog Shield brother was lying by the coffee table with 15 cores piled in front of it. It sniffed at one, rolled it with its tongue, and crunched it like eating beans. After finishing, it licked its lips and rolled up another one. As night fell, the villa became quiet. Lin Wei was absorbing the crystal cores in the corner, a faint blue light flickering in her palms, casting shadows on half of her face. Zhou Baiwan curled up on the sofa, dozing with even breaths, the military coat covering her, revealing a bare ankle. The dog Shield brother lay on the floor, its belly rising and falling, occasionally twitching its paws, as if dreaming of chasing chickens. Li Changge leaned against the window, gazing at the white world outside. The snow had stopped, but the sky remained gray like a piece of unwashed white cloth. The distant buildings were only silhouettes resembling rows of tombstones in the night. The temperature continued to drop and a thin layer of ice formed on the windows. The breath he exhaled condensing into white mist on the glass. He held a first-level crystal core, spinning it between his fingers before tossing it into the bag. It was useless. Now that he was at level 3, absorbing first-level crystal cores was too inefficient. It was like using a truck to transport sand one load at a time. No matter how much effort he put in, he couldn't fill a pit. He had to wait until the extreme cold ended to hunt higher-level zombies and obtain second-level crystal cores. These past few days, he and Lin Wei had been fighting every night. Changge had come to appreciate the benefits of this auxiliary ability. His level 3 ability improved a bit after each battle. He gazed into the distance. A dozen kilometers away was the direction of the Hangzhou grain depot. There he needed to acquire something, enough food to last the entire Hangzhou city for 10 years. However, the current state of the Hangzhou grain depot was not what he expected. In a small storage room on the top floor, a dozen people were crammed in. The room was only about 7 or 8 square meters, filled with brooms, mops, cleaning agents, and several boxes of mineral water, the expiration date unknown. The air was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant mixed with sweat and fear, making one feel nauseous. The windows were boarded up with only a few gaps left for ventilation. The moonlight outside streamed in, casting pale lines on the floor resembling the windows of a prison cell. They were the recording crew of the show Charge Sisters. They had come to the Hangzhou grain depot for an outdoor program, but unexpectedly a natural disaster struck, trapping them here. The director, cameraman, staff, and several artists had not managed to escape. There were originally a few staff members in the depot, but on the day of the earthquake, some ran, some perished, and now only they remained. A young idol leaned against the wall, delicately fiddling with his fingers, repeatedly looking at his hands. His face was small with a sharp chin, his makeup half ruined, and his eyeliner smudged, resembling a panda. His voice was sharp and thin, laced with a whimper. Director, when will the rescue arrive? If rescue doesn't come soon, my moisturizer will run out. Next to him, a heavily made-up girl immediately chimed in. Exactly, director, if rescue doesn't come, my face will be ruined. I can't live a single day without skincare products. Look at my skin, it's peeling. She held up her hand, examining it closely in the dim light, as if evaluating a damaged product. Another boy leaned in, holding up his phone. And there's no signal here. I can't post updates, my fans must be dying of worry. My fans are dying of worry too. My manager can't contact me, he must be looking everywhere for me. The director, Hung Si-hai, squatted at the door, short in stature, barely over 1 meter 4, known as the 4 director. He said nothing, only peering through the crack of the door to look outside. Just then, his ears perked up. He suddenly turned around, lowered his voice, and urgently called out, "It's here. Hurry, Mimi, shield your mind." In the corner, the woman who had kept her eyes closed all along slowly opened them. Mijia. She sat leaning against the wall, her left leg stretched straight out, her pant leg rolled up to the knee, revealing a bandaged calf. Dried blood stained the bandages, darkened to a deep brown. Her heart-shaped face was deathly pale, her lips were cracked and parched, yet her eyes burned with startling clarity. At Si Dao's words, she hesitated not a moment. Crossing her arms tightly over her striking chest, she closed her eyes, her lips parting faintly, whispering what sounded like an incantation. In the next instant, an invisible ripple emanated from her body. No sound, no light, yet everyone felt it, the suffocating dread of having one's mouth clamped shut and one's heartbeat forcibly stilled. The air thickened, breathing grew labored, even the flow of blood seemed to slow. Someone instinctively tried to speak, but their throat constricted as if choked by an unseen hand, yielding no sound whatsoever. It was not silence that descended, it was erasure of presence. In that moment, the storage room, and everyone inside it, vanished from the world. Not physically, not in substance, but perceptually. The outside world could no longer sense them. Outside the granary, a shrill, guttural shriek erupted. That cry bore no resemblance to human voice, or even to ordinary zombies. It sounded as though jagged glass had been jammed into its throat, wrenched upward with brutal force, piercing, agonizing, shredding the eardrums. The sound reverberated across the cavernous granary, making the windows hum with vibration. Then came the footsteps, thud, 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 heavy and deliberate. Heavy. Each step sent tremors through the floorboards, as if some colossal entity strode nearby, with every footfall landing squarely upon each person's heart. Dust rained down from the ceiling, swirling in the sickly white light. Inside the storage room, everyone held their breath, motionless, frozen. Xiao Kuan's whining ceased mid-sentence, his face turned ashen, his delicate orchid fingers still arched midair, rigid with terror. His lips trembled, his teeth chattered, but no sound escaped. His eyes bulged wide, silent tears streamed down his cheeks, carving twin streaks of pallor through the grime. Si Dao crouched by the door, his right palm pressed flat against the wooden panel, faint luminescence flickering once across his palm and vanishing. His gaze remained locked on the narrow gap beneath the door, his left fist clenched so tightly his nails bit into his palms. He was sensing vibrations through the floor, shifts in the air, the rhythm of that thing's advance. The footsteps drew nearer and heavier. Thump, thump, thump. The floor shuddered, plaster dust cascaded from the walls. That thing stood just beyond the door, in the corridor, perhaps only meters away. Some covered their mouths, others squeezed their eyes shut, still others buried their faces in their knees. A girl collapsed onto the floor, trembling violently like a leaf in gale winds, tears flowing silently, soaking her knees. Xiao Kuan curled into a tight ball in the corner, arms wrapped around his head. Beads of sweat glistened on Mi Jie's forehead, tracing paths down her cheeks before dripping onto her collar, spreading into a small damp stain. Her lips pressed into a taut, bloodless line, and her hands trembled faintly. Sustaining this mental veil demanded immense spiritual energy, and she hadn't slept in days. The thin wisp of energy coiled within her dantian dwindled rapidly, like a lamp guttering toward its final ember. Yet she did not relent. She saw Matanzi's smiling face. She remembered the morning she'd left home, her daughter clinging to her leg, whispering, "Mommy, come back soon." At least Matanzi was safe, with Xiao Di by her side. Her fingers tightened further, knuckles whitening. How long passed? Perhaps a minute, perhaps an eternity, before the footsteps began receding. Thump, thump, thump. Fading, growing lighter, more distant. At last, they vanished entirely. Mi Jie swayed slightly, then let her arms fall limply to her sides, slumping back against the wall as she gasped for air. Her complexion had grown even paler, her lips were utterly drained of color, sweat dripped steadily from the tip of her nose. Si Dao glanced back at her, and gave a single solemn nod, acknowledgement, gratitude. Only when the footsteps had completely dissolved into silence did anyone dare move. Xiao Kuan collapsed onto the floor, inhaling ragged, desperate breaths. His face glistened with sweat, his makeup had melted entirely. Eyeliner smudged, foundation smeared into a hazy, panda-like blur. His orchid finger remained extended, stiff, trembling faintly at the tips. Almost, he panted, voice fractured and thin. "We almost got caught." No one answered him. Mi Jie rose slowly to her feet. She leaned heavily against the wall, her injured left leg betrayed every movement with sharp, visible pain. Fresh blood seeped through the bandage, staining the already dried, dark brown patch anew. Gritting her teeth, her lips whitened under pressure, yet she forced herself upright, steadfast, unyielding. Her heart-shaped face, iconic, unforgettable, had once lit up countless television dramas. Standing just over 170 centimeters tall, even now, disheveled, wounded, exhausted, she towered over everyone else in the room. Especially those long, elegant legs, encased in torn stockings, still arresting in their beauty despite the bloodied bandage encircling her left calf. And that breathtaking bust line, tightly framed by her fitted sweater, commanded unwavering attention. Her phone's lock screen displayed a photograph. A little girl clutching a cloth doll, laughing with crescent moon eyes. The girl wore 2 tiny braids, one front tooth missing, revealing a flash of pink gum beneath her radiant smile. Beneath the photo, a tender line was inscribed, "Matanzi loves mommy." Leaning on her injured leg, Mi Jie walked deliberately towards Si Dao, step by slow, steady step. Her face was streaked with tear tracks and sorrow, yet her gaze remained resolute. "Xiao Si," her voice was hoarse, yet clear, "I must find my way home. Matanzi and Xiao Di are waiting for me." Matanzi was her 6-year-old daughter. Xiao Di was her protege and closest friend, as well as Matanzi's godmother. Si Dao lifted his gaze to meet hers. He barely reached her chest, he had to tilt his head back sharply to see her face. He shook his head. "Mizong, now is not the time to go home. You've seen the world outside. Zombies. Monsters. Extreme sub-zero cold. Your leg is injured. You'd be walking straight to your death." His voice was low-weighted, holding something raw and restrained beneath its calm surface. Mi Jie's lips parted as if to reply. Xiao Kuan rushed forward, instantly clutching Mi Jie's sleeve, his voice shrill and frantic. "Yes, Mi Jie. Don't abandon us, please. Among all of us, only you and Si Dao possess awakened abilities. If you both leave, what becomes of the rest of us?" His orchid finger gripped her sleeve so tightly his knuckles blanched, white nails nearly piercing the fabric. Others chimed in, voices rising in overlapping pleas. "Mi Jie, please, just wait a little longer. Let's leave together when rescue arrives. If you go, we won't survive. I beg you, Mi Jie, I'll kneel before you." One person actually dropped to their knees, palms braced on the icy concrete floor, forehead pressed hard against the ground, shoulders shaking silently. Mi Jie lowered her gaze to Xiao Kuan's tear-streaked, smudged face, to the trembling youths huddled in the corners. Some hugged their knees, others curled inward, still others stared blankly at the floor. Each had lost weight. Each pair of eyes held only terror and hollow despair. She said nothing. Instead, she turned and looked out the window. The window had been boarded shut with rough planks, leaving only narrow slits. Moonlight slipped through, painting stark, ghastly stripes across the floor. Through those gaps, a gray, endless sky stretched, bleached white by snow. Suddenly, Mi Jie's breath ceased. Her heart hammered against her ribs as if trying to burst free. A ghastly hollow eye socket appeared in the crack between the planks. That pallid, empty socket stared directly into Mi Jie's eyes. At the Pancher Manor early the next morning, Changge pulled Dao Dungu out of its nest. Dao Dungu was sound asleep, suspended in midair by the scruff of its neck, its four legs flailing in the air, looking utterly bewildered. Today I'm going to increase the intensity. Li Changge tossed it into the snow. I haven't settled the score with you for pretending to be dead last time. Dao Dungu landed with a jolt, waking up. It took 2 steps back, warily staring at Li Changge, growling softly in its throat, "8G Yalu. I'm not here to work for you. I'm not your working dog." It bared its teeth and lunged at Li Changge. Li Changge sidestepped, grabbing the scruff of its neck and pinning it in the snow. "Oh woo. Are you still cursing? 8G Yawo. Woo. I'm not cursing anymore." A few minutes later, the whimpering of the dog echoed throughout the entire neighborhood. It was as miserable as it could be. How anyone who didn't know would think it was being tortured. Dao Dungu lay on the ground, its front paws hugging its head, tail tucked between its legs, one eye bruised, the other teary, looking pitifully at Li Changge. Li Changge crouched down and patted its head. "If you perform well, there will be rewards." Dao Dungu perked up its ears. "When I build a base in the future, it'll make you an elder." Dao Dungu's eyes instantly lit up, and its tail started wagging. Elder can eat whatever it wants, chicken legs to fill up. Its tail wagged even more vigorously. "There will also be a special doghouse made of velvet." Dao Dungu jumped up, shook its fur, and looked spirited, as if it had become a different dog. The next scene left Li Changge stunned. Dao Dungu dashed to the empty space in the neighborhood, facing a distant abandoned residential building, and unleashed a lightning ball. Boom! A basin-sized hole exploded in the wall, bricks and stones flying. Dao Dungu glanced back at Li Changge, its mouth curling up in a smug expression of "Did you see that? Another one. Boom. Another one. Boom." One after another, the lightning balls were expelled, as if there was no cost. The booming explosions shook the snow in the neighborhood. Li Changge counted. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. After the 8th explosion, Dao Dungu stopped panting and looked back at him. Li Change's face darkened. This dog, last time it unleashed a lightning ball, it fainted. It was clearly just pretending. It even managed to fool him. "Keep going." Dao Dungu shrank its neck and spat out another one. The 9th one. Another one. The 10th one. Dao Dungu finally stopped, its tongue hanging out, panting like a broken bellows. Its forelegs trembled, but it still stood. Li Changge fell silent. When he was at level 1, he could only cast 6 fireballs. This dog at level 1 unleashed 10 lightning balls and still had the strength to stand. What terrifying potential for supernatural abilities. No wonder countless human supernatural beings in his past life were helpless against this big yellow dog. He suddenly understood Zhou Baiwan's words. Dogs are even worse. Damn, it really is. After the morning training concluded, he returned to the villa. Dao Dungu was completely exhausted. It lay on the floor, legs in the air, tongue hanging out like a dried salted fish. But it still remembered to eat. Its tongue weakly rolled up, a crystal core popped it into its mouth and crunched down. Then it rolled up another one. Crunch. The third one. Crunch. This sound was different. At the moment the crystal core shattered, a blinding light burst forth from Dao Dungu. It was as if someone had turned on a light inside its body, the glow spilling out from between its fur, illuminating the entire living room. After 3 seconds the light dissipated. Dao Dungu got up from the floor and shook its fur. Its fur was shinier than before, a golden color shimmering. The bruised eye also healed, sparkling with spirit. It held its head high, tail lifted high, looking like a completely different dog. It had leveled up to 2. Li Changge looked at it with a dark expression. Just 2 days. From the time of taming to now, it had barely been 2 days. This dog had already reached level 2. In his past life, he had struggled for 3 months to reach level 2. This dog, eating and drinking, pretending to be dead, reached level 2 in 2 days. He looked at Dao Dungu's smug dog face and took a deep breath. "Forget it, it's my own dog, I'll endure it." Around noon, the 3 girls returned with bags of various sizes. Zhou Baiwan walked in front, her military coat wide open. She was carrying 2 large bags in her hands and had another slung over her shoulder, striding with confidence. Lin Wei followed behind, clutching a stack of clothes. Tang Wan was last, carrying several plastic bags in her hands. "We're back." Zhou Baiwan put the stuff down on the ground, panting. "We've searched most of building 1. Li Changge rummaged through the bags. A few thick coats, 2 blankets, toiletries, several packets of expired biscuits, and a case of mineral water. "Is that all? Not much can be used." Zhou Baiwan shrugged. "Most of the rooms have been searched already." Li Changge nodded. Those survivors didn't dare to come out, but they were bold enough to search for supplies inside the building. Besides, the zombies in the building had basically been killed by them. Zhou Baiwan took off her military coat, plopped down on the sofa, and began to report. "We searched 3 floors in building 1 and took everything that could be used. In the second unit, there are still a few rooms with locked doors, and there are people inside, so we didn't touch them." Lin Wei added. "Beside her, we found a radio on the 3rd floor, and it still works. But it couldn't receive any signals, just static." Li Changge took the radio and placed it on the coffee table. "No signal, that's normal. The only ones transmitting signals now are the military and large bases. Around Hang City, there should still be none." After lunch, Li Changge gathered everyone together. "I have a plan to discuss." The 3 girls and the dog all looked over. "First, everyone must quickly level up to 3. Lin Wei is closed. Dao Dungu just reached 2. Tang Wan, hurry up." Zhou Baiwan, forget it, you're not involved. He glanced at Zhou Baiwan. Zhou Baiwan lowered her head. You focus on practicing your sword techniques, and we'll talk once I have a plan. Zhou Baiwan said nothing and nodded. Once we level up to 3, we'll prepare to raid the food storage of Hang City. Lin Wei's eyes lit up. Are there a lot of food in the storage? Enough to feed everyone in Hang City for 10 years, Li Changge said. We must capture it before the extreme cold ends. Tang Wan quietly asked, will there be zombies inside? Yes. Very dangerous. That's why everyone must be level 3 before we go. Li Changge paused and continued. Thirdly, I plan to build a base. The eyes of the 3 girls instantly brightened. A base. A place of their own. A safe place. A home with walls, food, and hot water. Dao Dun Guest's tail began to wag. Li Changge continued, however, no ordinary people will be accepted. The living room fell silent for a moment. Don't accept ordinary people. Zhou Baiwan raised her head looking at Li Changge. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. Li Changge gazed at her saying, speak your mind if you have something to say. Zhou Baiwan remained silent for a few seconds, not saying anything. Li Changge, satisfied, withdrew his gaze and looked out the window. To be frank, in this apocalyptic world, I do not support idlers. No one who cannot fight, cannot work, or cannot learn is welcome here. Even being cannon fodder is a hindrance. Oh, what purpose do they serve? To attract zombies. Isn't Brother Knife and Shield appealing? It's just a matter of a few bones. Hearing his name, Brother Knife and Shield wagged his tail, looking quite pleased. Zhou Baiwan looked at the cocky dog, her lips twitching. In the following days, Li Changge ordered the trio of girls and 1 dog to continue clearing the remaining buildings in the Pancher community. Building 1, building 2, building 3. One after another, like a bulldozer rolling through. Lin Wei's spikes became increasingly accurate, going from missing 9 out of 10 shots to hitting every mark. Tang Wan's small flame had transformed into a small fireball. Although it still couldn't compare to Li Changge, it was more than sufficient for finishing off enemies. Zhou Baiwan's knife skills had also improved. With 1 swift cut, she dispatched opponents cleanly. The military coat was covered in dark blood clots, as hard as armor. As for Brother Knife and Shield, this dog had become a reliable partner. The lightning ball he spat out hit with precision, leaving no trace of the zombies behind. He even learned a new trick, using his tail to sweep away snow-tripping zombies before biting their necks. While a bit shameless, his efficiency was astonishing. Over 600 first-level crystal cores piled up on the coffee table, resembling a small heap of crushed ice. Li Changge leaned back on the sofa, casually spinning a crystal core on his fingertip. The absorption rate of the crystal core is linked to one's ability potential. The higher the potential, the faster the absorption and the greater the utilization. For instance, Lin Wei, with her grade A ability, took about 20 minutes to absorb a first-level crystal core, and the absorption rate of abilities within the core was also high, requiring 50 to advance from first to second level. However, Tang Wan, with her grade D ability, needed nearly 2 hours to absorb 1 and required 80 to advance to the second level. As for Brother Knife and Shield, he didn't count. That dog regarded crystal cores as snacks, crunching them with ease. Potential becomes increasingly significant as one progresses. The gap between first and second levels isn't obvious, but by the time one reaches the 4th and 5th levels, the difference between grade A and grade D is like heaven and earth. Lin Wei was the first to upgrade to level 3, followed by Brother Knife and Shield, who started later, but was still reasonable. Tang Wan was the last, lagging behind Brother Knife and Shield by a full day. As a result, everyone had reached level 3. Zhou Baiwan had no abilities, but Li Changge crafted her a steel machete, forged with his flames. Not to mention the appearance, the material was all taken from scrap cars' dismantled engines. It was forged with Li Changge's scrayed flames. Its sturdiness is unquestionable, and it is extremely sharp. Now that everyone has reached level 3, absorbing first-level crystal cores is nearly ineffective. However, crystal cores have another purpose: to replenish ability consumption. Carrying 1 is equivalent to having an unlimited ammunition supply. From now on, each person should carry 10 cores. Li Changge distributed the crystal cores. When they run out, replenish them. Don't be stingy. The weather had started to gradually warm up in recent days. From -20 degrees to -15 to -10. Now it stabilized around -7 or 8 degrees. The snow had stopped, the wind had calmed, and occasionally the sun could be seen. In Li Changge's memory, this extreme cold would last about half a month. Today was the 11th day. Time was running short. After lunch, Li Changge sent the trio of girls and 1 dog to clear the last building. He grabbed the car keys, preparing to scout the grain depot in Hang City alone. He had teleportation. If he couldn't fight, he could run. Li Changge put on his coat and walked out. The roar of the warrior echoed through the Pancher community. He pressed the accelerator, crashing through a section of the fence, heading towards the grain depot. Li Changge drove at a moderate speed of around 60. The world outside the car window was still a sea of white. Survivors were already rummaging for supplies outside in small groups. Some were wrapped in blankets, pushing shopping carts filled with frozen food. Others squatted beside garbage heaps, using sticks to search for edible items. Some were waving by the roadside, shouting something, but their voices were torn apart by the wind, making it hard to hear. Survival is not easy after the apocalypse, especially for those ordinary people without abilities. Changge ignored those waving at him. He pressed the accelerator and passed by. If someone dared to block his way recklessly, he would crash through directly. This wasn't cruelty, it was a form of liberation. After the extreme cold, the plight of these ordinary people would become even more difficult. After about 10 minutes of driving, the grain depot arrived. The main gate had been smashed open, the iron door hanging crookedly on its hinges with black bloodstains all over the surrounding walls. In some areas, a large section had collapsed and bricks were scattered everywhere. The guardroom's glass was shattered, and it was dark inside, obscuring the situation. Broken glass, overturned signs, and several cleanly chewed skeletons lay scattered on the ground. Clothes fragments still hung from the skeletons, fluttering in the wind like they were waving. Changge parked the car by the roadside and got out. He took a deep breath and activated his teleportation. After reaching level 3, the teleportation distance surged from 20 meters to 100. He directly arrived on the roof of the grain depot. The rusty iron roof creaked underfoot, sounding as if it could collapse at any moment. He crouched down and looked down, sucking in a breath of cold air. In the open space at the entrance of the grain depot, several large trucks were parked haphazardly. Some were crashed together with their fronts caved in, others were overturned, wheels in the air. Some truck doors were wide open, spilling grains all over the ground, frozen into hard chunks. However, Changge's gaze was not on the trucks. Between the vehicles in the open space and by the base of the walls, there was a dense crowd of zombies. At least several hundred. They were wandering slowly. Among them, a few were noticeably larger. Their muscles were swollen, their skin a deep gray, glinting with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. They moved among the zombie crowd like overseers inspecting a construction site. Second-level zombies. At least 7 or 8. Changge frowned. Several hundred zombies equate to a small horde in the post-apocalyptic world. The grain depot was located in a remote area without a large population. How could there be so many zombies? Unless something had attracted them here. Just then a dull thud echoed from deep within the grain depot. Thud, thud, thud. It was not the sound of footsteps. It was a heartbeat. A heavy, thunderous heartbeat. Each tremor felt like someone was hitting his chest. The iron roof shook, rust falling in clumps. His hand pressed against the iron, feeling the low-frequency vibrations. The surrounding zombies all suddenly crouched down. Several hundred zombies all crouching down at the same time. These zombies are either sprawled on the ground, lying on cars, or resting on their companions. They tremble, their heads buried in their knees, resembling subjects kneeling before a king. The second-level zombies are no exception. They crouch on the ground, heads lowered, too afraid to move. Changge's pupils suddenly constrict. A mutated entity. A high-level mutated entity. He had witnessed such a scene in his past life. Advanced mutated entities attract nearby zombies to come and join them. Ordinary zombies have a significantly increased chance of evolution when in its presence. This is why so many zombies gather at the entrance of the grain storage. Judging by the intensity of the heartbeat, it is at least level 4. Driven by curiosity, he moves toward the source of the sound. It is a massive warehouse. It is larger than other warehouses with rusted iron walls, and the words on it are no longer legible. The door is closed, but has been deformed by something crashing into it from the inside, bulging out like a pregnant belly. Changge teleports to the roof. After reaching level 3, the teleportation distance is sufficient to arrive in one go. He crouches down and presses his ear against the iron. Breathing sounds. Heavy and deep, like a bellows being pulled. With each breath, the iron slightly vibrates. He finds a crack and looks down. Inside, the warehouse is very dark, but he can make out the outlines. At the deepest part, a massive figure squats on the ground. At least 3 meters tall. Its entire body is muscular, resembling a mountain of flesh. Its skin is deep black, covered in cracks like a dried riverbed. Its head is bald with no eyes, just a huge mouth, the corners stretching to its ears, revealing 2 rows of serrated teeth. Chunks of flesh dangle from its teeth, already blackened. Its chest rises and falls violently. With each breath, its chest expands, and then slowly contracts. A level 4 mutated entity. A powerhouse type. Thick-skinned and hard to kill. Changge quickly makes his judgment. 3 zombies are crawling on the ground beside it. They are not lying down, but crawling. Like snakes, they are pressed against the ground, their heads facing the mutated entity, their postures devout, as if on a pilgrimage. Their bodies are larger than the second-level zombies outside, with skin glinting like metal and clear muscle lines. Level 3. They are 3 level 3 zombies. Changge minimizes his breathing. He even tries to suppress his heartbeat, but it is too fast to contain. Retreat. He must retreat. Killing zombies of a higher tier is already difficult, let alone a thick-skinned powerhouse-type mutated entity. Taking on 4, one of which is level 4, would be madness. He had considered using the sniper rifle in his space. The sniper rifle could be somewhat effective against level 3, but it would be far from enough to deal with a level 4 powerhouse-type zombie. Moreover, Changge's shooting skills are somewhat awkward. But if he allows the mutated entity to evolve here, once it reaches level 5, the grain storage will be lost. A level 5 mutated entity would not be something he could handle alone. He gritted his teeth. Let's give it a try. Just once. If it fails, he will run. He pulls out 2 level 1 crystal nuclei from his pocket, gripping them in his palm. They are cold and hard like 2 stones. He extracts the energy from the nuclei to replenish his abilities. Then he locks his gaze on the farthest level 3 zombie from the mutated entity. That zombie is small in size. Compared to the other 2, it looks like a child that hasn't fully grown. Its skin is grayish-white, lacking a metallic sheen. It likely just advanced recently. Moreover, its posture is different from the other 2. While the other 2 lie on the ground, it is half-squatting, its forelimbs resting on the ground, as if meditating. Mage type. Mage-type zombies have the weakest physical defense and can be killed with a single strike. It is isolated several meters away from the other 2 level 3 zombies. The mutated entity has its eyes closed, its chest rising and falling as if dozing off. The breathing sounds are heavy and rhythmic like a lullaby. Now is the time. Changge activates his teleportation. His figure disappears from the roof. In the next second, he appears behind the level 3 zombie. From less than a meter away, he can even see the fine scales on the zombie's neck. The fire ability in his hand synchronously activates. A crimson short blade condenses in his palm, its blade as thin as a cicada's wing with the air around its edge distorting. The fire blade emits no heat. He compresses all the energy within the blade, not letting a trace escape. He swings the blade. There is no sound. The blade slices through the neck like cutting through tofu. The level 3 zombie's head flies off the neck, severed, blackened with not a drop of blood. It does not even struggle, its body remaining in a half-squatting position, not even moving a finger. He is about to grab the head and teleport away. Roar. The level 4 mutated entity suddenly opens its eyes. It has no eyes, only 2 dark sockets. But those eye sockets point and Li changes direction like 2 black holes of gun muzzles. The roar erupts. It is not an ordinary roar. It is a sound wave. The invisible sound wave crashes toward him like a wall. Li Change's head feels like it was struck by a hammer, and everything goes black before his eyes. His ears are filled with a buzzing sound, rendering him unable to hear anything. His vision blurs, and the world spins. His limbs suddenly become unresponsive as if filled with lead, not even able to move his fingers. His stomach churns, wanting to vomit, but his throat feels constricted, unable to bring anything up. Damn it can also attack with sound waves. This damned mutated entity mastering both physical and magical abilities. The mutated entity stands up. Its 3-meter-tall body blocks the light above. Its massive fists are clenched larger than Li Change's head. Its fists are covered in bone spikes, each as long as a finger, glinting coldly in the dim warehouse. It locks onto Li Change's position. It has no eyes, but it knows where he is. A fist comes crashing down toward Changge. The wind from the punch arrives, first brushing against his face like a knife slice. The air compresses, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The force alone makes it difficult for him to stand firm. Changge is drenched in cold sweat. He wants to move, but his body remains paralyzed. His fingers are unresponsive, his legs feel like lead, and even breathing is difficult. He watches as that fist draws nearer. Closer and closer. The shadow of the fist looms over him. He can even see the patterns on the bone spikes, each one different, some curved, some straight, some forked. Move, move. At that moment, his fingers regain the ability to move. The numbness retreats like a tide from his fingertips to his elbows, from his toes to his knees, all restored in an instant. He grabs the head of the level 3 zombie and activates his teleportation. The fist crashes into the spot where he just stood. Boom. The concrete floor explodes into a half-meter deep pit. Cracks spread like spider webs outward, extending all the way to the warehouse walls. Debris flies, striking the position he disappeared from, with a few pieces grazing his back as they flew past. Changge appears on the roof. He gasps heavily. His chest feels like it might explode, and his heart is pounding as if it wants to leap out of his throat. His back is soaked, cold sweat trickling down his spine, and once blown by the wind, it is chilling to the bone. He glances down at the spot where he had just stood. The pit created by that fist is possibly only a hand's breadth away from where he had vanished. He can even feel the heat of the fist's wind brushing past his back. Damn it, just wait for me. The next teleportation will be your end. Changge hides on the iron sheet of the rooftop, his chest rising and falling violently. Can he kill this thick-skinned control-type zombie at level 3? Changge carefully considers. Changge pressed the head of a level 3 zombie against the corrugated roof. His fire knife split the skull and plucked out a thumb-sized crystal core. Level 3. It shone with a blinding light. Not the grain-sized glimmer of a level 1 core, but like a small bulb held in his palm. He could feel the feral energy thrumming within. It was warm, like clutching a fistful of flame. He slipped it into his spatial pocket, blurred from the roof, and seconds later reappeared in the driver's seat of the Mengsure. He kicked the engine and floored the accelerator. The tires skidded on ice, spitting white smoke, and the vehicle lunged forward. In the rear view, the granary disappeared beneath a rolling plume of dust. The mutant's roars made the windows tremble and the ground shudder. A few level 2 zombies charged out of the gate, chased for a few steps, then fell back. Changge gripped the wheel, his hand still shook. Not from cold, but from lingering fear. It had been so close, just a sliver, and today might have been the end. He drew a deep breath. Again, once more. He forced the aftershock down, calmed his pounding heart, and drove out the thought of how different things would be if he had been a fraction slower. In any case, the level 3 crystal core was secured. Changge began calculating how much supernatural power he needed to upgrade. Combined with the nightly gains from sparring with Lin Wei these past days, another 30 level 3 crystal cores should be enough to push him to level 4. If he had been level 4 today, the mutant in the granary would have been a sure catch. The deep cold had not yet ended, and the zombies were already advancing in evolution. He glanced at the sky. The sun had several hours before setting. He could search the vicinity for level 2 or level 3 zombies. One hand on the wheel, he drew the crystal from his space pocket and inspected it. Thumb-sized, wholly translucent like a frozen star. Inside, a dark red mass flowed, as if alive. Level 3. He could absorb it. A faint curl touched his lips as he returned the core to his space. The meteor tore across the ice, scattering frozen fragments. In the mirror, the granary receded until it was a blurred dot. The mutant's roars faded into silence, while only the wind and the engine's thunder remained. On the horizon, the sun began to set, painting the snow in orange-red gold. Halfway along, thunderous explosions erupted in the distance. He looked and saw a gas station several hundred meters off, belching thick smoke and towering flames. Flames burst from the ground, reddening the sky. Black smoke wrapped sparks as it rose, forming a monstrous poisonous mushroom. Boom. Another explosion rolled through a brutal shockwave. The several-ton meteor shuddered, windows hummed, and the steering vibrated. From the fire came a zombie's screech. Not the usual moan, but an angry, piercing, keening, sharp as glass on a chalkboard, agonizing to the eardrums. Another high-tier zombie. Changge yanked the wheel. The meteor drifted, tires cutting an arc on the ice, white smoke trailing as he swung toward the blast center. He arrived outside the gas station. The heat was terrifying. The ice on the ground had all melted, exposing scorched concrete that steamed. Several pump units had been blasted away, their bases burning. Petrol ran across the lot, turning into a sea of flame. The air stung with gasoline and char. A dozen zombies shrieked within the blaze, their flesh sizzled and sloughed, revealing stark, white bones beneath. They staggered, fell after a few steps, rose to fall again, and one by one collapsed into the inferno motionless. From the small building behind the station came a cry for help. Help! Help! Is anyone? The voice was thin and high, gender indistinct, saturated with terror. Changge exited the vehicle, stored the meteor in his space, and blinked to the roof of a nearby high-rise complex. As a level 3, he could teleport 100 meters in a single bound. One rise and fall brought him there. He lay on the rooftop edge and peered down. The station's open lot held a single zombie. Not an ordinary one. It was a head taller than the typical zombies, at least 2 meters in height. Its body glowed a molten red like heated iron. Its skin was riddled with cracks, and within those fissures molten flows pulsed and shimmered like subterranean lava. Its skull was bare, hairless. Its ears had been burned away, leaving 2 hollows. Its eyes were black pits, yet flames smoldered inside like dying lamps. It stood amid the fire, sea flames licking its form. It did not suffer, it seemed to revel. The fire flowed over it like clothing, like armor, as if part of its body. Changge made a quick judgment, a level 3 fire-type zombie. It opened its mouth and spat a small fireball that struck the residential block. Boom. A hole was blown in the building, brick and glass raining down. Another orb followed. Boom. And another. The little fireballs poured out one after another, as if without restraint. The building became pocked and ruined. Windows were blown away, doors caved in, and walls webbed with cracks. Inside, vague figures scurried, crouched in corners, clutching their heads, faces indistinct. Changge did not move. Not for lack of will, but because he could not save them. If he rushed in now, he would be sacrificed. The level 3 fire zombie stood in the perfect position, surrounded by flames. Teleporting in would be suicide. His gaze fixed on the creature's core, the fire-type crystal. A level 3 fire crystal, the same attribute as his own. Absorbing a crystal of the same element doubled the efficiency. If he obtained that core, he could push into level 4 tonight. He licked his lips. Time to act. The building soon became an ocean of flame under the zombies' bombardment. The roof began to collapse, tiles striking the ground and sending sparks flying. The cries for help faded, intermittent, then ceased entirely. At last, only the crackle of burning timber remained, popping like distant firecrackers. Changge looked away. There was nothing to be done. The end of the world was like that. You could not save everyone, as saving yourself was already fortunate. He drew the sniper rifle from his space. Death's eye? Its matte black body felt cold and weighty in his hands. When he took it from the Jinding vault, he had felt this gun would be needed someday. In his past life, had fired it only a few times, but a gun took no room in his space. What if it became necessary? Today was that day. He loaded 710 4mm rounds into the magazine. Click, click, click. The snaps were crisp, almost addicting. The bullets were heavy, their brass tips gleaming in the firelight. In a former life, he had tinkered with sniping, but his accuracy had been lackluster. At the base, a retired Special Forces operative had coached him for 2 days. That man later died in a zombie's maw, and Li Change's sniping skill had remained at the level of able to send a bullet flying. A curve tugged at his mouth. Today, this fire zombie would be the stepping stone on his path to becoming a true gun master. 3 years into the apocalypse, only sniper rifles retained sufficient lethality to wound zombies, provided the shot struck true in the head. Standard rifles merely scratched their hides, and handguns were utterly futile. Sniper rifles with their large calibers and high muzzle velocity remained effective even against level 3 zombies, especially against fragile magic-wielding variants. A precise headshot combined with instantaneous teleportation could guarantee instant annihilation. He lay prone along the rooftop's edge, bracing the rifle atop the concrete parapet, his eye pressed tightly against the scope. The crosshairs trembled faintly. Steady, steady, this time it will hit. Inside the scope, the flame zombie, having vented its fury, finally stilled. It stood motionless amid the inferno, arms outstretched, as if embracing some unseen force. Around it the flames bent inward, drawn like iron to a magnet. A colossal vortex of fire coalesced above its head, swallowing the surrounding conflagration whole. The blaze at the gas station, the burning apartment building, the ground itself, all drawn inward, consumed into its body. Fire surged toward it like liquid, flooding into the fissures across its skin and vanishing into the molten core beneath. Its epidermis deepened to incandescent crimson, the magma within its cracks blazed brighter, white-hot like steel forged at the edge of combustion. Level 3 zombies possessed rudimentary intelligence, and now even the capacity to reclaim their own abilities. Li Changge held his breath. Through the scope, the crosshairs settled unerringly upon the zombie's skull. The wind ceased. Smoke hung suspended. The world fell utterly silent. His breath stilled. His finger tightened on the trigger. Bang! A brutal recoil slammed into his shoulder, searing pain flaring up his arm as he jerked backward, teeth bared. The muzzle rose, trailing a wisp of blue-gray smoke. Ignoring the agony in his shoulder, he locked his gaze back into the scope, crosshairs fixed unwavering on the zombie's head. Beside the creature, a small charred crater pocked the asphalt, still smoking barely 3 meters away. Li Changge, damn it, missed. At the gunshot's report, the flame zombie whirled sharply. It had no eyes, but Li Changge felt its attention like cold serpentine focus, freezing his spine, raising every hair on his nape. It opened its maw and hurled a fireball, not toward him, but toward the adjacent building. Boom! The rooftop exploded inward, raining shards of brick and mortar. Li Changge swallowed hard. The beast hadn't seen him. It was firing blindly. He ejected the spent casing, chambered a fresh round, and reacquired his aim. Bang! Another miss, worse this time. The bullet struck the fuel pump beside the zombie, igniting a fireball that billowed thick black smoke. Shit! Gritting his teeth, he fired again. Third shot. Missed. Fourth shot. Missed. The round grazed the zombie's shoulder, punching a hole through the wall behind it. Fifth shot. Still off target. He couldn't even tell where the bullet had vanished. Sixth shot. Li Changge himself wasn't sure where it landed. All he saw were fresh craters blooming across the rubble around the zombie, yet it remained upright and unscathed. His face darkened like scorched iron. 6 shots. 6 misses. His memory of sniping mastery from his past life was nothing more than illusion. He'd barely handled a rifle, then never trained seriously. 1 round remained in the magazine. He drew a slow, deliberate breath, realigning the barrel with the zombie. His shoulder throbbed, his fingers trembled, yet he steadied them, pressing the stock firmly into his shoulder. Last shot, brother. Do me a favor and cooperate. The flame zombie continued absorbing fire, its aura blazing ever brighter. Above its head, the vortex spun like a crown of living flame. He held his breath, locked on target. Crosshairs centered on the skull. Bang! A 10-4mm projectile screamed through the air. This one struck true. In the scope, the zombie's right arm detonated in a gout of crimson mist. A faint smirk tugged at Li Changge's lips. I aimed for the arm. The 10-4mm round tore the limb clean off. The stump blackened, and smoking jagged bone protruding stark white against the char. The zombie froze for a full second. It stared down at its empty right shoulder, then threw its head back and unleashed a shriek so piercing it vibrated in Li Changge's skull. The sound rang sharp and deafening, ringing in his ears. Strike while wounded, kill before recovery. Li Changge moved. Teleportation activated. 100 meters collapsed into an instant. In the next breath, he stood behind the zombie, its severed arms still arcing through the air, not yet fallen. He caught the acrid stench of burnt flesh and sulfurous magma, so potent it clawed at his throat. A short blade of condensed flame coalesced in his palm. He drove it deep into the zombie's occiput. Puff! The creature stiffened. A half-formed fireball still pulsed orange in its throat, fully formed yet unable to erupt. Slowly it turned its head, empty hollow sockets locking onto Li Changge's face. Within those twin voids, he glimpsed his own reflection. Distorted, blurred, as though viewed in a shattered, heat-warped mirror. Then its eyes dimmed. The fissures across its body faded to darkness. The magma hardened, cooling into dull, ashen stone. Like a statue carved from obsidian, it toppled forward, striking the ground with a brittle crash, shattering into jagged fragments. Changge flicked his blade lightly. A thumb-sized crimson crystal core tumbled from the skull into his waiting palm, warm pulsing like a captured ember. Through its translucent surface, raw energy churned, liquid flames swirling and spiraling within its crystalline lattice. A quiet smile touched his lips as he sealed it into his spatial storage. In the next instant, he vanished. Finding a secure location, he withdrew 2 level 1 cores from storage, closed his fist around them, and replenished the spiritual energy expended in battle. Then he retrieved the armored vehicle meteor, gunned the engine, and sped away. In the rearview mirror, the gas station fire still burned, though the smoke once towering now rose in thinner, weaker coils. The apartment building had collapsed halfway, exposing its blackened skeletal frame. As for the survivors, his gaze withdrew. He did not look back. Today's haul was exceptional: 1 level 3 fire core, 1 standard level 3 core, and 8 level 2 cores. Tonight, he would ascend to level 4. He pressed the accelerator. The meteor roared across the frozen expanse, racing toward the Rockstone Manor. Changge parked the meteor outside the residential complex, then retrieved several loaves of bread, a few self-heating rice meals, and 2 cans of cola from his spatial storage, stowing them all neatly into his backpack. Surely he couldn't return empty-handed. Dignity demanded otherwise. He'd simply claim he'd scoured the ruins tirelessly. No one would question it. His spatial storage remained his most closely guarded secret, known only to readers, never to be revealed to another soul. Shouldering the pack, he approached the gated entrance, only to hear shouting from within. His brow furrowed. At the gates of his own villa, over a dozen figures blocked the path, wrapped in heavy down jackets, gripping steel pipes, kitchen knives, and baseball bats. At their front stood a wiry, sharp-featured man, jabbing a finger toward Zhou Baiwan's face. "Zhou Baiwan, you filthy whore. Hand over all your supplies, now. Brother Hao has decreed all resources within this district must be surrendered for centralized distribution." He stepped forward, his triangular eyes gleaming with naked avarice. "And then you'll serve Brother Hao personally. Weren't you untouchable once? Times have changed you." However, before the little brother could finish his words, Zhou Baiwan moved. She dashed out, grabbing the man's collar and driving her knee into his abdomen. The man bent over in pain, and Zhou Baiwan took the opportunity to kick him in the chest. Bang! He flew 2 meters away, crashing to the ground and sliding far, his head hitting the edge of a flower bed, knocking him out on the spot. The entire venue fell silent. Zhou Baiwan dusted off her pants, her cold phoenix eyes sweeping over the crowd. Her voice wasn't loud, but each word carried a chill. "Go back and tell Zhao Tianhao, that bastard I, Zhou Baiwan, am not someone to be frightened easily. If I hear the word serve again, I will make sure he can never stand again." The group exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. Who in Hangzhou City didn't know Zhou Baiwan's reputation? The name of the female Yama was earned through strength, not mere boasting. Applause could be heard from the back of the crowd. A young man slowly walked out. In his early 20s, wearing a black leather jacket, his hair slicked back and shining, a fresh scar marked his face, stretching from his brow to the corner of his mouth, still not fully healed and red like a centipede. His walking style was peculiar. Each step carried an eerie lightness, as if he were floating. A faint blue wind swirled beneath his feet, lifting the ground snow and swirling around his legs. He tilted his head, a cold smile on his lips. The female demon still remains a female demon. But alas, the world has changed now. Zhou Baiwan recognized him. Huang Ao, the second son of the Huang family in Hangzhou, the most loyal dog beside Zhao Tianhao. Before the apocalypse, she had caught Huang Ao twice, once for drunk driving and once for fighting. Each time, he had begged for mercy on his knees after being taught a lesson by her. Huang Ao. Zhou Baiwan frowned. "What are you here for?" "What am I here for?" Huang Ao laughed exaggeratedly, almost to the point of tears. "Zhou Baiwan, did you ever think about today when you caught me back then?" Before he could finish, a flash of green light appeared at his feet, and then he vanished like a gust of wind, instantly materializing in front of Zhou Baiwan. A punch came crashing down. Zhou Baiwan instinctively raised her hand to block. His fist carried a strange force. Not much power, but tremendous push, like the wind was shoving her. She staggered back several steps, her shoes leaving 2 black marks on the ground before she barely managed to stop. Huang Ao retracted his fist, blowing on his knuckles, his eyes filled with vengeful delight. "How about that female demon? Wind-type ability. I awakened on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. In the past, when you hit me, I didn't even dare to fight back. But now, Huang Ao raised his hand, a swirl of green energy appearing in his palm, rotating at his fingertips. He spread his fingers, and a blade of wind shot through the air towards Zhou Baiwan. The wind blade howled as it came slicing through, and Zhou Baiwan's pupils constricted, unable to dodge in time. Crack. An ice wall suddenly appeared before her, semi-transparent, with a faint blue glow. The wind blade struck it, slicing halfway in like a knife, through tofu getting stuck. Ice shards scattered everywhere, but the wind blade did not penetrate. Lin Wei stepped out from behind, Zhou Baiwan, a ice spike forming between her fingers. "Sister Bai, let me handle the ability user issue." Huang Ao narrowed his eyes, sizing up Lin Wei. The woman wore glasses and appeared quiet and gentle, not looking like someone who could fight. You are also an ability user. He scoffed. Just you. Lin Wei said nothing, just took a step forward. Huang Ao scrutinized Lin Wei, then glanced at Zhou Baiwan and suddenly laughed. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the supplies in the villa, and Zhou Baiwan, I can plead for you in front of Hao Ge. Maybe you can even join our Tianhao alliance and enjoy protection. Of course, if you serve me well now, I may even ask Hao Ge to give you a small team leader position. He spread his arms, wearing a face of benevolence towards Lin Wei, as if it were the greatest act of generosity. Have you heard of the Tianhao alliance? Founded by Hao Ge, it now has over a dozen ability users. At your level, you'd just be a gopher if you joined, but Lin Wei spat out a word. Bah. Huang Ao's smile froze. What a load of crap, Tianhao alliance. Lin Wei adjusted her glasses, her tone calm, as if reading a report. Never heard of it. Huang Ao's face turned completely dark. You refuse a toast, and instead seek punishment. He waved his hands, and two wind blades flew out simultaneously, one to the left and one to the right, aiming to strangle Lin Wei. Lin Wei raised her hand, an ice wall appeared on the left. The wind blade on the right. She didn't even block it, merely took a step back, and the wind blade skimmed past her military coat, carving a deep gash in the wall. Huang Ao launched 3 more wind blades. Lin Wei casually waved, sending 3 ice spikes flying out, accurately colliding with the wind blades, exploding in the air and scattering ice shards everywhere. Huang Ao's expression changed. His wind blades could cut through steel plates, yet they were shattered by a few ice spikes. You. Lin Wei didn't give him a chance to speak. With a flick of her finger, an ice spike flew past Huang Ao's ear, nailing into the wall behind him with a buzzing sound. Huang Ao's body stiffened. Next one, pierce your arm, Lin Wei said. Huang Ao gritted his teeth, the green light flashing beneath his feet, and then he charged towards Lin Wei like a gust of wind. He moved so fast that an ordinary person couldn't even see, but Lin Wei could see clearly. In these past few days, she had killed more zombies than Huang Ao had seen people in his lifetime. Such speed was nothing to her even before she reached level 3. She formed a thin layer of ice beneath her feet. When Huang Ao came charging in, his feet slipped, and his speed suddenly decreased. Lin Wei sidestepped, and an ice spike shot out from her palm. Puff. It struck Huang Ao's right arm. The ice spike pierced through his forearm, emerging from the other side and nailing into the ground. Blood flowed down the ice spike, dripping onto the snow a vivid red. Oh! Huang Ao let out a miserable scream, kneeling on the ground, his left hand clutching his right arm, his face twisted in pain. Kneeling on the ground, Huang Ao's right arm still bleeding, yet his eyes held no fear, only madness. He drew a handgun from his pocket with his left hand, the dark muzzle aimed at Lin Wei. You filthy bitch. If you kneel down and beg me now, I might consider letting you go. 4 or 5 of his underlings pulled out handguns from their pockets. Type 54, Type 64, and several other unknown models of miscellaneous guns, all aimed straight at Lin Wei and Zhou Baiwan. Lin Wei's body went stiff. Her ice wall could block the wind blades, but she didn't know if it could withstand bullets. As 4 or 5 guns fired simultaneously, she didn't even have time to react. Zhou Baiwan leaped forward, blocking Lin Wei with her body, arms outstretched to shield her. Huang Ao. Her voice was sharp and piercing. How do you have guns? Huang Ao knelt on the ground, an ice spike still embedded in his right arm, his face smeared with blood and sweat, yet he was smiling. His smile was sinister mad. Huang Ao laughed maniacally. How can there be a gun? He wiped the blood from his face, and his eyes were filled with a sense of vengeful pleasure. Zhou Baiwan, do you think this world still belongs to you? My brother Hao has found the arms depot enough to equip a whole battalion. Boxes and boxes of them. What do you think you are? He slowly stood up, the gun in his left hand pressed against Zhou Baiwan's forehead. Kneel down. Zhou Baiwan did not kneel. She stared at the gun muzzle, not even blinking. Go ahead, try shooting. Only Li Changge could enjoy Zhou Baiwan's kind of pride and momentum. Yet Huang Ao was consumed by a feeling of inadequacy. That kind of suppression rooted deep within him. Huang Ao's finger tightened on the trigger, his hand trembling. He hated Zhou Baiwan, hated her to the bone. But standing in front of him, the pressure, the fear etched into his bones made his hand shake. Huang Ao roared, I'll say it again, kneel down. Zhou Baiwan remained unmoved. Huang Ao looked down at her, the gun muzzle pressed against her forehead, laughing so hard he was shaking. Ha ha! He looked down at Zhou Baiwan's cold and beautiful face, growing more excited with each glance. This was a face he had once dared not even look at, and now he was pointing a gun at her. This feeling was more exhilarating than sucking on rock candy. Zhou Baiwan, aren't you the badass? Aren't you the female Yama? You captured me twice, slapped me 3 times, locked me up for 7 days. I will settle these scores one by one today. Now I want you to kneel and beg me. Zhou Baiwan's expression darkened, remaining still. She knew who Huang Ao's brother Hao was. It was Zhao Tianhao. Zhao Tianhao's grandfather was a high-ranking official in the military district, and he certainly knew where to acquire firearms. He indeed had the capability to get guns. Before the apocalypse, no one knew where those guns were hidden. After the apocalypse, Zhao Tianhao had dug them all out. Zhou Baiwan's voice was cold like a wind scraped from an ice cellar. Huang Ao, if you have anything to say it to me. If you want to kill, then go ahead, but don't kill the innocent. Huang Ao laughed until tears streamed down his face. He looked back at the group of younger brothers behind him, then turned back laughing so hard, he couldn't straighten up. Come at me. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me now? He took a step back, spreading his arms, and shouting to the group of younger brothers behind him, Did you hear that? Zhou the great officer is begging me. The female Yama of Hangcheng is begging me not to kill her. Ha! The younger brothers joined in the uproar, some whistling, others shouting, Kneel down. Kneel down. Some even took out their phones. If only there was a signal, they would surely record it for social media. Huang Ao turned back, the smile on his face slowly fading into a sinister glare. Like a snake finally waiting for its prey to be alone. Is this your attitude when begging? You should kneel down and beg me. And then crawl out from here. He pointed the gun barrel at the ground, indicating Zhou Baiwan to kneel. Zhou Baiwan still did not move. In this life, apart from kneeling to that bastardly Changge, Zhou Baiwan had never kneeled to anyone. Huang Ao's eyes narrowed, his finger tightening on the trigger, gradually applying more pressure. The sound of the trigger clicking was particularly clear in the quiet snow. He'll count to 3. 1. Zhou Baiwan still did not move. Her eyes were fixed on the gun muzzle, not even blinking. 2. Lin Wei stood behind her, ice spikes forming in her palms, but with a dozen guns aimed at her, she dared not move. No matter how fast her ice wall was, it couldn't match the simultaneous firing of several bullets. Tang Wan shrank behind the door, gripping a kitchen knife, her hands trembling, knuckles turning white. Knife shield brother. He had no idea where he had run off to. Not far away behind a tree, Li Changge was crossing his arms, frowning as he watched. Not out of worry, but disdain. Embarrassing. Too damned embarrassing. Lin Wei, a level 3 ice elemental ability user, was intimidated by a dozen handguns. If this got out, where would Li Changge put his face? Handgun bullets had an initial speed of 3 to 400 meters per second, and a level 3 ability user's reaction speed should be enough to dodge during the moment of firing. Let alone the ice wall, a half-meter thick ice wall, would leave only a white when hit by handgun bullets, not even leaving a crack, utterly unbreakable. He sighed. He would have to give them a lesson when he got back. Didn't Li Changge have any shame? But he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Because Knife Shield Brother had already sneaked over. Just as Huang Ao was feeling pleased and about to count to 3, a cheeky voice suddenly came from under his feet, My Knife Shield. The voice was sharp and thin, like someone pinching their throat to imitate a dog barking, filled with an inexplicable annoying tone that made one want to kick it. He looked down. There was a big yellow dog that had appeared by his feet, he didn't know when. The dog raised its hind leg, its movements as natural as if it had practiced 100 times, and then with a golden stream it urinated all over his pants. A pungent smell rushed up Huang Ao's nostrils. The warm dog urine trickled down his pant leg. Huang Ao froze. He looked down at his pants, wet from the calf down, steaming in the air at -7 or 8 degrees, particularly eye-catching. Those pants were designer bought for several thousand before the apocalypse, a limited edition he had always been reluctant to throw away. Now they had been urinated on by a dog. After finishing its business, Knife Shield Brother shook its leg and looked up at Huang Ao with an innocent expression, as if to say Baba Bowie. Huang Ao's face changed from white to red, from red to purple to black. His lips trembled not from pain, but from rage. He, Huang Ao, the second son of the Huang family and Hangqing, the most trusted person by Zhao Tianhao, had now been urinated on by a dog. His temples throbbed, veins bulging, and his hand holding the gun trembled. You. Knife Shield Brother tilted its head, looking at his twisted face, then looked down at the spot where it had just urinated, and then looked up, opening its mouth. My Knife Shield. Huang Ao's eyes turned red. The younger brothers behind him were also stunned, but soon their attention shifted from the dog urinating, because that dog was just too fat. Its fur was golden and shining against the snow, its belly round and plump, clearly whelped, greasy with fat. Dog. Such a fat dog. Damn, this dog is really fat enough for a pot of stew. Dog meat, hot pot. I haven't eaten meat in days. This dog is at least 30 pounds, enough for us to eat 2 meals. The younger brothers were drooling, some even taking a step forward, eager to pounce and grab the dog's neck. Huang Ao licked his lips, the gun barrel shifting from Zhou Baiwan to aim at Knife Shield Brother. Dog meat hot pot. A truly exquisite dish. Huang Ao had already envisioned the preparation in his mind: scallions, ginger and garlic stir-fried until fragrant, a dog meat cubed and blanched, dried chilies, and Sichuan peppercorns added to slow-simmered until tender, then garnished with a generous handful of fresh coriander. Damn it, the more he thought about it, the hungrier he grew. For now he could not spare even a moment for his soaked trousers. Damn, meat delivered right to our doorstep. Dao Dungu tilted his head, surveying the group, then glanced at the dark muzzle of the gun, then back at the ravenous wolf-like gleam in their eyes. Its canine mind whirred briefly, then comprehension struck. They intended to eat it. It opened its mouth and barked, Hegialo. Those 4 words were pronounced with flawless precision, more authentically than any native speaker. Huang Ao, his underlings, had the dog just spoken? In the next instant, Dao Dungu yanked open its blood-stained maw and sank its teeth into Huang Ao's calf. Not a gentle nip. This was a bone-shattering bite. Its teeth pierced flesh like iron nails, tearing through fabric, piercing skin and locking onto bone. Then crunch. A sharp, brittle snap echoed through the air, unmistakably the sound of breaking bone. Ah! Huang Ao's shriek tore through the night. He felt as though a tiger's vice gripped his calf. Pain exploded behind his eyes, tears bursting forth instantly. Dao Dungu released him and bolted. Its forelegs churned furiously, carving a white plume across the snow. From its jaws came a shrill, mocking tirade. Dare you devour your dog lord? I'll kill every last one of you today. Heigialo. Heigialo. Huang Ao hopped on one leg, his face drained of color, left hand jerking up the pistol to fire. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rapid shots roared forth, muzzle flames licking the frost-laced air. Dao Dungu recoiled like a coiled spring. Left dodge. A bullet grazed its ear, kicking up snow. Right twist. The second shot sliced beneath its belly, shearing off a tuft of yellow fur. Backward somersault. The third bullet screamed beneath its soles, detonating against the wall in a crater of splintered brick. The entire sequence flowed like liquid lightning, more polished than any circus hound. As it landed, it flicked a glance back, stuck out its tongue at Huang Ao, tail held high and defiant. That expression, that swagger, was so insufferably smug it made one long to toss it into the pot. Huang Ao's face turned ashen green, blood gushed from his calf, soaking his pant leg crimson. He bellowed at his stunned underlings behind him. What the hell are you waiting for? Fire! Kill that wretched mutt! Shit! The 4 armed underlings snapped awake, raising their guns toward Dao Dungu, just as Changge moved. His figure blurred, vanished. In the next breath, he reappeared behind one gunman. A flame-short blade slashed across the throat, head severed midair. Blood had not yet spurted before he vanished again. All that remained was a slowly expanding ring of fire upon the ground. His underlings stood frozen. Moments ago, their comrade had held a gun aloft. Now his head was gone. Not shot down, not hacked apart, simply erased, as if some unseen force had devoured his skull whole. Ghost to ghost. One dropped his weapon and shrieked, another collapsed, paralyzed, with a third wet himself, warm liquid trickling down his thigh. Changge moved again. Same method, same result. A second gunman's head soared skyward with an eerie silence. Thump, thump. The rest dropped to their knees. Guns clattered onto the frozen earth. Foreheads pounded the hard ground like pestles. Thud, thud, thud. Master, spare us. Master, spare us. Huang Ao did not kneel. He fired wildly in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets striking empty air, brick walls, and packed snow. Brass casings bounced and hissed, burning tiny craters into the snow. Show yourself. Come out. His voice cracked, muscles twitching, eyes bloodshot, like a cornered beast. Cyan wind type chi surged violently across his body, whipping loose snow into spirals around his feet. He was ready to flee at the first sign of danger. He felt eyes upon him, cold, unblinking like a serpent's gaze. That sensation slithered up his spine, freezing his scalp. He forced his chi harder. Wind detonated beneath his soul, cyan light flaring and dying, flaring and dying. Yet his feet remained rooted, immovable. At his feet, a ring of fire was forming. Not the fading afterimage of teleportation, but a real living circle rising from the ground itself. Crimson-orange flames traced a perfect, unbroken circle, sealing him inside. An absolute containment field. Huang Ao's face paled. He could not move, not even a finger. His wind-type chi still churned, yet it could not breach the fiery barrier. Nearby, Changge stood atop a villa rooftop, observing silently. His heart beat faster, not from fear, but exhilaration. He had long wielded teleportation fused with flame, yet never with such seamless grace. It felt like the opening of the Run and Do meridians, or the final piece clicking into place within a vast puzzle. His gaze fixed on the flaming circle beneath Huang Ao, and a new idea ignited. What if the ring detonated after he departed? Not a simple explosion, but a vortex of incinerating flame, reducing the corpse to ash. First, absolute control via the fire ring. Second, teleport and strike lethally. Third, teleport out, then detonate. From emergence to vanishing, his enemy would never glimpse his face. A faint smile curved his lips. Let's test it. Huang Ao writhed still. Death loomed overhead, like the sword of Damocles poised to fall at any instant. He pushed his chi beyond limits. Wind energy raged chaotically through his meridians, searing pain lancing through them. Yet the fire ring held firm. Show yourself. Huang Ao screamed, voice warped guttural like a slaughtered pig. Changge moved. Teleportation activated. In the next heartbeat, he materialized behind Huang Ao. A flame-short blade coalesced in his palm, plunged into the back, erupting through the chest. Huang Ao looked down, saw the blade's tip protruding from his sternum, dancing flames licking its surface. He tried to cry out, but only a choked "huh" escaped his throat. Changge withdrew the blade and vanished. At the instant of departure, a volatile fireball plummeted from his palm, striking the ground beneath Huang Ao. Huang Ao's corpse remained upright, smoke curling from the chest wound, eyes wide and unblinking, dying without peace. His wind-type chi sputtered and died, cyan light blinking out like a failing bulb. 1 second later, boom! A pillar of flame erupted from the earth, 2 meters wide, soaring into the heavens. Crimson fire and cyan wind entwined, both set ablaze as one. The infernal column burned for 60 seconds, then dissipated. All that remained was a perfectly circular pitch-black crater. Huang Ao's body was gone, not even ash remained. A crystal core no larger than a grain of rice drifted down from the air. Human cultivators upon death also yielded such cores, purer in essence than those of zombies. Changge stood atop a distant villa roof, watching the smoldering crater. His pulse quickened, ecstasy surged. He had done it. Teleportation fused with flame, 2 seconds from appearance to disappearance. One life ended. Absolute control for 2 seconds followed by teleport strike, capped by a cyclonic fire finish. Throughout the entire sequence, the enemy never saw his face. Void flame, annihilation step. The name surfaced in Changge's mind, not invented but reclaimed as if it had always existed awaiting its rightful bearer. In the next instant, calamity struck. A pillar of flame descended from the heavens, engulfing Changge entirely. A ripple stirred within him. Had he just unlocked a technique? Was this blue star's primordial reward at last? In his past life, he had only heard of such phenomena, never experienced them firsthand. The beam of light can only be seen by Changge. It is not an attack, but warmth. The flames within the beam are crimson, flowing over him like water, like mist, like something alive. They burrow into his skin, into his meridians, into his dantian. The fire-type ability in his dantian surged like a torch, suddenly ignited, leaping higher. The crimson flames began to change color, from red to purple, and from purple to deeper hues. Halfway through the purple it stopped. The beam of light dissipated. Changge stood still, looking down at his hands. He could still feel that warmth in his palms, but the color of the flames had stabilized. Crimson with a hint of purple, like the evening glow, like charcoal burning at its peak. He had heard in his past life that some ability users could create skills, a rarity among thousands. It is not merely combining 2 abilities to create a skill, but rather a truly unique ability recognized by the source of blue star. Whenever a skill is created, the source of blue star bestows a reward. His fire-type ability has evolved halfway. His fire ability transformed from crimson to half purple. It was halfway from S-level to S-level. He clenched his fist, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. He took a deep breath, jumped off the rooftop, and landed in front of the group of kneeling subordinates. Bang, bang, bang. A few flames shot out, accurately landing on the foreheads of several still kneeling individuals. They didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground motionless. Changge approached the last surviving young man with yellow hair. The guy lay on the ground, a large wet patch in his pants, trembling all over like a sieve, his mouth mumbling, not knowing what he was shouting. Changge squatted down and patted his face. Go back and tell Zhao Tianhao. His voice was calm. This is my territory. Come back. He pointed to the charred circular pit on the ground. This is what will happen next. The young man nodded vigorously, tears and snot smeared all over his face. He rolled and crawled to his feet, taking a few steps before falling, then getting back up to continue running, losing his shoes barefoot on the snow, leaving a trail of footprints. Changge looked at his retreating figure, a slight smile playing on his lips. The young man had a transparent mark on his back that only he could see, a spatial mark. Changge turned and walked back to the villa entrance. Lin Wei was still standing there, her hands hanging by her side. She lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake. Zhou Baiwan stood beside her, looking equally displeased. She stared at the pile of guns on the ground, her brows tightly furrowed. Changge approached Lin Wei, stopping in front of her, his tone reprimanding. You're already at level 3 and you're still afraid of guns. Lin Wei lowered her head even more. She gripped the edge of her clothes, her nails digging into the fabric. She remembered how when those 10 or so guns were aimed at her, just now her legs went weak, her hands faltered, and she even forgot to condense the ice wall. Go back and practice for me. Changge's voice was somewhat cold. Practice until you can look at the gun muzzle without blinking. Lin Wei bit her lip and said softly, I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Changge looked at her pitiful expression, sighed, and waved his hand. He leaned closer, lowering his voice near Lin Wei's ear, speaking in a tone only the 2 of them could hear. Tonight, shouldn't we put on a show? The posture I mentioned yesterday. Lin Wei's face flushed bright red, burning from the roots of her ears down to her neck, even her glasses fogged up. She took them off to wipe them, then put them back on her lips, moving as she murmured softly, got it. Zhou Baiwan stood by, though she couldn't hear clearly what was said. She could guess from Lin Wei's reaction. I spit lecher. She spat. Changge laughed heartily and turned to walk back. Let's go, it's time to eat at home. Back in the villa, he turned on the lights, the air conditioner, and the heating. Lin Wei meticulously took Changge's coat. After a tiring day outside, they could finally rest. Lying on the soft sofa, Changge felt completely relaxed. Lin Wei quietly approached and began to gently massage his back. The pressure was just right. Changge was about to hum in comfort. Glancing at Zhou Baiwan, who was sweeping the floor, he complained, you have no sense of situational awareness. Go get some water, I want to soak my feet. Zhou Baiwan's face instantly flushed, shocked. What did you say? You want me to wash your feet? Changge looked fierce. What are you looking at? Do you want to get beaten tonight? Zhou Baiwan rolled her eyes at Changge in silence, but still obediently went to get hot water. In the kitchen, the sound of Tang Wan cooking filled the air, the spatula clinking, oil sizzling. Li Changge shouted, "Sister Tang, let's have a little extra tonight. Make some spicy chicken." "Sure thing." Tang Wan's voice came from the kitchen, laced with laughter. "Today is a good day. Level 3 crystal core obtained, new skill acquired, fire ability evolved halfway. That brat Zhao Tianhao, once he reaches level 4 he will slowly settle the score." Outside, night fell. The snow stopped. The wind also ceased. After tonight, the temperature will rise, and the extreme cold will gradually fade away. The outbreak of zombies has begun. A night full of conversation. Within the villa, except for Knife and Shield brother Zhou Baiwan, and Tang Wan didn't sleep well. The melodious singing from the second floor echoed throughout the night. The next day, Li Changge woke up feeling refreshed. The curtains were not tightly drawn, and a beam of light squeezed through the gap, hitting his face just right. He squinted, lying there for a while, not moving. The person in his arms was still asleep, breathing evenly, their breath tickling his collarbone. Lin Wei's hair spread across his arm like black silk, gently rising and falling with each breath. How long had they fought last night? He hadn't counted, but it felt long enough. But the fire ability within him had grown stronger compared to yesterday, like a bonfire fueled with oil burning fiercely and steadily. Lin Wei truly is a treasure. A few more battles could equal absorbing a level 3 crystal core. Li Changge looked down. Lin Wei was sleeping soundly, her eyelashes not even fluttering. He carefully withdrew his arm, and Lin Wei turned over, burying her face in the pillow, mumbling indistinctly, not making any sense. Li Changge got dressed and went downstairs. Tang Wan had already set breakfast on the table. A bowl of white fungus soup steaming hot, with an alarming amount of goji berries. Half the bowl was red, as if they were free. Li Changge's eyes twitched slightly, but he still picked it up and took a sip. It was sweet and glutinous, with the bitterness of the goji berries suppressed by the rock candy, leaving only a lingering sweetness. He took another sip and looked up at Tang Wan. Tang Wan stood by the table, dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't slept for 2 days. She noticed Li Changge's gaze and shot him a glare. That glare was full of charm. Then she wiggled her hips back into the kitchen, tying the apron behind her in a bow, swaying as she walked. Li Changge looked at the Qiantang River, not far outside the window, its surface frozen, with a solitary lighthouse standing on the river. Today it is time to break through to level 4. Li Changge finished the silver ear fungus soup and wiped his mouth. After the meal, he stepped outside. Without driving, for the armored vehicle was too loud and would attract zombies across half the district. He trudged through the snow toward the riverbank, his boots crunching with each step. The Qiantang River lay nearby, only 3 kilometers from Panshir Manor. Once a scenic tourist destination before the apocalypse, it now stretched as an endless expanse of blinding white ice. The river's surface was frozen solid, its ice thick enough to bear the weight of an aircraft. At its center stood a lighthouse, over 30 meters tall, its redand white tower starkly visible against the snow-blanketed landscape. This was Li Changge's chosen site for breakthrough. Why here? First height, the lighthouse soared 30 meters high with no accessible climbing points on its exterior. Ordinary zombies could not scale it. Second, openness, hundreds of meters in every direction were unbroken ice. No concealment possible. And yes, guarding against Lin Wei and the other women was also a consideration. In this apocalyptic world, Li Changge trusted only himself. Perhaps one day he might trust Lin Wei and the others, but not yet. Finally, ascending from level 3 to level 4 would draw a localized zombie surge, and possibly even mutated variants. Especially shadow zombies, mutants terrifyingly adept at assassination. This knowledge had been bought with the blood and lives of countless awakened cultivators in his past life. Breaking through was like lighting a lamp in utter darkness. Zombies within several kilometers would scent its aroma and converge in droves. The higher the level, the stronger the allure. With a single blink of spatial displacement, he materialized atop the lighthouse. The summit was a circular platform, its iron railing corroded and rusted, whipped by gales fierce enough to hurl a man into the void. He hurled a fireball downward, vaporizing and drying the snow in an instant, then sat cross-legged upon the bare metal. The vantage was exceptional. Northward, the silhouette of Panshir Manor emerged faintly. Southward, the frozen river extended seamlessly to the horizon, treeless, structureless, shadowless. Without shadows, the ambush-hunting shadow zombies had nowhere to hide. In his past life, countless cultivators had perished mid-breakthrough, slain in an instant by a single claw strike from such predators. From his spatial storage, he withdrew 2 level 3 crystals. One was a dull grayish white, harvested from the spellcaster zombie at the grain depot. The other glowed fiery red, taken from the flame-wielding zombie at the gas station. Resting in his palms, they radiated opposing extremes, one icy cold, the other searing hot, like ice and fire made manifest. Over 100 level 1 crystals and a dozen level 2 crystals surrounded him in a radiant ring scattered beneath his seat. It was enough. All preparations complete. Clenching both level 3 crystals tightly, he closed his eyes and began drawing forth their energies. The energies surged into his palms like twin rivers converging upon the sea, the cool one slipping smoothly into his meridians, crisp and refreshing, the hot one surging like molten magma, scorching his palms crimson. The two streams collided deep within his body, crashing into his dantian, into the blazing core of flame. The flame erupted violently. Pain, searing, all-consuming, as if someone had ignited a fire within his belly, burning upward from the dantian to his chest, then to his throat. He clenched his teeth, uttering no sound. Such agony. He had endured it countless times before in his past life. He was accustomed to it. The flame raged unchecked through his meridians, rupturing delicate capillaries, only for his own energy to instantly reforge them. Each rupture widened the meridians, each reconnection strengthened them. This process, meridian expansion, was indispensable to ascending to level 4. Sweat streamed down his brow, freezing instantly into tiny beads upon the ice. Pain, yet bearable. In his past life, he had fought on battlefields, been bitten by zombies, betrayed by Liu Ruyan, and thrust headlong into swarming hordes. What was this pain then? The energy continued flooding inward. Within his dantian, the flame burned ever brighter, shifting from crimson to incandescent scarlet, then to violeting crimson. Violet spread like twilight, like charcoal glowing at its absolute zenith. Almost there, just a little longer. Then, his eyelids spasmed violently. Not an ordinary twitch, but a bone-deep, spine-chilling tremor. After 3 years battling zombies, this instinct had saved his life more times than he could count. He snapped his eyes open. A viscous green liquid hurtled straight toward his face, too late to evade. Instinctively, he raised both arms to shield his head. Hiss! The liquid struck his forearm like acid on flesh, a blistering bone-deep burn searing through skin and marrow. His sleeve vaporized instantly, his skin blackened at the edges, whitened at the center, cooked, blistered raw. He inhaled the acrid stench of his own charring flesh, mingling with the nauseating reek of corrosive fluid, so overwhelming he nearly retched. Damn it, Changge snarled. A corroder, a level 3 ranged mutant that spat caustic saliva. Its vilest trait was stealthy long-range assault. A single spittle could cost half a man's life. The agony of breakthrough fused with the torment of corrosion, two brutal pains warring inside him. With a guttural roar, his flame ability erupted uncontrollably. Violeting crimson flames surged up his arm, vaporizing every trace of residual corrosive fluid. He looked down and saw a zombie standing at the lighthouse's base. Small, twisted, staggering, with a grotesque lurch. Its entire body was pitch green, its flesh rotting, its mouth dripping viscous green fluid. It tilted its head upward, jaws unhinged, and spat another torrent aloft. Changge did not flinch. With a thunderous detonation, flames exploded from his very being, engulfing him in a towering pillar of fire. The green projectile never touched him, incinerated midair by sheer heat, leaving not even ash behind. He dismissed the corroder entirely. Scooping up a handful of level 1 crystals from beneath him, he scattered them around the platform to replenish his reserves. Over 100 crystals formed a luminous ring, enough to sustain the surrounding inferno for a full hour. Meanwhile, the energies of the 2 level 3 crystals still poured relentlessly into his body. He shut his eyes once more, focusing solely on breakthrough. Pain, intensifying. The flame in his dantian strained to burst forth, stretching his meridians to their breaking point. Violet and crimson flames clashed within, pushing, resisting, refusing to yield. Gritting his teeth, he extracted the final dregs of energy from both crystals and forced them deep into his dantian. Boom! A blinding white light detonated behind his eyes. The pain receded like a tide, utterly, completely. Within his dantian, the flames settled into serene rotation, calm, deliberate, like a newborn star igniting in the void. The flames wreathing his body flared violently outward. The 100-odd level 1 crystals scattered around him shattered simultaneously, their energies drained in an instant, crumbling into fine dust swept away by the wind. He opened his eyes. The inner blaze faded from his irises. Level 4 achieved. In his palm, the flame now burned violet red like lavender at dusk, like cooling iron glowing purple hot at its peak intensity. He gazed at the flickering flame, a slow, knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. He sensed it. Upon reaching level 5, his flame would evolve fully into an S-rank violet flame. Yet level 5 was a threshold, a chasm separating pre- and post-awakening existence. In his past life, it had taken him 1.5 years to cross it, even then only in the crucible of life-or-death combat. How long it would take this time remained unknown. Changge rose, rolling his neck, the vertebrae cracking sharply in succession. He glanced downward. Below the lighthouse, a dense, writhing mass filled the ice. Over 100 level 2 zombies growling low as they pressed together on the frozen river. At their fore stood the green corroder, still oozing viscous fluid from its maw. Beside it, half hidden in the shifting shadows cast by its fellow zombies, lurked a shadow zombie, utterly black, invisible unless observed with extreme care. The emerald corroder continued its guttural snarls, repeatedly spewing torrents of virulent green corrosive venom. Change's lips curled into a smile. He leaped down from the top of the tower. At a height of 30 meters, the wind howled past his ears and the corners of his clothing fluttered wildly. He landed. Boom! The purplish-red flames exploded outwards from him, blooming like a magnificent flower. The ice shattered, and the zombies were sent flying by the shockwave, their severed limbs dancing in the air. Over 100 second-level zombies were engulfed by the flames before they could even scream, reduced to ashes. What are you yelling about? Changge gripped the neck of the corruptor. The third-level corruptor was still struggling. However, its whole body was ablaze, roaring as it tried to spit out green liquid, but its throat was clutched by Changge. With a creaking sound, the corruptor's body stopped struggling. Changge dropped it and turned his gaze to a short distance away. The shadow zombie reacted quickly, jumping up from the ice and charging towards Changge. It moved swiftly like a flash of black lightning. Changge raised his hand, and a purple fireball shot out, accurately striking the shadow zombie's face. Boom! The shadow zombie was blown to bits, black blood splattering everywhere. The world finally fell silent. Changge walked over to the corruptor's corpse, using a fire blade to slice open its head and extracting a dark green crystal core. Third-level poison type. He then searched through the remnants of the shadow zombie, retrieving a black crystal core, third-level shadow type. Subsequently, he collected the crystal cores from the surrounding second-level zombies, roughly over 100. He stashed them all into his space and turned to head towards the stone manor. Changge returned home just past noon. As he changed his shoes, he saw Lin Wei swaying down the stairs from above. Her legs were trembling, and she frowned with every step, her face still bearing a lingering blush. She wore a high-collared sweater that covered her neck snugly, but the roots of her ears were still red, resembling boiled shrimp. Tang Wan poked her head out from the kitchen, glanced at her, and slowly smiled. She said nothing but turned down the flame on the stove, then returned to the cupboard to fetch an extra set of bowls, and added a spoonful of goji berries to the bowl. Zhou Baiwan sat on the sofa, polishing a knife, not lifting her head, but the roots of her ears had already turned red. She polished the knife to a shine, repeatedly scrubbing the same spot until the blade was nearly worn down. Lin Wei finally reached the dining table, sat down, and buried her face in the bowl, pretending to drink soup. The soup had just been served and was very hot, as she took a sip and gasped from the heat, but did not lift her head. Tang Wan brought out the dishes from the kitchen, passing by Lin Wei, and softly said, "There's still goji berry and white fungus soup. Should I serve you a bowl?" Lin Wei buried her head, even lower, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "No need." Zhou Baiwan burst into laughter, but quickly stifled it, pretending to polish the knife. Her shoulders shook, struggling to hold back her laughter. The dishes were set on the table. Braised pig's knuckle, clay pot chicken, braised fish, oyster sauce, lettuce, and a large bowl of hot and sour soup. Tang Wan had prepared a full spread today. As everyone sat down and was about to start, the dog knife shield ran back in from outside. Covered in snow, it shook itself, splattering Zhou Baiwan's face. "You dead dog." Zhou Baiwan wiped her face, her hair full of ice shards. Knife shield ignored her dash till Changge's feet, squatted down and looked up, saying, "My knife shield." Changge grabbed a chicken leg from the plate and tossed it to him. Knife shield caught it in its mouth, but didn't eat it, placing it on the ground and pawing at it 3 times. 3 times. Then it drew a large circle in the air with its paw, tapping a few times inside the circle. Changge nodded. 20 sets. Knife shield wagged its tail. It then pointed its paw to the east, then to the west, and then gestured with its front paws, big and small. More to the east, less to the west. The tail wagged even more vigorously, and Knife shield grinned, wearing a look that seemed to say, "Aren't I impressive?" Zhou Baiwan stared in disbelief. Knife shield shot her a glance, its eyes seemingly saying, "Don't ask if your IQ is not enough." It then picked up the chicken leg and retreated to a corner to gnaw at it, emitting contented grunts. Changge took a sip of his soup. There are 70 villas in the community and about 20 households of survivors. More to the east, less to the west. Most are ordinary people with a few ability, users of low rank. This is the intel Knife shield gathered this morning. Tomorrow we all head to the granary. Before we go, I need to arrange the follow-up matters. As Changge spoke, he set down his bowl. Everyone else also put down their bowls, listening attentively. Changge first glanced at Lin Wei. "Lin Wei, please produce a community design blueprint. Taking our house as the center, we need a long-term plan for the entire community. How to repair the walls, where to build watchtowers, how to delineate functional areas. You're the expert." Lin Wei adjusted her glasses and nodded. "All right." Zhou Baiwan, Tang Wan, Knife shield. Changge looked at them. "You are responsible for integrating the remaining survivors in the community." Zhou Baiwan sat up straight. Changge raised 3 fingers. "Remember, I only want those who are obedient, compliant with arrangements, and possess a skill. Carpenters, electricians, masons, doctors, chefs. Those with skills take priority. Anyone who only cries, causes trouble, or begs for food is not needed. And those who once held high positions and regarded themselves highly are also not needed." He glanced at Zhou Baiwan. "This is your assessment." Zhou Baiwan bit her lip, remaining silent. Tang Wan also nodded. Changge looked at Knife shield and added, "This time Knife shield will take the lead. You must comply with Knife shield's arrangements." Knife shield poked its head out from the corner, its dog face excited. Zhou Baiwan's eyes widened. "What? Listen to a dog? Are you kidding me?" Changge ignored Zhou Baiwan's complaints and stated firmly, All who remain must pass knife shield screening. Otherwise none will be accepted. He then looked at Zhou Baiwan. Zhou Baiwan, under Li Changge's intense gaze, finally yielded and nodded in agreement. Li Changge's arrangements were certainly not without purpose. Knife shield had been mistreated before and understood human nature. It could sense hostility and goodwill in people. After dinner, Zhou Baiwan, Lin Wei, and Tang Wan snuggled on the sofa watching TV. Li Changge had stored several hundred terabytes of movies and TV shows in his space, enough for a lifetime. 3 pairs of long legs clad in ultra-short skirts, each with their own graceful figure, made Li Changge feel a bit stimulated. A Korean drama was playing on the TV where a handsome man was parting ways with his wife at the airport. The scene was very emotional, the music tear-jerking, and the cello played with a heart-pounding intensity. Lin Wei's eyes seemed to redden with emotion as she took off her glasses to wipe her tears. Li Changge, utterly bored, snatched the remote. What's so good about this? He quickly switched to the game interface, where the King of Fighters 97 displayed an epic showdown between Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami, flames and purple fire intertwining the music explosive. He tossed 2 controllers onto the coffee table, eagerly asking, "Who wants to play a round with me?" Lin Wei and Tang Wan exchanged glances and shook their heads simultaneously. They had no interest in such violent games, still immersed in the memories of their farewell to Uba. Zhou Baiwan remained silent, staring at the familiar interface on the screen, her gaze somewhat dazed. She recalled her childhood when her brother sat beside her, teaching her how to perform moves step by step. The down-forward punch is a wave motion and the down-back-forward kick is a chain kick. At that time, she couldn't reach the joystick and had to stand on a stool, making it creak under her weight. Her brother supported her waist from behind, afraid she would fall. Later, he joined the drug enforcement team and never returned after a mission. She never touched the game again. Li Changge noticed her distraction and waved his hand in front of her. "What's wrong?" "Can't play." Zhou Baiwan came back to her senses, looking at his smug expression, her lips slowly curling into a smile. "All right." She took the controller and tested its feel. It had been a while since she played, but muscle memory remained. The joystick spun in her fingertips, making a crisp click sound. Li Changge selected Kyo Kusanagi, Iori Yagami, and Goro Daimon, a classic combination balanced in offense and defense. Kyo Kusanagi's combos were fast, Iori Yagami's special moves were fierce, and Goro Daimon's throws were unbeatable. Zhou Baiwan chose 3 female characters, Mai Shiranui, Chizuru Kagura, and Mary. "Is that all?" Li Changge laughed, just for show. The first match began with Mai Shiranui against Kyo Kusanagi. Li Changge charged in from the start, landing powerful punches and executing a smooth combo, the controller clicking loudly. Zhou Baiwan remained calm, backstepping, blocking in midair, and landing a counter kick. Kyo Kusanagi was sent flying, losing a chunk of health. Li Changge kept pressing the buttons, and his character got back up to charge again. Zhou Baiwan threw a fan, which he blocked. Seizing the opportunity, she moved in close and unleashed a series of combos, with Mai Shiranui dancing like a butterfly, Kyo Kusanagi's health rapidly depleting. "Oh." Li Changge's expression darkened. In the second match, Iori Yagami faced Chizuru Kagura. This time he played cautiously, using Iori's 3-hit combo to probe, but Chizuru countered with a shadow reflection. He unleashed Yamazaki's attack, the purple flames soaring, but she dodged forward, countering with a devastating super move, pressing him down with her shadows. "Oh." In the third match, Goro Daimon faced Mary. He thought Goro's tough skin and large size would surely win him a match. However, Mary was slippery like an eel. He couldn't catch her as she circled around him until he was defeated. Mary's joint techniques came swiftly, and Goro Daimon, being so large, was thrown around, searching for his teeth on the floor. "Oh." 3-0. A clean sweep. Li Changge's face was as dark as a pot bottom. "Let's go again." He clenched his teeth. "Again." "Change characters." Still, it ended in a clean sweep. Zhou Baiwan's Mai Shiranui moved like a snake. He couldn't even touch her. Again. Still a clean sweep. This time she switched to Chizuru Kagura Mary and Blue Mary. Dao Shield brother lay on the coffee table, his dog face gleaming, occasionally interjecting, "Get him. Hit him in the crotch. Why don't you unleash your super move? Where's Yamazaki? Can you even perform moves? You're so dumb. I'd be better than you." Li Changge shot him a glare, and he shrank back, falling silent. But after a few seconds, he couldn't help it, covering his eyes with his paws peeking through his fingers at the screen, mumbling, "Why are you so dumb?" Li Changge took a deep breath and switched to a hidden character. Orochi, Rage Iori, and Rage Leona. He brought them all out. In the 5th match, he used Kyo Kusanagi, Iori Yagami, and Orochi, the strongest lineup in history. Zhou Baiwan still used Mai Shiranui, Chizuru Kagura, and Mary. 3 minutes, 3-0. Li Changge threw the controller onto the sofa, his face as dark as a pot bottom. Dao Shield brother scoffed after a fierce flurry of moves. The score is still 0-5. The girls burst into laughter. Zhou Baiwan crossed her legs, spinning the controller between her fingers, catching it steadily with a proud expression. She leaned against the sofa, her lips curling up high, her eyes crescent-shaped. "I was the queen of fighting games in this area when I was a child. I played from elementary school to middle school, and no one ever beat me." She glanced at Li Changge. Your level is just that of a sparring partner." Li Changge's face darkened even more. He stood up and grabbed Zhou Baiwan's wrist. Let's go. Zhou Baiwan was taken aback. Where to? Upstairs, a unknown match. Zhou Baiwan's face instantly flushed from her neck to her ears. She tried to break free, but Li Changge's grip was like a vice, unyielding. One of her slippers fell off her bare foot, touching the floor, toes curling. Li Changge, let go of me. You lost the game, so what if you can't take it? Who says I can't take it? Li Changge didn't look back, dragging her upstairs, his voice laced with laughter. If I can't beat you in the game, I'll show you my skill in another field. You pervert. The door upstairs slammed shut with a loud bang that shook the stairs. Lin Wei and Tang Wan exchanged glances, both blushing. Tang Wan stood up, saying she would go wash the dishes. She carried the plate into the kitchen, turning on the faucet for a long time, but no sound of running water was heard. Lin Wei put on her headphones and turned up the volume to the maximum. Dao Shield brother lay on the floor, covering his ears with his paws, rolling his eyes, his tail wagging in resignation. Humans, always mating every day. 3 hours later, it finally quieted down upstairs. Li Changge came downstairs looking refreshed. His hair was a bit messy, his shirt collar unbuttoned, and a red mark on his neck, as if scratched by nails. But he didn't care at all, walking lightly and humming a tune. Tang Wan peeked out from the kitchen, glanced at him, then withdrew, the spatula clanging against the pot. Lin Wei took off her headphones, pretending to watch TV. Li Changge walked to the edge of the sofa, sat down, and crossed his legs. He picked up the controller, glancing at the large K. Oh, on the screen. He smirked. Losing the game isn't a big deal. He muttered to himself, his voice not loud, but everyone downstairs heard. As long as the ones that should win did. Zhou Baiwan's voice came from upstairs, muffled, as if coming from under a blanket, hoarse and softly. Changge, you wait for me. Li Changge burst into hearty laughter, his laughter echoing in the living room. At the Tsuihu Commercial Center, this used to be one of the most prosperous areas in Hangzhou, but now it lay in utter silence. At the top of the tallest building, the entire floor had been opened up. Genuine leather sofas, wool carpets, and crystal chandeliers, all moved up from the mall below. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows stood a massage bed covered with a snowy white towel. Zhao Tianhao lay on the bed, eyes closed, a look of pure enjoyment on his face. A woman dressed in a maid outfit knelt beside him, expertly massaging his back. If anyone were to see this, they would definitely recognize her, young Manny. At the Panstone Manor, the spatial mark in Li Changge's mind suddenly trembled. He sat down on the sofa and closed his eyes, diving his consciousness into the spatial mark. This was a habit he had after every meal, akin to someone scrolling through their friend's circle before bed, checking if the coordinates buried in the distance were still there and whether they had moved. The first mark was the coordinate he left when he first experimented with the spatial mark in a small alley at the wall of that alley. The mark was still there, seemingly amidst the ruins. The mark at the Jinding vault was also present, but it was flickering. It seemed that someone was searching for supplies around the ruins of Jinding. The last one was Huang Ao's little brother. That kid with the yellow hair had returned to the Tianhao base. The instant return of the spatial mark had a distance limit of only 10 kilometers. However, Li Changge could use the spatial marks to achieve a monitoring effect. The closer the distance, the more pronounced the effect. At the Tianhao base, Zhao Tianhao's office was not quiet, as he preferred to have music playing at all times. Before the apocalypse, he had brought back vinyl records from Germany, Bach Brahms. Young Manny stood beside him, a bruise on her forehead from yesterday's accident. The wound at the corner of her mouth had scabbed over, seeping faint red blood. Zhao Tianhao turned a page of the playlist, changed the song. Young Manny did not move. She stared at the ground, her pupils dilated. Zhao Tianhao waited for 3 seconds before reaching out and grasping her wrist. Young Manny's fingers instinctively curled, but her body did not flinch. Zhao Tianhao pulled her closer, lowering his head to look at the unhealed wound in her palm, a cut from when she had secretly hidden shards of glass yesterday. After being discovered, she had received a severe beating. You haven't learned your lesson yet. His voice was not loud, carrying a disdainful tone of superiority. There was a knock on the door. 3 soft knocks, as if afraid of startling something. Zhao Tianhao did not turn around. A cold voice rang out from the room, come in. The door cracked open. Huang Ao's little brother slipped in, almost pressing against the wall, and immediately knelt down. Young master, something happened at Panstone Manor. Zhao Tianhao turned off the music. The room fell into an abrupt silence, with only the little brother's suppressed breathing remaining. Ao Gu is gone. His voice trembled. He went to Panstone Manor to collect supplies and ran into a man. That man has fire-type abilities. Ao Guess wind abilities didn't even have a chance to escape. With one move, his head was gone. Everyone else is dead. And the only one who came back to report. He paused for a moment, lowering his voice, as if speaking the name itself carried danger. Also, Zhou Baiwan was there too. Zhao Tianhao's breath halted for a moment. Zhou Baiwan. This name had been like a thorn in his heart for several months. He recalled the previous capture before the apocalypse, where Zhou Baiwan had pressed him to the ground, his face against the cold floor, while she looked down at him with her knee on his lower back, her phoenix eyes devoid of anger or disdain, only a calmness that looked down on ants. As she left, she kicked him. Not hard, but the location caused him pain for half a month. Zhao Tianhao's breath began to turn violent, and even through the spatial mark, Li Changge could still feel it. Black mist began to manifest in the room, surging violently like a disturbed hornet's nest. The mist rolled in the air, and faintly faces could be seen within it. The little brother collapsed to the ground trying to escape, but his legs felt as weak as noodles. A warmth spread in his pants, and a foul odor pervaded the air. "Young master, please spare me. I've reported. I've told everything." The black mist surged up like black snakes coiling around his legs, waist, and neck. The little brother opened his mouth to scream, but the black mist rushed into his mouth, choking his throat. Then his skin began to shrivel, muscles disappeared, and bones were exposed. The entire process took less than a minute. As the black mist dissipated, only a pile of white bones remained on the floor, and Li Changge's spatial mark dimmed, indicating that this person was already dead. Far away at Panstone Manor, Li Changge frowned. This Zhao Tianhao must be dealt with after finishing the strategy for the Hangzhou grain depot. Such devouring-type dark abilities become increasingly terrifying in the later stages. Keeping him alive would only bring disaster. Li Changge made a decision in his heart. Inside Zhao Tianhao's base, he let out a loud belch and licked his lips. His shadow on the ground briefly morphed, transforming into the little brother, then settled back into calmness. Zhao Tianhao glanced at his own hand, where dark energy was subtly moving beneath his skin like small snakes. He had reached level 3. With the dark devouring for every person he consumed, another face appeared in the black mist, and his strength grew stronger. Zhou Baiwan owed him. He would take revenge just as she had shattered his dignity. Zhao Tianhao stood up from the sofa. As he passed by Yang Mani, his footsteps paused for a moment. Yang Mani still stood there, head down, her long hair draping down to cover her face. Zhao Tianhao reached out, gently touching the cracked scab at the corner of her mouth with his fingertip. She did not flinch. "Don't play tricks." His voice was soft like a lover's whisper. The door closed. The footsteps in the corridor gradually faded away. Yang Mani remained kneeling in place. A brilliant blue gem shone on her chest, sparkling in the black mist. She opened her fingers, and shards of glass fell to the ground. Then she pressed her palm down onto the shards with force. Blood seeped through her fingers, dripping onto the marble floor, staining it a small dark red. It hurt, but Yang Mani needed that pain to keep herself awake. She raised her head to look out the window toward the distant direction of Panstone Manor, where she knew someone had killed Huang Ao. Someone had made Zhao Tianhao feel threatened. Someone, perhaps, could kill him. She withdrew her bloodied hand and wiped it on her clothing, leaving a few dark red fingerprints. At Panstone Manor, the armored vehicle stopped at the villa's entrance, its dark green body reflecting a cold light in the morning sun's 6-wheel drive, with a chassis high enough to fit a squatting adult. Li Changge had modified the back seat last night, adding 2 folding chairs. Lin Wei, Zhou Baiwan, and Tang Wan squeezed into the back seat without complaint. Brother Knife and Shield lay in the passenger seat, his dog head sticking out the window, tongue blown back by the wind, looking utterly content. Today, Li Changge decided to officially enter the dungeon of the Hangzhou grain depot. The extreme cold was receding. There was no time to wait. "Let's go." The armored vehicle roared out of Panstone Manor, crashing through obstructing cars on the frozen street and shattering abandoned billboards. The zombies barely had time to react to the sound before being turned into pulp by the impact. He had long since lost interest in picking up level 1 crystal cores, which now lay on the ground like garbage crushed under the wheels. Signs of level 2 zombies began to appear along the road. They were a size larger than level 1, with swollen muscles and deep gray skin. Their speed equated to a normal person's jog, and their strength had increased significantly. Seeing the armored vehicle charging toward them, they surprisingly knew to dodge, sidestepping the direct impact. The extreme cold was beginning to retreat, and the zombies were evolving faster. Li Changge held the steering wheel with one hand, the other resting on the window, his fingertips pinching a cigarette. What Li Changge did not know was that inside the grain depot, the gigantic level 4 zombie seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. After a series of hoarse roars, the zombie's body suddenly inflated dramatically. That was the power of level 5. But soon the power began to dissipate, reverting back to level 4. Li Changge did not stop. His target today was the granary. He decided to let these zombies go. Li Changge parked the car on a high slope a kilometer away. A few people got out and crouched down to look from above. The scene before them made Li Changge gasp in shock. The open area at the entrance of the granary was densely packed with zombies. They swarmed in circles resembling an anthill, a school of fish, or a pot of boiling porridge. They were huddled together, meandering slowly. Some were banging against the door, some were gnawing at the food on the ground, while others simply stood there in a daze. More than 300. Lin Wei's voice trembled. Zhou Baiwan gripped her machete tightly, her knuckles turning white. Tang Wan hid behind her, peeking out with half her head. Li Changge counted. At least half of them were second-tier, larger in size and muscular. There were also 7 or 8 third-tier zombies standing among the crowd like generals among soldiers whom the surrounding zombies dared not approach. One was entirely red like heated iron, melting the ground around it. Another was deep green with liquid oozing from its mouth, and yet another was pitch black, lurking in the shadows, barely visible. Li Changge felt a tingle of fear at the back of his neck. He turned around, got into the car, and started the engine. The girls quickly climbed back in while Knife and Shield Brother shrank into the passenger seat. Hold on tight. He floored the accelerator. The roar of the engine was deafening as all 6 wheels engaged, and the vehicle surged forward. The steel beast weighing over 5 tons thundered down the slope, gaining speed, its tires crushing over the icy surface, sending shards of ice flying. The zombies heard the sound, and all turned their heads in unison. More than 300 hollow eyes fixated on the approaching dark green war vehicle. Changge slammed the accelerator to the floor. Boom. The beast crashed into the horde of zombies. The first row of zombies was sent flying like bowling pins, the sound of their bones shattering akin to firecrackers. The vehicle crushed through its tires, running over heads, chests, and limbs, black blood exploding on the icy surface, splattering against the windows and smearing them. The beast rampaged through the horde like a steel monster. Zombies were thrown aside, crushed, or dragged under the wheels for dozens of meters. Some clung to the vehicle only to be flung off, others jumped onto the hood, propelled away by inertia, some attempted to block the path, and were turned into mush. Changge sharply turned the steering wheel, executing a drift. The tires skidded across the ground, sweeping away a swarm of zombies. With another stomp on the accelerator, he charged into the densest part of the horde. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The zombie horde was thrown into disarray, severed limbs and broken bodies littered the ground, and the black blood stained the entire icy surface. Some were still alive, crawling on the ground with their lower halves missing, some were pinned under the wheels, still struggling, others were thrown against the wall, sliding down, unmoving. The windshield of the beast was covered in blood, the wipers swiped a few times, but could not clean it. Yet the engine continued to roar, and the tires kept spinning. Changge stopped the car, opened the door, and stepped into the pool of blood, his boots sticky. He glanced over the battlefield. The zombies crushed by the beast numbered at least over 100. The girls got out and began to finish off the remaining zombies before collecting their crystal cores. Knife and Shield Brother jumped down from the vehicle, shook off his fur, and ran deeper into the granary. Changge assigned him the task of reconnaissance. Soon Knife and Shield Brother's figure vanished into the ruins. Changge took out a few walkie-talkies from his backpack and tossed them to the girls. Call me if anything happens, don't wander too far, stay on the outskirts. He turned and walked towards the largest granary. That granary was the deepest in the grain area, twice the size of the other warehouses. The iron walls were rusted and the words on them were no longer legible. The door was closed, but had been deformed by something crashing from the inside, bulging out like a pregnant belly. Changge used a teleportation skill to ascend to the roof. After reaching level 4, his teleportation range had increased to 300 meters. He crouched down and pressed his ear against the metal. Breathing sounds, heavy and deep. With each breath, the metal shivered slightly, causing rust flakes to fall. It was accompanied by snoring like distant thunder, making one's chest feel heavy. He found the crack he had spotted last time and looked down. The inside of the warehouse was dark, but he could make out the outline. The 4th-tier mutated creature was at the very back. Over 3 meters tall, its body was muscular, and its skin a deep black like a thick layer of armor. Its head was bald, lacking eyes, with only a massive mouth that stretched to its ears, revealing 2 rows of serrated teeth. It was dozing. Its chest rose and fell, snoring thunderously. Beside it, 3 third-tier zombies crawled on the ground, their heads facing at postures as devout as if they were on a pilgrimage. Last time Changge had taken down a magic-type zombie, and it seemed another had supplemented the ranks. Changge focused on the 4th-tier mutated creature. Just as his gaze landed on it, the zombie's snoring suddenly stopped. It was not waking up, it was a primal instinct, a reaction to being stared at by something. It had no eyes, but its head slowly turned towards Changge. Its teeth ground against each other, producing a creaking sound, as if it were chewing on bones. The zombies began to stir uneasily. Its massive hands slapped the ground, causing the earth to tremble. It stood up, its more than 3-meter turtle body nearly touching the roof, wildly waving its hands, smashing against the walls and the ground. The surrounding zombies began to tremble. The 3rd-tier zombies crouched, even lower, their heads pressed against the ground, not daring to move. Changge remained motionless. He was waiting for a flaw that would allow for a one-strike kill. The mutated creature grew increasingly agitated. It yanked a giant steel pipe from beside it. That was a support beam of the warehouse, forcibly pulled out by it. The steel pipe was over 2 meters long and as thick as a bowl. It began to smash randomly. Bang! The pipe hit the ground, creating a pit with cracks spreading like a spider web. Bang! It struck the wall, blasting a hole in the iron sheet, with shards flying everywhere. Bang! 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 The 3 third-tier zombies crouched on the ground, unable to dodge. One was hit on the back, its spine shattered, lying on the ground wailing. Another was struck on the head, its skull exploding, black blood splattering everywhere. Yet another was smashed in half, its upper body was still crawling, while the lower half lay motionless. The mutated creature didn't even glance at them. It continued to smash and roar, the steel pipe spinning in its hand like a windmill, shattering everything it could hit. Changge lay flat on the roof, holding his breath. This thing, if a pipe hit a person, he didn't even dare to think about it. The fourth-tier mutated zombie had rampaged for over 10 minutes finally, sitting down gasping for breath. Its three-meter body hunched over its chest, heaving violently. The oppressive aura suddenly diminished, and the surrounding air felt lighter. Changge lay on the roof, exhaling slowly. After waiting for about half a minute, Changge grasped the breathing rhythm of the mutated creature. The flaw would appear with the next breath. The flaw lies in the next breath. Changge's aura suddenly surged. A ring of flames emerged from beneath the giant zombie's feet, the purplish red flames tracing a perfect circle on the ground, binding its limbs, torso, and head in place. The flames danced by its feet like shackles, like handcuffs. An absolute control lasting 2 seconds. Now is the time. Instant kill step activate. He appeared behind the zombie. A purplish red short sword condensed in his palm, its blade as thin as a cicada's wing with the air around its edge distorting. He gripped it tightly and thrust it towards the zombie's head. At that very moment, the zombie let out a roar. A brilliant explosion of black light erupted from its body like a miniature black hole, detonating violently, tearing the fiery ring apart. Fragments flew and extinguished in the air. Sound waves crashed into Changge's eardrums like nails, piercing his brain as if someone had set off firecrackers in his head. Is this it? Changge felt a blinding white before his eyes, the buzzing in his ears overwhelming him, the world spinning around him. He couldn't hear his own heartbeat, couldn't feel his breath, and even lost his sense of direction. This is bad. That damn thing is luring him in. It had been holding onto the bottleneck of promotion, and the 3 minions nearby were merely its tools. Killing those 3 minions was not for venting anger, but to absorb energy. Then at this moment, it would level up, breaking his 2 seconds of strong control. Damn! Changge cursed inwardly. The spatial power within him surged frantically. However, his brain and eyes were still in chaos, making it impossible to use teleportation. The zombie turned its head. Its eyeless face stared directly at him. There were no pupils, no whites, only 2 hollow sockets inside, which something black and fluid-like, resembling oil mist or solidified darkness, flowed. A fist the size of a sandbag smashed down. The wind from the punch hit his face like a knife, causing his skin to sting. The air was compressed, emitting a sharp, whistling sound akin to a train screeching to a halt. Changge's body hair stood on end. It wasn't fear his body was telling him. This punch cannot be endured. Level 5. That damn thing has leveled up. It is now level 5. Moreover, it was a level 5 focused on strength. Changge frantically attempted to use teleportation. But his mind was still dizzy, his powers seemed frozen, unresponsive no matter how he urged them. The flames in his dantian shrank into a ball like a startled hedgehog. The sandbag-sized fist drew closer, close enough for him to see the texture of every bone spur on it. Flame shield. Changge gritted his teeth and gathered all his strength to form a purplish red shield in front of him. The shield's surface was smooth as a mirror with flames flickering at the edges. The zombie's fist smashed against it. The shield shattered in an instant, breaking apart like glass into hundreds of pieces that scattered in the air, extinguishing before they even fell. There was no way to avoid it. He could only take it head in. Changge gritted his teeth, crossing his arms over his chest. Crack was the sound of bones breaking. The bone in his left forearm fractured, sharp bone shards piercing the skin, stark white and exposed. The immense force transmitted through his arm, as if a train had run him over, like being crushed by a mountain. The sounds of ribs breaking, organs being compressed, and blood roaring in his ears. Everything mixed together, indistinguishable from one another. Changge spat out a mouthful of blood, drawing an arc in the air. His body flew back like a kite, with a broken string crashing into a nearby stone pillar. Bang! The pillar cracked open, the fissures spreading like a spider's web. He slid down and collapsed on the ground, his back aching as if his bones were about to fall apart. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Mixed within were bits of his internal organs, dark red and sticky, dripping onto the snow, steaming. His left arm hung limp, irregularly bent, causing excruciating pain with the slightest movement. Only his fingers could still move, but he could no longer grip tightly. The zombie dragged a steel pipe, walking toward him. The steel pipe scraped harshly against the ground, sparks flying, flickering in the dim warehouse. With each step it took, the ground trembled. With each step his heart thudded. The intense pain brought Changge's mind back to consciousness. The ringing in his ears faded, his vision cleared, and his powers returned. He gritted his teeth and activated teleportation. In the next second, the whistling sound of the steel pipe cutting through the air exploded in Changge's ears. Then it smashed into the spot where he had just been lying. Boom! The concrete floor exploded into a pit, shrapnel flying. On the ground, a puddle of blood and mud splattered onto the zombie, appearing ominous and terrifying. The zombie looked at the corpse, now turned to mush on the ground, and cackled. It seemed to be muttering something that, "Ant is dead. Ant, dead. Haha." Changge appeared on the roof above. He spat out another mouthful of blood, the droplets freezing on the ice surface, resembling a red flower. Fortunately, he had just leveled up to 4, and his physique had enhanced 100-fold. If he had taken that punch at level 3, he would have been finished. Now, although he was in a predicament with a broken left arm and at least 3 broken ribs, he was still not mortally wounded. In that fleeting moment, Changge had dropped a sheep's corpse from space. It had been collected from the slaughterhouse. That zombie now believed it had killed him and was joyfully dancing around. The ground trembled violently. Changge leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. With each inhale, it felt as if a knife were stabbing him in the chest, his ribs grinding against his chest cavity, producing faint creaking sounds. Since assassination wasn't working, he'd have to revert to his old ways. From a distance, blow you to pieces. Blood seeped from the corner of Changge's mouth as he sneered. He pulled out 2 second-level crystal cores from space, directly popped them into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. The crystal cores shattered between his teeth, making a crunching sound like chewing ice. The cool energy exploded in his stomach, flowing through his veins into his dantian, where the flames surged high, restoring most of his powers. His right hand lifted a swirling purplish red flame, rotating in his palm. It was small like a marble, quietly resting in his hand. But as it spun faster, the marble grew into an egg, the egg into a fist, and the fist into a soccer ball. The surrounding air was drawn in, the flames whirling faster and emitting a sharp whistling sound. The mutated zombie seemed oblivious to the danger, still reveling in the joy of having slain that ant. Go! Changge roared. The fire tornado shot forth. In the instant it left his hand, it expanded from the size of a soccer ball to 3 meters tall. The purplish red flames entwined with a fierce wind, resembling a massive dragon burrowing from the ground, rushing towards the mutated creature. The shattered stones on the ground were swept up, metal sheets were torn apart. The zombie was directly drawn into it. The flames scorched its skin, emitting sizzling sounds akin to meat being fried. It howled, gripping the edges of the fire tornado with both hands, 10 fingers plunging into the flames, forcefully tearing it apart. The fire tornado exploded, fragments flying, setting the ground ablaze in a sea of fire. Changge did not wait for it to break free. He clenched his hand. A fire rope the thickness of a thigh shot forth from his palm, wrapping around the mutated creature's body like a purple giant python. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, wrapping from shoulder to knee, from arm to waist, binding it tightly. In a shadowy corner, a figure merged with the darkness. The figure was short, just over 1 meters tall, with a gaze fixed intently on Changge. A black spear flickered in and out of sight in the darkness. The burning fuse scorched the zombie's skin, leaving behind charred marks. Dead. Crawling insect. His muscles bulged, and the veins beneath his black skin throbbed like worms crawling. It howled in anger, stomping its feet against the ground and charging forward. The fuse tightened. The zombie's struggles grew weaker. Its strength was waning, each struggle weaker than the last. Changge released the fuse and raised his right hand above his head. Flames gathered in the palm of his hand. From his arm, they flowed into his palm, like rivers merging into the sea. The purplish red flames grew denser, shifting from purplish red to deep purple, then to dark purple, until they almost turned black. The temperature soared, the surrounding air began to distort, and the icy surface beneath his feet melted, revealing the cement below. A 5-meter-long giant spear took shape in his palm. The spear was dark purple with small flames dancing on its surface. The spear tip was white, the color achieved only by extreme heat, painful to look at. Changge leaped high from the stone pillar, gripping the spear with both hands, his body arched in midair. Spear of the fire god, grant you passage to the afterlife. The spear was released, cutting through the air with a sharp sound like a purple lightning bolt piercing through the mutant's skull. Pooh! A soft sound. The zombie's body froze. Then it began to collapse like a building, losing its supports, cracks spreading from its chest to its limbs. With a thunderous crash, it fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Changge landed, staggering a step, kneeling on one knee, and coughed up blood from the intense exertion. However, at that moment, a sudden chill ran down Changge's back. That feeling, like something was watching him. Not looking, but staring. Like a snake, like a scorpion lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. A cold surge traveled up his spine, making his scalp tingle. Someone. Changge abruptly turned his head. In the shadow of the granary, there was nothing. Only shattered bricks, scattered metal sheets, and the corpse of the mutant. Changge cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Just moments ago, he had indeed sensed a chilling, murderous intent. He stood up, gathering a ball of flame in his right hand to illuminate the shadow. The firelight flickered on the wall, elongating the shadows. Empty. No footprints, no breath, no traces of any living being. His brows furrowed. That feeling suddenly disappeared as if it had never existed. But the cold sweat on his back still trickled down his spine, reminding him it was not an illusion. Changge turned to walk back. His steps were slow, each movement causing him to wince in pain. His left arm hung limply, swaying with each step, each jolt piercing his heart with agony. But he did not look back. In the shadow not far away, a small figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Just over 1 meter tall, wrapped in a black cloak with only a pair of eyes visible. Those eyes were purple with spiral patterns and the pupils swirling like a vortex, like an abyss. It watched Changge's retreating figure, a smirk slowly forming on its lips. In the small figure's hand, a black shadow spear was coalescing, the tip aimed at Changge's back. Li Changge remained oblivious, squatting beside the giant head of the mutant, turned away from that shadow. The purple flame short sword pierced the zombie's skull, met with a feeling of resistance. Previously extracting the crystal core was as easy as cutting tofu, but today, even piercing the skin was laborious. The skin of a level 5 mutant was too thick, the sword tip sank in like penetrating a tire, both hard and tough, causing his wrist to ache. Li Changge gritted his teeth and increased his power. The purple fire burned from the blade to the tip, the temperature soaring, and the surrounding air began to warp. Finally, with a crack, a fissure opened in the skull. He pried with the sword tip, and the skull cap flew off, crashing to the ground and rolling twice. A fist-sized crystal core lay in the cranial cavity, about half the size of a palm, completely black with dark red patterns flowing on the surface. The skull surrounding the crystal core had already been eroded to a grayish-white, crumbling at a touch. He prepared to reach for it. However, in the next second, Li Changge vanished from his spot. Whoosh! A dark gray spear pierced through the spot where he had just stood, embedding itself in the ground, its tail still quivering and buzzing. If it had been just 0.1 second slower, that spear would have pierced his back. Li Changge appeared 10 meters away, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dare to snatch my prey. He had already locked onto that shadow. That feeling of being targeted had been present since the battle ended. Like a snake, like a scorpion lurking in the darkness, ready to strike. He deliberately faced away from the shadow to extract the crystal core, waiting for the other party to make a move to draw the snake out of its hole. Li Changge hesitated no longer. He activated his teleportation. In the next second, he appeared in the shadow, grabbing a small figure by the back of the neck, as if pulling a chicken out of the darkness. Let go of me. Let go. The small figure struggled with all its might, its legs kicking wildly in the air, unable to touch the ground due to its short stature, like a turtle turned upside down. Its voice was sharp and high-pitched, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shrill and grating. Li Changge lifted it into the light. The firelight illuminated the small figure's face, pale as a ghost. Smack, smack, smack. Several slaps landed on its face, crisp and loud, echoing in the empty warehouse. The small figure wailed repeatedly, its face swelling, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Li Changge was taken aback. The voice had a very authentic Beijing accent. Not the kind learned later, but one grown up under the walls of the imperial city, with a heavy ret reflex ending that could twist the tongue into a braid. This person was from the capital. He yanked off the small figure's mask. A delicate fair face appeared, not the rugged type, but rather feminine, extremely well maintained. With skin glowing white, delicate features, it looked like someone who walked out of a painting. But it was too short, just over 1.40 meters, like a child who hadn't fully grown up, being held by Li Changge like a backpack. Li Changge exclaimed, "What the hell, Hung Si-hai? Hung Si-hai." Before the apocalypse, the most famous variety show director, Changge Sisters, was directed by him. Famous throughout the Dragon Nation, a constant presence on trending searches with 30 million Weibo followers. The fashion series films he directed had launched countless artists into stardom, making him a half-celebrity. At events, he was always surrounded by tall female stars, standing in the middle like a mushroom surrounded by flowers. Upon realizing that Li Changge recognized him, Hung Si-hai immediately stopped struggling, instead puffing out his chest with pride. He adjusted his crooked collar and raised his chin, looking down at Li Changge, even though the top of his head only reached Li Changge's chest. Li Changge was stunned for a second, then let out a snort and could not hold back his laughter. He laughed aloud, bent double, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. His laughter rang through the empty warehouse, making the metal sheets vibrate. "Shorty, what did you say? Weibo. Ruin my reputation. It's the end of the world, and you talk about posting on Weibo to ruin my reputation. Did you send a monkey? Though looking at your height, you do resemble one." Li Changge laughed until he doubled over. Hung Si-hai's face flushed a deep, angry red like a boiled shrimp. He hated being called short. The words shorty stabbed at him like a knife. He flailed wildly, legs kicking in the air. Li Changge remembered the shadow spear from a moment ago. If he hadn't reacted so quickly, he would already have been pinned to the ground. Li Changge's smile vanished, and his eyes grew cold. Smack! Several slaps landed. This time he did not hold back. Hung Si-hai's face swelled like a pig's head, a cut opened at the corner of his mouth, blood mixing with saliva. Li Changge kicked him aside, waved his right hand, and a rope of flame shot from his palm, binding Hung Si-hai fast and tight. The flame rope bit into flesh, burning him, so that he howled like an animal at slaughter. The more he struggled, the tighter the bonds became. The smell of scorched flesh spread. Li Changge turned back to the mutated creature's severed head, crouched down, and carefully extracted the level 5 crystal core. It felt heavy in his hand. A level 5 crystal core. If he absorbed it, his supernatural ability would rise by at least half, to a few more like it, and he could reach the 5th tier. Satisfied, he stuffed the crystal into his spatial pouch, rose, and brushed the dust from his hands. Hung Si-hai still writhed on the floor. The flame rope had burned through his cloak, revealing a gaudy shirt beneath. An LV piece that had been worth tens of thousands before the end of the world, now no more than a rag. His eyes kept darting to one place, the stairwell corner where shadow pooled black as ink. His lips moved as if speaking, but no sound came, only breath forced between his teeth. Li Changge's senses snapped taut. Another person. He formed a tumter-long flame spear in his hand, the tip burning white-hot, its heat pushed to the extreme. The spear pointed at the corner, and the air around it began to warp. Hung Sihai could no longer hold back and unleashed a string of curses. His voice was thin and hoarse, like a broken bellows. Fuck you, Lin Mi. You filthy bitch. You betrayed me. Did you suddenly lift the shield on me? Otherwise, how could I have been discovered? Li Changge froze. Lin Mi. Wasn't she that superstar from his past life? The judge on the show Go For It sisters, who had starred in several hit dramas and whose films had brought in billions at the box office. And Lin Mi's ability was psychic. The air at the corner shimmered like the surface of water, and a woman stepped out of the shadows. She wore torn black stockings, her left leg was wrapped in a blood-stained bandage, and she limped, wincing with every step as fresh blood seeped through the cloth. Her upper body was clad in a tight, high-collared sweater that accentuated a breathtaking silhouette. Heart-shaped face, fair skin, delicate features, but a terrifying pallor to her complexion. Lin Mi stood about 1.7 meters tall and was statuesque. Even with a limp, she towered over Hung Sihai by half a head. Those long legs wrapped in ripped stockings remained arresting. Straight-line, slender ankles, so disheveled yet impossible to look away from. Li Changge's immediate thought was that her figure was even more exaggerated than on television, a naturally spectacular frame as if born for the spotlight. Lin Mi looked at the man tied on the ground, then at the flame spear in Li Changge's hand. She raised both hands, palms out, signaling she meant no harm. Her hands trembled, but held steady. In a tired, childlike voice, like someone who hadn't slept for days, she said, I'm not here to snatch the crystal core from you. Li Changge did not lower his spear, its tip still hovered over her chest. Then what are you here for? He asked. Lin Mi glanced once at Hung Sihai. There was no hatred in that look, only a weary indifference, like regarding an overused tool, like looking at trash. Her mouth twitched in something that was not a smile, but a more complicated thing. He used me as a shield, used me as a tool, she said. I only wanted to survive. Li Changge watched her in silence as she limped out from the corner, leaning on the wall, each step painfully slow. She had indeed withdrawn her mental shield moments ago because her inner energy was insufficient. From morning until now, she had kept the shield up without even drinking water. The energy in her dantian had long since run dry. Hung Sihai lay on the ground with his face swollen and blood at his mouth. When he saw Lin Mi, his eyes filled with hate as he spat curses. You bitch. You wait. Wait for my people to come down, and you'll get what's coming. Lin Mi's expression turned instantly cold, her gaze froze like ice, as if looking at rotten meat or an unburied corpse. She said nothing, only turned to Li Changge and announced, there are people upstairs, a dozen or so, all members of the production crew. Li Changge arched an eyebrow. Why didn't you say so earlier? You never asked, Lin Mi replied calmly. At that moment, a jumble of footsteps came down the stairs. They clattered like a flock of ducks, punctuated by cries of "I'll slow down," and "Who stepped on my foot?" Li Changge grew alert. A crowd poured out from the stairwell. Men and women, men outnumbering women, and every one of them exquisitely groomed. The men had unnaturally pale skin and hair slicked into place, wearing flamboyant clothes, some like runway models, some like magazine shoots, others as if they had just left a nightclub with sequins still on their leather jackets. The women were also delicate but noticeably plainer, bare-faced, hair tied casually, some still in pajamas. Li Changge's eyes widened. Damn, so many people had been hiding upstairs, and the zombies hadn't detected them. The level 5 mutant below was dozing, and they had been sheltering right above it. If discovered, they'd all be wiped out. Li Changge glanced at Lin Mi. She nodded faintly, her face even whiter. Her mental shield had been blocking the zombies' perception. Leading the cluster of fluttering beauties was Xiao Akuan. He wore a pink, fashionable hoodie printed with a basketball. Most eye-catching was his hat, which sported 2 rabbit ears. His face was made up, eyeshadow glittering, as if had just slipped away from a film set. Little Akun was the first to come down, seeing Hung Sihai tied to the ground, and immediately screamed, heavens. For master. What are you? Little Akun pointed at Li Changge, his fingers trembling. Hi, that person. Quickly release for master. Be careful, or I will post on Weibo to scold you. I have 50 million followers. A crowd behind him suddenly erupted, chattering and shouting, their voices rising and falling like a bustling market or a duck pond. Yes. Quickly release for master. Kneel down and apologize to our form master. We have half of Huaxiao as our fans. You can't afford to offend us. I have 30 million followers on Weibo. I have 20 million. I have 800,000. I'm in the top 50 for super topics. I've endorsed 3 international brands. You better think twice before provoking me. Hung Sihai, lying on the ground, heard his subordinates' voices and immediately stopped struggling. He struggled to raise his bruised face, his mouth curling into a smirk, his eyes full of pride. Although his face was swollen like a pig's head and his eyes were squinted into a slit, that sense of triumph could still be seen through the gap. He had already planned. When Li Changge kneeled down to beg for mercy, he would know how to humiliate him. First, he would make him bow 3 times, then have him hand over the crystal nucleus, even though he didn't know what it was for. Then he would make him crawl out on his knees from the warehouse to the entrance, from the entrance to the parking lot. He wanted to regain his dignity in front of everyone. He could not lose face as form master. Li Changge was annoyed by the noise. His gaze grew colder. With a flicker of his body, he vanished from his spot. In the next second, he appeared behind a male model who had been shouting the loudest. Let's just call him a male model. The male model was about 170, wearing a tight tank top with well-defined muscles, his hair dyed silver gray, styled with enough gel to shine, and his makeup more exquisite than a woman's with eyeliner that was striking. He was holding his phone up to take a picture of Li Changge, shouting, "I've recorded it. Just wait. They'll post it online." As if there were still a network in the apocalypse, Li Changge grabbed him by the nape of his neck, yanking him out of the crowd like picking up a chick. The male model's legs flailed in the air, the phone fell to the ground, the screen shattered and fragments scattered everywhere. A fiery short sword coalesced in Li Change's other hand, its blade pressed against the male model's neck. The heat of the blade scorched his skin, making his hair stand on end. "Say another word. Your head will be gone." Li Change's voice was soft and cold. The male model's mouth opened, wanting to shout, but no sound came out. His body trembled like chaff, the sound of his teeth chattering audible to those beside him. Heat surged in his pants, a foul smell wafting out, yellow liquid trickling down his legs, dripping onto the ground with a soft thud. Li Changge released his grip. The male model collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud, a large wet patch forming in his pants on the floor. He stared up at the ceiling, still trembling, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Li Change's gaze swept across the crowd like a knife. From left to right, then from right to left. With each sweep, the person would shrink back as if a cold wind had blown past. "If you shout again, I will make you end up like him." No one dared to make a sound. Some covered their mouths, some looked down, and some took a step back. The few who had shouted the loudest earlier now dared not even breathe, shrinking back into the crowd, wishing they could hide themselves. Little Lakun's fingers were still raised, but frozen in midair. Now, he dared not move, as if paralyzed. The makeup on his face had run with sweat, his eyeliner smudged, and the foundation a mess resembling a faded panda. His mouth opened, wanting to say something, but quickly closed it again, his lips trembling, his teeth chattering audibly. Hung Si-Hai's smile froze on his face. He looked dumbfounded at Li Changge, his mind blank. How could he not be afraid of my 50 million followers? In the past, whenever someone provoked him, a single Weibo post would have countless fans avenging him. This kid, doesn't he fear posting on Weibo? Doesn't he fear being attacked online? Doesn't he fear ruining his reputation? Doesn't he understand the power of 50 million followers? Hasn't he experienced the terror of trending on Weibo? Then he remembered. This was the apocalypse. But the apocalypse would eventually end quickly. By then he would still be the form master who could open the heavenly gate with a single key. At the pinnacle of immortality, unparalleled in the world, where there is form master, there is heaven. The keyboard as my spear, the screen as my shield, spitting out destruction upon the world. Those who chant my true name shall find eternal life in the comments. Even at 1 meter 14, I, form master, remain unmatched in the world. Bring it on. 50 million keyboard warriors, do you dare to fear? A roar from Li Changge silenced the scene. Then Li Changge heard a different sound, very faint, like a rodent gnawing on something, like nails scraping on wood. Echoing in the empty warehouse, it was subtle, yet sent chills down one's spine. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Li Changge followed the sound, which came from the corpse of a level 5 mutated creature. A gray mouse emerged from the corpse's chest cavity, holding a piece of black flesh in its mouth, its eyes red like 2 small blood beads. Li Changge breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a mouse. In the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. No, this mouse was absurdly large. A normal mouse is only the size of a palm curled up, it can fit in a hand. But this mouse, with its plump body, resembled a small rabbit weighing at least 3 to 4 pounds. Its fur was gray-black and shiny with a deep black stripe along its back, its forelegs sturdy and powerful, the muscle definition of its hind legs clearly visible beneath its fur. The thick hind legs left deep paw prints on the corpse, especially its tail, thick as an adult's thumb, dragging on the ground, leaving a wet mark on the concrete. Its teeth were a golden black color, protruding from its mouth like 2 tiny curved blades with pieces of flesh still hanging from them. Li Changge grabbed the mouse. The mouse struggled violently in his hand, its strength comparable to that of an adult large dog. Its tail whipped against Li Change's wrist with a loud crack, causing a sharp pain. Li Change's palm ignited with flames as he tightened his grip. Puff! The mouse died. He summoned a ball of purple fire, turning the corpse to ashes. Amidst the ashes, a grain-sized crystal nucleus fell into his palm, glowing faintly red in the firelight. Level 1. This mouse was actually a level 1 mutated creature. After the apocalypse, not only humans mutate, but so do animals. Li Changge was horrified and suddenly looked up. Squeak, squeak, squeak. That sound came from all directions, above, below, inside, the walls densely packed like waves, like a torrential rain. The sound grew closer and louder, shaking the metal sheets until they bust. Lin Mi's face turned pale, her lips devoid of color. Little Akun collapsed on the ground, his fingers still raised, but his whole body felt like it had the bones drawn out. For Master's legs trembled, the pride on his face wiped away his delicate features, now filled with fear. Changge glanced around. Small cracks began to appear on the walls with grains of sand falling from them, like someone was digging inside. The ground trembled slightly as something underneath was surging wave after wave like the sea crashing against the rocks. The iron sheet on the ceiling bulged, thumping repeatedly, as if something was trying to drill its way out, the metal creaking under the strain. Run, was the thought racing through Changge's mind. Then the ceiling exploded. Boom. The iron sheet on the roof collapsed under the unbearable weight. Accompanied by crumbling bricks, iron sheets, and dust, hundreds of rats poured down like a black waterfall. They landed on the ground, bouncing up like dark waves. Some were as big as cats, others as small as rabbits, packed tightly together, indistinguishable from head to tail, with only their red eyes shimmering in the darkness like hundreds of small red lanterns. Their claws scratched against the ground with a harsh noise, their tails slapping against each other, making a pata-pata sound. Oh! The girls screamed, their voices more piercing than that of zombies. Some crouched down, hugging their heads, others squeezed into the crowd, while some fainted from fear. Changge did not hesitate for a moment. He activated his teleportation and vanished from the spot. He did not plan to save any of those people. In the next second, he appeared 10 meters away. The instant he landed, a sharp pain shot through his left arm, as if the bone fragment had grazed his flesh, causing him to see stars. He gritted his teeth, not making a sound, as cold sweat trickled down his back. Behind him, the tide of rats had already engulfed that area. A male model in front was knocked down by the rats, unable to even scream before being swarmed. They were biting, gnawing, and burrowing into his mouth, nostrils, and ears. The rat's teeth tore through clothing, skin, and muscle, making a crunching sound, like chewing on brittle bones. The male model's body convulsed, his limbs flailing, but soon fell still. 5 seconds. A living person turned into a pile of white bones. The bones collapsed, smashing onto the ground and breaking into several pieces. The rats continued to gnaw at the bones, not sparing even the marrow, making slurping sounds. Run, run. The remaining girls scattered in all directions. Dao, with short legs, ran faster than anyone else. His short legs moved like a whirlwind, his 1'4" stature weaving through the crowd, as agile as an eel. He shoved a male model beside him. That male model was over 1'80", towering over the Dao, but at this moment he fell to the ground like a piece of paper face down on the cement, his nose smashed, blood splattering out. The male model's voice came from the rat swarm, sharp and desperate. Dao, don't abandon me. I served you last night. You said you loved me most. You said you would make me a top star. Dao did not look back. He stepped on the outstretched hand of the male model, using it to propel himself forward, running even faster. That hand was crushed underfoot, the sound of bones breaking echoing. The male model's wail quickly disappeared amidst the squeaking sounds. Linmi curled up in a corner. Her leg was injured, the bandage loose, blood pooling beneath her feet, dark red. The spiritual power within her had long been exhausted, her dantian empty, unable to muster anything. She tried to concentrate, but her head felt hollow with only a buzzing in her ears. Linmi watched as those rats surged towards her. She couldn't run away. She couldn't hide. She closed her eyes. The face of Mitawanzi flashed through her mind. 2 little braids, a missing front tooth smiling to reveal pink gums. She stood on the kindergarten stage, her voice sweet as she recited a poem. The bright moonlight before my bed, me, Jiet, don't be afraid. After finishing, she tilted her head to look at her, waiting for applause. And Xiaodi, that silly girl, clearly afraid of the dark yet patted her chest, saying, Me, Jiet, don't worry, I'll take care of Mitawanzi. She was always smiling, carefree. But every time she returned home late after filming, Xiaodi kept the living room light on, waiting for her. Tears slid down her cheeks, pooling on her knees. Her lips moved, her voice as light as the wind. Mitawanzi. I'm sorry, Mommy. Mommy can never go back to see you again. The swarm of rats was getting closer. She could hear their squeaking, smell the stench emanating from them, like rotting flesh mixed with damp soil, making her want to vomit. Then, a strong hand grabbed her waist, lifting her up. Linmi opened her eyes wide, seeing Changge's profile. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth, his face pale, his left arm hanging at an unnatural angle, but he carried her standing amidst the rat swarm like a wall. His fingers gripped her waist tightly, the strength causing pain, but she dared not make a sound. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her throat felt constricted. Changge carried Linmi, feeling 2 soft masses swaying in front of him. Swaying and swaying. Damn it, how could I possibly be this kind of person? Changge forcibly cast aside the swaying thoughts. Hold on tight. He activated teleportation. In the next second, the two disappeared from their spot. Changge ultimately decided to save Linmi, but vowed it was not out of desire for her body, but for her spiritual abilities. Behind him, the squeaking of the rat swarm surged like waves. Changge carried Linmi and teleported to the rooftop. After reaching the 4th level, teleportation gained an additional ability, carrying. But the consumption was 5 times greater, taking nearly 1/3 of his abilities. Changge found a relatively safe corner and set Linmi down. Linmi's legs went weak, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. Her chest heaved violently, the tight high-neck sweater stretched tightly, the torn stockings wrapped around her long legs glimmering in the emergency light. Her face was streaked with tears and dust, her lips still trembling like a leaf swirling in the wind. Changge averted his gaze, looking down. For Dao's gaze was directed at the roof. He was submerged by the rats, seemingly shouting, "Me, Jess, save me." Changge ignored Dao, carefully observing the rat swarm below. The swarm of rats below had not dispersed. They no longer acted recklessly, but moved organized among the bones, carrying fragments of flesh and bones gathering in one direction. It was not chaotic, but seemed to have a commander. Those rats, some as big as cats and others as small as rabbits, lined up like soldiers moving in the same direction. Changge surveyed the surroundings, quickly locking onto a shadow in the corner of the warehouse. There crouched a rat like an adult Alaskan dog. Its fur was pitch black and shiny, standing up like steel needles. Its tail was thicker than an adult's arm, swaying slowly on the ground, each movement causing the surrounding rats to shift formation. The front team became the back team, the left flanked the right, all in an orderly fashion. Another mutated creature. At least a level 4. Changge's brows furrowed. This thing was more troublesome than that level 5 mutant. Zombies, no matter how strong, were still brutes, but this rat had a brain. The situation on site was quite dire. Changge took out the walkie-talkie and said, "Lin Wei, respond if you hear me." After a crackling sound, Lin Wei's voice came through. "Received. What's going on over there?" "There was quite a commotion just now." "It's nothing. You all hurry up and collect the crystal cores. Don't wander too far. They'll head back in a bit." He turned off the walkie-talkie and glanced at the trembling Lin Mei. "Can you walk?" Lin Mei shook her head, her lips still quivering, her face as pale as paper. Her legs were shaking, the bandage had come loose and blood seeped out, staining her pant legs. Without a second thought, Changge picked her up again. He carried her properly. Lin Mei let out a soft like a mewling kitten, her body trembling lightly on his shoulder. Her ample bosom swayed in front of Changge. At the entrance of the grain depot in Hongqing, Lin Wei, Zhou Baiwan, and Tang Wan were still collecting crystal cores. Dozens of zombie corpses lay on the ground, and half a bag of crystal cores rattled inside. Zhou Baiwan, with her keen eyes, was the first to see a figure limping towards them from a distance. Her expression changed instantly as she dropped her machete and rushed forward. Changge. As she got closer, she finally saw his condition. His left arm hung at an unnatural angle like a snake, without bones, swaying with each step. His shirt was soaked in blood, making it impossible to tell whether it was his or that of the zombies. It had already frozen into dark red hard clumps. Dried bloodstains were at the corners of his mouth. His face was as white as paper, and his lips had lost all color. He was also carrying a woman on his shoulder. Zhou Baiwan reached out to support him, her eyes reddening. What happened to you?" Her hand trembled as she held onto his arm, feeling his body slightly shivering. Lin Wei and Tang Wan also rushed over. Without saying a word, Lin Wei conjured an ice crystal grass in her palm, a pale blue light enveloping Changge's arm. The ice crystal grass slowly rotated in her palm, emitting a faint glow resembling a blue star. The healing properties of the ice crystal grass were slowly mending the broken bones, but the process was slow. Sweat appeared on her forehead, and her lips pressed into a thin line. 3 ribs are broken, and the ulna is fractured. Internal injuries. The spleen is bleeding. Lin Wei's voice trembled as she reported Changge's injuries. Changge waved his hand dismissively. "I won't die from this." He had endured injuries 10 times worse in his past life. Tang Wan supported Lin Mei, giving her a once-over without saying a word. She simply pulled out a clean handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to her to wipe her face. Lin Mei took the handkerchief, her fingers still trembling, almost dropping it. She pressed the handkerchief against her face, her shoulders shaking, but there was no sound. The group returned to the vehicle. 4 people were squeezed in the back seat of the monster truck, while Changge leaned against the passenger seat, eyes closed, still looking very pale. Lin Wei sat beside him, her palms still glowing with the blue light of the ice crystal grass, gradually repairing his ribs. Her fingers trembled, but the glow never dimmed. Tang Wan turned to look at Lin Mei in the back seat. Lin Mei was curled up in the corner, tears still streaking down her face. Her torn stockings revealed abrasions on her knees, showing raw pink flesh. Her hair was a messy tangle like a bunch of crumpled black silk. But her features, her profile, a heart-shaped face, high nose bridge, thin and delicate lips, despite her disheveled state, still revealed her beauty. Tang Wan suddenly covered her mouth. "You are Lin Mei." Her voice was filled with both surprise and delight, like a fan meeting her idol. She had previously followed Lin Mei's dramas, Mist, Dark Line, Dawn, watching every single one with her phone wallpaper set to stills from those shows. The ice crystal grass rotated slowly on Changge's arm, its pale blue light seeping into the shattered bones like flowing water. A tingling sensation spread from the broken bone like countless ants crawling. After about 10 minutes, his left arm was finally able to move slightly. The ice crystal grass truly lived up to its reputation as the top healing ability. The originally severed arm began to regain sensation slowly, although it couldn't bear weight, yet at least it no longer hung limply. Changge took the bag of crystal cores from Zhou Baiwan casually poured out a handful of second-level crystal cores and clenched them in his palm, draining their energy. 1, 2, 3. The flames in his dantian burned brighter, and his abilities returned to peak condition. He stood up and moved his left arm. It still hurt a bit, but it was usable. Wait for me to come back. He glanced at the people in the car before turning and vanishing from the spot. Using the spatial marker, Changge found Knife Shield Brother in a corner of the grain depot. My knife shield. The voice was sharp and thin, filled with the excitement of having survived. Changge grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and said, "No time for nonsense, come with me." Man and dog returned to the rooftop of the giant grain depot. Knife Shield Brother looked down, and its fur bristled up like a startled porcupine. Its forelegs began to shake again, and a low whimpering sound came from its throat. Animals have a far stronger sense of perception than humans. It sensed the threat of death, a fear that seeped from deep within, making one want to turn and flee. "What are you afraid of?" Changge kicked it lightly. "After the fight, you'll get an extra chicken leg." Knife Shield Brother perked up its ears. "Make it 10. Its tail began to wag. "And throw in a bowl of braised pork." Knife Shield Brother leaped up, shook its fur, and became energized as if it had transformed into a different dog. It squatted at the edge of the rooftop, its mouth raised, wearing an expression of readiness, as if saying, "This dog is ready." Changge changed his angle and looked down. The mutated rat was still in the corner of the warehouse. It squatted there, as large as an adult Alaskan husky, its pitch black shiny fur standing upright like steel needles. Around it, small rats continuously brought scraps of meat, bones, and even crystal cores to its feet. Then he saw it. The belly of the rat queen was astonishingly swollen, as if it had swallowed a basketball. With each meal, its belly would undulate, and then a thumb-sized rat would emerge from beneath it. Changge instantly understood. She was giving birth. The rat queen was in labor. No wonder it wasn't running away. No wonder it could only rely on its offspring as meat shields. Changge furrowed his brow. In his past life, there was no rat king here. Had someone killed it? Changge shook his head again. It was impossible. With all the superhumans in the world averaging only level 1, who could defeat this level 4 mutated rat queen? Forget it. There was no point in overthinking it. He glanced at Knife Shield Brother. Knife Shield Brother squatted at the edge of the rooftop, its mouth open, a fist-sized lightning ball gathering within. Silver arcs of electricity crackled in its mouth, illuminating its cheeky dog face. Man and dog exchanged glances. "Release it." The lightning ball in Knife Shield Brother's mouth shot out with a whoosh, trailing a silver tail flame, and smashed towards the rat queen. Changge raised his hand simultaneously, 3 purple fireballs flying from his palm, forming a triangular formation that sealed off the rat queen's escape routes to the sides and in front. The rat queen sensed the danger, and its dark red eyes snapped open wide. The mouse leader was extremely anxious. Its abdomen was still swollen as another little mouse was in labor. Squeak! It let out a sharp cry. The surrounding mice, like soldiers hearing an order, jumped up in unison, forming a wall of flesh in the air to meet the lightning ball and purple fireball. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions were deafening. The lightning ball detonated silver arcs of electricity leaping among the mouse, horde, the smell of burnt fur permeating the air. The purple fireball also exploded simultaneously, flames scattering and igniting the splintered wood and the corpses of the mice. The dozen or so mice were blown into pieces, with severed limbs scattered across the ground. But more mice had already come to reinforce. Changge and Dao Dungu continued to unleash their attacks. 1 lightning ball, 3 purple fireballs. Another lightning ball, another 3 purple fireballs. With each round of bombardment, dozens of mice were killed. The warehouse was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing as the mice's cries echoed like a small-scale war. The mouse leader was frantic. It squeaked urgently, its voice sharp and frantic as if cursing. Hundreds of strong mice began to climb towards the ceiling, their powerful limbs and sharp claws easily puncturing the iron sheets, creating a creaking noise. Changge glanced down at his feet. The iron sheet bulged, cracks widening as mouse heads poked through, their red eyes glinting in the darkness. He picked up Dao Dungu. Clamped under his armpit, Dao Dungu flailed its 4 legs, its dog face filled with disdain. "My Dao Dun." "Shut up." The teleportation activated. The man and dog appeared at the other end of the warehouse. Changge set Dao Dungu down and threw out 3 purple fireballs. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "I'm just bullying you since you can't move right now. What can you do to me? Let's see who can outlast the other." The mouse leader's voice was nearly hoarse. Its tone shifted from sharp to hoarse, then to broken. It had plenty of offspring, but it couldn't withstand the distant AoE damage from the 2 devious foes. Changge, with Dao Dungu tucked under his arm, resembled someone wielding a Gatling gun. After each teleport, he would pat Dao Dungu on the head, and Dao Dungu would spit out energy balls. 1 fireball from Changge could kill several mice, while Dao Dungu's lightning ball was no slouch either, with silver arcs of electricity leaping among the mice, each strike devastating. Every time the mice got close to the ceiling, Changge would teleport to the other side with Dao Dungu. Over an hour passed. Changge replenished his abilities 3 times. The warehouse floor was littered with the corpses of mice. Some were charred, others electrocuted to ash, and some blown to pieces. The air was thick with the smell of burnt flesh, blood, and the stench of singed fur. Scattered across the warehouse floor were at least 500 or 600 crystal cores ranging from level 1 to level 2, and even a dozen of level 3. The mouse leader could no longer hold on. It had no choice but to forcefully interrupt its labor. Its abdomen remained swollen with half of a little mouse's head stuck in the birth canal. It let out a piercing wail. Forcing an interruption in labor would severely injure it. Under the cover of the mouse horde, the mouse leader slowly retreated towards a hole in the wall. Li Changge's lips curled into a smirk. Trying to run. Can you escape? He patted Dao Dunge's head. Dao Dungu understood immediately, gathering a massive lightning ball in its mouth. This lightning ball was 10 times stronger. The mouse leader noticed the terrifying lightning ball. It squeaked anxiously, and the mice surged into a frenzy, their eyes bloodshot, forming a wall in front of the mouse leader. Dao Dunge's ultimate move was ready. A basketball-sized lightning ball shot out with wild arcs of electricity, dancing around it, clearly displaying immense power. The lightning ball exploded against the mouse wall, producing a thunderous sound. This explosion killed at least 300 mice. However, the mouse leader had successfully bought some time. It was about to enter the hole in the wall. However, it failed to notice a fiery circle appearing beneath it. The purplish red flames traced a perfect circle on the ground, completely immobilizing its limbs, torso, and head. 2 seconds of absolute control. The mouse leader's body froze. Its dark red eyes widened, suddenly reflecting the flickering flames. The instant kill step activated. Using the cover of the lightning ball explosion, Li Changge vanished from the ceiling. In the next moment, he appeared behind the mouse leader. A purplish red flame spear coalesced in his palm, 3 meters long, with a white spear tip heated to its peak. The surrounding air twisted, and debris on the ground was pushed aside by the shockwave. He held the spear with both hands, aiming at the mouse leader's head and thrusting downwards. Thud! The spear tip pierced through its skull, emerging from its chin and pinning it to the ground. Black blood gushed from the wound, steaming as it spread across the cold ground. The mouse leader's body convulsed violently. Its limbs flailed wildly, its tail whipped around, making a loud clapping sound against the ground. Its dark red eyes fixed intently on Li Changge, the light in its pupils dimming little by little. Then it let out a low whimper. The surrounding mice abruptly halted. They stopped charging, ceased their cries, and simply stared blankly at the mouse leader's corpse. Then they began to scatter in all directions. Dao Dungu did not give them a chance. It jumped down from the ceiling, its paws crackling, with silver lightning charging through the mouse horde. With each step, the lightning spread outwards, electrocuting the mice until they smoked. It moved like a silver lightning ball rolling around the warehouse, causing mice to fall in droves. Li Changge nearly got electrocuted. A bolt of lightning grazed his pant leg, burning a hole in it. "Damn it, you filthy dog, watch where you're going," he cursed. Dao Dungu glanced back at him, its mouth curled in a smug expression, as if to say, "I did that on purpose." It wasn't until sunset that the last mouse finally fell. The warehouse was strewn with corpses, a shocking sight. The bodies of the mice piled into small mountains, charred, electrocuted, and blown to bits, mingling together with a strong stench of burnt flesh filling the air, making one want to vomit. Li Changge squatted down and pulled a crystal core from the mouse leader's head. It was fist-sized, entirely translucent, with silver patterns flowing on its surface, almost alive. A level 4 and a mutated psychic crystal core. He stuffed the crystal core into his storage and spent another half-hour collecting the scattered mouse crystal cores from the ground. There were at least 500 or 600 cores ranging from level 1 to level 2. This time he struck it rich. Dao Dungu sat by his feet, its belly round. It had snuck in a fair amount while Li Changge was collecting cores. Li Changge kicked it, saying, "Save it for later, you'll burst from overeating." Dao Dungu burped, wagging its tail. Suddenly a golden light enveloped Dao Dungu. Li Changge looked at the promotion light. His lips twitched. There was envy in his eyes. He had exhausted himself training and risked his life to grab crystal cores. And this dog was just eating and leveling up. Dao Dungu had reached level 4. Li Changge felt like crying. He looked up at the granary, which consisted of 18 cylindrical silos made of reinforced concrete, standing like giants amidst the wind and snow. There should be no danger behind, Li Changge thought. Finally, it was time for the happy zero-cost shopping. Let me see just how much supplies this granary, which had nurtured the top 10 bases of the Dragon Country in my past life, truly holds. Li Changge walked to the nearest warehouse, his fingertips gliding over the rusted nameplate. Rated storage capacity, 8,000 tons. This one cylinder could feed 10,000 people for 5 years, 2 meals a day. Of course, if managed carefully, it could last 10 years. And there are a total of 18 cylinders here. Brother Knife and Shield. Li Changge shouted to Brother Knife and Shield, who was squatting nearby, gnawing on a crystal core. Brother Knife and Shield replied, while still chewing on the crystal core. Li Changge pointed to the main door and said, "Stay at the main entrance. No one is allowed to enter without my command." Brother Knife and Shield looked like a forlorn dog. But when he saw a chicken leg tossed by Changge, he immediately stood at attention, giving a crooked salute with his paw. No one can pass, not even the king of heaven. Changge was pleased with Brother Knife and Shield's attitude. Changge found the entrance to the granary made of special alloy, the cold, gray metal surface gleaming with a matte finish, a password lock combined with a fingerprint lock, the red indicator light blinking. He was too lazy to figure out how to open it. He teleported to the roof, which was made of special steel considered the weakest point. Changge extended his index finger, and a purplured flame burst forth. He controlled the temperature of the flame to burn a thumb-sized hole in the steel roof. The edges were charred, emitting wisps of blue smoke. He tilted his body to peer through the small hole. Teleportation activated. He appeared inside the granary. Inside were golden grains packed in bags piled high like a mountain. The aroma of wheat mixed with the dry scent of concrete had lingered in the closed warehouse for a long time, thick and unbreakable. He pressed his hands against the grain pile, as if caressing a treasured possession. The golden wheat trickled through his fingers, making a rustling sound as it fell onto the grain pile at his feet, sending up tiny golden dust. With a thought, whoosh, 5,000 tons of grain vanished in an instant. In the space beside a patch of azure freshwater, a golden mountain appeared out of thin air, shining like a massive piece of gold in the boundless darkness. Changge smiled. Who understands the joy of zero-cost purchases? He collected more than a dozen granaries, leaving only the smallest one. However, even the smallest granary contained 2,000 tons, and since a truck could carry a maximum of 20 tons, Changge could only reluctantly collect another 1980 tons into his space. Looking at the remaining 20 tons, Changge smiled with satisfaction. He jumped out of space and dusted off his clothes. Brother Knife and Shield squatted at the warehouse entrance, ears perked up, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. In that posture, he looked just like a guard with his chin up and a serious expression. Changge took out the intercom. Come over. Have by one drive a large truck here. A voice came from the intercom, received. The roar of the powerful vehicle and the rumble of the truck approached from afar. Several women got out of the truck and saw Changge leaning against the wall, the sunset casting a long shadow behind him. The wind swept through the remaining snow, brushing past him, the corners of his clothes flapping in the breeze. His left arm hung limply with dried bloodstains on his face, but he stood firm. Lin Wei was the first to rush over, inspecting him from top to bottom, her hands checking all over him. Are you hurt? Is your wound split open? The other women also hurried over with concern. Changge waved his hand, pointing to the small granary behind him. The women walked over, pushed open the half-closed iron door, gasping in surprise. The granary was filled to the ceiling with grains. Golden wheat, white rice, and bags of flour were neatly stacked. The air was filled with the unique, dry fragrance of grains, making even a breath feel solid. Linmi stood at the back, her eyes wide open. She was a big star and had never seen so much grain piled together before the apocalypse. During filming, the props were all empty bags with foam underneath. Now she realized that this grain represented countless living lives. Oh no, Changge cried out, clutching his left arm, gritting his teeth, his brows furrowed as if they could crush a fly. The women immediately snapped back to reality and surrounded him. What happened? Did your wound open? Changge furrowed his brows painfully. It's nothing. I just can't move things. You all can move it while I take a break. Lin Wei immediately said, you rest, we'll take care of it. Zhou Baiwan patted her ample chest. No big deal, leave it to us. Tang Wan and Lin Mi nodded in agreement. Changge limped toward the powerful vehicle. Every step was difficult, his left leg dragging on the ground, his right leg taking a step, stopping, then taking another step. His brows were furrowed as if they could crush a fly, while he hissed in pain. However, the corners of his mouth curled up. He pulled open the back door of the truck and sat down heavily, propping his legs up, leaning back against the seat, humming a tune. Today is a good day. All my wishes can come true. Zhou Baiwan drove a large truck from a distance, the truck door wide open, jumping down and clapping her hands. Let's get started. The women began to move the grain. Their bodies, enhanced by abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. Lin Wei carried 2 bags with one hand, moving swiftly, the ice crystal grass in her palm, glowing slightly, as if giving her a buff. Tang Wan carried 1 bag in each hand, moving steadily, having moved wine crates in Jiang and Chun before, so she still had her strength. Zhou Baiwan had no abilities but gritted her teeth and moved quite a bit as well. After a trip, she was sweating, having thrown her military coat aside, revealing a sweater soaked with sweat underneath. Brother Knife and Shield also started moving. Using his mouth to carry his back to bear, he was busily running back and forth, his forepaws moving swiftly, panting heavily with his tongue hanging out. After dozens of trips, his legs became soft. He collapsed on the ground, forepaws in the air, his tongue drooping out of his mouth, his belly rising and falling. Then he saw Changge sitting in the truck, propping his legs up, holding a chilled bottle of 1982 cola, drinking it with a fizz. The cola bottle was still beaded with water droplets, ice cold. Brother Knife and Shield's eyes widened. He sprang up, dashed to the side of the truck, and bitly changed his pant leg. Bagayala. Changge was pulled forward, nearly spilling the cola. He jumped up from his seat, his head almost hitting the truck roof. Damn dog. What are you doing? Brother knife and shield released his mouth, stepping back 2 paces, his dog mouth raised in a smug expression, as if to say, I caught you. He barked wildly at the women, his tail wagging like a propeller. Bagayalu. You big-chested, brainless women, look. This guy is pretending. He just jumped around more energetically than I did. Did you see it? He's faking it. He barked hoarsely, scratching the ground with his paws, as if wanting to rush over and tear off Li Changge's disguise. Then he froze, because the way the women looked at him was off. Zhou Baiwan clenched her fists, the joints cracking audibly. Lin Wei conjured an ice spear in her palm, glistening coldly in the setting sun, its tip pointed toward the direction of Dog's shield. Tang Wan had an unusually dark expression, a small flame flickering in her hand, casting alternating shadows across half her face. Even Lin Mi peeked out from behind the food supplies, frowning at it. My dog shield. You don't believe me. Dog shield's voice changed pitch, becoming sharp and high-pitched. Zhou Baiwan sneered and took a step forward. I haven't settled the score with you for pretending to be dead last time. I fainted after spitting out a lightning ball, making me serve as your meat shield all afternoon. That was a real feint. A real feint. Dog shield retreated, terror written all over its canine face, its 4 paws slipping on the ground. If you don't believe me, ask him. That man knows. He saw it with his own eyes. It turned around and pointed at Li Changge. Li Changge was already leaning against the car door, clutching his left arm, looking weak. This dog is framing me. I can't even lift my arm. His voice was weak, as if he might pass out at any moment. Dog shield's canine face fell completely. Bagayaru. It turned and ran. Stop. Zhou Baiwan chased after it with a machete. Damn dog. Don't run. Lin Wei's ice spear flew out, barely missing Dog shield's tail before embedding itself in the ground, shattering into ice shards. I have to teach you a lesson today. Tang Wan's small fireball followed behind, burning small black pits into the ground. Dog shield ran ahead, its 4 legs moving swiftly, barking curses. Bagayaru. Bagayaru. You group of big-chested, brainless women. I am the real victim. That man is the big bad wolf. The girls chased behind. The granary was in chaos, and Dog shield's cries echoed in the sunset. They continued until nightfall, and the small granary was finally empty. The last bag of grain was thrown onto the truck with a dull thud. Zhou Baiwan closed the car door and leaned against the truck, panting. Lin Wei plopped down in the snow, unable to lift her fingers. Tang Wan rubbed her waist, her expression conveying that her old bones were about to fall apart. Dog shield, beaten and bruised, limped along at the back. One of its eyes was bruised, its tail tucked between its legs, still cursing. Li Changge sat in the car, watching the truck loaded with grain in the rearview mirror, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. He twisted open a cola and took a sip, the icy liquid sliding down his throat as he burped. The joy of zero-cost purchases, who understands it? Dog shield, not knowing when it had crept to the side of the car, bit down on his shoe. Damn dog. Bagayaru. In the rearview mirror, the sunset painted the granary golden. Laughter from the girls drifted over from the truck, mixed with Dog shield's cries echoing far across the open snowy field. Today was a good day, a day of harvest. Pulling the food filled with hope, everyone returned to the Pancher Manor. As the convoy entered the neighborhood, many people stood by the roadside. They were bundled in thick clothing, huddled in corners, watching the brave ones and trucks pass by from afar. Their eyes held envy, wariness, and a hint of pleading. These people were once prominent figures in Hangqing before the apocalypse. Business owners, government officials, university professors. Now they were no different from ordinary survivors, starving and rummaging through the snow for something to eat. Some held half a bag of frozen bread, some rummaged through trash bins for leftovers, and some squatted by the roadside, nibbling on blackened steamed buns. As the brave ones passed by, some turned their heads away, some lowered their heads, and some pretended to look elsewhere. Their once proud demeanor remained, but it had been dulled by hunger. A man in his 50s stepped out from the crowd. He wore a faded-down jacket and glasses, speaking in a cultured manner as if reciting a text. Excuse me, sir. He stood by the car, rubbing his hands, the white breath he exhaled condensing in the air. My surname is Han. I am a part-time principal of the philosophy department at Hangqing University. Could we trade for some food? He raised his right hand, a yellow glow appearing in his palm as debris from the ground slowly rose, coalescing into a fist-sized clump of earth. The debris spun between his fingers, making a faint scratching sound. Earth-type ability, he added, his voice a bit tense. I can work for you. Li Changge rolled down the car window and sized him up. In his 50s, with graying hair, bloodshot eyes behind his glasses, and cracked lips. But he stood straight, speaking coherently, unlike those who could only cry and shout. Li Changge was in a good mood today, nodding at the middle-aged professor before him. Work is definitely needed. But if you want to trade for food, you must provide something valuable. For example, I need more talent. Professor Han pondered for a moment, stepped forward, and lowered his voice. We have a student at our school who awakened a very powerful ability after the apocalypse. During the zombie fights, he glows. I saw him single-handedly kill over a dozen zombies without a scratch. Li Changge's eyes lit up. He glows. Light-type ability. Naturally suppresses zombies. Moreover, he has offensive, defensive, and healing attributes. All 3 in one. This was valuable information. He was looking to build a base later and was in need of bodyguards. What's the student's name? His surname is Tian, but I don't know the specifics. He was very low-key at school, rarely speaking to others. When the disaster struck, I was worried about my family, so I risked returning. He was still there at that time. But it's been almost a month now. I don't know if he's still around. The old principal paused, his gaze dimming. He didn't continue. A month without food, without water, surrounded by zombies. A student, how long could he hold out? Changge nodded, reaching into the car to pull out half a bag of rice and handing it over. The rice was in a plastic bag weighing about 10 or so pounds, white and glaringly bright against the snow. The old principal caught at his hands, trembling. He hugged the bag of rice tightly as if cradling a baby, his eyes instantly reddening. This is too much. Changge pondered for a moment, remembering he had no powerful figures with the surname Tian. Changge rolled up the car window, leaving a parting remark. This information is worth this price. If you find that student, there will be more benefits. The old principal held the half bag of rice, standing in place, watching the convoy drive away. The truck stopped in the villa courtyard, and the girls didn't finish unloading the grain until 9 o'clock at night. Zhou Baiwan had no abilities and gritted her teeth to bear it. A bag of grain weighing over 30 pounds made her pant after just 2 trips, and on the 3rd trip, she nearly tripped over the threshold, her knee hitting the cement ground, causing her to wince in pain. Changge, she shouted into the house, her voice sharp and urgent. Can't you help a little? A lazy voice from inside responded, carrying a smile. I'm injured. My arm hurts. Zhou Baiwan clenched her chest in fury, her breath rising and falling sharply. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to hurl the sack of grain straight into his face, and continued hauling. Dao Dungu was also carrying grain, but he shirked work. While others made 3 trips, he managed only 1. Zhou Baiwan kicked him hard. Get up and work. Dao Dungu rolled onto his back, covered his eyes with his paws, feigned deafness, and even began snoring. They labored until 9 o'clock that night, when the final sack disappeared into the basement. The women collapsed onto the sofa too exhausted to move. Lin Wei's glasses were smudged with dust. As she removed them, wiped the lenses clean, and put them back on. Lin Mi's long legs were streaked with flour. Tang Wan's apron was thick with rice husks. She untied it, balled it up, and tossed it aside. Zhou Baiwan's military overcoat bore several chalky streaks, and she lacked even the strength to shrug it off, collapsing onto the sofa like a beached fish. Changge emerged from the kitchen bearing a large clay pot. The moment the lid lifted, an intoxicating aroma exploded. Not the ordinary scent of stewed meat, but a rich layered bouquet born of dozens of ingredients, slow-simmered for hours, deep, complex, mouth-watering. There was the savory saltiness of cured ham, the mellow depth of abalone, the tender richness of chicken and duck, and the earthy umami of flower mushrooms, all converging, flooding the senses. Zhou Baiwan sprang upright from the sofa, eyes wide as bronze bells. What is this? Buddha jumps over the wall. Changge set the pot upon the table and turned back toward the kitchen. Second course, Xinjiang-style big plate chicken. Glossy red oil glistened over tender, fall-apart chicken, velvety potatoes, and wide ribbon noodles soaked in fragrant broth, shimmering golden, irresistible. Third course, char-grilled lamb leg. A whole leg roasted to perfection, crisp caramelized exterior yielding to succulent juicy flesh, dusted with cumin and chili flakes, sizzling gently, its golden brown crust gleaming. Fourth course, stir-fried bok choy and shiitake mushrooms. Vibrant green stems, delicate mushroom slices lightly glazed with clear glossy sauce, arranged on white porcelain like a living ink painting. Fifth course, kung pao chicken. Silky chicken cubes, crisp roasted peanuts, and a perfectly balanced sweet and sour sauce, clinging luxuriously to each bite. Glossy, fiery, unforgettable. Tang Wan kindly stepped forward, portioning the Buddha jumps over the wall, 1 serving per person, even setting a small clay pot before Dao Dungu, its lid still steaming. Dao Dungu squatted beside the table, eyes bulging, drool pooling at his feet, until it formed a small, glistening puddle. He lowered his snout, sniffed once, and let out a muffled, ecstatic, "Bye-bye, La Bu." Zhou Baiwan stared at the feast laid before her, voice trembling. You made this." Changge leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and curved a faint, knowing smile. Naturally. In truth, he'd drawn it from his spatial realm. Before the apocalypse, during his frantic stockpiling, he'd ordered tens of thousands of takeout meals from luxury hotels, including over 100 servings of Buddha jumps over the wall. But now, he simply wanted to impress. Lin Mi sat quietly in the corner, dazed by the banquet before her. Trapped in the granary for nearly a month, she'd subsisted solely on raw rice and bran, chewed dry, without water. She believed she'd never taste real food again. And now, what did she see? Buddha jumps over the wall. Imperial-grade, peerless Buddha jumps over the wall. Its golden viscous broth shimmered, richly layered with plump abalone, tender sea cucumber, succulent dried scallops, and fragrant flower mushrooms. Merely gazing upon it made mouths water. Her nose stung, her eyes reddened. Little Mitoanzi. Mama doesn't quite want to go home anymore. Don't blame me, my dear. Startled by her own thought, she quickly bowed her head, pretending to adjust her sleeve. They devoured the meal ravenously, full content, utterly sated. Afterward, Changge waved a dismissive hand. Go shower. You reek. The women froze. Then their eyes lit up bright with hope. Lin Wei had already seized the stunned Lin Mi's hand and dashed toward the bathroom. Lin Mi stood utterly speechless. A shower? Really? She hadn't bathed in over half a month. Her skin carried a nauseating blend of sweat, blood, and the faint lingering stench of decay, so potent even she could barely bear it. For a woman who cherished beauty that was worse than hunger. Steam rose thick and warm in the bathroom as the shower head poured cascading hot water onto her parched skin. She stood beneath the spray, eyes closed. The heat washed over her hair, cheeks, throat, shoulders, carrying away grime, dried blood, and foulness alike. She tilted her head forward, watching the dirty water swirl down the drain, gray, murky, vanishing. The hot water seemed to rinse away these past days of despair as well. Tears spilled suddenly unbidden. Little Mitoanzi, Mama may truly never return. Here I can bathe. She recalled her daughter's radiant smile, Xiao Di's earnest warnings, and her own solemn vow in the granary, to survive no matter what. She'd promised when she got home, she'd cook braised pork for Mitoanzi, take her to the amusement park, buy her the doll she'd longed for. Yet now, standing beneath warm water, fed, safe, sheltered, she realized with quiet shock she didn't want to leave. Alarmed by the thought, she snapped her eyes open, shut off the faucet, and drew a long, steadying breath. Warm water streamed down her face, indistinguishable from tears. Outside, Changge listened to the steady rush of water and the muffled, joyful laughter drifting from the bathroom. A flicker of consternation crossed his face. His consciousness sank into his spatial realm, lingering uncertainly over a cluster of garments in the corner. He'd gathered them before the apocalypse, impulsively raiding half a warehouse at an adult boutique, thinking just in case. Turns out just in case had arrived. Bunny girl, nurse, flight attendant, schoolgirl uniform. Which would suit Lin Mi best? He glanced left, then right. Bunny girl, sleek black bodysuit, fishnet stockings, bunyear headband. Perfect for showcasing Lin Mi's statuesque, nearly 6-foot frame. Nurse, crisp white skirt, pink apron cap. Paired with her doll-like voice, the image alone sent shivers. Flight attendant, deep navy blazer, silk scarf, elegant short skirt, polished, poised. Schoolgirl, sailor collar, pleated skirt, innocent, fresh. Damn it, so hard to choose. He closed his eyes and reached out blindly, selecting one. He opened them, black bunny girl ensemble. A slow, satisfied smile curled his lips. This one. Half an hour later, the bathroom door opened. Lin Wei emerged first, clad in a maid outfit, cheeks flushed. She adjusted her glasses, feigning composure. Zhou Baiwan followed, dressed as a policewoman, tugging incessantly at her absurdly short skirt, muttering under her breath, "Lecher, pervert, someday I'll get you." Then Lin Mi stepped out. She kept her head bowed, arms crossed tightly over her chest, blushing from forehead to throat, from throat to ears like a boiled shrimp. The black, form-fitting bunny costume accentuated her tall, graceful silhouette with breathtaking precision. Her delicate clavicles, slender waist, and especially that arresting curve, were impossible to ignore. Fishnet stockings hugged her long, straight legs, her slender ankles and elegant bare feet rested atop sleek black stilettos, every detail heightening her statuesque grace. Her voice soft and sweet-laced with that unmistakable doll-like timbre. Thigh's outfit is just. Changge's eyes widened in astonishment. He glanced left then right, before his gaze finally locked onto Lin Mi, unable to tear itself away. Flustered under his unwavering stare, she lowered her head, wishing fervently for a crack in the floor to swallow her whole. Zhou Baiwan rolled her eyes. Had enough staring. Changge hastily averted his gaze and cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. After a brief exchange of light conversation, Lin Mi seemed to steel herself. She drew a slow, deep breath. Changge. A hush fell over the living room. Lin Wei froze mid-motion. Zhou Baiwan lifted her head. Tang Wan peered halfway out from the kitchen doorway. Changge looked up at her. Her eyes were rimmed with red, yet her gaze held unshakable resolve. I'm leaving. Returning to Modu. Mitoanzi and Xiao Di are waiting for me at home. Her voice was soft, but unwavering. She could not allow comfort, the Buddha jumping over walls, stew, the hot bath, the safety of this shelter, to eclipse her identity as a mother. I know staying with you would be safer. But Mitoanzi has only me left. Her father vanished long ago. If I don't go back, she'll truly be alone. Her voice trembled faintly, yet each word emerged with crystalline clarity. Lin Wei parted her lips, hesitated, then said nothing at all. She glanced briefly at Changge. He met her gaze in silence for several seconds. All right. He offered no plea to stay. Psychokinetic adepts were rare, but not irreplaceable. In the apocalypse, every soul walks their own path. She had chosen her daughter, so he let her go. Lin Mi's eyes burned brighter, yet she clenched her lips tight, refusing to let a single tear fall. Changge retrieved from his room a thick military greatcoated down jacket and a pair of insulated boots, and placed them neatly on the table. For you. This is your payment, for helping haul the grain. His tone remained calm, matter-of-fact. Lin Mi blinked, stared at the greatcoat, and at last tears spilled over. The greatcoat was deep forest green, dense, weighty. The boots were lined with wool. Wiping her cheeks, she slipped the coat on and stepped into the boots. Her bunny girl outfit vanished beneath layers of fabric. Only her eyes remained visible. She fastened every button, then stamped her feet. A low, muffled thud echoed across the wooden floor. At the threshold, she turned back once. "Thank you, all of you." Changge said nothing. She pushed open the door and stepped into the blizzard. A biting wind rushed forward, stinging her face with icy snowflakes. She hunched her shoulders and raised the greatcoat's collar. Leaning against the doorframe, Changge watched her figure recede, until a faint, knowing curve lifted the corner of his mouth. He had imprinted a spatial marker upon Linmi. And no, his motives were utterly sincere. Zhou Baiwan and Tang Wan retired to bed first. As she climbed the stairs, Zhou Baiwan glanced back at Lin Wei, mouth half open, words unspoken. Then with a final silent hesitation bounded upward and slammed her door shut behind her. Only Changge and Lin Wei remained in the living room. She approached and sat beside him. From her palm bloomed an ice crystal herb, its pale blue luminescence bathing his left arm in a gentle, ethereal glow. The herb rotated slowly above her palm, radiating a soft azure light, like a tiny celestial star. "Does your rib still ache?" Lin Wei's voice was barely above a whisper. "A little. Lie down. I'll treat you properly." Changge arched a brow. "Properly?" A flush rose to her cheeks, but she did not look away. Adjusting her glasses, she feigned scrutiny of his wound. "A legitimate clinical treatment." She emphasized the word. Changge chuckled softly and stretched out comfortably on the sofa. She pressed her hand to his chest. The herb's azure light seeped into his skin, and a tingling warmth spread through his fractured ribs. Upstairs, Zhou Baiwan rolled onto her side and buried her ears beneath her pillow. Downstairs, the ice crystal herb's blue light pulsed, soft, steady, enduring. As for whether it was truly legitimate, that perhaps remained a mystery best left to the reader's imagination. The night passed in quiet repose. At dawn, Changge opened his eyes, refreshed, alert. He flexed his left arm. No pain. He performed several chest-expanding stretches. His ribs had fused cleanly, his breath flowed unimpeded. Lin Wei's ice crystal herb was extraordinary. Within a single night, most of the fracture had already healed. Lin Wei still slept. Curled beside him, lashes fluttering faintly, a subtle, serene smile playing at the corners of her lips. Clad in her maid uniform, her hair spilled across the pillow like petals unfurling at daybreak. Changge carefully withdrew his arm without disturbing her. Then, sinking his consciousness into his spatial domain, he began taking inventory. Spatial ability SS rank currently level 4, storage capacity 1 billion cubic meters, approximately 30 utilized. Supplies included 200 million cubic meters of freshwater, over 1,000 tons of grain, hundreds of tons of meat, 10,000 dishes spanning all 8 major Chinese culinary traditions, pharmaceuticals, appliances, digital devices, clothing, and more. Teleportation, level 4 range up to 300 meters, capable of transporting living beings, at 5 times the usual energy cost. Spatial marking allows precise anchoring to any location or object. Current marks, Jinding Insurance Vault, Panstone Manor, Xiao Huangmao under Huang Ao's command. Tracking Zhao Tianhao, Linmi tracking. Pyrokinetic ability, strength, semi-purple evolution, currently level 4. Flame shaping enables condensation of short swords, spears, or fire ropes. Explosive fireball area effect attack, power scales with rank. Fire tornado, sustained area damage. Blazing God Spear, his most devastating single-target technique. Void Flame Annihilation Step, self-developed absolute, flamering control for 2 seconds, teleportation, strike, finishing fire tornado. Upon creation, he received a primordial boon, propelling his pyrokinetic lineage halfway toward S-rank purple flame evolution. Changge estimated his current combat strength aligned with mid-level 4, capable of defeating standard level 5 zombies, though facing level 5 mutants demanded extreme caution. Next objectives: 1. Ascend to level 5 requiring abundant tier 3 and tier 4 crystal cores. 2. Complete pyrokinetic evolution into full S-rank purple flame. 3. Prepare for the coming zombie tide. Changge withdrew his awareness, and a quiet, confident smile touched his lips. Outside, the snow had ceased. A sliver of light pierced the horizon, pale, cold, lifeless, yet undeniably, unmistakably light. He rose and walked to the window, gazing out upon a world drowned in white. Distant skyscrapers stood only as spectral silhouettes, rows of mute, solemn tombstones. After a long contemplative moment, he turned and headed for the kitchen. Tang Wan was already preparing breakfast. The porridge bubbled gently in the pot, emitting soft rhythmic sighs. Spotting Changge descending the stairs, Tang Wan smiled. "What would you like today?" "Anything is fine," he replied, leaning against the kitchen doorway. "Plain congee will do." Tang Wan nodded and quietly added a spoonful of goji berries to the pot. Footsteps echoed overhead. Zhou Baiwan shuffled down, yawning widely, her hair a chaotic nest. She caught sight of Changge and rolled her eyes. "Morning, morning." She entered the kitchen, spotted the simmering congee, and her eyes lit up. "We've got congee." "Yes." Tang Wan ladled a bowl and handed it to her. Zhou Baiwan cradled the steaming bowl, Blue gently took a sip, and immediately sucked an air scalded. Why so many goji berries, Tangjia? Zhou Baiwan took another sip, muttering her complaint. Li Changge turned his face aside, slightly embarrassed. He suspected quite strongly that she'd done it on purpose. Clearly, he hadn't disciplined her enough. Lin Wei descended next, clutching a scroll of blueprints, walking with a slight sway as she steadied herself on the banister. Seeing Li Changge, she flushed and ducked her head, pretending to adjust the hem of her maid's skirt. After breakfast, Lin Wei unrolled the blueprints across the table. They were densely annotated with detailed schematics, plans for transforming the base. Lin Wei came down from the building, clutching a roll of blueprints in her arms, swaying as she walked while holding onto the railing. After everyone finished breakfast, Lin Wei spread out the blueprints. The drawings were hand-drawn with precise lines, accurate proportions, and densely packed annotations. Using the architectural standards, she clearly marked the terrain, building distribution, and elevation of the Panchur Manor. Even the structural types, construction years, and seismic ratings of each villa were noted, with some data recorded during her participation in the foundation testing before the apocalypse. There are a total of 70 villas in Panchur Manor distributed on the slopes and the top of the mountain. Changge said the extreme cold is about to end, and then the zombie tide will come. We must complete the defenses before the zombie tide arrives. My plan is to establish a small base that can accommodate 100 people. Lin Wei adjusted her glasses, pointing at the blueprints, her voice regaining a professional calmness as her finger moved over the map, circling several areas. She pointed to several red circles on the blueprints. The first circle, outer defense line. Using 10 villas as the base, connect them with a wall. These 10 villas are located in a higher terrain, forming a natural barrier. The wall doesn't need to be too complex, it can be made of stacked stones. But it must be at least 3 meters high, and the top should allow for patrols. The second circle, core area. These 4 villas are distributed in the 4 cardinal directions. This is where potential residents will live, such as those with abilities and skilled survivors. The third circle, central hub. That's our home. It will be reinforced comprehensively, serving as the last line of defense and the resource storage center. Lin Wei paused for a moment and added, before the apocalypse, I participated in the foundation testing of Panchur Manor, so I know the terrain like the back of my hand. Where the terrain is high, where the foundation is deep, including which villa has the highest seismic rating. I have all the data. Li Changge nodded, looking at the blueprints, suddenly speaking up. We also need to consider air defense. The women were taken aback. Zhou Baiwan frowned. Air defense? Can zombies fly? Not now. Li Changge's tone was calm. But what about in the future? Who can say for sure? He didn't say much. In his past life, 2 years after the apocalypse, flying zombies did indeed appear. Those creatures would leap from tall buildings, spreading their fleshy wings like bats, circling above the city like a swarm of hungry vultures. Though it was still early, it was better to be prepared than to be caught off guard later. Lin Wei pondered and marked several points on the blueprints. We could install air defense posts on the rooftops of several tall villas, using steel frames to build a platform that provides visibility over the entire community. The platform should have steel guardrails welded around it, allowing people to stand on it. Li Changge nodded. Professional knowledge makes a difference. With the blueprints finalized, the next step was how to execute the plan. Lin Wei continued, we can gather materials locally. The villas on the outskirts of the community, as well as those that suffered structural damage from the earthquake, can be demolished. Brick, steel bars, and cement can all be used. However, this will require those with physical enhancement abilities. Lin Wei finished speaking and looked at Li Changge. Li Changge smiled and said, there are plenty of people with physical enhancement abilities. There are survivors in the community, or survivors from outside. Those willing to work will be provided meals. 1 meal a day consisting of rice and a pack of pickled vegetables. Everyone nodded. Li Changge glanced at Zhou Baiwan and said, Officer Zhou, you will be the overall commander. Zhou Baiwan was taken aback, then straightened her chest and patted it. That's more like it. Li Changge continued to instruct, Lin Wei will be responsible for technical guidance, and Tang, one will handle logistical support. The 2 women nodded. Li Changge finally turned to look at Dog Shield. Dog Shield was lying on the floor, licking its paw, looking leisurely. Li Changge said, Dog Shield, you will oversee. Dog Shield's ears perked up instantly. Li Changge continued, you will be responsible for supervising construction quality and personnel verification. No one is allowed to enter without your approval. Dog Shield stood up with a jump, its back paws on the ground, front paws retracted, head held high, and raised its right paw in a salute. That posture, with its chin held high, displayed a face that said, this dog guarantees to complete the task. But it couldn't keep its balance, its back paws slipping and tail wagging to maintain stability, swaying comically. Zhou Baiwan's eyes widened, her tone changing. What? I, Zhou Baiwan, a proud rising star in the police force, and to be supervised by a dog. She pointed at Dog Shield, her finger trembling. Supervise me. Dog Shield lowered its paw from the salute, tilted its head to look at her, and smirked, letting out a sound. It is an honor for you to be supervised by this dog. Zhou Baiwan's face turned green. Say that again. 8 Guyalu. Dog Shield wagged its tail even more joyfully, wearing a face that said, what can you do about it? Zhou Baiwan rolled up her sleeves ready to rush at it, but was pulled back by Lin Wei. Lin Wei laughed while pulling her, unable to stand up straight. Li Changge tapped the table, stop fooling around. He looked at Zhou Baiwan, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Dog Shield is an animal, and it is more sensitive to malice and goodwill from humans than we are. It can sense any ill intentions immediately. You should know its background. In short, anyone we bring in must have Dog Shield's approval. Zhou Baiwan gritted her teeth, her chest heaving. She took a deep breath, turned her head, and glared at Dog Shield. Dog Shield squatted on the ground, holding its head high with a face that said, "This dog lord is scrutinizing you." "Fine," Zhou Baiwan gritted her teeth. "But remember, you are just a supervisor, not my superior." Dog Shield tilted its head, opening its mouth. "My Dog Shield." Zhou Baiwan. "And don't speak to me in Japanese." 8. Guya Lu. You. Li Changge watched the playful exchange between the person and the dog, stood up, grabbed his coat, and walked outside. Zhou Baiwan paused. "Where are you going?" Li Changge did not look back. "Hangqing University. To find that glowing ability user mentioned by the old principal. To see if I can recruit them as a bodyguard." He pushed open the door, and the cold wind rushed in, causing the curtains to flutter. Behind him, Dog Shield shouted at Zhou Baiwan again. 8. Guya Lu. Zhou Baiwan's angry roar echoed in the villa. "Dead dog. Stop right there. If I don't stew you today, I won't be Zhou." Lin Wei's laughter came from the kitchen, mixed with Tang Wan's helpless sigh. Li Changge walked into the wind and snow, a faint smile playing on his lips. Behind him, the door of the villa slammed shut. The roar of the mighty vehicle echoed as Li Changge pressed the accelerator. The world outside the car window was changing. The tail end of the extreme cold lingered, with temperatures hovering around -5 to 6 degrees, and the breath he exhaled crystallized into white frost. But the snow began to melt, leaving the road damp, revealing the black asphalt beneath the ice. The snow piled up by the roadside was no longer pure white, but a grimy gray mixed with black blood and garbage. As the extreme cold receded, more people filled the streets. Not zombies, but living humans. Groups of 3 or 4 bundled in thick clothing rummaged through the ruins for supplies. Some were digging through piles of trash, others were searching in a collapsed supermarket, while some pushed shopping carts filled with frozen food. In this apocalypse, the living were busier than the zombies. Passing by the entrance of a community, Li Changge slowed down the car. 7 or 8 people were gathered there, watching a scene unfold, pointing and discussing. Heads poked out from the windows above. In this apocalypse, the curiosity of the people from Long Country had not diminished in the slightest. Li Changge scoffed at their boredom. The car's speed decreased to 80, 40, 20. The snowy road was slippery, necessitating caution. Surrounding people even took out their phones to record. Though there was no signal, they thought, what if there was internet later? In the center of the crowd, an elderly woman in her 60s clutched the sleeve of a man in his 40s, weeping heartbreakingly. She wore a fur coat, her hair styled decently. However, her makeup was smeared and her eyeliner had run, resembling 2 panda eyes. "Baby, please don't leave me. I'll transfer the house to you. I'll give you my pension. I beg you, don't leave me. Without you, how am I supposed to live?" The old woman's voice was sharp and thin, echoing on the empty street. The man abruptly shook off her hand, his expression resolute. He wore an Armani coat worth several tens of thousands before the apocalypse, now wrinkled and stained with grease. "Zhang Hohot, we're breaking up. Your home has no food left." Ah Hong said. "She has food. Several boxes of instant noodles, and also some hot dogs. I'm going to find Hong Hong." He took a step back, pointing at the old woman's nose. Zhang Hohot, on the verge of tears, cried out, "But Ah Hong is an old man." "So what if he's an old man? He has social security and hot dogs." Li Changge couldn't help but twitch his mouth. A twilight romance before the apocalypse became a survival choice afterward. Zhang Hohot at her age had no abilities, no strength, and no family. She couldn't survive out here for more than 3 days. Just then, distant zombie growls echoed. The onlookers dispersed in a panic. Some screamed and ran into buildings, others knocked over bicycles blocking their way, while some stumbled and quickly got back up to continue running. The man's expression darkened as he drew a dagger from his waist, not aimed at the zombies, but at Zhang Hohot. Thud. Zhang Hohot collapsed in a pool of blood, her eyes wide open, her lips moving, though it was impossible for her to still be calling out, "Baby." The fur coat was stained with blood, glaringly vivid against the snow. The man ran away without looking back. After running a few steps, he glanced back to confirm that the zombies weren't in pursuit, then turned into a narrow alley and disappeared. The zombies were drawn by the screams, lunging at Zhang Hohot, beginning to feast on her. Li Changge retracted his gaze, cursing, "Damn it, what a waste of my time." He then pressed the accelerator down hard. In this apocalypse, the greatest rule is to survive. Was that man wrong? Perhaps, but also not. Yet Li Changge did not wish to pass judgment. He was no hero, merely a yordle wielding a hammer. Who would a mess? The mighty vehicle continued forward. From the ruins by the roadside, someone poked their head out, waving at him. "Hey, young man. Help deliver some food. I'll pay 2,000. Li Changge ignored him. 2,000. The practical value of a 100 yuan bill was less than that of a piece of toilet paper now. It was too rough for wiping and burned too quickly for fire. He glanced at the person calling out. hiding behind the window, revealing only their head. It was evident that their clothes were quite clean and their hair neatly combed. This indicated that they had never ventured out for supplies, always waiting for someone to bring them. Someone who had been hungry for several days wouldn't look like this. Lazy bum, Changge muttered. The extreme cold had not fully dissipated, zombies moved slowly, and there were not many second-tier zombies. If one had a bit more courage and ventured out for a stroll, they could find enough supplies to last a few days. Supermarkets, convenience stores, residential buildings. There were so many places to search, yet they insisted on waiting for someone to deliver. Yet these people would rather starve to death, freeze to death, or hide in buildings waiting to die than take that step. Because they were used to waiting for someone to save them, waiting for the government, the army, or others to bring food to their doorstep. They did not realize that the old world was already gone. The mighty vehicle crushed over the ice, splashing shards of ice. Suddenly he thought of Zhou Baiwan. That woman at least had the courage to come out. She was far stronger than these people. After going around in circles, he finally arrived at Hangqing University. The archway at the school entrance still stood, but 2 of the 4 golden characters for Hangqing University had fallen off, leaving only Changge. The archway was made of stone, a symbol of the school before the apocalypse where students would take photos upon graduation. Now the archway was covered in black blood with several cars piled up beneath it, their doors ajar and the interiors empty. On the road outside the school, 2 or 3 dozen zombies wandered about. Most wore school uniforms, gray and white windbreakers with school emblems still printed on their chests. Some were lying on the ground, some stood in a daze, while others banged against the tightly shut school gates. Their movements were quicker than the zombies he had encountered before. The extreme cold had receded, and the zombies were awakening. He spotted a zombie wearing a basketball jersey, its muscles bulging, skin a deep gray, clearly a second-tier zombie. It wandered among the horde like a supervisor inspecting a construction site. Changge did not hesitate, flooring the accelerator. The mighty vehicle roared into the horde of zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of tires crushing through bodies was like firecrackers. The first row of zombies was knocked aside like bowling pins, the sound of bones shattering mixed with the tires grinding against the icy surface. The second-tier zombie reacted quickly, dodging to the side to avoid a direct hit. But as it regained its balance, Changge had already turned the steering wheel, drifting the car, tires carving a curve on the ground, sweeping away a group of zombies. The second-tier zombie was struck by the rear of the mighty vehicle, flying 3 meters away, then crashing into the stone pillar of the archway, sliding down, its spine broken, yet it continued to crawl. The gap between first and second-tier zombies was substantial. Changge pressed the accelerator again, charging into a denser area. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The mighty vehicle surged through the horde like a steel beast, crashing recklessly. Tires crushed skulls, chests, and limbs, turning those in school uniforms into pulp. The windshield was splattered with black blood, and the wipers became ineffective. He simply stopped using them, peering through the bloodstains to see the road. In less than a minute, all 2 or 3 dozen zombies lay still. A few second-tier zombies, still clinging to life, crawled on the ground, pushing themselves forward with their chins, leaving behind a trail of black blood. Yet at that moment, in the female dormitory of Changge, sounds of shouting and fighting erupted. A young woman dressed as a teacher in a black dress and black stockings stood protectively in front of a girl in pajamas. Lin Tao Wang Ming, don't go too far. If you have any requests, just put them forward. As long as it's not too much, the teacher can. Changge stopped the car, opened the door, and stepped into a pool of blood. His boots became sticky, making a sound as he stepped on the ground. He walked up to a few level 2 zombies, lifted his foot, and stomped down on one of their heads with force. Crack. It stopped moving. He crouched down, drew a dagger from his waist, and began to extract the crystal cores. Inside the heads of the level 2 zombies were crystal cores the size of soybeans. He took them one by one with skilled movements like processing fish at a market. If only he had brought Zhou Baiwan along, it would have been easier to collect the crystal cores. Zhou Baiwan, thank you. This round brought Changge 13 level 2 crystal cores and dozens of level 1 ones. He tossed the crystal cores into his spatial storage, flames rising from his hand, and his once dirty hands instantly regained their cleanliness. He stood up and moved his wrists. His boots were covered in black blood, and he rubbed them on the ground, unable to clean them, so he decided to ignore it. He looked up toward the depths of the campus. The campus after the snow was very quiet, with the teaching building, library, and dormitory faintly visible in the twilight. But that silence felt wrong. Too quiet, without the roars of zombies or the sounds of survivors. Even the birds were silent, and the wind had stopped. Like a dead city, like a frozen image. Changge squinted. The old principal said there was a student who could glow, and also said someone had killed over a dozen zombies. If he were still here, where would he be? The teaching building? The dormitory? Or has he already died? He activated his vehicle and slowly drove into the campus. The tires crunched over the accumulated snow, making a squeaking sound. In the rearview mirror, the archway at the school gate grew farther away, with the words Changge looking like a gravestone in the twilight. The campus was even quieter. The sycamore trees lining the road were bare, their branches hung with icicles resembling rows of white bones. The playground was covered with thick snow with a few footprints that had already been mostly covered by new snow. Changge slowed down, his gaze sweeping over each building. The glass of the teaching building was shattered in many places, revealing dark holes where the windows used to be. The library's main door was wide open, its interior shrouded in darkness, nothing visible inside. The dormitory's windows had clothes hanging, which had frozen solid, looking stiff. Suddenly, he saw a flash of golden light from a building in the distance. Someone was there. That golden light belonged to a supernatural being. Changge stepped on the accelerator heading toward that building. A violent explosion echoed from nearby, making the vehicle's windows buzz. The female dormitory in Hang City Building 3. Then screams followed, echoing through the empty campus. Change's eyes lit up. Hang City University is a closed campus, and before the apocalypse it had at least tens of thousands of students. The student dormitories were the most densely populated places, so there would surely be many zombies. He was in need of high-level crystal cores to break through to level 5, and among so many zombies there must be higher quality ones to kill. He performed a short-range teleportation and arrived at the rooftop of Building 3. Changge carefully searched down one level at a time. After exploring 3 floors, he had not found a single zombie. There were signs of a struggle on the floor, claw marks on the walls, dried black blood in the corridors, but the bodies were gone, and the crystal cores were also missing. Changge quickly made a judgment. Someone had cleaned this place, and they had done a thorough job, even mopping up the blood stains, though not perfectly. After searching up to the 6th floor, he finally heard some noise. At the end of the corridor, a dorm room's light was on. The door was ajar, and loud male voices came from inside. Shunyochu, the campus beauty, our boss Tian, said as long as you hand over that bug, he won't make things difficult for you. Everyone is a classmate, why must we hurt each other? Changge pressed against the door, peering through the crack inside. There were 4 people in the dormitory. 2 boys stood at the door, one tall and thin, the other short and stout, both holding steel pipes. They emitted faint fluctuations of supernatural energy, level 1, just recently awakened. Opposite them, a young girl leaned against the window in her pajamas, her hair disheveled. Another was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a professional teacher's outfit, her ample bosom straining the buttons of her blouse. She wore glasses, spreading her arms to block the girl behind her like a hen protecting her chicks. The girl's voice was clear and pleasant, filled with defiance. Shinyochu, absolutely not. Xiao Jin is my partner. You tell Tian yes to roll as far away as possible. Change's gaze fell on this delicate girl, her aura somewhat different. She was a supernatural being, but it seemed the aura wasn't originally hers. Before Changge could think further, the woman in front spoke, her voice mature and alluring, laced with reproach. Lin, Tao Wang Ming. You two are going too far. Can you really be so arrogant in the apocalypse? Do you believe I will report you to the academic affairs director? You can forget about graduating. The 2 boys were stunned for a moment, then laughed simultaneously. They laughed loudly, bending over. The tall and thin Lin Tao wiped away tears of laughter. Assistant Chung, Yin, you haven't woken up yet. Academic affairs director. The academic affairs director has long since turned into a zombie. Graduation certificate. Who still recognizes graduation certificates now? Can graduation certificates kill zombies? Huh. The assistant named Chung Yan's face turned red, wanting to retort, but opening her mouth without saying anything. Changge stood outside the door, hearing the name Tian. Yes, his expression instantly turned cold. Tian, yes. In his past life, he was ranked 8th on the wanted list of supernatural beings in Huaxiao, once one of the 4 kings of Hang City, the king of light. However, he did not know how he became a wanted criminal. The blood on his hands could stain the entire Qiantang River red. He killed not only zombies, but also living people, for crystal cores, for territory, for the so-called order. Changge had seen him from a distance in his past life. Then Tian Yes stood on a high platform, followed by hundreds of supernatural beings like a statue. In his previous life, Changge was just an inconspicuous ant among the crowd, drained of value by Liu Ruyan, without even the qualification to approach. In this life, Tian Yes was still a university student. Surely this was the capable student the old principal spoke of. He had once thought about finding him to be a bodyguard, but that idea was shattered. Such a ruthless person, Changge wouldn't dare to have him as a bodyguard. Chung Yan's words were righteous, scolding the 2 students opposite. However, from Chung Yan's words, Changge heard the shadow of Liu Ruyan. He was too familiar with this type of woman. This woman was definitely not as good as she seemed to be. Inside the dormitory, Lin Tao raised his right hand, and several green vines shot out from his palm, instantly wrapping around Chung Yan's ankle. The vines climbed up her calf, digging into her flesh, lifting the hem of Chung Yan's dress, revealing a section of her fair calf and thigh above the knee. The curves, accentuated by the tight dress, became even more pronounced as the vines entangled her. Chung Yan, you filthy bitch. You must have just graduated. How many times did you sleep with the director to become a stinking assistant, and now you threaten me? Let me see your prowess as assistant Chung today. Lin Tao's arrogant and threatening words echoed in the dormitory. Beside him, Wang Ming hesitated, tugging at Lin Tao's sleeve. Lin Tao, should we go too far? The boss only said to deal with the bugs, nothing else. Lin Tao swatted his hand away. What are you afraid of? We are superhumans. Dealing with these two little girls is a piece of cake. We want touch the school beauty Shun, let's leave her for the boss. But this assistant Chang, let's have a taste first. Wang Ming, don't be so reserved, he sneered. Let's have our way with this filthy bitch, then show our school beauty, Shun, what we can do. He leered, his gaze roving over Chang Yan, sliding from her tightly bound chest down to her exposed thighs. Chang Yan's body trembled, but her eyes held no fear. Li Changge watched closely. There was a glimmer of calculation in her eyes. No, Lin Tao, let go of the teacher. You cannot do this, it's a crime. Chang Yan's voice was tinged with tears, but every word was pronounced clearly, as if rehearsed. She twisted her body as her teacher's coat slipped down one side, revealing the strap and collarbone of her black dress. The way she twisted was just right, both as if struggling and as if putting on a show. Li Changge sneered. He was all too familiar with this kind of seductive act. Even through a wall, one could hear the lewdness in their words. As Chang Yan struggled, she quickly calculated in her mind. She was 26 this year, no longer young. Before the apocalypse, she could climb into the bed of the head of the department, relying solely on her looks and body. After the apocalypse, superhumans like Lin Tao could attract countless women with just a flick of their fingers. She couldn't afford to be discarded once she became boring. She needed a guarantee. Shin Yuchu was that guarantee. Shin Yuchu possessed bug abilities, she was not just a pretty face, and seemed to have caught Tian Yes's eye. As long as she made Shin Yuchu owe her a favor, even if Lin Tao grew tired of her, he wouldn't dare easily abandon her, because Shin Yuchu would speak for her. So she had to act, to put on a show of self-sacrifice. The vines bound her against the wall behind her as she struggled, her clothes leaving marks the hem of her tight dress curling up to reveal the edges of black lace. She turned to Shin Yuchu, tears flowing. Just right, man. Run. Teacher, hold them off. You must run. After speaking, Chang Yan turned back to Lin Tao, her voice pleading. Lin Tao, I'm begging you, let Shin Yuchu go. The teacher can offer you. Please let her go. She's still a child. Then she hugged Lin Tao's waist tightly, as if trying to shield him with her body. Her chest pressed against him, her body slightly leaning forward, showcasing her curves perfectly. Man, run. Shin Yuchu stood by the window watching as Chang Yan was ensnared by the vines and torn at by Lin Tao. Tears streamed down her face. As a freshman in college, Shin Yuchu had no idea that Chang Yan, this seductive fox, was putting on a show for her. All she knew was that this teacher who usually treated her well was now using her own body to buy time for her to escape. Teacher Chang. Shin Yuchu's voice trembled. Lin Tao, you will face retribution. My elder sisters will not let you off. Shin Yuchu's voice was sharp and filled with despair. Gripping the scissors in her hand, she charged at Lin Tao. Lin Tao sneered, but did not make a move. She was the woman the boss specifically wanted, and he didn't dare to act. He merely sidestepped, avoiding the scissors lightly. Shin, the school beauty, if you weren't specifically wanted by the boss, I would have taken you right now. Hand over that bug, and he'll let you suffer less pain, ha. Lin Tao grinned, maliciously looking down at Shin Yuchu. Shin Yuchu's face was filled with despair. For the first time, she truly felt what despair was. Her elder sister was not here, nor was her second sister. No one could save her. Li Changge outside the door froze upon hearing the words, elder sister, second sister. It was as if lightning struck his mind, and two names suddenly popped up, Shin Yu, Shin Xing. One was the Moon Phoenix battle goddess, the other the Star Resurrection Master. He was well acquainted with these names. The two supreme queens of the Demon City base. One with unmatched combat powers sweeping through the waves of corpses, the other healing, all bringing the dead back to life. Together they were unbeatable across the southeastern regions of China. In his past life, Li Changge could only look up at them from afar, not even qualified to approach. Could it be? This Shin Yuchu is their sister. But he never heard them having a sister in his past life. Wait. Li Changge's pupils suddenly constricted. In the past, there was a great war between the Demon City base and the Hangzhou base. The flames of war engulfed the entire Yangtze River Delta, claiming countless lives. The reasons were numerous and varied. Some said it was over territory, others said it was for resources, and some said it was for revenge. If Shin Yuchu is Shin Yu and Shin Xing's sister, and Tian Yes caused her death, then everything makes sense. Those two queens must have attacked Tian Yes, one of the four kings of Hangzhou, to avenge their sister. Li Changge's breath quickened. This secret he had to plan carefully. He took a deep breath, suppressing his swirling thoughts. The priority was to confirm if Shin Yuchu's two sisters were indeed Shin Yu and Shin Xing. He no longer hesitated. He kicked open the door. Bang! The door flew out, crashing against the wall inside with a loud noise. Everyone in the dormitory froze. Li Changge stood at the door wearing a white t-shirt and jeans with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, looking calm. Let go of Teacher Chung, let me handle this. He shouted loudly. Then the air suddenly fell silent. Lin Tao's mouth was agape, Wang Ming's eyes widened, Chang Yan froze in place, and Shin Yuchu lifted her head from the ground. Li Changge coughed awkwardly and corrected himself. Ahem, I misspoke. What I meant was let the girl go. The few people in the dormitory exchanged glances, momentarily caught off guard. Shin Yuchu, lying on the ground, looked up at the man at the door. She was 18 or 19 years old, just at the age of yearning for love and hoping to be rescued by a hero. She watched as Li Changge stood at the door backlit by the emergency lights in the corridor, his white t-shirt slightly billowing in the wind, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, like a hero from a movie. Her heart skipped a beat. Changge also turned her head from the wall to look at the door. She sneered inwardly, another fool rushing to their death. But that's fine, the more chaos the better, so Lin Tao wouldn't really take advantage of her. As for whether this man lived or died, what did it matter to her? Lin Tao was the first to regain his senses, his facial muscles twitching with anger and agitation. His fingers had nearly gotten in just now, yet were forcefully interrupted. How could he swallow this humiliation? Damn, who the hell are you? Don't you know I'm the loyal dog of Boss Tian? Dare to meddle in my business? Lin Tao pointed at Li Changge's nose. In Hangzhou University, Boss Tian was the undisputed king, and he as Boss Tian's lackey naturally had the power to act with impunity. Li Changge ignored Lin Tao's furious barking and swept his gaze across the dormitory. A blinding expanse of white. Cheng Yan's long legs were sheathed in torn stocking strips, clinging limply to her skin. Her black teacher's suit hung open, her tight skirt flipped upward, revealing the delicate lace trim of her undergarment. Violent aesthetics. A teacher in name only. Li Changge withdrew his gaze. He held no interest in the Queen of Hearts. He raised his right hand. The moment his palm opened, emerald green vines erupted forth, coiling instantly around his calf. They slithered upward along his pant, leg tightening with suffocating force. He'll deal with you first, then savor you slowly. Lin Tao seized a steel pipe and charged at Li Changge. Shen Yuchu lay sprawled on the floor, watching Li Changge ensnared, her fleeting hope crumbling once more. She closed her eyes, unable to bear witness. Cheng Yan leaned against the wall, a faint condescending smile playing at the corner of her lips. How could an ordinary man possibly stand against a mutant? The steel pipe descended. Li Changge did not flinch. Flames erupted from his feet. Violet fire leapt from his soles, incinerating the vines to ash in an instant. He lifted his right foot and drove it hard into Lin Tao's chest. Boom! Lin Tao flew backward like a severed puppet, crashing 3 meters away into the wall with a deep, thunderous impact. A charred foot-shaped imprint seared his chest. His clothes blackened, his flesh blistered and scorched. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. The steel pipe clattered to the floor, rolling with a hollow rattle into the corner. Silence swallowed the dormitory whole. Shen Yuchu opened her eyes and saw Lin Tao motionless at the base of the wall. Her eyes widened, her mouth parted, slightly frozen in disbelief. Cheng Yan's mocking smile froze, then dissolved into raw terror and calculation. This man in the white t-shirt was strikingly handsome. Perhaps she still had a chance. Wang Ming hesitated for 2 seconds, then lunged forward. A physical enhancement mutant, he could dent steel plates with a single punch after awakening. He swung his fist toward Li Changge's face, a howling gale preceding the blow. Li Changge raised his palm and caught the fist cleanly. Snap! A soft, precise sound. Wang Ming's fist rested motionless, utterly stilled, within Li Changge's grasp. His pupils contracted sharply. He prided himself on a fist that could pierce steel plates, yet here it was arrested effortlessly by a single hand. Li Changge twisted his wrist. Crack! A sharp, sickening snap. Wang Ming's arm bent at a grotesque angle, pale bone piercing through skin, stark and terrible. His face flushed crimson, then drained to ashen pallor. His mouth gaped open, a blood-curdling shriek, raw and animal-like. Li Changge kicked him hard in the abdomen. Wang Ming soared backward, slamming beside Lin Tao. Not unconscious, but curled tightly, trembling violently from unbearable pain. He scrambled upright, dropped to his knees, and began bowing frantically. Big brother, spare my life. Big brother, spare my life. I did nothing. It was all Lin Tao, that fool. Li Changge waved dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Wang Ming scrambled off, stumbling wildly, leaving one shoe behind. Silence settled over the dormitory. Li Changge approached Shen Yuchu, crouched before her, and extended his hand. Your elder sisters. Are they Shen Yu and Shen Xing? Shen Yuchu stared blankly, instinctively nodding. A flicker of light shimmered in Li Changge's eyes, brief then gone. The corners of his mouth lifted in a gentle arc, revealing his front teeth, his smile warm and approachable, like that of a friendly older brother. Little sister, don't be afraid. Brother isn't a good person. Li Changge reached out his hand towards Shen Yuchu, seated on the floor. She froze again. What kind of line was that? Yet she looked at his outstretched hand, and then at Lin Tao unconscious on the floor, and bit her lip before placing her own hand in his. Li Changge pulled her upright. Her pajamas were rumpled, her knees scraped raw, her elbows grazed and bruised. Cheng Yan hurriedly slid down from the wall, fumbling to adjust her clothes, ripping away the tattered stockings, fastening her blouse, smoothing her upturned skirt, before forcing a bright practiced smile and stepping toward Li Changge. Fellow student, thank you so much. If not for you. Her voice softened into honey to lure her gaze, laced with subtle invitation. Li Changge glanced at her, cold as glacial ice. Cheng Yan's smile stiffened. In those eyes she saw no lust, no curiosity, only perception. Every hidden motive, every calculated gesture, laid bare before him. Li Changge cast her a final indifferent glance. What are you waiting for? Planning to stay for New Year's dinner? Cheng Yan blinked. Was he ejecting her? Leaving? Where? Outside swarmed zombies. Where could she possibly go? She reached the doorway and halted abruptly. A guttural zombie wail echoed from afar. Leave? Where? Her voice trembled. Outside, it's all zombies. Where can we go? Shin Yuchu stood behind Li Changge, tugging gently at his sleeve. Excuse me, big bro. This is my teacher. Could you please? No. Li Changge cut her off, voice icy. Keeping such a woman nearby would invite disaster. He refused to have another Liu Ruyan in his midst. Changyan's face paled. She stared at Li Changge's back, then at the zombies beyond the courtyard wall, and clenched her jaw before dropping to her knees with a heavy thud. Tears welled instantly, streaming down her cheeks. Student, teacher begs you. Outside, it's all zombies. Teacher just wants a warm harbor too. Though I possess no mutant ability, I know how to serve. My skills are exceptional. I promise you'll be satisfied. She wept uncontrollably, shoulders heaving with each sob. She lunged toward Li Changge's legs, reaching to embrace them. He stepped back, calmly, decisively, as if avoiding a pool of filthy water. Don't presume to manipulate me with your petty schemes. I hold no interest in you. Leave now. His voice remained eerily calm as he raised his right hand, a violet flame blooming in his palm. The firelight danced across the room, casting flickering illumination upon Changyan's face, and revealing the stark, unvarnished fear in her eyes. Her lips trembled, words forming and dissolving. Then abruptly she sprang up and fled, her high heels striking the floor in rapid fading clicks, retreating down the corridor until silence reclaimed the space. Shin Yuchu watched Changyan vanish into the distance. Her lips parted as if to speak, yet she remained silent. Li Changge turned, meeting Shin Yuchu's gaze. She wore rumpled pink pajamas, her hair disheveled, tear-streaked cheeks smudged with dust. Yet even so, her beauty shone through. Delicate oval face, luminous fair skin, refined features, not garish or flamboyant, but pure and serene like moonlight itself. Her lips were thin and softly crimson, still pale from fright, yet perfectly shaped. Her eyes, large and deep brown, held his gaze, tense, curious, quietly searching. Her pale pink pajama top hung loosely, exposing a slender alabaster collarbone. The hem was wrinkled, her knees scraped raw, her elbows bruised and crusted with dried blood. Moonlight incarnate. The phrase flashed unbidden into Li Changge's mind. How many young men must have cherished Shin Yuchu as their own ethereal moonlight? As Li Changge assessed Shin Yuchu, she was secretly observing him as well. Standing over 1.80 m, his white t-shirt was stretched tight across his muscular chest, and his jeans clung to his long legs with a set of car keys hanging from his belt. His features were not of the delicate kind of handsomeness, but rather rugged with defined angles that instilled a sense of security. His eyebrows were thick, his nose straight, and a faint stubble adorned his chin. A hint of an unfinished smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, playful and mischievous, reminiscent of the kind of male lead from a film who says, "I'm not a good person, but I won't harm you." Her heart raced a few beats faster, and her ears flushed slightly. The two locked eyes for a few seconds, neither saying a word. Something intangible flowed through the air, unnameable and mysterious. The buzzing of the emergency light filled the air, the distant growls of zombies faint yet present, but at that moment they served merely as background noise. Suddenly a groan echoed from the corner of the wall. Lin Tao awoke from unconsciousness, clutching his chest and grimacing in pain. He lifted his head and saw Li Changge standing before him, his pupils instantly constricting as he recoiled, his back hitting the wall. You. I'm a man of Tian Laoda. If you dare to touch me, Tian Laoda won't let you off." His voice trembled as he shouted fiercely yet weakly. Li Changge stepped forward, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him off the ground as if he were a chick. With his feet off the ground, Lin Tao's face turned beet red, his legs flailing in the air. "Perfect," Li Changge said calmly. "Take me to meet your Tian Laoda." "I was just thinking of meeting him." Lin Tao's eyes flashed with malice, but he forced a smile, saying, Okay. He'll lead the way." Shin Yuchu rushed over, grabbing Li Changge's shirt. "Big brother, don't go. Tian, yes, is very powerful. My little Jean has suffered greatly in his hands." She didn't know Li Changge's name and could only refer to him as Big Brother. As she mentioned little Jean, her voice dropped and her eyes reddened again. "What happened to little Jean?" Li Changge turned to look at her. Shin Yuchu lowered her head, twisting the hem of her shirt. "Little Jean was injured by Tian Yes. It was hit by Tian Yes's power while trying to protect me, suffering serious injuries. Now I don't even know where it has hidden. I can no longer sense it." Her voice grew softer, almost inaudible. Li Changge watched her in silence for 2 seconds. Then a smile curved at the corners of his mouth. "Don't worry, your big brother is more formidable than that Tian fellow. He'll help you get revenge." The three of them stepped out of the dormitory building. The night wind was cold, making Shin Yuchu's nightgown cling to her body, causing her to shudder. Li Changge draped his coat over her shoulders. Lin Tao walked ahead, limping like a stray dog, occasionally glancing back, fearing Li Changge might kick him from behind. Shin Yuchu followed closely beside Li Changge, her fingers still gripping his shirt tightly. She would occasionally glance up at him, then quickly lower her head. What is your name?" Her voice was soft like a mosquito buzzing. Li Changge. She repeated the name as if committing it to memory, her lips moving silently as she mouthed it again. After a moment of silence, she asked again, "Big brother, are you really not afraid of Tian?" "Yes." "Afraid of what?" Li Changge replied without turning his head, though his lips curled into a smirk. "Big brother, that name is quite long." Shen Yuchu's voice was tinged with fear as she tightened her grip. "But Tian, yes, is really powerful. He awakened a light attribute ability. He can emit light, making it easy to take down zombies like slicing vegetables. Little Jean is so formidable, yet he was injured by him." Li Changge asked, "What exactly is Little Jean?" Shen Yuchu's eyes brightened for a moment as if mentioning a precious treasure. "Little Jean is my pet, a 7-star bug." Her voice dropped again, but now it doesn't know where it has run off to. "I can't sense it. It must be too injured." Li Changge remained silent. He didn't know much about insect-type abilities. In his past life, he had encountered several insect-type ability users whose potential was generally low and peaked at level 5. Shen Yuchu's 7-star bug was probably contracted after she awakened her abilities, so it shouldn't be too powerful. The three of them walked for over 10 minutes. They arrived at the teaching building. It was a 7-story gray-white structure, a landmark of Hangqing University before the apocalypse, with a bronze plaque bearing the school motto "Diligent Study and Practical Action" hanging on the wall. Now the outer walls bore black streaks of blood. Half of the windows were shattered and some still hung, with tattered curtains fluttering in the night breeze. The open area in front of the building was very clean, with snow swept to the sides forming low walls, and the ground was covered with a layer of crushed bricks and sand crunching underfoot. Several students stood at the entrance, some sweeping the ground, some moving things, and others sorting through clutter. They wore school uniforms, but they were all covered in gray and black blood, their hair disheveled, and their faces expressionless like a group of walking corpses. Upon seeing Lin Tao, they quickly stepped aside, lowering their heads in fear of meeting his gaze. Li Changge swept his eyes over them. These laborers were all ordinary people with no fluctuations of abilities. Students with abilities were all inside the building. He looked up at the 7th floor, where lights were on. The 7th floor housed the principal's office. The door was open. Inside, it was spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows occupying an entire wall, offering a view of the entire campus. The desk was made of redwood, large and heavy, worth quite a bit before the apocalypse. Documents were scattered all over the desk, but the surface had been wiped clean. A young man sat in the main seat, in his early 20s, wearing a pure white shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his muscular forearms. His features were excessively delicate, his skin luminous and pale, as if he had never seen the sun. His eyebrows were long, his nose high, and his lips thin, yet rosy, with a faint smile gracing his lips. It was not a forced smile, but rather a natural one that made others feel as if they were basking in spring, like the male lead stepping out from a comic. This person was Tian Yes. His fingers lightly tapped the desk, a rhythmic sound. Tap, tap, tap. The noise was not loud, but resonated clearly in the quiet office. With each tap, the person kneeling in front of the desk trembled. Wang Ming knelt on the ground, shaking all over, his forehead pressed against the floor, not daring to raise his head. His arms hung limply, the area where his bone was broken swollen, and raised his face as white as paper. "You mean a fire ability user defeated you and Lin Tao in 2 moves? Tian Yes's voice was very calm, as if discussing a matter of no importance. Wang Ming nodded vigorously, his forehead hitting the floor repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes. That person was too powerful. Lin Tao's vines were burned by him in an instant, and he knocked Lin Tao out with a single kick. I threw a punch, and he caught it with one hand, then twisted. My arm broke." His voice trembled with a cry, tears and snot smearing his face. Tianai Su remained silent, his fingers still tapping the desk. Tap, tap, tap. The office was unnervingly quiet. Then he smiled. His smile was radiant, like the gentle spring breeze of March, warm and soothing. His lips curved faintly upward, his eyes crinkled into crescent moons. He looked as though he had just stepped out of a fashion magazine cover. But Wang Ming trembled even more at that smile. Having served beside Tianai Su for so long, he knew the more charming the smile, the graver the danger. Interesting, Tianai Su said, rising to his feet and walking toward the window. Of average height, just over 1.6 meters, he stood before the shattered floor-to-ceiling glass. Cold wind rushed in, whipping his shirt with sharp rhythmic flaps. He gazed down from above at the empty courtyard below. Backlit by the fading light, his expression was obscured. Yet his silhouette stood rigid, chin slightly lifted, as if surveying all beneath him. Tianai Su spotted a figure in a white t-shirt approaching from afar, followed closely by a girl in pajamas. His smile never wavered, but a glint of coldness flickered deep within his eyes. Li Changge stepped into the courtyard. Tianai Su's voice drifted down from above. "Student, it's late, and yet you've injured my people, and brought along my guest. Are you here to apologize?" Soft in volume, yet crystal clear across the vast plaza. So gentle it might have been a greeting to an old friend. Behind him, several espers leaned out and chuckled, their laughter echoed between the buildings. Li Changge tilted his head up, meeting Tianai Su's lofty gaze, a faint curve tugging at his lips. "Your guest? Does she even know you?" he asked. Shin Yuchu shook her head fiercely behind him. Tianai's smile remained unchanged, but Li Changge noticed that same icy glint flash once more in his eyes. So, you've come to disrupt the gathering. Tianai's tone betrayed no anger. Li Changge took a single step forward, soft-spoken, yet each word landed with crystalline precision. Disrupt the gathering. You're not even worthy of that effort. Shin Yuchu, gripping the hem of his shirt behind him, trembled, not from cold. From fear. This wasn't her first encounter with Tianai's. The last time she'd watched, helpless, as this man smiling all the while drove a young woman to the rooftop's edge. That girl was Ning Bing, the coldest, most aloof campus beauty of Hangqing University. In the end, she fell like a single autumn leaf onto the concrete below. Tianai's stood atop the roof, gazing down at the spreading crimson pool, still smiling. No one spoke for her. No one dared. Shin Yuchu shut her eyes, burying that memory deep. Above, Tianai's showed no sign of anger. He clapped his hands once. The office building's main doors swung open, and a procession emerged. Not 3 or 5, more than 20. Men and women alike, their bodies shimmering with faint multi-hued auras. Vines, water spheres, stone-hardened skin, razor-edged gusts. Their fluctuations as level 1 espers varied widely in strength. Yet the 5 standing at the front exuded a markedly stronger presence. Level 2. They fanned out in a semicircle, sealing off both flanks. Tianai's voice floated down again. I know you're formidable, but alone how many can you truly fight? Li Changge swept his gaze across them and smirked. Is this all you've got? Tianai's laughed and clapped again. From the rooftop, behind flower beds on either side, even from the exit of the underground garage, another dozen figures emerged. They were not espers, but they held crossbows, steel pipes, and several crude homemade firearms. Their stances were disciplined bows drawn, muzzles lowered, subtly cutting off every possible escape route for Li Changge. Enough? Tianai's asked. Li Changge didn't even lift his eyelids. He glanced back at Shin Yuchu, her face pale as parchment, lips quivering. Her gaze slipped past him, to the white-clad figure on the 7th floor. The very man who had smiled as he drove Ning Bing to her doom. A different image flashed through Shin Yuchu's mind. Ning Bing's final moments before leaping, viewed through Xiao Jin's shared perspective as he played outside. In a dim room, Tianai's sat on the sofa, legs crossed, a glass of red wine in hand. Before him, over a dozen men stood naked, encircling a crouched, shuddering figure. She wept. She begged. Her voice grew weaker, until only muffled sobs remained. That was how Ning Bing looked on her last day alive. In that memory, Tianai's wore precisely the same smile. Kind, radiant, comforting, as if admiring a delicate blossom. Shin Yuchu's stomach churned. Her voice dropped to a fragile whisper, trembling with tears. Elder brother Chang. Let's go. He's not human. Li Changge turned to look at her. Her eyes were rimmed with red, tears welling but unshed. She bit her lip hard, holding them back. Her pajama sleeve was twisted tight in her fist, knuckles starkly white. He reached out and gently patted the back of her hand, his palm warm. His voice was low yet steady. Go where? What he owes you must be repaid. Shin Yuchu froze. She stared at Li Changge's profile, utterly calm, almost languid. Yet the hand clutching his shirt hem suddenly ceased its trembling. Li Changge turned fully to face the 24 espers. A presence stirred within him, like a slumbering beast coiled and silent. Yet its pressure descended vast and suffocating. Tianai's stood on the 7th floor, watching downward. At last that gentle smile faded from his lips. Together, 2 words, light as air, yet carrying the weight of a switch flipped. More than 20 espers struck as one. Vines erupted from the ground, green serpents coiling toward Li Changge's ankles. Water spheres slammed in from both sides, laced with jagged ice, shards howling through the night wind. Gust blades sliced the air with piercing shrieks. Stone fists crashed into the pavement, sending cracked bricks flying. A riot of colored abilities converged, a vast lethal net descending upon him. Li Changge did not move. He simply raised his right foot and stamped once upon the earth. Crimson-purple flames detonated from his soul, blooming like a violent flower, engulfing him and Shin Yuchu in a searing halo. Heat roared outward. Vines incinerated to ash before touching his pant leg. Water spheres vaporized midair into mist, gust blades shredded by the shockwave. The 3 leading espers were hurled backward, flung 2 or 3 meters, skidding across the ground. Where is he? Someone cried out. Li Changge had vanished. In the next breath, he reappeared behind a fire wielder, whose palms still glowed with flickering orange flame, scanning wildly for a target. Li Changge struck the back of his skull with a single palm, neither too light nor too heavy. The man's eyes rolled back. He collapsed limp. Instantaneous teleportation. Then, again. 1 palm strike, another unconscious. Teleport. Strike again. 3 seconds. 3 espers down. He's over there, a stone-skinned esper shouted, pointing toward a corner of the courtyard. But before the words left his mouth, Li Changge stood behind him. A kick to the back of the knee sent the stone-skinned man crashing to his knees. Then a sharp strike to the nape dropped him flat, motionless. The 4th. The 5th. The 6th. 20 seconds. Over a dozen espers lay sprawled across the ground, neatly aligned like fallen dominoes. Within half a minute, mutant-powered individuals lay strewn across the ground. The few survivors dared not move. Back to back, they scanned the surroundings in terror, their powers trembling, unaimed in their hands. One's palm still glowed faintly, yet his fingers trembled. Another held a crossbow aloft, its bolt aimed at empty air, uncertain whom to strike. Changge appeared beside Shin Yuchu and brushed non-existent dust from his hands. He ignored the stunned survivors around him as if they were mere statues. "Let's go. Your elder brother Chang will escort you upstairs openly and unchallenged." His tone remained calm, as though neutralizing 24 powered individuals had been nothing more than a warm-up. Upstairs, Su stood before the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the crumpled figures scattered across the plaza below, his expression dark and brooding. Half a minute. His underlings downstairs had already been eliminated by Changge. Truly useless. Yet this man's strength was undeniably formidable. His fingers tapped twice, lightly, against the window frame, the rhythm subtly disrupted. Meanwhile, Changge guided Shin Yuchu's icy hand toward the office building. A few students stood on the staircase gripping iron pipes. Seeing Changge ascend, they instinctively stepped aside. No one dared block his path. They kept their heads bowed, refusing to meet his gaze, even muffling their breaths. 6th floor. 7th floor. At the corridors, in the principal's office, doors stood wide open, spilling warm amber light into the hallway. Changge led Shin Yuchu inside. Su sat poised before the tea table, waving casually, a smile playing upon his lips, as if greeting an old friend after many years. Changge felt a flicker of quiet astonishment within. This man possessed extraordinary psychological fortitude. His subordinates annihilated, his stronghold breached, yet he sat here, calmly brewing tea, smiling. No wonder he would later rise to become one of Hongqing's 4 heavenly kings. Su's performance was flawless, even indistinguishable from sincerity. Were it not for Changge's knowledge of his treachery and cunning, even he might have been deceived by that radiant facade. Changge waved his hand dismissively. Residual violet red flames dissipated from his body as he settled comfortably across from the tea table. He intended to observe precisely what schemes this man harbored. After seating himself, he gestured for Shin Yuchu to sit as well. But Su's brow furrowed faintly. In his cultural understanding, only one woman, ever, had been permitted to share his table, her. Or rather, his sister. Not even his own mother had ever held such privilege. Shin Yuchu, still gripped by fear, refused to sit. Standing was a defensive posture. The gentler his smile grew, the colder she felt. That sunlit exterior exerted unbearable pressure upon her. Su, pleased by Shin Yuchu's apparent deference, nodded with quiet satisfaction before pouring tea for Changge. That slight frown had been directed solely at Changge. To signal authority, he was the master of this domain. The act of pouring tea conveyed respect, for Changge was a guest, and Su honored strength. With effortless grace, he slid the cup forward and offered a courteous gesture of invitation. An ancient Chinese saying goes, "Is it not a joy to have friends visit from afar? Who knows when this cataclysm will end," he added, "and clean water has become exceedingly rare." His voice was warm, precise, and carried the refined cadence of Beijing speech. Changge's expression hovered between amusement and irony. "Oh, you're quite versed in traditional Chinese culture." Just 9 words. A single sentence. Yet Su's teacup froze mid-pour, suspended in the air. His entire being tensed. Then, regaining composure, he withdrew his hand and sipped tea calmly. His expression softened once more into serene composure. From the corner of his eye, Changge noted the sip and mirrored it, leisurely tasting the brew before continuing. "Since Master is so delighted, Shin Yuchu, please be seated. Do not let such thoughtful hospitality go unacknowledged." Shin Yuchu hesitated, bewildered. Was it truly appropriate to sit in such a setting? For a fleeting moment, Su faltered, then recovered his usual poise. "Of course. Our Chinese civilization is vast and profound." Then, "Miss Shun, the university's most celebrated beauty, please do take your seat." Shin Yuchu carefully eased herself beside Changge. His voice rose again, laced with wry amusement. "Oh, Master Tianya, might you not offer the invitation yourself?" Su's brow lifted slightly, then he smiled warmly, sliding a freshly brewed cup toward Shin Yuchu. "Miss Shun, the university's most celebrated beauty, please be seated." Shin Yuchu sat, her spine rigid, perched only halfway upon the stool, fingers tightly gripping the hem of her sleeve, trembling with tension. Changge gently patted the back of her hand. Her fingers slowly unclenched, as if simply by standing beside this man, every obstacle would dissolve. Su shifted the conversation. "My father was a professor of Chinese literature at Hangqing University. I've been immersed in our cultural heritage since childhood. When the cataclysm struck, however, he perished in the tsunami." Sorrow clouded his features, but Changge saw through it. The grief was hollow, devoid of genuine feeling. That sorrow was performative. Perhaps the man he called father bore no true relation to him at all. Changge abandoned the line of thought, his expression turning cold. "I hear you've been troubling Shin Yuchu. And you injured her pet Xiao Jin." He raised his right hand, a violet red flame erupted with a soft pop dancing playfully between his fingertips. The office temperature surged instantly, a silent searing threat. Tianai's expression flickered, a shadow of malice flashed deep within his eyes before vanishing behind a genial smile. My subordinates acted without proper guidance. Oh, so truly just misguided underlings. Indeed, I've already punished 2 who overstepped their authority. His fingers tapped, barely perceptibly, twice upon the tea table. Tap, tap, as if deliberately ensuring Li Changge heard. From downstairs rose 2 piercing shrieks, followed by frantic desperate pleas raw with agony. Brother Tian, spare me. My arm. Something's moving inside my arm. The cries pierced upward through multiple floors, chillingly clear. Those screams did not sound human. They echoed the guttural flayed howls of a beast torn alive from its own skin. Li Changge's pupils contracted sharply. 3 characters flashed through his mind: Ji Huai Worm. His peripheral vision swept over the teacup before him, golden liquid shimmering fragrant with aroma. Tianai's lips curled upward in easy amusement. You are my friend, Li Changge. This is merely a case of the floodwaters sweeping past the Dragon King's temple. Henceforth I shall personally warn my men never again shall miss Shun, the university's most celebrated beauty, face even a hint of hostility. Li Changge scoffed inwardly, as if I'd believe a word. Li Changge shifted topics. Oh, your father taught Chinese literature at Hangqing University. Admiration gleamed in Tianai's eyes naturally. Inside, Li Changge thought, keep acting. Keep going. Aloud he asked, as if exchanging idle pleasantries. And your mother? Tianai replied with a gentle smile. She passed away from hemorrhage the year I was born. His performance was seamless, so flawlessly crafted that it invited deepest suspicion. Li Changge's gaze softened with feigned sympathy. Then, as if recalling something, murmured, how terribly unfortunate. Who else remains in your family? Your father gone. Your mother gone. Li Changge paused, as if grieving for Tianai, then pivoted abruptly. Given your striking appearance, your sister must be exceptionally beautiful, yes. Li Changge's words took a sharp turn. Shen Youchu beside him was somewhat perplexed. But when she looked across, she noticed beads of sweat forming on Tianai's forehead. Tianai's gaze darkened. This is my personal matter, classmate. Li Changge waved his hand, and the atmosphere seemed to ease. However, Tianai's words soon made the scene tense once again. Since it's a flood hitting the Dragon King's temple, Youchu, you should speak your mind. Why are you so afraid of him? Shen Youchu was somewhat at a loss, stammering, I. Li Changge patted her hand to reassure her. Yuch, feel free to speak. Tian Yi is a friend. Tian forced a smile, but internally alarms were ringing. The man across from him had an unsettling depth. From the moment he sat down, he had felt utterly suppressed. Throughout his life apart from that woman, he had never felt this way about anyone. From getting Shen Youchu to sit down to inquiring about his parents to even knowing he had a younger sister. He had been constantly pressured. However, he was not flustered. Li Changge drank his tea, which contained insects. Shen Youchu hesitated for a long time, finally stuttering, I saw. He killed Sister Ningbing. After saying this, she unconsciously glanced at Tian Yi. Tian Yi seemed to have anticipated Shen Youchu would say that. He smiled warmly and exaggeratedly exclaimed, how could that be? Ningbing and I were very good friends, he said. How could I possibly kill her? Li Changge smiled coldly. Tian Yi, murder is a crime. Tian Yi hurriedly waved his hands in denial. Impossible, that can't be true. Shen, the big school flower, must have misunderstood. Ningbing is right next door, how could I have killed her? Shen Yuchu's pupils constricted, and she suddenly stood up. Impossible. Sister Ningbing is already dead. You pushed her down the stairs yourself? Right here in this office. Her voice trembled and her eyes were red. That night I saw it with my own eyes. She stood by the window, you said something, and then she jumped. You stood there smiling. You were laughing. She pointed at the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, her finger trembling. Li Changge held her trembling hand and comforted her. Don't worry, since Tian Yi says Ning classmate isn't dead, let's have her come out. Tian Yi had a determined expression, clapping his hands. Clap, clap. Soon the door opened. A tall figure walked in. She wore a beige cashmere coat underneath, which was a black turtleneck sweater. Her long hair cascaded down, and her features were exquisite. An oval face, phoenix eyes, a high nose, and thin, striking lips. Her skin was almost translucent, glowing like porcelain under the lights. Her gaze was vacant, her expression blank, and her walking posture was slightly stiff, as if she were a puppet being controlled. But she was indeed Ningbing, the most stunning schoolflower at Hangqing University. That face, that figure, that air of aloofness. There was no one else like her in the entire school. Shen Yuchu's eyes widened, her lips trembling. No. It can't be. I saw it with my own eyes. Her voice became quieter until it turned into a whisper. She took a half step back, colliding with a chair that scraped loudly. Li Changge narrowed his eyes. Tian Yi smiled. In this round, he held the advantage. Tian Yi gently walked over and wrapped his arm around Ningbing's waist, his gaze tender, as if it could drip water. His fingers lightly caressed her waist, as if stroking a precious piece of art. Forgot to mention Binger just agreed to be my girlfriend yesterday. A hint of pride laced his voice. Shin Yuchu shook her head, tears finally falling from her eyes. Impossible. I clearly saw. Li Changge's lips curled into a smile as he teased Tian. Yi is quite fortunate. She is truly beautiful. His gaze never left Ningbing. No, something was off. There was something wrong. Her pupils lacked focus. She stood there, her gaze wandering, not looking at anyone, like a walking corpse, like a soulless shell. Her breathing rate was off, even too mechanical. Her weight distribution, while standing, was also incorrect. A normal person's center of gravity is near the pelvis, but hers was lower, as if something was supporting her legs and abdomen rather than relying on bones and muscles. And her hands. Her hands hung at her sides, fingers slightly curled, but there were black threads in the crevices of her nails, exactly like those in Tian Yes's nails. The flame ability within Li Changge stirred slightly. He suddenly smiled. A towering inferno erupted from him. In an instant, the purplish red flames illuminating the entire office, and the heat waves surged outward. The teacups on the tea table were toppled by the shockwave, spilling tea all over the table, steaming and hissing. He enunciated clearly, what a pity. Bugs fear fire. A bizarre scene unfolded before them. As Li Changge's flames erupted, Ning Bing's body at the door collapsed like sand sculptures. Not flesh and blood, but bugs. Countless black insects surged from the cashmere coat, swarming, densely crawling on the floor, the table, and the ceiling, making a rustling sound. These bugs were smaller than fingernails, their shells glossy black, 6 legs moving rapidly, antennae constantly waving like a tide of darkness. The beige cashmere coat collapsed, turning into an empty shell that fell to the ground. The black turtleneck sweater also crumbled. The insects crawled out from the collar sleeves, and hem gradually merging into a black torrent rushing towards Tian Yes. Shin Yuchu screamed, recoiling, crashing into a chair with a loud bang. Her face turned as white as paper, her lips trembling. The smile that had been on Tian Yes's face disappeared. A dazzling white light exploded from him, bright and blinding like a small sun erupting in the office. The white light coalesced into a translucent wing on his left side, its edges sharp as blades, slightly quivering in the air. Meanwhile, the black insects took to the air, buzzing loudly, gathering into a black wing on his right side. One white and one black, one light and one dark. Yin-yang wings. Li Changge was enveloped in purplish red flames, the heat waves surging outward. The black insects dared not approach him, hovering at the edge of the flames, making agitated buzzing sounds. A few that got too close were scorched by the high temperature and fell to the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. He stared at the wings on Tian Yes's body, his gaze sharpening. He didn't expect that this Tian Yes had actually reached level 3. The yin-yang wings granted him temporary flight ability. Combining light elemental abilities with sorcery, this self-created technique was indeed the mark of a prodigious talent. Level 3. He's just short of a level 3 crystal core.